Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Come in. Song Ji-hyun opened the door for Youngjun. Sorry for coming on such short notice. Youngjun, who came in, sat on the sofa in the living room. Would you like something to drink? Song Ji-hyun asked. Sure. Thank you. You like coffee, right, Dr. Ryu? Song Ji-hyun brewed a cup of coffee with the coffee machine in the kitchen. She put some ice in a cup, poured the coffee inside, and gave it to Youngjun. I noticed you only drink iced Americanos when we have a meeting. What can I say? I'm addicted to caffeine. Youngjun took the coffee and took a few sips. What happened to your cheek? Youngjun asked when he saw Song Ji-hyun's face up close. Her right cheek was a little red. He swatted me away when I was trying to give him medicine and hit me in the face. A little embarrassed, Song Ji-hyun caressed her cheek. Oh, it's okay. It's not like it happens often. I made a mistake. Where is your brother right now? Youngjun asked. He's in his room. He's probably sleeping. I see. What's this? Song Ji-hyun asked after seeing a piece of crumpled paper in his right hand. Oh, this. It's nothing. Youngjun slipped it in his pocket, but she saw what was written on it as he put it in. Is it the survey that was on the elevator? She asked. Yes. After some thought, Song Ji-hyun said, to be honest, my brother isn't in good condition. I lied when I said that we caught the symptoms early. Even if he was better, most people react like that survey. Youngjun wasn't very surprised. Song Ji-hyun said, they just want us to move out of this apartment because it's unsafe and the price is going down. They're pressuring us. That's why I said I would take care of him for a bit because it seemed like they were so tired of everything. I see. But your parents are lucky to have you. Song Ji-hyun smiled bitterly. I wouldn't have even left the house if I was such a good daughter. It's been a while since I've been here, and the atmosphere has gotten much more hostile and blatant. Didn't the guard say something when you said you were coming here? He told me to be careful and not get hurt. Haha, Song Ji-hyun. It might sound funny for me to say this with a bruised cheek, but Jong-ho sometimes harms himself, but he's not the kind of person who would hurt someone, she said. But I understand the other residents being scared. Really? Because the media reports that someone with schizophrenia has murdered someone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Song Ji-hyun began to vent like she had been keeping a lot in. I think it's becoming especially worse lately. Things like how they committed arson in an apartment, or they stabbed someone in a bathroom in a bar, stuff like that, she said. It's framed as if you become very likely to commit a crime if you have schizophrenia. But Dr. Ryu, the prevalence of schizophrenia is 1%. If there are 50 million people in this county, 500,000 of them have schizophrenia. That's right. If you think about that number and look at the crime rate, it's actually lower than the general population. It's kind of unfair to the patients and their families. Most of those people are taking medication and staying in treatment. They are maintaining their cognitive abilities, nor are they committing violence. Exactly, and even among the severely ill patients who have gone off their treatment and relapsed, there really aren't that many who attack others because most of those people are extremely anxious and scared to even leave the house. But once an accident happens, patients with schizophrenia will hear voices and commit crimes like assault. I think that's why it appears on the news more and why people are more scared of schizophrenia. So I am sad that people in our apartment feel that way, but I also understand, Song Ji-hyun said. I don't want to blame the citizens either. But adding on to what you said, I think there's a problem with the country's management system, too, right? Song Ji-hyun shouted like she was waiting for him to say that. You also know, the hospital admittance criteria has become a lot more picky since 2017. Now, it's become more difficult to admit severely ill patients. Even if they are in a condition that is obviously dangerous, they can't be admitted unless there's a clear possibility of self-harm or harming others. Really? Yes. There was a lot of pushback from the psychiatry field when they changed the admission criteria in the statute, but it just went through without any real feedback. And in the US, if a citizen calls the police about a patient with schizophrenia, the police can take them to a psychiatric emergency center if they see the patient and think they could be a danger to the public, right? A psychiatric emergency center? Yes. Admittance isn't decided there, but the doctors observe them for a period of time, and then they can admit them if they have to. The police also have the authority to take you there. Not in Korea, the police don't have that power, and there's no such thing as a psychiatric emergency center. In Korea, it's just a private medical institution that runs inpatient units. It's true that the current system isn't one that can handle a serious disease that affects 500,000 patients. The conversation paused for a minute. Youngjun drank his coffee and Song Ji-hyun fiddled with her phone. Dr. Ryu, you said that you came to see my brother today, right? That's right. Song Ji-hyun thought for a moment. Youngjun was someone who had taken down the most dreaded diseases known to humanity, even Alzheimer's, which seemed impossible to conquer. He regenerated and destroyed brain cells and restored cognitive abilities and memory. By comparison, schizophrenia was probably easier to conquer as schizophrenia usually had milder less brain damage. The problem was that they didn't really know how schizophrenia worked, but Song Ji-hyun had hope because it was Youngjun. The fact that you came all the way here, is it what I think it is? Song Ji-hyun asked cautiously. I am developing a schizophrenia treatment. Is it a substitute for dopamine inhibitors? No, it's a cure. Oh, Song Ji-hyun exclaimed. It was just as she expected. I didn't think it would be anything similar to existing drugs if you were making it. It's still in the early stages of development, so don't get your hopes up, Youngjun said. Can you tell me a little bit about the technology? Song Ji-hyun asked. Youngjun scratched his head. Don't be surprised. Then, Youngjun explained the radical treatment that Rosaline made. What? Song Ji-hyun was still shocked even though Youngjun told her to not be. You're going to put 100 genes in the mitochondria and deliver that to the brain cell? Song Ji-hyun froze. Because that's the only way to put in hundreds of genes, Youngjun replied. Well, that is true, but... Youngjun understood why she was flustered. It's definitely something to be baffled about. But psychiatric treatment requires both drug and psychological treatment. The doctors will know what to do once it gets approved and commercialized. But right now, I need some research data about psychological factors, Youngjun said. What I'm saying is that I need to know what psychological factors caused schizophrenia in real patients to factor that into developing my treatment. Song Ji-hyun bit her lower lip. You want to know what happened when my brother was a student? Yes. Tell me anything you think would be relevant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body as soon as he entered Song Ji-hyun's house. She went to the small room right away, and she had been watching Song Jong-ho even since. This was Youngjun's order. The actual psychological causes might be different than what Dr. Song thinks. I'll talk to her, and in the meantime, could you go into his brain and find the memory that caused schizophrenia? This wasn't very difficult for Rosaline. She went into Song Jong-ho's nose. She traveled through the nasal mucosa and into the bloodstream. After traveling in the bloodstream for a moment, she made a little cut in the blood vessel and went into his brain. It was the first time she was entering a human brain that wasn't Youngjun's as a cell. Bzzz. Dopamine swarmed to Rosaline's cell membrane. How bothersome. Rosaline swatted them away and moved to the midbrain. There should be a neuron in the limbic system that connects to the hippocampus or the amygdala. She slowly moved along the dopamine pathway like she was taking a walk. There were millions of neurons intertwined in a complex web. The infinite combinations of electrical excitations created here was what made the human brain a small universe of its own. No computer could calculate the number of variables, but everything was clear to Rosaline. Found it. Rosaline found a small neuron among the bundles of cranial nerves. It led to the amygdala and the hippocampus. It reminds me of when I fought with Ryu Youngjun's trauma. This was a much easier opponent compared to that. Rosaline searched through the hippocampus cells and the amygdala. She observed Song Jong-ho's old memories and his emotions related to his trauma. It was like pulling out a bunch of archaic books from an old library and going through them one by one. Maybe I'll use a little bit more fitness. Rosaline burned her fitness a little faster to increase her efficiency. When she was analyzing the signals from 20,700 cells. Kaboom! A huge explosion shook everything. The cell membranes became damp, and a lot of electricity was flowing. What happened? Rosaline immediately assessed the situation. She thought there had been an accident, but it was nothing. Song Jong-ho had just woken up and sat up. However, it was accompanied with a flood of dopamine. The drug that Song Jong-ho took inhibits dopamine receptors, Rosaline said as she looked up at the dopamine pathway in the limbic midbrain. As the drug just blocked dopamine receptors, the amount of dopamine did not change. If there were the same number of nuts and bolts, the bolts would become useless if all the nuts broke, but the bolts didn't just disappear. That was why there was so much dopamine everywhere. Ugh, I should tell him to not make me work for a while after this. With a frown, Rosaline cleared away the dopamine that was wandering near her cell membrane. Song Jong-ho came out into the living room. Usually, he fell in and out of consciousness. Even with the same drug, he would sometimes be lucid, and other times he wouldn't be. When he wasn't lucid, he would wake up shaking in the corner of a room. When he wasn't lucid, he would be very irritable and spew nonsense to other people. Right now, the medication was working well, and he was pretty calm. Who are you? Song Jong-ho asked. Even though he was lucid, he still slurred his words. Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun were sitting in the living room with a puzzled look on their faces. Your guest? Song Jong-ho asked Song Ji-hyun. I'm Ryu Youngjun. Oh, nice to meet you. But what is this? Maybe the medication hasn't kicked in yet. I'm still seeing things. Song Jong-ho waved his hand in front of his eyes while rubbing his temples. There are words. Hey, what did I take today? Song Jong-ho asked Song Ji-hyun. Words? She replied. Rosaline? Level. Youngjun flinched. Whoosh. Rosaline popped out of Song Jong-ho's mouth. Phew, that was tough. Stretching her neck, Rosaline walked over to Rosaline. Hey, it's a little kid now. A little girl appeared. Song Jong-ho said in surprise. Rosaline quickly turned and glanced at Song Jong-ho. Snap. Rosaline snapped her fingers. Then, she went back into Youngjun's body. Huh. Song Jong-ho couldn't see anything anymore. What happened? Youngjun asked. There was a sudden burst of dopamine when my cell was in the patient's brain. It was a temporary effect of being swept up by that. I didn't know that could happen. I'll have to watch out for that. Luckily, he has schizophrenia, so he probably sees a lot of hallucinations. Just pretend that you don't know anything. Song Jong-ho touched his hair like he was anxious. Are you still having hallucinations? Song Ji-hyun asked. No, I think the medication is kicking in now. I'm fine. Song Jong-ho was diagnosed with schizophrenia in the third year of middle school 1 and started taking medication since then. For the first 6 months, what Song Ji-hyun said was true. They had caught his symptoms early on and treated it well. They got his auditory and visual hallucinations under control quickly, and he was able to be lucid until he graduated. However, not all of his life had returned to the way it was before his illness. What's wrong with Jung-ho? That's Jung-ho? What happened to him? He gained a lot of weight due to the side effects of the medication. This time, he wasn't hearing things. Students were actually whispering about him. His handsome and charming looks were quickly ruined. It was difficult for him to be active as he gained 40 kilograms in an instant. He lost his confidence and strength, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and depression from the medication. Ordinary people usually had a reserve of extra cognitive resources in their head, and they could tap into that reserve when they felt stress. However, people with schizophrenia did not have that line of defense. Song Jung-ho's fall from the peak of popularity at school during his sensitive adolescence, the whispers from his friends pierced his heart like thorns. He's schizophrenic. My God. He hears things and stuff like that? So he's basically crazy? I've never seen a schizophrenic before. Maybe he's possessed or something. Friends left his side one by one out of fear. Even those who had suppressed their aversion to schizophrenia and remained friends with him could not endure how much Song Jung-ho had changed. Students began to distance themselves from him, as they also felt depressed around him. I want to go to your high school, Song Jung-ho said. He was almost finished with middle school. My school? Song Ji-hyun said. Yeah. All Song Jung-ho had left was Song Ji-hyun. She was the only person he could trust and the only person who understood him. He thought that he would be less lonely and it would be less painful if he went to Song Ji-hyun's high school. Okay. Song Ji-hyun told him to in a calm voice, but she felt different about it. She too was only in her first year of high school, and it was too much pressure to take care of a younger brother with a mental disorder. Jung-ho said he's coming to my school. That night, Song Ji-hyun locked her door and called her friends. Jung-ho, your little brother? Yeah. Isn't your brother super cute? He was before, but he's sick now, so not anymore. Don't get your hopes up. Why is he sick? Song Ji-hyun had never told anyone around her that her younger brother had schizophrenia. She was scared of how they would react. Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia? It was too shocking for students, who thought being sick just meant something like the flu. Oh my God. Is that contagious? Is it really schizophrenia? Is he not possessed? Why don't you try an exorcism or something? What if he causes trouble at our school? Her friends' concerns made Song Ji-hyun both frustrated and irritated. Perhaps Song Jung-ho heard their conversion, or maybe he just saw those emotions on her face because from then on, Song Jung-ho stopped taking medication. Later, Song Jung-ho said that he thought he had been cured. He said that he thought he could differentiate and control his delusions and fantasies himself without his medication. He believed that he could manage his weight and not be depressed anymore since he wasn't going to be taking any drugs. He thought he could go back to his old self. Then, Ji-hyun won't avoid me anymore. After entering Song Ji-hyun's high school, Song Jung-ho joined the broadcasting club. He also ran for class president. In his second year, he wanted to be a student leader at school. He wanted to participate in many extracurricular activities and be a smart and popular student again. Then, in the early fall of Song Jung-ho's first year of high school, just after summer break, his schizophrenia returned. The dopamine that was running wild after he had stopped taking his medicine took him over the edge. This time, he had stronger symptoms that were accompanied with some brain damage. Song Jung-ho even lost his consciousness. The morning of the huge accident, everything felt like a nightmare, and Song Ji-hyun struggled to wake up from it. The principal put a chip in my head. Song Jung-ho's voice was coming from the speakers right before the morning broadcast. He put a chip in my head and is taking all my thoughts away, and I think he is selling that to the district office. Please help me. I know I have schizophrenia. It is because some site is trafficking everything inside our head. Surprised, the teachers ran to the broadcasting room. They called for Song Ji-hyun as they stopped Song Jung-ho. Even the teachers were unfamiliar with schizophrenia, and they wanted to ask Song Ji-hyun, his family, about his condition. However, she was not in class. She didn't even take her things and just ran out of the school. It felt like a huge pit was holding her ankle and dragging her in. She wanted to run away from it all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I just kept walking without thinking, and I ended up at Mapo Bridge. I just stared at the Han River there until the sun set. I ignored all of the calls I was getting from teachers, Song Ji-hyun said. This was when Rosaline was observing Song Jung-ho, who was still asleep. Song Ji-hyun was telling Youngjun about the psychological factors behind his schizophrenia. I ignored Jung-ho back then. I ran away, she said. Song Ji-hyun wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. She chuckled in embarrassment. It feels like I'm confessing or something, she said. I was so uncomfortable when Cure came out and people were comparing me to you. It was like I was wearing a big hat that didn't fit. I am not someone great, like you. You saw your younger sister get sick, and you stood by her until the end. Then, you started anti-cancer research to get revenge. You are different from ordinary people, and I'm not talking about your ingenuity. Song Ji-hyun covered her face with her hands. You are not a cold, rational scientist, Dr. Ryu. You have a lot of compassion for humans. That's why I told you this. Because I trust you. The psychological factor that caused schizophrenia, I think it's my fault. I should have taken better care of him before it even came back. It's not your fault, Dr. Song, Youngjun said. Song Ji-hyun looked like she was tired of everything. It was probably because she had to take care of her brother. Maybe it was because she forced herself to talk about a difficult topic. She rested her head slightly against Youngjun's shoulder. Please help me, Song Ji-hyun said. I'd do anything to cure my brother. Youngjun lightly put his arm around Song Ji-hyun's shoulders. Do you remember Lee Yuna, the 9-year-old liver cancer patient at Sunio Hospital? The girl we treated together. Yes. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to do it on my own. It was possible because of you and Chelly Cure. And that Youngjun trailed off. That was also about healing my trauma. I promise you that I will help you this time. I will make a drug that cures schizophrenia. Song Ji-hyun stared at Youngjun, as there was a tense silence between them. Click. That was when the door opened, and Song Jong-ho and Rosaline came out into the living room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why is your heart rate so high? What did you do here while I was going through Song Jong-ho's head? Rosaline asked after returning to Youngjun's body. What do you mean? What? Nothing. All I did was listen to Dr. Song. Suspicious. Rosaline said with her eyes squinted. I'm not sure about this, but if you have children, I think I will be able to go into your child's body as well. What? It's like a country house. And your body is the main house. What are you talking about? I'm always open to it. Ugh. I don't have anything with Dr. Song. Don't do this to me. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. While Youngjun was talking to Rosaline in his head, Song Jong-ho spoke to him. I know a little bit about you, Dr. Ryu. What brings you here to our house? Youngjun was going to say that it was because of the schizophrenia cure, but he stopped. The fact that he came here because of that would mean that he knew that Song Jong-ho suffered from schizophrenia. No matter how he got that information, it could be a little uncomfortable from Song Jong-ho's perspective. As there was an awkward silence, Song Ji-hyun spoke up. It's because he is developing a drug. A drug? He's developing a cure for schizophrenia. That's why I requested a meeting. I see. Song Jong-ho glanced at Youngjun. When is that drug coming out? There is still a long way to go because it is still in its early stages. Will I be able to take the drug if I participate in the clinical trial? If you sign up, we will randomly select volunteers for the clinical trial. You may get it. This was only possible if the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety even approved of it. This was going to be their largest crisis. One middle school in Korea is from grade 7 to 9, so the third grade of middle school is the 9th grade. Clara's thoughts. OMG, Youngjun and Ji-hyun finally had physical contact? Do you think they are right for each other? I think they complement each other well, and I hope they start dating. The president of the Women's Association of the apartment, 1. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. Song Jong-ho scoffed. She's probably telling us to leave. Do they come and pressure you like this? Of course. My family used to be well off, Song Jong-ho said to Youngjun. We used to live in a house, but things became difficult after I was diagnosed with this condition because of how expensive medication was and how our neighbors kept coming to see us. Song Ji-hyun sighed as she listened to them. She opened the door. The president bit her lip when she saw Song Ji-hyun's face. Are you the older sister of the son who lives here? That's right. Your brother. I know. You're telling us to leave, right? Song Ji-hyun said quietly. Talk quietly since my brother could hear us. Oh, and we're going to leave soon. We can't take the hospital fees and the price of medication. We're going to take out our deposit and switch to a month-to-month basis too. It's not that. The president trailed off. She looked like she was in a bind. Pardon? Oh, weren't you on television before? The president said with wide eyes. You're the person who studies under Dr. Ryu Youngjun. I work with him. We work at different companies. Then, you'll know a lot about medicine. Even better. What do you mean? That's actually. The president of the Women's Association could not speak up easily. After some time, she finally said, my daughter isn't doing well. She's not doing well? The hospital said that it could be schizophrenia. They said it looks like schizophrenia from the questionnaire, but they need to do a blood test or something like that to see how much dopamine she has. Was your brother like this? I was wondering what medication he is on right now and what family members should do. We're neighbors and we're both in a tough situation, so I thought we could share some information. I came here because I was so anxious and frustrated. Then, the president handed Song Ji-hyun a plastic bag. Oh, take this. I brought it for you and your brother. It was some oranges. Song Ji-hyun was flabbergasted. The president of the Women's Association was the one who put the survey on the elevator. She was the person who had been harassing her parents so much until Song Ji-hyun came home. It was so bad that her parents, who had a lot of pride, swallowed it and asked for her help. But now the president was here, asking her for help because her daughter had schizophrenia. Did she have no shame? Song Ji-hyun frowned. The president flinched, then dropped her head. I made it difficult for you guys, right? I know, but there was nothing I could do. The Women's Association was putting pressure on me. I was only their puppet. I'm sorry. Song Ji-hyun stared at her. She was so hypocritical, but Song Ji-hyun didn't even have the energy to get angry at her. The president of the Women's Association was a middle-aged woman in her 50s who must have worked hard to get here. Like most ordinary people, this house that she owned with a mortgage was probably her only asset. Schizophrenia usually developed in adolescence, so her daughter was probably in middle or high school, just like Song Jong-ho. Phew. Song Ji-hyun covered her eyes with her hand. Patients with schizophrenia and regular people who were afraid of them were all normal members of society. There were some misconceptions and prejudices mixed in, but in the end, the real evil was the disease itself. I have to take care of my brother right now. We can talk when my parents come home later. I will tell you what you know. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm sorry. Song Ji-hyun, who came back inside, handed Youngjun an orange. Have one. What did she say? Youngjun asked like he knew nothing. Youngjun knew what they said because Rosaline went outside and heard everything they said. The president said that her daughter also has schizophrenia, Song Ji-hyun said. Really? Song Jong-ho's head shot up. Then, he bursted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. Serves them right. Don't be like that. The daughter didn't do anything wrong. Song Ji-hyun sat down on the sofa. There are a lot of patients with schizophrenia, Youngjun said. Well, there's 1 in 100 people. It's just a matter of the severity. Some people can control it with medication and have a normal social life. But as you saw earlier, we need a drug that can cure it for sure. Alright. Is there anything I can help with? Song Ji-hyun asked. It's alright. Developing the drug isn't very difficult. The problem is whether the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety will approve it, Youngjun said. *****. It won't be approved. Oh Hyun-dong, a member of the IRB at the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety said to Youngjun. Youngjun, who received the call in his office at ABio, frowned. It won't be approved? Yes. I am telling you the truth because I really like you, Dr. Ryu. That was the decision we came to at the discussion. But what I don't understand is that isn't it normal to ask for experiments to show that it is safe? What do you mean you won't give me approval when I haven't even produced any data yet? They won't approve it no matter what animal experiments you do. They are going to make all kinds of excuses and stop it. I tried my best to convince them, but it didn't work. They were shouting at me about whether I would take responsibility for it if there was an accident. Dr. Ryu, Oh Hyun-dong said. The MFDS-3 isn't as progressive and ambitious as you think. We are the most conservative out of the conservatives. You guys just don't want to take responsibility. N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. I won't deny it. But that treatment method is too new. Nothing even similar to that has been done in clinical trials, has it? You probably don't know this, but do you know how your pancreatic cancer treatment that used live viruses was approved for clinical trials? How? Originally, we weren't going to approve it because the members were strongly against it. They were talking about how it was a genetically modified virus that hadn't been administered to a human body before, so we couldn't predict what kind of diseases it might cause. They also talked about who would be responsible for it. But you did the clinical trial for the pancreatic cancer treatment in the United States as an international clinical trial. Since the FDA got involved, the members had something to say. Ha, Youngjun scoffed like it was ridiculous. So you're saying that you need something to deflect the blame? To be honest, yes. But Dr. Ryu, you need to understand our perspective, too. Oh Hyun-dong said. We're civil servants, not scientists. You are probably confident because you created the technology, but we are the ones who have to doubt it as much as possible when we apply it to patients. That's our job. I agree with that, Youngjun said. But what you are trying to do right now isn't doubting it, but covering it up and denying it. Well, if you put it like that, there's nothing I can say. Oh Hyun-dong said. But Dr. Ryu, I'm not in a position to do anything about it. Most of the members were shocked when they heard about this. This is exactly what the judges said. If the drug uses an innovative method like this, it must be first approved by a big and famous organization overseas, such as the FDA or the EMA. What are you talking about? They said that if a drug like that comes out and gets approved in the United States first, they can give you approval for a copy drug after you do the bioequivalence testing. That is a copy drug? Youngjun shouted out of frustration. I developed this drug in Korea, but you're telling me I have to register it in the United States first and make a replica drug in Korea? This is why pharmaceuticals in Korea cannot progress. We can't do our own research and establish a new market. This is why all we can do is ride on the coattails of developed countries. Sigh, I think so as well, but I can't do anything because everyone is so adamant. There are 500,000 patients with schizophrenia in Korea. Yes, I was talking about this with a scientist I know personally, and I found out that they have a family member with schizophrenia. Do you know what that patient said? They asked to be part of the clinical trial, even though I had barely started mouse experiments and he doesn't know anything about it. That is how desperate patients are, but you won't give me approval because there's no precedent for this treatment in developed countries? Let me try to convince them one more time. Oh Hyun-dong said to Youngjun in a quiet voice. It's not your fault. But please let me know if you can't convince them because I will have to try something else. What are you going to do? Oh Hyun-dong asked in surprise as he knew what Youngjun had done in the past year. It's nothing. Do you think I'm going to attack the MFDS? I'm just saying that you shouldn't unconditionally oppose and ban it. That's not how science works. *****. It was not easy to recreate mental health disorders in animal models. How could they know that a nonverbal animal was having auditory or visual hallucinations? How could humans confirm that they were having vicious delusions? There was no way. As such, animal models of schizophrenia were evaluated based on their behavior. For example, catatonic schizophrenia was characterized by motoric immobility, extreme negativism, echopraxia, hyperactivity, and stereotypic movement. Then, they would measure expression levels of neurotransmitters like dopamine in the animal model to determine if it has a disorder similar to human schizophrenia. The mouse experiment was a success. Schizophrenia symptoms were greatly reduced in 30 mice with schizophrenia. But this isn't enough, Youngjun said. What more do you need? I only did the mouse experiment to generate baseline data, and I knew the MFDS was going to be that conservative. We need strong evidence to break through that. What would that be? A brain organoid? An organoid that can model schizophrenia would basically be an artificial organ. If we make a brain with that, I don't think I can handle the ethical issues they would create. Then let's go with primates. Rosaline said. Apes? Use bonobos. Bonobos are the most similar to humans, and most of all, they have a similar psyche to us. They have all the higher intellectual abilities that humans believe are exclusive to humans: empathy, patience, altruism, compassion, sensitivity, and more. I don't know. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Youngjun scratched his head. Why? Like you said, bonobos are too similar to humans, so they are being used less in animal testing. That's funny. Who decides what animals are fine and what animals aren't? That's why there are a lot of scientists who are against it. But it is a little uncomfortable because they are really similar to humans. Even chimpanzees are being used less. That's a shame because developing this drug could help bonobos, too. What? Youngjun was shocked. Why? What are you talking about? Bonobos can suffer from schizophrenia? Well, they have a psyche similar to humans. Bonobos that live in urbanized zoos probably have schizophrenia. Wait, then that changes everything, Youngjun said. I can do the testing on those bonobos. Those animals haven't been genetically engineered to produce more dopamine, they just have natural cases of schizophrenia, just like humans. One apartments in Korea can have a women's association in the apartment to promote friendship and respond to matters of their apartment or community. 2. Korea has something called jeons, which is a long-term deposit rental system. They typically put down a large deposit for 2 years and live there without paying rent. Then, the tenant would get the deposit back at the end of the contract. 3. Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. FOXP2, a gene first reported in 2001, was called the language gene. Farah Navarga-Kadem, a neuroscientist at University of London, and her team discovered this gene after examining a pedigree of people with severe speech impairment. Excited, they wrote a paper and published it in Nature. This gene appears to be one of the key factors that carries out a crucial role in how humans use language. Of course, FOXP2 wasn't the only gene, as biology's complexity meant that no single factor determined all outcomes alone. However, it was clear that a significant portion of the human language ability was linked to this gene. FOXP2 was especially highly expressed in fetal brain tissue to create complex language systems. It developed the brain tissue responsible for language processing and the motor nerves that controlled the tongue, vocal cords, and mouth movements. Then, was the FOXP2 gene unique to humans with advanced language skills? It wasn't. Many mammals had slightly different versions of this gene. In bonobos, in particular, the human FOXP2 gene differed in only one place in the entire genome. It was like changing one part of the same car. This meant that bonobos had language ability. Kanze, a bonobo born in 1980 at the Yerkes Primate Research Center in the United States, was a living testament to this. At the time, attempts to teach language to apes were popular in academia, and the original subject was not Kanze, but his mother. However, young Kanze, who watched the scientists teach his mother words, actually ended up learning language. After that, the research team changed their subject to Kanze. This genius ape succeeded in understanding 3,000 words until he died. It wasn't even hieroglyphics. Kanze had learned lexigrams, established symbols that represented a word, and had no connection to the actual objects. Kanze not only understood words, but he knew how to write sentences. He could gather word cards, make a clear sentence, such as "I want to eat grapes," and communicate that to scientists. Later, he demonstrated a level of tool use humans had in the Stone Age, breaking large stones to create sharp tools and using them to cut rope. Eventually, Kanze was even able to gather firewood, light it with a lighter, and roast marshmallows. At this point, it was difficult to determine whether to consider Kanze as an animal. And along the way, bonobos were banned from laboratory use because they were endangered, highly intelligent, and were too human. But I didn't know there were animals that have schizophrenia. Youngjun picked up the office phone and called Agen's Research Support Center. As he called the center every week for the past year, the representatives were able to recognize his voice. "What can I help you with?" the representative asked. "Please connect me to the Experiment Animal Resource Center." "Yes, I'll put you through." After some ringing, a representative from the Experiment Animal Resource Center picked up. "This is the Experiment Animal Resource Center. What can I help you with?" "Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun from ABio. Can we get some bonobos?" "Bonobos?" They were baffled, just like Youngjun expected. "Yes, not just bonobos, but I need ones that have schizophrenia." "What?" "Of course, since there's no way to be sure that they have schizophrenia, you can tell me the ones that exhibit psychotic behaviors. Then, I can check it out for myself." "Oh, I'm sorry, but we don't have bonobos." "I thought so. But Agen would have done experiments with bonobos in the past, and we still have chimpanzees, right?" Could you see how we got bonobos in the past? Please wait. I will call you back later. The representative hung up. The Experiment Animal Resource Center was able to provide Youngjun with anything if there was something he needed while doing countless experiments. But this wasn't easy even for them. That was how difficult it was to obtain this experiment resource. However, Youngjun was confident that he could handle the rest if he knew what country and organization supplied them. Ring? After a moment, Youngjun's office phone rang again. Hello, this is the Experiment Animal Resource Center again. The representative said. I looked through some shipping manifests and invoices regarding the import of LMO, living modified organisms. Yes. And it says it was important from Congo. Congo? Yes. The Salonga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo is protecting bonobos, and it seems that we got them from there. Would the center be able to contact them again and buy it? The representative hesitated like she was put on the spot. I'll try, the representative said. Thank you. Youngjun hung up and called Park Ju-hyuk into his office. They needed another strategy to pressure the MFDS based on the experimental results from bonobos. Are those MFDS bastards crazy? Nov. L. B /JNN. Park Ju-hyuk was furious after he heard what Youngjun told him. They won't start unless a precedent is set in the United States. That drug is going to belong in the United States if the precedent is set there, Park Ju-hyuk said. It's an attempt to avoid blame, which is typical for a government official. But honestly, I get it, Youngjun said. Why? That's how much this technology is baffling. That bad? Yeah, but I have confidence in this. And if there are 7 billion people in the world, 70 million people suffer from this disorder. If there is enough evidence that this is successful in bonobos, it's worth pushing for clinical trials, even if we fight with the MFDS. Park Ju-hyuk crossed his legs and thought. Should we start looking for clinical trial patients before it gets approved? Ring? The phone rang. It was the Experiment Animal Resource Center. The phone call was probably redirected to Youngjun after Yu Songmi, his secretary, spoke to them. This is Ryu Youngjun speaking. RYK picked up the phone. Hello, sir. I'm Lee Ji-young from the Experiment Animal Resource Center. Yes. I am calling you about the bonobo import you mentioned before. I just contacted the Congo Salonga National Park, and they said that they can't export any bonobos. They can't? Yes. The Congo government stopped exportation after they were declared an endangered species. Then I will get them myself. Could you tell me the contact information of the representative you spoke to? Oh, sure. Youngjun could hear the keyboard clicking over the phone. I just sent you an email of the contact information along with a few invoices that we've used before. Please call us if you have any more questions, the representative said. But it says that the exportation of bonobos is prohibited by the government. How are you going to get them? Oh, well. Please teach it to us if it goes well. Haha, alright. Youngjun hung up. Then, he briefly explained the situation to Park Ju-hyuk. So, I have to go to Congo, Youngjun said to Park Ju-hyuk. Park Ju-hyuk frowned like that was ridiculous. I think you spend more time overseas than in Korea, Park Ju-hyuk said. You want to go with me? Youngjun asked. I'll think of a way to push for the clinical trial, Park Ju-hyuk said. Alright. But what are you going to do when the government banned exportation? Do you have a plan? I'm going to use this. Youngjun pulled out a golden badge from his wallet. What is that? Jamie Anderson gave it to me as a present. It's a badge for the Great Scientists Club, GSC. After going into the GSC website, Youngjun opened the badge and took out the security card. It was similar to a security card for banking. The difference was that the GSC only had 100 members. Youngjun created an ID on the GSC website and entered his security card to complete the verification. However, that was not the end of the identity verification. The GSC was the most prestigious club of scientists who could provide scientific advice to governments and major organizations around the world. The verification process for the GSC was much more direct and strict. Someone came from the GSC. They came from the Korean branch, and the workers were very excited to help Youngjun get verified. Honestly, the Korean branch has only been able to provide services to foreign scientists when they came here and asked for help. Until now, the GSC representative said as they finished Youngjun's verification process. Now that you're a member of the GSC, we can hold our heads high. Thank you for your help, Youngjun said. After the GSC representatives left, Youngjun looked for a GSC member that was in Africa. Michelle Njabo, she was a professor at Boston University Medical School who had returned to Congo, her hometown. She taught briefly at Boston University, and now she worked for the welfare department of the Congo government. Youngjun sent an email for help to Michelle's GSC email. It didn't even take a day for her to respond. This is Michelle. We are always welcome. Please give us a call when you arrive in Congo. We will help you take all the bonobos you want. After 3 days, Youngjun arrived at the Njili International Airport that was in Kinshasa, Congo. Michelle and government officials came to greet him. Michelle was a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 60 years old. You said you wanted to see the bonobos before taking them, right? And you're picking the ones who have psychotic behaviors? She asked. That's right. But you scheduled the park visit for later in the afternoon. I'm going to take care of business in the park first and then go rest at the hotel. I see. Shall we go? Michelle took Youngjun on the limousine she brought. They drove for about 2 hours and went to the Salonga National Park. We were expecting you. We will guide you, the safety staff and the guide said. They transferred Youngjun, Michelle, and the others into 3 cars that looked like safari tour cars, and they drove it themselves. After passing the dry field, a small forest appeared. It was the bonobo reserve. There were about 15,000 bonobos that were divided into more than 1,000 groups. Youngjun's group soon encountered the first group. But if you want to pick out the bonobos that are in a psychotic state like you want, you will have to observe them with the guides over here, Michelle said. However, Youngjun pointed to one female animal in the group. It's that one. The guide was surprised. That one is Jinna, and it's a female. It has been acting strange lately. The guide and the park rangers stared at Youngjun, wondering how he knew. The way she keeps pulling out grass looks like neurotic behavior, Youngjun said as an excuse. They couldn't see, but Rosaline, who was on Youngjun's shoulders, was selecting bonobos with synchronization mode. The National Park tour vehicle went around the bonobo reserve and found about 18 different groups. Rosaline was able to determine which ones had schizophrenia within seconds of finding a new group. Then, she would. There's none here. Either wave her hand. It's that one. Or she would point at one. The one with the white spot in front of its eyebrow? No. That one is just anxious. The one to the right of it. The male that is balding. Please get the male over there that's balding, Youngjun asked the ranger. The rangers used the tranquilizer gun to make the bonobo go unconscious and moved them into cages. By the evening, they had captured 20 bonobos. Youngjun also included 6 normal animals as a control group. Back at the hotel, Youngjun worked out a transportation plan with Michelle. Well, send them to Abio on a flight the next morning. You should tell your employees to pick them up at the airport, Michelle said. Thank you. Us GSC members should help each other out. You really helped Congo? No, the entire region of Africa. With the HIV cure? That's right. Michelle smiled brightly. You will be surprised if you knew what kind of changes have happened in sub-Saharan Africa. Has it become a lot better? The infection rate of HIV has become negative, and that's very significant. A negative value means that it's not spreading anymore and those who were already infected are being cured, Michelle said. By the time you get your Nobel Prize, Dr. Ryu, Africa will have made so much progress that it will be difficult to find HIV patients here. That's a relief. Michelle smiled deviously. Dr. Ryu, did you know that bonobos only live in Congo, even in Africa? I heard. In our country, they are an endangered animal. Don't worry. We will return them to Congo safely after treatment. I'm saying that exportation itself is illegal. However, I fiercely convinced the president, and we were able to hastily pass a special law to allow the exportation of bonobos. Here it comes. Most successful scientists that were from Africa did not live in Africa. If Harvard offered them a tenured post, why would they come back and work in their home country that was likely to be in a civil war? Most of them would assimilate into Western civilization and continue their studies in the amazing infrastructure while receiving high salaries. That was the privilege that great scientists had. Among those great scientists, Michelle was someone who had such great accomplishments that she was able to join the GSC. However, she returned to Congo, her home country. Congo was so dangerous that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea advised against traveling here. It wasn't difficult to figure out why she returned, it was because Michelle was that famous. She had devoted her entire life to advancing science in Africa. I'm sure she will ask for something in return for giving me the bonobos. Maybe collaborative research. As he sipped his tea, Youngjun said, please feel free to tell me if there's anything I can do to help, Dr. Michelle. I will do my best to help. Thank you. That was when Michelle pulled out a file from her bag. This is a copy of the data that the Ministry of Public Health in Congo has been collecting on a certain disease, Michelle said as she handed Youngjun the file. It's the Ebola virus. Ebola? It's a virus that spreads by human contact, but it's also spread by bats. The Congolese government hasn't been able to control it completely. We're using this treatment called GMAP, but it's not very effective. I am just telling you about it since you've conquered so many diseases so quickly. If it's possible, we would like to develop a cure or a vaccine with you.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I understand. Youngjun put the file in his bag. I will visit Congo after this is over. *****. Rosaline was observing the mitochondria that had become a bacteria again. This had been an organism billions of years ago, became a non-living organism after becoming part of a eukaryotic cell, and it had become an organism again. It was like a human arm that had been cut off had become an organism and could now find food, reproduce, and move on its own. It was probably a strange thought from a conventional biological point of view, which thought of one human as one life, but it wasn't for Rosaline. As a cellular organism, it wasn't fascinating that a mitochondria became an organism again. She only had one question. Can I survive outside of Youngjun's body? Rosaline, the greatest life form in the world and the second naturally occurring life form on Earth, could not leave Youngjun's body. She glanced back at Youngjun. He had wrestled the bonobos while trying to administer the treatment through the nasal passages. Now, he was lying face down on the lab table and sleeping. My creator. Rosaline approached Youngjun and stared at his face as he was sleeping. Did I become a part of Youngjun's body, like the mitochondria? Perhaps. Rosaline did not have a sense of self when she first entered Youngjun's body. But at some point, she started growing and now, she had acquired an independent self. And now, she had Ryusae's mind and sense as well. Now, Rosaline could even leave Youngjun's body for a certain amount of time every day and travel freely to wherever she wanted. Will I leave Ryu Youngjun's body one day and become independent like this bacterium? Click. The door to the lab opened softly. Young Harem walked in. Sir. Young Harem was about to call Youngjun, but she stopped because she realized that he had fallen asleep on the table. She felt bad for him. In just a week, he had flown to Congo to get bonobos and began the experiment himself. Most of the scientists were already at their capacities and couldn't afford to take on another project, since the experiment was just beginning and the bonobos couldn't get hurt. Youngjun put on a lab coat and did it himself. He's probably the only CEO that also does experiments as a frontline scientist. Youngjun was also running A-Bio and Lab 1 at Ajan. It was a superhuman amount of activity. Young Harem had come here because she was worried about him, and he was just as she thought. He was bound to pass out. He is human after all. Young Harem did not wake Youngjun up. She decided to look at the bonobos' conditions for him. Bzz. She opened the automatic door to the animal lab that was at the back of the lab and went inside. The bonobos, which were anxiously pacing around the cage, were sitting still. They were all calm. One of the animal model behaviors of schizophrenia, excessive motor activity, had disappeared. Of course, this behavior could also be a symptom of other disorders, such as attention deficit/hyperactive disorder or bipolar disorder. However, these bonobos had schizophrenia, as they measured the levels of several neurotransmitters like dopamine, glutamate, and serotonin when they arrived in Korea. What was more surprising was the bonobos' change in social behavior. Normal social animals expressed curiosity and intimacy to an unfamiliar individual by approaching and sniffing it, but animals with schizophrenia did not. This was a sign that they were negative for schizophrenia. Their aggression toward unfamiliar objects and avoidance of shared spaces had disappeared. Now, the bonobos were sitting close together or communicating by touching each other. This is unbelievable. Young Harem froze in shock. It worked. Then, she jumped at the voice coming from behind her. In the process, she slightly hit Youngjun's chin with the back of her head. Oh, I'm sorry? It's all right. Rubbing his chin, Youngjun stared at the bonobos. Harem SSI, could you help me measure their dopamine levels? Pardon? Oh, sure. Young Harem, who was still a little shocked, began moving quickly. Please call a few more people if you can. This is the endpoint of the experiment, and there's a lot of data to produce. *****. The clinical trial headquarters of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety was turned upside down in the morning. It was because Youngjun himself was here. He's definitely going to ask for approval for that schizophrenia drug or something. 15 staff were walking to the conference room. They were the evaluators, the principal officers, and the working officers. As they walked, they urgently checked each other's plans. You have to say absolutely not. He's going to say that he did his animal experiments like this and that, but deny it by saying that there is no way that is going to determine the complexity of the human mind. If he threatens to do the clinical trial in the United States, tell him to do it. It's easier for us if he just does it overseas. Everybody got it? The key word is the human mind. A rat doesn't have a mind like humans, right? How can we approve a drug for a mental disorder based on a rat that doesn't have a mind? They kept talking until they reached the conference room. They all stood there together. Be careful not to give away any loopholes. Hyo Sunghyuk, the principal officer, took a deep breath and opened the door. Ha ha ha. Dr. Ryu, hello. It's been a while. He shook Youngjun's hand with a bright smile. After some formalities, the principal officer got to the point. I heard you're here to get approval for a clinical trial of a drug for schizophrenia that A-Bio is developing. May I see some preclinical data? Here it is. Youngjun pulled out a file out of his bag and handed it to him. How many did you experiment with? 26. Isn't that number too low for such a difficult disease? You should have done like 50. I wanted to, but it seemed like it was too much for Congo to give away that many subjects. I was happy with a statistically clear range. Congo? Hyo Sunghyuk frowned. Yes, Youngjun replied. What about Congo? Didn't you use beagles or rabbits? Hyo Sunghyuk said. I used bonobos. A few people froze. Bonobono, 1. One of the employees tilted their head in confusion. No, bonobos. They are a type of primate, like a chimpanzee, Youngjun said with a chuckle. The evaluators began whispering amongst themselves. Yes, and these bonobos have almost the same mind as humans. They can understand language and even start a fire. I have obtained enough data to prove that the bonobos suffered from the same schizophrenia that humans suffer from. The expression levels of neurotransmitters are the same as those of patients with schizophrenia, and we have identified all the unusual behaviors, Youngjun said. And out of the 20 bonobos, we gave 10 of them the treatment and 10 of them a placebo. The ones that were given treatment were cured, and the ones that received placebos are still suffering from the disorder. We also did the same experiment with 6 normal bonobos, divided into 2 groups, and there was no effect on their health. We also found that the mitochondria in their brains that were used in the treatment were all dead and expelled. No, that is how. The evaluators were speechless. Please give me approval for the clinical trial, Youngjun said. One bonobono is a character, a blue otter, from a Japanese manga. There was tension in the conference room. Hyo Sung-hyuk's hand trembled as he flipped each page of the preclinical data. We lost. Oh Hyun-dong instinctively knew that they had completely lost. This was almighty. Youngjun was here with evidence that could not be beaten. A clinical trial was an experiment done on humans. The preclinical experimentation process was obviously done on animals, as it would become a clinical trial the moment they used it on an actual person. And in preclinical stages, the bonobo was the final boss. Bonobos were on the brink of being human, and they were the closest to humans of all the creatures on the planet. What could the evaluators do when Youngjun had proved that the drug worked in bonobos? He had given them this, and they wanted more data? How? The only thing left would be humans, and that wouldn't be preclinical data. Better clinical data could not logically exist. It's over. The evaluators were underwater as soon as the meeting started. And no way is this real? Hyo Sung-hyuk's voice was filled with panic. Dr. Ryu, the exportation of bonobos is illegal. That's why there haven't been any preclinical experiments done with bonobos in the past few decades. But I made a deal with the Congolese government and acquired them. Since I needed an animal that had the human mind, and the bonobo was the best example. There is no better preclinical data than this. You have to give me approval for a clinical trial. Sigh. A few of the evaluators wrapped their hands around their heads. I know you are afraid, and I know that this is quite an ambitious treatment, Youngjun said. Pharmaceutical companies or patients could take the risk after considering the rewards, but not the MFDS. If it fails, the MFDS will be criticized for the oversight and the lack of validation. But even if it succeeds, no one gives you credit. When news of a new drug's success in clinical trials came out, patients celebrated and the pharmaceutical company's stock prices soared. The media praised the developers of the drug and painted a rosy picture of the future that was full of hope. However, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety was not part of the celebration. The performance of the governmental department that oversaw clinical trials was usually not even recognized by the government either. No political party that had come into power had advertised that they had approved of some new drug as their achievement. The reason that no one has done that was because no one thought that the MFDS contributed anything to developing that drug. The only perception that existed was blame when the drug failed. The MFDS's contribution in verifying and overseeing clinical trials so that it goes well was only perceived as an obstacle to drug development. I know that it is a lot of pressure for the MFDS to approve a clinical trial since even if a drug is fully tested and approved, side effects can be reported later. The MFDS is one of the organizations that only gets blamed without any praise, Youngjun said. But this drug has to be approved. There are 500,000 people with schizophrenia in Korea alone. There's 70 million people in the world. Do you really want me to go overseas with this data? We can grant approval for most things as you want, Hyo Sung-hyuk said. But not this, Dr. Ryu. We will tell you the reason if you want. What is it? There hasn't been any long-term observation of side effects and verification. We confirmed that the administered mitochondria were all killed and excreted. There is no way that side effects that don't occur at the time of administration would occur after a long period of time. That's an excuse. I am firm on that decision. It cannot be approved unless it has been verified through long-term observation. Come back in a few years with more data or conduct the trial overseas, Hyo Sung-hyuk said. Sir. Some of the evaluators were inclined. Some of them wanted to just grant approval since Youngjun had done so much. But Hyo Sung-hyuk was adamant. Hyo Sung-hyuk was the old guard of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety who was about to retire. He survived for a long time in a ministry that, as Youngjun said, was only criticized. Hyo Sung-hyuk believed the secret to his survival was not taking risks. To be honest, he wasn't sure about his decision now, as Youngjun had accomplished so much. However, clinical trial approval was about the drug, not the person. The data is irrefutable, but this is too much. You're putting in bacteria in the brain. Hyo Sung-hyuk comforted himself. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I am not doing something bad. Sending adventurous drugs to be tested in other countries is something that other administrations do. Hyo Sung-hyuk thought to himself. I am not avoiding blame. I am trying to protect the nation. As an employee of the MFDS, I have to be extremely conservative. Russell. Youngjun gathered up the document. He put them in his folder and put it in his bag. I am very disappointed, Youngjun said. I could do the clinical trial overseas. Like a few other multinational pharmaceutical companies, I could do it in underdeveloped countries or ones that are in civil war. I could take illiterate people and trick them into giving consent and do the clinical trial however I want. Is that what you want? Isn't it the MFDS's job to protect the health of the nation from all kinds of dangerous drugs and products? Youngjun asked. But I am doubtful of those intentions when you can't muster up the courage to connect this preclinical data to patients. Is that what you really want to protect, or is it your safe retirement? Hyo Sung-hyuk chewed on his lower lip. Youngjun left the conference room. Then, he pulled out his phone and called Park Ju-hyuk. It didn't go well. Got it. *****. Conducting the clinical trial overseas was the worst option for two reasons. First, it was more difficult to get his drug into a clinical trial overseas because it was developed by a domestic company, not by international research. Second, foreign drug regulatory authorities would become suspicious as to why Youngjun wasn't conducting the clinical trial in his own country if he applied for a clinical trial overseas. Naturally, the drug regulatory authorities would analyze the data more meticulously and would be hesitant to grant approval. However, Youngjun had a second card up his sleeve. It was time to put Park Ju-hyuk's strategy into action. The next morning, ABIO develops schizophrenia cure. Treatment verified in bonobos, which have similar minds to humans. What are bonobos? The significance of curing mental disorders. How much is our society spending on schizophrenia? By the afternoon, a bunch of press releases poured out. There was even a paper published. Ryu Youngjun publishes a paper on schizophrenia treatment on bioarxiv. If Youngjun submitted his paper to Science, it would take time to be released. Instead of sending it to Science, he published it as a draft on bioarxiv, a site that distributed scientific papers for free. This paper would be published in Science later. Now, everyone in the world could see the experimental data on bonobos. No way. Hyo Song-hyuk realized that he had made a mistake. He had misjudged the situation. Youngjun was not someone who would go down without a fight. He had no intention to go overseas, and he wasn't willing to wait years. He was trying to end this once and for all. Then, a much more shocking article was published. Chu Ian-pil, the perpetrator of the Yongyun University Station incident, volunteers for the clinical trial. What is this? Surprised, Hyo Song-hyuk opened the article. The Yongyun University Station incident. It was a tragic incident where a crazy person swung a knife at students walking to class in the morning. 5 people died and 2 people were seriously injured. The deaths of these promising young men at a prestigious university shocked rippled through the country. That was when the association between schizophrenia and violent crime had peaked. Some suggested that people with schizophrenia should be directly detained and monitored by the government. The defendant was not lucid when that incident occurred. That was what Chu Ian-pil's defense argued at the trial. Chu Ian-pil did not say anything because they didn't have the cognitive ability to even speak. Chu Ian-pil continued to receive medical treatment while incarcerated. Their condition improved slightly and they were still all over the place, but there were times where they would be lucid. I thought those people were trying to kill me. I thought they poisoned my breakfast every morning. I don't even have breakfast, but I thought that I would die if I didn't harm them, Chu Ian-pil said 2 years into treatment while incarcerated. Then, they heard that Youngjun had developed a schizophrenia treatment, and this was before the press release. They heard it because of Park Ju-hyuk and Song Jong-ho. Park Ju-hyuk slipped the news that the MFDS had refused to approve a clinical trial to the Pharmaceutical Society. Song Ji-hyun quickly caught wind of the information and asked Youngjun about confidentiality and got his permission to distribute it. The information was passed on from Park Ju-hyuk to the Pharmaceutical Society, then Song Ji-hyun, then finally to the schizophrenia community. It was the people who have overcome schizophrenia. It was a non-profit organization with tens of thousands of patients with schizophrenia, including Song Jong-ho. They also had contact with Chu Ian-pil. Chu Ian-pil, who had gotten information of the new drug Youngjun made and the clinical trial, believed this was their destiny. This is what I have to do. Chu Ian-pil felt that this was a final act of reparation for all the schizophrenia patients they had inconvenienced. They decided to give courage to other patients by volunteering for the clinical trial. Producer N.A. Sungjin was contacted by Youngjun. Surprisingly, the scientist who only stopped doing research at night when he was sleeping, volunteered to give a lecture. It was because he wanted to clear up misconceptions about schizophrenia and explain the new treatment. The mitochondria is an organelle that naturally exists in human cells. What we have done is take those mitochondria, make them into bacteria and multiply them, then deliver them into the brain with genes that can cure schizophrenia, Youngjun said. I will be honest. The brain is originally the most important organ in the body that receives special protection from external infections. It's not a normal situation to have bacteria in a place like that. Youngjun looked straight into the camera. Because of the risky means, I consulted with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety while developing this treatment. As expected, they wanted to be very conservative and meticulous in verifying the preclinical data. They said that they wouldn't allow us to use it on people with mere experimental data on animals like rats or beagles. Because of that, we had to take the more difficult path. Youngjun opened the data from the published paper. This is the result. It's a preclinical experiment that the creativity of ABIO and the rigor of the MFDS created, Youngjun said. This is preclinical data from a very unusual animal called bonobo, which is the most similar animal to humans. We used primates that were much more similar to humans rather than beagles. Youngjun talked about the interpretation and explanation of the results for about half an hour. In this way, we demonstrated both safety and efficacy, and we expect to be able to conquer schizophrenia now. When Youngjun finished his talk, the MC asked him the question that everyone was curious about. Are you planning a clinical trial? Hyo Song-hyuk and the evaluators who were watching the broadcast on television had sweat in their palms. Yes, Youngjun said. Wow, the MC explained. Dr. Ryu, many patients with schizophrenia, including Chu Ian-pil, are volunteering to participate in the clinical trial. When do you think it will begin? Like any country, we can begin as soon as we go through the legal process. We are ready, Youngjun said. And half of the credit for producing this important data goes to the MFDS. Even when I asked for a clinical trial, they defended it, almost too rigidly, because they were worried about the health of the people. We were able to get data on bonobos because of them. If it wasn't for them, we could have tried to start clinical trials with much weaker data. I hope you give them all your praise. There was a strange vibe in society. As Youngjun gave the lecture, patients with schizophrenia who had been hiding in society began coming forward one by one. They had been living like sinners, under the assumption that they had the possibility of spontaneously committing violent crimes. Even people who were able to catch and control their symptoms early on with medication and lead normal lives were not immune to the stigma of being labeled as a schizophrenic. However, they realized that they could see the end of their suffering. People at the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety knew how crude Youngjun's treatment method was, but ordinary people didn't understand it that much. What was clearer to them was the name Youngjun, who had destroyed several diseases in the past year. I would like to volunteer for the clinical trial. Please let me be part of the clinical trial. Countless requests for clinical trials were posted on the ABio message board from patients who were suffering from the torture of hallucinations and delusions. The response from the academia was worthwhile to see. Data from experiments with bonobos hasn't been published in academic journals in recent years. The first reason is because Congo no longer exports bonobos. The second is because it is burdensome because they are too big and expensive. Shin Youngju commented. Actually, the scientists were as excited as the patients. The McLean Institute for Psychiatric Technology, a hospital affiliated with Harvard's medical school, commented that the paper was the most beautiful experiment in the last 30 years. I completely agree. The public may not be able to recognize the significance of using bonobos for the experiment, but it's pretty amazing to scientists. The neurotransmitters in bonobos are pretty much similar to humans. If that gene therapy worked well in bonobos, it's likely to work well in humans as well. The fact that they were able to get rare bonobos and use it in their experiment shows that the developers have a lot of confidence in this drug. It seems like they told the Congolese government that they would fully cure the bonobos and safely return them. And they actually succeeded, didn't they? It's difficult for scientists to make such bold promises and do such bold experiments. Of course, as Dr. Ryu said, we have to applaud the MFDA for strongly regulating and not grant approval for a clinical trial until we got data on bonobos. I think it was their collaboration that led to this great paper. Then, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety was swarmed by reporters from public broadcasters. The reporters, who came in with smiles on their faces and completely oblivious, asked Hyo Sung-hyuk and the other evaluators for interviews. Hello, I'm from SBS1. We're going to do a special on the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety about what the ministry does, how clinical trials work, and how the consultations were conducted during the development of the schizophrenia drug. Amidst the flood of interview requests and feature proposals, politicians also became interested in the MFDS. Hyo Sung-hyuk avoided interviews as much as possible, but when he was forced to do so, he rambled. The MFDS's public communication board was going wild, which was unusual. The board only received a post once every 2 days, and even those posts were mostly advertisements like build your job skills, start now for free. Those posts usually got around 50 views. But now, the board was filled with inquiries about the clinical trial for schizophrenia and posts praising the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. With trembling hands, Hyo Sung-hyuk called Youngjun. This is Ryu Youngjun from ABio. Dr. Ryu. This is Principal Officer Hyo Sung-hyuk. Yes, hello. Have you requested the FDA or the EMA for a clinical trial? It had already been a few days since then. Given Youngjun's personality, he could have already applied for a clinical trial overseas and be conducting it. That would complicate things a lot. Nervously, Hyo Sung-hyuk asked, could I ask what stage it is at now? Not yet. Youngjun's answer was surprising. Not yet. No, we have done anything yet. We were waiting for your call. As you can see from the reactions now, academia is also very optimistic about its potential. Youngjun said, now you have enough justification to grant permission, right? And you probably saw the countless number of people asking for the clinical trial. You can see how desperate these patients are for this treatment. Youngjun said, a cure for schizophrenia isn't just about curing a couple patients, it's about curing society's fear and loathing of mental illness. I'm sorry. It's all right. I understand your perspective as well. We will approve your clinical trial. *****. There was a lot of talk about picking violent criminals for the clinical trials, but Youngjun ignored it. The subjects were grouped based on age, gender, and the severity of the illness, then were randomly selected. One of them was Song Jong-ho. Youngjun dissolved the mitochondria, which was multiplying in the high methane solution, in the PBS solution. Now, the mitochondria would die in 30 minutes. The primary doctor drew up the treatment into the syringe and injected it into the nasal passage to send it to the brain. The DT71 on the surface of the mitochondria tracked the amount of dopamine. It was similar to how an amoeba followed their food. The mitochondria moved to the midbrain following the dopamine gradient, and it was distributed along the dopamine pathway to the limbic system. By the end of 15 minutes, all the mitochondria were attached to the surface of target cells with high dopamine expression. PZZZ. Youngjun heard tiny static sounds as he zoomed into extreme resolution in synchronization mode. It was the noise of the microcurrent flowing through the neurons of the brain. The electrical stimulation was tearing and repairing a few nanometers of the cell membrane. Normally, it wouldn't be fatal to the cells, but the brain cells of people with schizophrenia were so fragile that they couldn't withstand such small damage. That was also one of the reasons why their brain cells gradually collapsed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om The mitochondria moved into the tears, and 107 genes landed safely in the brain cells. They were expressed all at once and corrected the genes that were creating problems in the cells. It was like installing a new air conditioning unit in a house with a broken air conditioner. Serotonin, glutamate, dopamine, and their receptors, the various biomolecules involved in their metabolic pathways gradually stabilized. The dopamine levels, which were so high like they had done drugs, began to drop. After 30 minutes. PSH. The mitochondria died with the sound of air deflating. They were the ones that hadn't made it into the cells. The environment inside the human brain was too extreme because they could not tolerate the low concentration of methane. It worked. Youngjun observed them until the last minute, then left the patient room. Rosaline followed behind him. If this experiment is successful, it should be relatively easy to get approval for the probiotics. Rosaline said, since it's much safer to plant genetically engineered bacteria in the gut than in the brain. Youngjun nodded. But we still have to prove them again because the bacteria are a different species and the genes are different, too. But the MFDS won't be stubborn like this time. That's right. I was a little surprised. I thought you would attack the MFDS. You could pressure them by praising them. Youngjun gathered his thoughts for a moment. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety was originally under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. It was known as the Korean Food and Drug Administration. But they made them independent because the safety of food and drug products is the basis of public health and it's a very important issue. Youngjun said to Rosaline. At the time, we had the ambition to create a Korea version of the FDA. Since then, we've contributed to build it as an independent organization and even promoted it to a ministry, which is directly under the Prime Minister, but it still has a long way to go to become like the FDA. Really? Right now, the tasks and rights that the FDA has in the US are shared among several organizations. How? Well, for example, when the MFDS tries to regulate the safety of agricultural products, they get into conflict with the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. And it seems like the Ministry of Health and Welfare, the original ministry, wants to take it again. Or if the MFDS tries to regulate seafood, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries tries to take over. Youngjun said. As departments with similar tasks competed for power, the MFDS gradually lost confidence and failed to become a powerful organization like the FDA. I see. But do you know what schizophrenia means? What does it mean? It means the splitting of the mind. It was used to emphasize the mental confusion and fragmented thinking of people. Ref in Korean, schizophrenia is called johyun byung, and it means to pick the strings of an instrument. It was named that because the mind is dizzy like a string instrument that hasn't been tuned. Ref. Youngjun said, I believe that the safety management standards for food and drug products should be unified and regulated by a single agency so that there's no confusion. But right now, the system isn't organized enough. They have to stop splitting. I see. I hope this gives people with schizophrenia some hope and the MFDS some confidence, even though we can't be the FDA overnight. As Youngjun was leaving the hospital, someone rushed up behind him and grabbed Youngjun. Dr. Ryu. It was Song Ji-hyun. Hello. As Youngjun greeted him, Song Ji-hyun caught her breath and hesitated a little. Thank you, she said. Thank you so much. I think I told you multiple times, but I should be the one thanking you with this clinical trial. Because it's not a treatment, but an experiment. Yes. Still. Thank you, Song Ji-hyun said. I hope Jong-ho SSI gets better soon, Youngjun replied. Me too. It will go well. Don't worry too much. But my brother told me something. What did he tell you? He told me that he tried to hurt himself at the hospital last winter, but some man stopped him. He told me that it seems like that man was you. He told me you look similar. Haha, probably not. That's when he was going in and out of consciousness, so he's probably mistaken. After some thought, Youngjun spoke. The thing you told me about how you ran away from school and left your brother there. Song Ji-hyun flinched. Yes. You should talk to him when he's feeling better. I don't think that is your brother's trauma. Pardon. The onset of his schizophrenia was before that incident, and I think you're the only one who is feeling guilty about it. I'm the only one? Youngjun smiled. See you around. *****. Rosaline, who explored Song Jong-ho's brain, reported it to Youngjun. Song Jong-ho already had genes that were at risk for schizophrenia. Rosaline said, and the switch that turned those genes on was the pressure he had during school. Pressure. Song Ji-hyun is dull, so she doesn't mind getting all the attention and being a star, but not for Song Jong-ho. Rosaline said, the overwhelming attention was difficult for him, and maintaining that image was a lot of pressure. That pressure caused schizophrenia. It was unexpected. Youngjun was also in the national spotlight, but that in itself was not stressful enough to cause him distress. It was different for everyone, but he couldn't imagine it being so stressful that it could cause schizophrenia. It's because Song Jong-ho was already vulnerable. Rosaline said. Surprisingly, the fact that Song Ji-hyun had left Song Jong-ho behind didn't even exist in his mind. It's such a difficult disease to understand, Youngjun said. Even if the drug becomes commercialized, it's still going to be difficult for psychiatrists. But biology is still one of the underlying causes, and the drug you developed can correct all of that. Rosaline said, leave the rest to doctors. I'm sure they will do a good job. Song Jong-ho's condition improved daily. This was the case for all 18 patients in the clinical trial. They no longer took dopamine inhibitors anymore, but they didn't suffer from hallucinations or delusions. Song Jong-ho's mind was clearer than ever. There are some things that are becoming clearer as my mind gets better. It had been 11 days since the start of the clinical trial. Song Jong-ho, who was almost free of his symptoms, said to Song Ji-hyun, "I saw a hallucination when Dr. Ryu came to our house before, right? Yeah. You said a little girl was going around the living room. That scene is too vivid. Other hallucinations and visions fade away, but that one is still clear." Song Ji-hyun chuckled and ruffled Song Jong-ho's hair. "Maybe an angel visited you because you were meant to get better." A big public broadcaster in Korea. Youngjun was watching the bonobos that he brought from Congo. Tomorrow, they would fly back to Salonga National Park to rejoin their original group. They were all cured. Of course, the human eye couldn't tell how severe their illness was. How could people tell what kind of delusions bonobos had? Behaviors related to schizophrenia could be mistaken as a different disorder, such as extreme anxiety or nervousness, if it wasn't supported by evidence like measurements of dopamine levels. But these bonobos were probably ones that stood out in their groups, like the patients with schizophrenia in human society. These guys will be happy once they go back. I hope so. I unintentionally created another cure for animal diseases, Youngjun said. Yeah, this makes me think that the recent trend of blindly banning experiments with primates is not a good thing. Because they have overlapping diseases? Yeah, HIV is originally from chimpanzees, right? And mental illnesses like schizophrenia also exist in primates. Experimenting with them could be helpful to them depending on the situation. That's right. Rosaline stared at the bonobos. That one is asleep. Yeah, that reminds me of something, Ryu Youngjun. There have been some changes in my body through this incident. Changes. I started thinking about the value of an independent organism as I induced the process of the mitochondria turning into organisms, and I felt my cells enter a new phase of evolution. What is it? I am now able to run simulations over a wider area using more fitness, and I have gotten more sophisticated. The scope of the simulation can now cover an entire continent. Youngjun was able to see quite a wide region when he was in simulation mode and observing the red mold in the United States. It wasn't continental though. But there's a problem. What problem? I have been feeling drowsy for the past few days. Drowsy? Yes. Youngjun was a little confused. Was Rosaline an organism that slept? Animals are the only organism that sleeps. Invertebrates sleep, even the most primitive ones like nematodes. Fruit flies sleep, too. Rosaline said, "But I am not an animal. I am a unicellular organism. It is a huge penalty for animals to have evolved to sleep because when they do, they are completely defenseless against their enemies." Rosaline said, "The reason that almost all animals still sleep is to repair DNA damage in their cells. They had to lower their metabolism to repair the damage to their DNA from the ultraviolet light and oxygen they received during the day. But I can repair DNA damage without doing any of those things. Sleeping is for animals who have old, simple cells. But you feel drowsy. I don't know. I've been feeling that way lately as I've been growing. I am consciously regulating it now, but I might fall asleep after using a lot of power. Maybe it's because I've changed a lot with you. We've come to share quite a lot of each other's traits. Have there been any physical changes for you?" Youngjun tilted his head, puzzled. "I don't think so." "I see. Have you used anything like synchronization mode after you've started to feel drowsy?" "Yes. I've used it a few times. I used it recently to see Song Jong-ho's treatment progress. But you didn't fall asleep or anything." "Yes. All right. That means it's safe to use that. But I might sleep for a few hours if you run a simulation of an entire continent." "Okay. I'll keep that in mind," Youngjun said. Shin Youngju was the one who had carried out Youngjun's Alzheimer's clinical trial. She was the first to volunteer to conduct the clinical trial as soon as the cure for schizophrenia was developed at ABio. The miraculous moment when Alzheimer's was cured was still vivid in her head. It was when Park Junam, the patient she was in charge of, mentioned shaving and recognized her husband's face. It was amazing. After seeing the preclinical data that Youngjun had made with bonobos, Shi Youngju was certain that this was going to succeed. She didn't know what this insane genius did, but Youngjun created a cure for schizophrenia just a few weeks after asking about it. Shin Youngju wanted to feel that incredible wonder again. And 2 weeks after the administration of the treatment, Shin Youngju cautiously predicted that schizophrenia had been cured. The primary doctors of the clinical trial patients also agreed with her. The medical community was extremely excited to share this huge news with the world. It is possible to cure schizophrenia. A few days later, the doctors published a paper reporting the results from the clinical trial in a medical journal called the New England Journal of Medicine. It was often viewed by doctors, and it had a higher citation index than Science. It was the best journal for clinical research. Of course, they cited Youngjun's paper as a reference. ABio conquers schizophrenia. The scientist who studied the illnesses of the body now explores the illnesses of the mind. Youngjun was not very interested in the numerous articles that were being published. He was reading the emails in the CEO's personal inbox. They were from people with schizophrenia and their families. They were all in different languages because they were from all over the world. He used Google Translate to read the languages he was unfamiliar with. "Thank you, Mr. Ryu. I am a psychiatrist in Singapore. Schizophrenia is one of the most difficult diseases to treat. I was not expecting this at all, but I am so happy to see a treatment like this. I hope it will soon be out of clinical trials and on the market so that all my patients will be able to use it. I came to Norway after spending 5 years in a monastery because they said I was possessed by the devil. When I was in the monastery in my home country, the monks tortured me by beating me and burning me to exorcise the devil. Now, I realized it was an illness. I missed my window of treatment, so I change personalities several times a day. But the treatment you developed gives me hope that I will be cured someday, Dr. Ryu. Youngjun liked these emails much more than the articles that overly praised him. He felt energized when he read them. Sir. Yu Sung-mi knocked on his door. Yes. You have a guest from the International Vaccine Institute, she said. Oh, please take him to the conference room. He is already there. Yes, thank you. I'll head there right now. Youngjun quickly got up. Jason Kim, the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, contacted Youngjun. He said that he wanted to have a meeting with him about the eradication of HIV and Ebola. That was the meeting they were having today. *****. Jason Kim was waiting in the conference room while sipping some tea that Yu Sung-mi prepared for him. Hello, Mr. Director General. Youngjun entered the conference room and greeted him brightly. It's nice to see you, Dr. Ryu. They shook hands and sat down. Should we start off with the HIV eradication project? Jason pulled out a few documents from his bag. First of all, this is the greatest achievement, he said as he pushed a document towards Youngjun. The Indian government succeeded in controlling HIV in Kamathipura, Mumbai. Wow. Youngjun had heard that the HIV infection rate had gone down to the negatives in sub-Saharan Africa, but this was the first time he was hearing about Kamathipura. It had only been a few months, but it felt nostalgic, like a distant memory. I wonder how Ardip is doing. Jason said, the Indian government focused on Kamathipura once it was selected as the first priority area to eradicate HIV and the world took interest in it. They got rid of most of the pimps and gangsters, and the cops who had a cozy relationship with them. Kamathipura is pretty much destroyed now. That's good to hear. And we're actively fighting HIV with the massive amounts of the treatment and diagnostic kits from Kamachand, and we're curing AIDS with stem cells and CCR5 gene manipulation. Youngjun nodded. You've done a great job. We may be able to wipe out HIV with a little more work. Dr. Ryu, Jason said. Yes. There's something I've been hearing from GSC members lately while I was working on this. Yes. I heard that you agreed to help catch the Ebola virus in exchange for using the bonobos from Congo. Yes, that's right, Youngjun replied calmly. Jason stroked his chin. Dr. Ryu, when the Ebola virus broke out a few years ago, the World Health Organization funded several pharmaceutical companies and universities to fight it. Really? Nov. L.B//JNN. Several studies were done to develop a vaccine, but most of the international collaborations failed. Do you know why? What is it? Because there was no standard blood serum. As you know, to develop a vaccine, you need to inject an animal with the vaccine candidate and measure the amount of antibodies it develops, right? Yes, if that vaccine candidate doesn't cause the disease and it produces high levels of antibodies, you develop that candidate further. That's right. But we don't have a standard for what is a high level of antibodies. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. Why? Even if the fatality rate of Ebola is high, there has to be someone who has survived, right? We just have to get their blood and make a standard blood serum. The amount of antibodies they have in their body can be the standard level. Right, but people in Middle Eastern countries don't give blood. Youngjun was dumbfounded, like someone had hit him in the head with a hammer. They don't give blood. It's because of religious reasons. Even if they are sick, they sometimes refuse to take other people's blood. Giving their own blood to foreigners when they don't even take their own people's blood? No one will do that. And it's very difficult to find someone who is open-minded and willing to give their blood among those few survivors who have naturally healed after contracting a highly fatal disease like Ebola. I see. That's a challenge I hadn't thought of. The National Institute of Health, the big pharma companies like Johnson & Johnson, Schumatics, and famous university research centers like Harvard and Stanford, were going crazy because they couldn't get that blood serum. It was a mess. They were all reporting their data, and some teams got a 10-fold increase in antibodies whereas another team got a 1,000-fold increase in their antibodies. But if you quantitatively compared them, the team that got a 10-fold increase actually had higher levels of antibodies. It was a mess because there was no reference value. It was the same thing as trying to measure the length of something without a metric like centimeters. It was a mess because they were measuring the length with the size of their hand when they all had different hand sizes. There was a reason why the world's top pharmaceutical companies and universities, as well as the National Institute of Health, failed to develop a vaccine for Ebola. But then, we found 4 Korean people who had beat Ebola, Jason said. Koreans. Yes. Ebola was kind of going around in Korea as well. And since the headquarters for the International Vaccine Institute was in Korea, it was the easiest to get it here. So, did you make a standard blood serum? We got their blood, but we failed. Why? It was too difficult to purify the Ebola antibody from the blood serum. That's where we failed. Then, we stopped further development because Ebola was dying down. I see. If you are going to study the eradication of Ebola, you will probably want to start here. Jason pulled our 4 documents with some personal information. Personal information like names or national identification numbers were concealed, and there was only information like age, sex, and weight. I will contact them if you would like, Jason said. Please do, Youngjun said. Translator's thoughts. I always love it when a new episode starts. We're seeing some abnormalities in Rosaline, which could be problematic. We don't know yet, but let's hope everyone is alright. Personally, I wish Rosaline would leave Youngjun's body and take the form of Ryu Sae, his younger sister. The last Ebola outbreak in West Africa was only 5 years ago, but in the meantime, 2 of the 4 subjects died. It wasn't because of Ebola, and it definitely wasn't because the International Vaccine Institute harvested their blood serum. They just died because they were old. As such, Jason, the Director General, was only able to reach 2 people when he called his subordinates after his meeting with Youngjun. One of them also refused to donate blood. I tried to convince them, but they were firm in their decision, saying that they weren't going to do it anymore. I gave up because I couldn't force them. Nov. L. B//JNN. Jason, who called Youngjun, said with a sigh, "We need at least 5 liters of blood to get enough blood serum. We failed last time with 20 liters. How much blood do you draw at once?" About 50 milliliters is standard for vaccine development research purposes. But in previous experiments, we got around 500 milliliters like a standard blood donation. Jason said, "But even if we do that every month, it would take at least 10 months, since we only have 1 subject now. That will take too long." Youngjun frowned. "Right," Jason replied. If Jason was doing this alone, he would have waited 10 months to draw all the blood, as Ebola wasn't spreading that badly since the outbreak in 2014. He wondered why Michelle asked Youngjun to study Ebola all of a sudden, but there hadn't been an outbreak reported to the World Health Organization yet. However, Jason knew that Youngjun wouldn't wait that long. Youngjun had been hunting down and crushing diseases as they came for the past year. He would die of frustration if he had to wait 10 months just to get blood serum. And there's another problem, Jason said. "Another one? We can't draw a lot of blood at once because the last subject isn't very healthy. Honestly, if they weren't the only subject remaining, we would advise them not to donate any blood. If they are so unwell, why are they trying to donate blood? For money." Paying people to donate specimens was a sensitive topic in research ethics. It was an incentive to get subjects to participate, but it became problematic if it was a large amount of money. Of course, it depended on the situation. A large sum of money was acceptable since the International Vaccine Institute was a non-profit international welfare organization and there was a very small number of people who have naturally recovered from Ebola. The institute was offering 500,000 won for each blood donation. Considering that the Red Cross usually gave out a movie ticket in exchange for blood donations, it was quite a large amount. However, it was about the money. "It's because of the schizophrenia clinical trial," Jason said. The subject was a 91-year-old grandpa, and his name was Pimaxo. He was very frail, being only 159 centimeters tall and weighing 44 kilograms. Normally, he couldn't donate blood at the Red Cross even if he wanted to. Additionally, he had a lot of geriatric diseases, and he walked very slowly due to a significant decrease in muscle mass. Pimaxo himself knew very well that his health was in bad condition. As such, he was going to refuse when the International Vaccine Institute asked him, but he changed his mind when he heard that the person in charge had changed to Youngjun. "My grandson had schizophrenia," Pimaxo said when he finally met Youngjun. "Was he in the clinical trial?" Youngjun asked as Pimaxo said his grandson had schizophrenia. However, he shook his head. "No." "Oh, then is he still suffering from the illness?" "No, he's dead." Pimaxo smiled bitterly. "You've helped me out a bit, Dr. Ryu. I have insurance from Agen Life, I'm using the diagnostic kits, and my diabetes has gotten much better since I've been taking amok." "I see. But my grandson wasn't so lucky. He killed himself before you developed a cure." "Dr. Ryu, I'm an uneducated old man who doesn't know anything about science or medicine. But I think that it's up to you whether people live or die. I will do anything I can do to help you do your job, Dr. Ryu. You can take all the blood in my body." "Thank you," Youngjun said. "But I will only take a small amount." After the meeting with Pimaxo, Youngjun went to see the medical staff at the International Vaccine Institute. "Please draw 10 milliliters of blood," Youngjun asked. It was an embarrassingly small amount of blood. The needle was inserted into Pimax's arm. After a few drops of blood went into the plastic bag, the nurse snapped the lock. "That's it." Pimaxo looked around in confusion as he heard the nurse. "What do you mean?" "We're done with the blood draw, sir. Thank you. You can leave now." The blood in the plastic bag was transferred into a sterile test tube the size of a finger. It was delivered to ABIO the next day by a specimen transportation company. It was safe for Pimaxo, but it was a very small amount to use for experiments. 10 milliliters. Jason was baffled when he heard Youngjun. "Dr. Ryu, I think we will fail if we do that. He might pass away before we fill the required amount." "We won't need additional donations," Youngjun said. "We won't. We'll do it with 10 milliliters. "What?" Jason thought he had misheard Youngjun. "We can't get antibodies from that. There is a very little amount of antibodies in the blood. We have to purify the antibodies from a large volume of blood to get analyzable amounts," Jason said like it was a shame. "No, there are enough antibodies in the blood. The problem is the purification efficiency." "Pardon?" "Purifying 10% of the antibodies in 1 liter of blood is the same thing as purifying 100% of the antibodies in 100 milliliters. Still, can you increase the purification efficiency like that overnight?" "I will try," Youngjun said. Youngjun returned to the lab after talking to Jason. However, he didn't have time to do the experiment himself because Michelle requested an urgent meeting with him. We need an emergency meeting regarding an Ebola outbreak. I will schedule it for the earliest date you can fly to Congo. Youngjun decided to leave the antibody purification to his employees. They could not fail because there was only 10 milliliters of this important sample. Even if they went with the route Rosaline suggested, they had to do it right the first time because they didn't have enough to do several experiments. Youngjun looked for a trustworthy person at the lab that could carry out the experiment precisely. Most of the purification experts in the company can't afford to take on a new project. However, there was one team that was on a break after succeeding in creating a lung organoid. It was the life creation team that was focused on organoids and artificial organs. Of course, they weren't a department focused on purification even when they were at Agen, but it was a place of exile for a lot of people from different departments. Young Harim was at the protein purification team before being banished to the life creation department, and she was quite skilled in that field. Harim SSI. Youngjun gathered the life creation team and called Young Harim. Now, there was only one problem left. It was that they would have to use the lab at Agen because the equipment at ABio was already being used. Harim SSI, would you be open to working with the protein purification research department at Lab 3? Youngjun asked. As expected, Young Harim's expression immediately turned sour. I will do it if you order me to. But if you're asking me how I feel about it, I really don't like those people. What kind of people are they? Youngjun knew that she probably didn't leave on good terms, but it was far worse than he imagined. Young Harim left the protein purification research department after fighting with the executive manager, who kept touching and covertly sexually harassing her. At first, it was under the pretense of teaching her how to do experiments. It began with him hugging her from behind and groping her hands. When the executive manager realized that she liked to drink, he kept doing company dinners and making her sit beside him. However, people who liked to drink only liked it if they were drinking with people they liked. Young Harim tried to get out of his sight, but it wasn't easy. No one in the department helped her. Rather, a strange rumor began going around at some point. It was that Young Harim was drinking and flirting with the executive manager to get a promotion. When she first heard it, it was so unbelievable that she didn't believe her ears. It didn't take her long to find the origin of that rumor. It was one of her colleagues who joined the company with her. It was someone from another team who had asked her out. He was spreading the rumor out of spite. When people get backed up into a corner and get extremely stressed, they tended to snap, especially if they were someone like Young Harim, who had a hot temper. She didn't just internally report her executive manager, who kept touching her butt, she reported him to the police for sexual harassment. But the result? The charges were dismissed due to the consistent statements from all the employees. The executive manager was suspended for a week for causing trouble, and Young Harim was suspended for 1 month and transferred to the life creation department. I still get so angry when I think about it that I can feel my head get hot, Young Harim said. Our executive manager was a guy named Song Pansup, and he was one of the leading experts in the world on the development of protein purification methods. Even the lab director tended to give in to his demands because that department had some of the best technicians in the world. That's why I sleep facing away from Lab 3, Young Harim said. I see, Youngjun replied. But what will I be doing? Young Harim asked. Purifying the antibodies for Ebola. Young Harim's eyes widened. Making a standard blood serum? We did that a few years ago at the department. The International Vaccine Institute came to us after failing to purify the antibodies a few times. But we couldn't do it either, she said. I was the one who actually did that. From my experience, it might be possible if we have around 50 liters of blood. We're going to do it with 10 milliliters. Kek. Young Harim coughed. 10 milliliters? Sir? 10 milliliters? Can you even get something from that? It's a little strange, but it's possible, Youngjun said. The reason that purification efficiency is so low is because the antibodies keep making aggregated structures that are more than tetramers. The amino acid sequence also gets very messy with a lot of helix repeats. How messy? There are 20 helices in a row, and when you predict them through simulation, they are all tangled up. Young Harim looked frustrated. How were they going to produce enough antibodies to use in vaccine development with only 10 milliliters? Youngjun said, the yield will be less than 0.001% with conventional methods. We would have to get 10 kilograms of blood to get 0.1 grams of antibodies. But we need them in bulk. Developing a purification method was also research. It took hundreds of trials and errors to find the right answer. And the biomaterial that Youngjun explained to Young Harim wasn't going to be possible with hundreds of experiments. It was so difficult that it would take Song Pansup, the head of the protein purification research department, thousands of attempts to even have a chance at succeeding. If it's that complex, I honestly don't think I can do it, Young Harim said without confidence. No, I know how to do it. You just have to follow the instructions. But it will be a handful, Youngjun said. Really? I will send you the purification method by email. Youngjun turned on his computer, opened his email, and began typing on his keyboard without any hesitation. It was natural since he was just writing down what Rosaline was showing him. Centrifugation for 2 hours at 13,000 rpm. Separate the plasma and purify with affinity chromatography with a halo link resin column. Use the following components for the buffer: 140mm NaCl binding buffer, 3mm KCl, 10mm Na2HBO4. Jung Harem, who was watching the scene with her mouth open, asked, "Did you major in protein purification?" "No, what are you talking about? I majored in anti-cancer drugs." Youngjun pressed the send button. Youngjun, who arrived in Congo, went to Kinshasa, the capital, with Michelle when he arrived at the airport. Youngjun knew the situation was going to be dire when he received Michelle's request for an urgent meeting, and he was right. "Is there an Ebola outbreak?" Youngjun asked. "Yes," Michelle replied. "Is it bad?" "Not really, but the reason I asked for a meeting so urgently is because the infection site is strange." "The site? You mean the ground?" "Yes. And as far as I know, that isn't a characteristic of Ebola. But all the infected bats and other animals nearby had Ebola symptoms," Michelle said. "Why is that?" Youngjun asked. With a tense face, Michelle replied, "I don't know, Dr. Ryu. But what I know is..." She gulped. "I know that anthrax tends to contaminate the land in infected areas and cause a persistent epidemic." "Anthracis?" Youngjun's eyes widened. Michelle nodded her head with a worried expression. "Anthracis are bacteria that can live in the ground. If it makes spores underground, it can live for 30 years. Most sterilization methods don't work, and the damage is continuous. It's nothing new. Anthrax is one of the oldest diseases in Africa. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Has the Ebola virus gone into anthracis? I don't know for sure, but what we do know is that genes from the Ebola virus were found in the soil at the village of Bakore, where the first Ebola patient was from. It was difficult to find a virus, something difficult to observe even with a microscope, in dirt. So, how was Michelle able to detect the presence of a virus? A technology called PCR could be used to amplify the virus genes in the suspected contaminated soil. If the gene was amplified, it meant that it was present, and if it wasn't, it probably wasn't present. But we found the genes of anthracis and Ebola in the dirt, Michelle said. Dr. Ryu, as you know, Ebola is not a virus found in soil. The virus spreads from organism to organism and is transmitted through bodily fluids. Yes. Youngjun tapped his lip in thought, then had something he was curious about. But why did you try to detect Ebola and anthracis genes in soil? I don't think it's common to look at the soil of an Ebola-infected area. You're right and wrong, Michelle said. As you said, it is unrelated to Ebola. However, we do look for anthracis in soil in all of our infected areas. Really? I said anthracis is an old disease in Africa, right? The country that suffers the most is Congo. It's because most of Congo is a jungle. Jungle. Yes. And the soil in the jungle area is perfect for anthracis to grow. So, it's become habitual for us to test the soil for anthrax whenever we go anywhere. Testing for Ebola was kind of like a negative control. A negative control was a sample used to verify that there was nothing wrong with the experiment. It was always negative. An example of a negative control was testing for Ebola virus genes in soil where it could not survive. If there was a positive reaction, one would assume there was a problem and redo the experiment. But if it was positive over and over again, panic set in, just like Michelle. Thankfully, anthracis hasn't caused huge damage to people yet. It just destroyed a lot of gorillas, Michelle said. Human capturing is the biggest reason why gorillas in Africa are at risk of extinction, but anthrax is probably a close second. I used to get a lot of reports like that when I worked at the World Health Organization. Michelle sighed. Youngjun knew what her sigh meant. What's the infection route of Ebola? Youngjun asked. It's transmitted from animal to animal through organisms like vampire bats, then to humans. It's carried in bodily fluids like blood. What do you think is the relationship between Ebola and anthrax, Dr. Michelle? It's probably one of two things, Michelle replied in a depressed voice. That's right. One possibility is that Ebola has evolved and multiplied with anthracis as a host, and the second is that anthracis consumed Ebola and absorbed the genes into its own. If it's the former, Ebola could be detected in soil and infect people. If it's the latter, the Ebola gene will be active in people who have anthrax and show Ebola symptoms, Youngjun said. If it was the latter, Dr. Michelle, it would have been an anthrax infection and had the properties of anthracis. Did they have any signs of anthrax? No, but we can't say for sure. We didn't have many patients. But it makes it more likely. The former is right, Rosaline said. Rosaline was staring at the planes from the moving car window. Over there. She pointed. There's an anthracis that's been infected by Ebola. I see. Youngjun gulped. This was the worst situation possible. The combination of anthracis, a bacterium that grew and spread the soil, and a virus that was transmitted between organisms through bodily fluids, drastically increased the possible infection routes. This wasn't an additive effect, but multiplied. You said the entirety of Congo is covered in jungles, right? Youngjun said. Yes, Michelle replied. If a gorilla was infected by the Ebola virus that was in the anthracis infecting one region of the jungle and went to another region, it would die there due to Ebola's highly fatal hemorrhagic fever reaction. The bodily fluids from the dead gorilla would seep into the ground and infect the anthracis in the nearby soil. After a few times, the disease would go through livestock and quickly reach humans. Ebola would spread quickly and conquer the jungles in a short period of time. It would live for a long time through the unique ability of anthracis and continuously produce the virus. The bacterial genome is relatively stable, but a virus evolves quickly, Youngjun said. Dr. Michelle, I think the Ebola virus infected anthracis. The world of microorganisms was a chaotic world that was composed of tens of thousands of different bacteria and viruses. It wasn't uncommon for them to eat and be eaten. However, it was extremely rare for something like this to occur between a famous virus and bacteria like Ebola and anthracis. I thought so. This is terrible. Michelle chewed her lip nervously. The Congolese government wasn't even able to control the spread of Ebola through animals like vampire bats, cattle, and pigs. This was for two reasons. The first was the people's ignorance. The Congolese people weren't properly educated in science, and they went to a church to offer a prayer instead of following the government's advice and going to a hospital when they had Ebola. The longer they were left unattended, the more their bodies produced the virus and spread to other people. The second reason was because of war. Congo was listed as a do not travel country in Korea. Although, Youngjun was relatively safe because he moved with key members of the government under the protection of K-Cops. In 2014, the WHO had already tried to create a quarantine safety net to block the transmission routes of Ebola in Congo. But even then, it was just health workers standing on the road, taking temperatures, and quarantining people. How could they do their job if the rebels pointed guns at them and told them to get out of the way? Because of that, the quarantine safety nets quickly became ineffective. And now, anthrax has emerged as a new route for infection. Sigh. Michelle let out a deep sigh. There was nothing they could do. This was a national disaster. Also, could this really only be limited to Congo? If the transmission ability and survivability had evolved that greatly, there was a high possibility that it would spread outside of Congo. This could be a pandemic, Youngjun said. *****. Two middle-aged men were having beer and chicken at an old pub in Donjakgu. It was Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Ajan, and Nicholas Kim, the CTO. This reminds me of the old days, Nicholas said as he swallowed a piece of chicken. Yeah, we used to have a glass of beer here a lot when we were poor college students. Yoon Dae-sung finished off his beer. He set the empty glass down on the table and added, the owner and the name are all different, but the beer tastes almost the same. Yeah. I usually feel really terrible on the next day when I drink because I'm old now, but the beer here is less terrible. That's right. Kim Hyun-sik, you know one of the ways I know I'm getting older. Yoon Dae-sun said. I don't know. I can't keep up with the latest research trends, Yoon Dae-sung said. There was a trend in science. When a major discovery was made, everyone swarmed and studied everything related to that. Then, once there was nothing more to study, another team would make another breakthrough. Like fashion, science had trends. People who did research that wasn't the latest trend were sometimes called stubborn and stupid. And people who quickly chased the trend were sometimes thought to lack expertise in one field. In the end, the only winner and greatest contributor in the scientific world were the trendsetters. They were the discoverers that led the trend of research and ushered in a new era. They were usually the ones who won Nobel Prizes, and there were only a few of them in the world. I lived my entire life chasing trends, but I can barely keep up with it now. A new technology is discovered every day, Yoon Dae-sung said. It's already been 30 years since we were able to absorb new knowledge and information like sponges. Our brains aren't that creative anymore, Nicholas said. But Dae-sung, how much of a relief is it that we have a trendsetter at our company? Dr. Ryu. Yeah, Dr. Ryu has already made two new trends. The first trend was stem cells, and the second was Ca9, which were gene scissors. They were both base technologies that had incredible potential. The list of things that had come from stem cells was just mind-boggling. Cures for glaucoma and Alzheimer's, and several organoids and artificial organs. On top of that, Ca9 had successfully carried out a sophisticated genetic manipulation that cured HIV. It also became a key component of the diagnostic kits that made up the bulk of ABio's revenue. Now, it also had the potential to end all cancers with the introduction of a new technology called dendritic cell bypass. This technology was only going to get bigger. It was clear that the concept of genetic surgery was going to reshape medicine for decades. I'm thinking of leaving Agen in his hands, Yoon Dae-sung said. Nicholas was shocked. Are you serious? Yes. Yoon Dae-sung solemnly nodded. And I'm going to turn myself in for the development of anthrax as a bioweapon and step down. What about Bo Hyun? Nicholas asked. Did you talk to him about this? He doesn't know yet. Yoon Dae-sung shook his head. He probably thinks he is going to inherit the company, Nicholas said. I'll have to talk to him. When are you going to turn yourself in? There's only a few months left until the share exchange, I promised Dr. Ryu. I'm going to clean up my mess as much as I can and then turn myself in. It'll be best to merge Agen and Abio and have Dr. Ryu as the sole CEO. I'm also going to transfer my shares to him, Yoon Dae-sung said. You made a big decision. Please take care of Bo Hyun when I leave. Okay. Yoon Dae-sung finished his beer. The beer here is really good, he said as he shook the glass. It's gentle. *****. In Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Disaster Response Committee was convened to take care of the Ebola epidemic. The head was Michelle, and it was composed of the best scientists and doctors in Congo. All of them were deeply concerned about Ebola infecting anthracis. There was a high possibility that this was going to become an unprecedented biological disaster. How could the Congolese government stop this? There were already people who had basically given up even before the fight. However, they had hope when they saw a man in the conference room. Youngjun had appeared with a bunch of documents in his hand. This is a genome map of the Ebola virus, Youngjun said. Let's begin. Wait, Michelle said. We have to wait for one more person. One more person. Youngjun turned and glanced at Michelle. That was when a bald man with a large physique walked into the conference room. Hello. Michelle, the ministers, and the members of the committee greeted him. The man approached Youngjun and held out his hand. I'm Philip Kadena, the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Nice to meet you. Youngjun shook Philip's hand. I should have printed out more, Youngjun said as he looked at the paper with the virus genome map. It's all right. Please go ahead with the meeting. Don't mind me, Philip said. I have it memorized, so you can look at this, sir. Youngjun gave Philip the document. The scientists read their own copy of the document. A few of the papers had tens of thousands of characters making up an incomprehensible alphabetic code, such as ktk. This was the DNA sequence of the entire genome of the Ebola virus. He memorized this. Philip flinched. Michelle looked at Youngjun, baffled. She knew that the DNA sequence was important, but to memorize it? It was like a math genius had memorized pi for fun. But why did you bring the DNA sequence with you? One of the scientists asked. It was Nazar, a vaccine scientist from the WHO's office in Congo. Nazar was one of the experts in vaccine research. He was very confused by the DNA sequence that Youngjun had brought. Nazar said, we have to start with obtaining blood serum if we want to make a vaccine. We need to make a standard serum and get a baseline level of antibodies to validate the vaccine candidates. I know. We need a vaccine, but we're working on that separately. Separately. At ABio. Then what is this? Traditional scientists would draw serum first to develop a vaccine during an epidemic, but I have a different idea, Youngjun said. A vaccine is a sure thing, but it takes the long way around. That's because vaccination is for the uninfected. As long as a vaccine is a preventive agent that is used on the uninfected, it's unlikely that citizens in an outbreak area will be willing to be vaccinated, especially if they are less scientifically educated. It was a painful but undeniable point for the Congolese government. And since Ebola is a highly lethal disease that has become more contagious with anthrax as a new route of infection, we can't develop a vaccine at a leisurely pace because there will be deaths while we develop it. We need a frontline response that is faster than a vaccine. Then are you saying that this is to create a cure, not a vaccine? Nazir asked. Yes. But are we starting with the DNA sequence? Laying it out like this. Michelle looked down at the document again while listening to Nazir's question. At ktk. Tka. The paper was full of irregularly repeating letters of the four alphabets, A, T, C, G. There were 18,959 characters. What information could they get from this? The DNA sequence was a cryptic recipe for creating biomaterial. The letters didn't mean anything to the human eye, but they had meaning to the cell. It was like a computer language, like 101, 011, 1001. All that was different was that DNA had 4 letters instead of ones and zeros. As such, the DNA sequence only had meaning if the identity of the biological material coded by DNA was interpreted through a computer and several experiments, then refined. Imagine a developer walking into a program coding meeting with a stack of ones and zeros. It was natural for Nazar to be baffled. That's what I thought at first. Michelle turned to face Youngjun. Then, he began explaining. This is a combination of the DNA of the 5 previously discovered strains of Ebola virus. 5, one of the scientists asked. Yes. The genomes of the viruses that were found in each region were a little different from each other. Zaire Ebola, Thai Forest Ebola, Sudan Ebola. This is the data from all of them, Youngjun replied. This is similar to the standard blood serum, which is the average of the blood serum in recovered people. These are the standard genes of Ebola N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. After I arrived in Congo, I immediately went to visit the Ebola patients with Dr. Michelle. I separated the Ebola virus from their blood, Youngjun said. And then I had an employee who came with me send the new DNA of Ebola to ABio. We have 200 DNA analysis machines there, and we can get results in a couple of hours if we use that to process it. The data we got from it is on page 2. Everyone went to the next page. There were 19,000 characters of the DNA sequence on the second page as well. There's a difference between pages 1 and 2. If you use a DNA contrast program, you can see the difference. Right here. Youngjun pointed to the 12,294th character in the DNA sequence. There are 39 changes in the DNA sequence. The recipe for designing the biomaterial had changed. The type of amino acids have changed, and as a result, the structure of one biomaterial has slightly changed as well. This is the point of evolution. That change in the DNA sequence evolved the virus. The evolved Ebola then infected anthracis, Youngjun said. I used a protein folding simulation program to analyze this mutation. I artificially created a mutated protein containing this point with a computer. Youngjun ran the program on his laptop. A virus that looked like a parasite appeared. Youngjun zoomed in on the screen. The result of the mutated DNA sequence was on the surface. It was a receptor with a new structure, and it was a light brown color. This is the mutant receptor we found. It's what the Ebola virus evolved to have. This part is what allows it to make contact with the cilia of the anthracis, open the virus shell, and get inside. Nazar was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. He found the target to develop a drug. Nazir did not know this was possible. It would have taken weeks for them to find the mutant receptor in the complete virus. But Youngjun had picked it out at once by comparing the DNA sequences. Nazir could see how Abio was able to produce so many amazing drugs one after another. This guy has a completely different way of doing science. He was like Columbus crushing the bottom of an egg and standing it upright. While other scientists were fumbling around to find the center of gravity, Youngjun had just extracted the results he needed. And there's hopeful news, Youngjun said to the scientists, who were frozen. What is it? Philip asked. It's actually easier to treat this Ebola virus. It was difficult to find a weakness in the old virus because it was so tightly structured, but we can target the receptor in this virus. How? Nizar asked in excitement. Youngjun smiled. It will be obvious if you hear it. What do you think it means that this mutant receptor can merge with the cilia of anthracis? Pardon. Look on page 3. The committee went to the next page. There was another DNA sequence map and a simple schematic of a protein. This is the tip of the anthracis cilium, Youngjun said. We will attach a substance that promotes the destruction of DNA. The mutated receptor can merge with the cilia of anthrax. Similarly, it will also react with the cilia of this treatment as well. Then, the DNA-destroying substance will remove the DNA of the virus, Youngjun said. When we administer the treatment, the virus will be quickly eliminated from the patient's body. That's it. Silence filled the room. This was too far outside the box of conventional science. For scientists, research was something that they had to do hands-on. It was about repeating multiple experiments to extract data and slowly building a crude map. However, this was like a genius military strategist explaining his tactics before a war. And as Youngjun explained, victory loomed in the distance. But will it really go as planned? Michelle asked. It will. Let's not start blindly, but let's design this treatment first and start testing it on animals. What I'm asking is whether we will be able to make a substance that mimics the cilia of anthracis. It'll be possible, Youngjun said. He had already asked for Nicholas' help. Youngjun asked him for some of the research Agen had done on anthracis in the past. Nicholas said he would send them as soon as he organized them, so it should be here by tomorrow morning at the latest. If he had that, all he had to do was just find the most optimal method to isolate the end of the cilium with Rosaline. And since this is an urgent matter, it will be best to obtain only the essential data and begin clinical trials, Youngjun said. Oh, I see. We will prepare it, Nizar said nervously. But this won't be enough to eradicate Ebola, Youngjun said. What? This is just stopping the Ebola virus that has infected someone's body. If it can multiply through anthrax, it will create a constant epidemic. It's not enough to treat a few patients here. Then a vaccine. Yes. And since Ebola and anthracis are having serious effects on the environment as well as people, we have to deal with that as well. We're going to be very busy. Dr. Ryu, Philip interrupted. Yes. I don't know much about biology, but I have a feeling that we will be able to get through this crisis unscathed with you leading the committee. I will give you full authority as a special advisor to this disaster response committee. Please work with Dr. Michelle to save Congo. Of course. Don't worry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the way out after the meeting, Youngjun was shocked at the scene in front of him. It was because of the shouts from protesters and eggs being thrown at Philip's vehicle that had taken off before Youngjun. What is that? Youngjun asked Michelle, who was sitting beside him, in surprise. Michelle sighed. Remove the illegal government? I refuse the manipulated vote count. Do the election again. The leadership change belongs to Commissioner Poro. The crowd's shouts even banged on the Youngjun's limousine window. Leadership change? What are they talking about? Youngjun asked. The Congolese government has never changed leadership through voting in the 60 years since its independence from Belgium, Michelle said. This land called the Heart of Africa, a country as big as Western Europe with 80 million people, has so much potential, but its government is unstable. The leadership has always changed with civil wars and assassinations. But I think they're talking about how the voting was manipulated. President Philip was the first person to be voted into power, Michelle said. But during the election, there was an unfair voting process for the opposition party. Unfair. A city with a population of 2 million people couldn't vote. The previous government stopped them? What? Why? Why do you think so? Michelle smiled bitterly. It was because Ebola was going around. The infection could have spread rapidly during the crowded voting process. Of course, the crowd is saying that Ebola was a superficial reason. They are saying that President Philip made some sort of agreement with President Kabila, who ruled for 18 years, to keep cities with high support for other opposition parties from voting. I see. This fight isn't going to be easy. The Ebola virus is so complexly tangled up in this country that it's going to be difficult to deal with. The Democratic Republic of Congo was one of Belgium's colonies during the early 1880s. At the time, they were ruthlessly exploited and oppressed by King Leopold II of Belgium. Congo finally succeeded in gaining independence from Belgium in 1960, but the country wasn't stable. There were constant dictatorships, civil wars, terrors, coups, and assassinations, Michelle said. There were people in ethnic conflicts already, and a military government that controls them by force can't last very long. When civil wars and dictatorships are prolonged, assassinations follow naturally. A total of 4 million people died in the civil wars before 2003. 4 million. Youngjun was absolutely shocked. It's a common number of casualties in Africa. The president was assassinated during the war, and Joseph Kabila, his son, became the president. He was a dictator for 18 years. The people are tired of the military government and dictators fighting. They want peace and democracy, Michelle said. A lot of people wanted to vote for the president. We had an election, but there was a problem. The vote count manipulation you talked about. Yes. Plus, there were 2 candidates from the opposition party in the first place. One was Philip, who is now the president, and the other was Commissioner Paulo. There was an election, and Paulo won, Michelle said. Then, Philip left the party and ran as an independent. The presidential election was a 3-way race, including the candidate from the ruling party. If there was a candidate from the ruling party and the former president manipulated the voting, wouldn't the ruling party candidate have won? That was never going to happen because the public's heart had turned away from President Kabli already. It was basically just a battle between Philip and Paulo. And you're saying that Commissioner Philip became the president? Yes. Michelle nodded. Paulo was someone who was trying to destroy the government officials of the dictatorship, including President Kabili. Philip was more about bringing everyone together. Oh, so, he helped the person who was the least threatening. Yes. In fact, Philip had a private meeting with President Kabili before the election. After that, they prevented maybe, a city of 2 million people, from voting. The support for Commissioner Paulo at maybe was close to 80%. And they said the reason they prevented them from voting was because of Ebola. That's right. But there is another problem, Dr. Ryu. What is it? There aren't a lot of people who have Ebola in Congo right now. There were 4 people in maybe. It's a relief that there aren't a lot of patients. But it might be in its incubation period. That's right. However, you have to understand what this means. What do you mean? To the people of Congo, Ebola is an evil excuse, something that is nothing but a legend. The Congolese people can't accept that Ebola is back because they don't actually see anyone dying from it and/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then, what will people think if we go around saying that we will provide Ebola vaccines and Ebola treatments? No. Youngjun's jaw dropped. Yes, it's exactly what you think. They will think we are President Philip's minions. They might mistake us as a force trying to defend the voting disruption that happened in maybe. This was trouble. Congo already had problems with religion, anti-science, and low education levels. But now, another problem had popped up. Is it true that the government manipulated the election by disrupting voting? Please be honest, Youngjun said. I don't know, Michelle said calmly. Dr. Ryu, I am a scientist. I am not good enough to focus on anything other than that. *****. There was an unexpected guest at the Protein Purification Research Department's entrance at Lab 3, Senior Jung Harim. The scientists who were at the department approached her. Jung Harim fought Song Pansop in court after accusing of sexual harassment, then was shunned by the rest of the department. She was banished to the Life Creation Department, and she never thought that she would have to see them ever again except at the year-end seminar. But then, Jung Harim received a huge award with Youngjun at the year-end seminar and went to ABio. Now, she was back here as an employee of Youngjun, a director. Hello, it's been a while, Jung Harim said brightly as she walked in. I'll be working for a little bit. Thank you. I heard the news, Song Pansop suddenly interrupted. I was in some hot water when you accused me of something so ridiculous. But now we're working together again. Such a small world, isn't it? Which bench can I work at? Jung Harim said, ignoring Song Pansop. Song Pansop frowned a little. It's at the end over there. In front of the clean bench, one of the scientists said. Thank you. Song Pansop followed Jung Harim as she walked over to the bench. Hey, Harim, we should talk. What is it? I think what happened before was because of a misunderstanding. Let's forget everything that has happened and start fresh. Jung Harim frowned. It was ridiculous, and she knew exactly what Song Pansop was up to. He was thinking about Youngjun, who was responsible for the sudden surge in HN stock prices and was ushering in a new era. It was because he knew that Youngjun and Jung Harim were close and that Youngjun was extremely strict about unethical things that happened in the scientific community. Although it was unclear whether Youngjun would become the CEO, there was a good chance that HN and ABio would merge one day. Additionally, Youngjun was also already an executive of HN and the director of Lab 1. Song Pansop was wary of his power. Be honest. It wasn't a simple misunderstanding, Jung Harim said. You should apologize if you want to make this relationship better. And I don't know if I will even accept that. Song Pansop flinched a little. He glared at Jung Harim, then said, I know what you're doing because I got a call from Mr. Ryu as well. Harim, you're trying to make a standard blood serum for Ebola, right? Yes. With just 10 milliliters. That's right. It won't be easy. I will help you. You know that I'm the best in the world in protein purification, right? I don't need your help, Jung Harim said right away, irritated. Excuse me, Senior Jung. What are you going to do if you blow a 10 milliliter sample? Just give it to me. This is the lab protocol. Song Pansop asked as he read the paper Jung Harim printed out beforehand. Give it to me. Did you write it? No. Who wrote this? It's a mess. Harim, you're not going to have anything left at the end of the purification if you do it like this. Snap. Jung Harim forcibly took the paper from Song Pansop's hand. She tried to ignore him and started the experiment. Jung Harim put the tube containing 10 milliliters of blood into the microfuge to separate the plasma. Then, she took out a container with various types of salts from the shelf and began making a solution. Is that the binding buffer? Song Pansop interrupted. Are you going to treat it with a 200 millimolar solution of NaCl? You'll denature all your antibody structures. You're really going to do that? Young Harim silently focused on the experiment. Song Pan-sup continuously made doubtful comments as she conducted her experiment. Are you sure you want to use magnetic beads in that buffer? You're going to use the spin plate. You're using Sigma's FPLC cartridge? The 15cm one. To be honest, Young Harim was also doubtful. The experiment protocol that Youngjun gave her was too dramatic. The process of purifying antibodies required extreme care and caution. It was like sending a glass cup through mail. Youngjun's experiment method was overprotective of the antibody being purified. While his method certainly protected each glass, it greatly reduced the number that could be shipped at a time. At only 10 milliliters, it was doubtful they would be able to extract enough. But Young Harim had faith in Youngjun. Harim, change the protocol now when you can. I don't know if someone wrote it for you or you did, but you're not going to get anything if you stick to this. Please be quiet. This experiment required a little bit of a tricky technique. Young Harim tried not to make a mistake through Song Pan-sup's chatter and criticism. And during the FPLC, the last stage, Young Harim and Song Pan-sup froze when they saw the peak in protein quantitation. There was a huge amount of antibodies. What is? Song Pan-sup murmured. You need dozens of liters of blood to get this amount. How? What happened? Young Harim gulped. Even if he asked her, she didn't know how. All she did was conduct the experiment Youngjun ordered her to without any mistakes. There was probably an unimaginable level of biology and chemistry happening at the molecular level. Then, I'll be on my way. Young Harim put the protein in a little flask. As she was about to leave, Young Harim ran into someone as they suddenly came into the entrance. It was Oh Juntae, the director of Lab 3D. Director. It's been a while, Senior Young. Oh Juntae came into the room clenching his jaw. Now that she saw, there were a few more people standing outside. Someone may contact you soon, Oh Juntae said. What do you mean? It was a long time ago, but Dr. Ryu reported it to the internal audit team. Principal Song. Oh Juntae shouted. Come out here. Let's have a chat with the audit team. Oh Juntae called Song Pan-sup irritatedly. Then, in a softer voice, you can go now, Senior Young. And please let him know. Ugh. Youngjun borrowed a lab at the University of Kinshasa, which was affiliated with the Congolese government's Ministry of Public Health. Nicholas Kim had sent him the data on anthracis. Youngjun was reviewing it with Rosaline. The genome of anthracis is much larger than the Ebola virus, but it isn't difficult to analyze. Rosaline said. However, this research will be very different from taking a few receptors from viruses. The cilia of anthracis is a complex of much more diverse cells and extracellular matrix. Probably. The extracellular matrix was a messy tangle of mucous membranes and the cell skeleton secreted outside the membrane. Now, Youngjun and Rosaline were trying to rip off a part of it. It's a good thing we have this much data. It would have consumed a lot of fitness if we went into this blindly. Rosaline picked out a few genes while slowly analyzing the data. There were 7 in total. Put these in a cloning vector, recombine them, and express them. Send them back to Dr. Young for purification. Rosaline said. Then, you just have to attach the DNase to it. Ref DNase is a DNA-destroying substance. Great. Youngjun gathered some more genome information. Dr. Ryu, one of the employees at the Ministry of Public Health, showed up to the lab with a huge package. It was big enough to fit a mini refrigerator. It came for you. What is this? Youngjun smiled when he read the name. It was from Young Harim. The box was the definition of overpackaging. There was a large styrofoam box when he opened it, and it was full of dry ice. The actual sample was a small sterile tube the size of a finger. The rest of it was dry ice to keep the sample at -20°C during the international shipping. This is the weapon to make the vaccine. Please call all the scientists here, and Michelle, too, Youngjun said. As people were crowding in, Youngjun called Young Harim. We got the antibody. It would have been a pretty difficult experiment, but you did well. Thank you, Youngjun said. I just did what you told me to do. If the recipe is hard, it all depends on the cook, no matter how well written the recipe is. Good work. Thank you. Did you report Song Pan-sup to Agent's internal audit team? Yes. He harassed you, right? Well, yes. But it's been so long. I can't stand something like that happening in the lab. Go ask our legal team for help regarding the legal stuff. You can talk to our attorney, Park Joo-hyuk. You can file an appeal or do anything you want, but just make sure to let out all your frustration. The company will support you. Of course, you don't have to do it right now if you don't feel comfortable doing so. It's up to you. Thank you, Young Harim said. I am so lucky to have met you at the Life Creation Department, Dr. Ryu. I am grateful for you. I received the antibodies. I think we will make a lot of progress thanks to you. I've got to go back to work, Youngjun said. Michelle and other scientists were coming in. Youngjun gathered the genes that made up the end of the anthracis cilia and put it in an E. coli plasmid. They were put into BL21, a strain of bacteria, then grown in LB broth. Then, all the bacteria were killed by sonication, and it was purified using a histidine tag that was attached to a piece of the cilia. Done n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Youngjun proceeded with care and caution as if he was building an elaborate Lego sculpture. He attached DNase, a substance that destroyed DNA, to streptavidin, then added it to the cilia to anthracis with biotin. The scientists under the University of Kinshasa and Michel were closely observing what Youngjun was doing. All he was doing was mixing, measuring, and collecting solutions that were less than a milliliter. It seemed like nothing much to the human eye, but important things were happening in the micro-world. The scientists followed along closely as they took notes. It's done, Youngjun said. The treatment is done. Nazir asked. Yes. We're ready for the pilot experiment. Let's take the samples you made and go to the lab. Youngjun and 30 other scientists left the biology lab at the University of Kinshasa and drove 40 minutes to a large space. It was an empty field that was blocked off by a huge wire fence. There was a small lab in the middle of it. Is it that? Youngjun asked. Yes. Follow me. Michelle identified herself with her ID to the soldiers that were guarding the entrance. I'm with the Ministry of Public Health. After getting access, she walked in with the other scientists. They walked through 3 metal gates on the way from the entrance to the lab. Danger. Authorized personnel only. The large words that were written in bright red warned about the dangerous animals that were inside. Biosafety Level 4 Laboratory, BL4. There were a total of 4 biosafety levels. The organisms that were used in biosafety levels 1 and 2 didn't affect healthy adults very much or caused minor and easily treatable diseases. The organisms used in biosafety level 3 could cause pretty severe symptoms, but they were not contagious and could be treated. In biosafety level 4 labs, the organisms used in level 4 had 2 common characteristics. They caused serious illness in humans and were highly contagious, therefore posing a high threat to public health, and there were no effective preventions or treatments. In other words, if someone came in here, touched the wrong thing and got sick, they were done for. This was literally the front line of the war against disease. As such, the conditions for safety were strict. They needed to have the best HEPA-filtered air purification system, a chemical shower system, a breathing air supply, and a wastewater treatment facility. They needed to meet strict requirements for facilities in many areas. The cost of construction and maintenance was also significant. Therefore, a mediocre lab could not maintain such a facility due to financial reasons. Even if they had the money, there was a huge amount of paperwork and evaluations required to set up a biosafety level 4 lab in Korea, at least. Although, Youngjun didn't know how it was done here. I'm opening the door. Michelle opened the last sealed metal gate. Whir! The HEPA filter was purifying the air with a horrendous noise. Now, they were inside the facility before the actual entrance into the lab. This is the only level 4 lab in Kinshasa. You can study the Ebola virus, the variola virus, the Lassa virus, and more, Michelle said. Isn't it too close to the University of Kinshasa considering it's a level 4 lab? Youngjun asked. A biosafety level 4 lab usually wasn't set up near a university because they dealt with pretty dangerous things. It was kind of unsettling to put such a terrifying facility near a school where young people studied. Even in the United States, biosafety level 4 labs were set up near the National Institute of Health or the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. They were rarely approved to be near private facilities. But Congo is not in a position to consider gains and losses. The University of Kinshasa is the best university in Congo, and the people here are the best human resources we have in the country. It's in our best interest to bring them here and let them fight this fight, Michelle said. I see, Youngjun replied. Let's get dressed first. The scientists opened the closet for them. Everyone changed into protective clothing that looked like a spacesuit. After putting on latex gloves, they put on the thick protective boots they took out from the closet. Next, they put on a protective suit that looked like a jumpsuit and zipped it up. They hooked the elastic sleeve hole onto their thumb so that their wrists were covered. They had to cover their entire body because their skin could not be exposed. That was the same for their head. I'm putting on the PAPR, Youngjun said. A PAPR was a device that filtered outside air and delivered it to the wearer. It was like a fully enclosed helmet, covering everything from the head to the chest, and one was only able to breathe out of a filter. The filter life is good, and the connecting hose looks good, too. Youngjun checked the condition of the PAPR, then put it on his head. PSHHH. Youngjun disinfected his protective gear through the chemical shower at the entrance. Let's go. Youngjun moved to the lab with the scientists. He was already feeling stuffy in his heavy protective suit. Phew. His neck was sweating. I'll control your temperature a little bit. You're heating up because your sympathetic nervous system is too excited. Rosaline said. Thanks. Even Youngjun wasn't used to a level 4 facility since he had only been here a few times. Even though ABIO developed a vaccine for HIV was also a level 3 organism because it wasn't thought to be very contagious. On top of that, HIV already had a treatment, even if it was expensive and just a life-sustaining one. However, Ebola was different. Ebola had no cure. Additionally, there was an 80% chance one would die if they caught it due to its high lethality rate. Looking at it from that perspective, Youngjun was basically going into touching the most terrifying thing that existed in this world. He could see that the other scientists were tense. No one made a single joke. In the heavy silence, one of the scientists went to the deep freezer, which was at -70 degrees. Here it is. They handed Youngjun a vial. The small plastic bottle had about 300 microliters of liquid. It was the Ebola virus. Ugh. Rosaline, who popped out of Youngjun before he put the protective suit on, came close to him. Are you nervous? Youngjun asked. It's just a trivial organism to me. But why are you clinging to me? Because it's not trivial to you. It's going to be a hassle to clean up if there is an accident. Don't worry. I have my protective suit on, and I won't make a mistake. Youngjun drew out the virus from the vial with a syringe. He then went to the cage and injected it into the 13 mice. Then, he took out the Ebola treatment from the styrofoam box he brought. From now on, we are going to inject this into 2 mice every 2 hours, Youngjun said. We are going to observe the efficacy of the treatment. Please record it. *****. Acknowledge. It's done. The scientists came out of the experiment exhausted. They went through the chemical shower one by one. Now, it was time for them to take off the stuffy protective suit. They also had to follow an order when taking the suit off. They could not just do it randomly. They had to take it off while turning it inside out so that nothing touched the skin. It was the suit first, then the boots, and then the PAPR. The gloves were last, but they also had to be careful to not let the gloves touch the exposed skin, like the wrist. They had to take one hand off halfway and take off the other hand with the tip of their fingers. Phew. The scientists, who were letting out a deep breath, were soaked in sweat. It felt like they had just surfaced from a dive into the dangerous deep sea. The HEPA filter kept making noise. There was a moment of silence from exhaustion. Everyone looked tired. It feels like we just fought a war or something, Youngjun said as he looked at them. I'm telling you as a citizen of a country that has civil wars often, but this is worse than a war. Really. You can relax at home after a war ends, but we have to be anxious about whether we've been infected or not. Haha, I see. Some of the scientists chuckled. But we're going to have to do this experiment dozens of times, Youngjun said. Will everyone be okay? We will, Nazir said. Dr. Ryu, my wife was part of the 10,000 people who died in West Africa due to the Ebola outbreak in 2014. I will win this fight. We have nothing more to ask if you help us, Dr. Ryu. I'm actually happy that I have the chance to get revenge. Youngjun grinned. Thank you all. I know it's hard, but keep up the good work. If we fight with all our strength, there will be one less person who dies from Ebola. *****. Sir, there is another case of Ebola. A member of the Union for Democracy and Social Progress reported. Be careful to not let confusion spread among the people, Paulo warned. He had no time to talk about this in detail, as he had to go on television and give his speech. Let's talk later. Paulo walked to the studio. This broadcast had the most political power in Congo. Paulo was greeted by the host and sat down. The government has assembled a team of researchers, led by Michelle, the Secretary of the Ministry of Public Health, to develop a cure for Ebola. And it looks like they've brought Dr. Ryu Youngjun from Korea. What do you think? The host asked. They started off with the issue about Ebola. We don't need a treatment, Paulo said firmly. There isn't an outbreak of Ebola. There are a few patients who have been diagnosed with Ebola, but are they really? Has anyone seen anyone die from Ebola in the past 3 years? Paulo began to spew propaganda. I'll be honest. Ebola has killed countless people in West Africa during 2014 and 2015. I know it is a dangerous disease. However, everything about the government making a vaccine or treatment for Ebola is, Paulo said, for show. Paulo clenched his fists. They say they brought Dr. Ryu Youngjun for this. Some commentators say that how could Ebola be a lie when we have brought the famous Dr. Ryu Youngjun here to make a treatment. Paulo said, it is a lie. I can be sure. Everyone, Dr. Ryu Youngjun is not interested in politics in Congo. That person will go study on the moon if he could destroy Ebola. He even went to Sweden to make an anti-cancer drug. Of course, he could come to Congo to study Ebola, since there are a lot of clinical data here. Paulo spoke straight at the camera. But the fact that Dr. Ryu is studying here does not prove that there was Ebola in Maybe. The diagnosed patients are also a lie. It was unconstitutional to ban voting in Maybe, and this election was manipulated, Paulo said. We need to have a re-election. Currently, we have petitioned the Constitutional Court for a reflection. Everyone, this is the first democratic change in power in 60 years. Even if I am not chosen, there must not be any unfairness. Please support me. Paulo shouted into the camera. There really may be Ebola in Congo. However, the one thing that Congo needed was not an Ebola treatment. It was a leader who could ignite the flames in the people who were tired of the long dictatorship and civil wars. And Philip wasn't a leader like this. The Constitutional Court absolutely had to announce a re-election. On a hill overlooking the jungles of Western Congo, Rosaline was looking around South-Central Africa in simulation mode. Whoa, Rosaline exclaimed. It's bad, Youngjun, who was also seeing what Rosaline was seeing, said. It's no joke. The jungles of southern and western Congo have already been taken over by Ebola and anthracis. Youngjun held his head. Anthracis isn't that good at spreading, is it? Anthracis quickly hopped onto the herbivores in this area when they got Ebola and had low immunity. Rosaline said, and if they go to another area after Ebola's incubation period and die, they are going to spread the anthracis there. How much do you think it relies on anthracis? The spread of Ebola? Yeah, about 80%. That's pretty high. Youngjun thought for a moment. The hot, 30-degree wind brushed his neck. What do we have to do to kill anthracis? Youngjun asked. It's difficult to destroy once it forms spores. We can kill it if we pour a solution of 10% formalin onto it. But if we pour something like that onto the jungle, the environmental damage will be severe. But at this rate, the other countries in Africa will pour formalin on Congo's jungles. At this rate, Ebola can cause a pandemic, and that is the only option to stop it. Using formalin to put a fence around the spread of anthracis in Africa. I guess so. It's a desperate measure that damages itself. But we have a better way, Rosaline. Let's use anthracis to catch Ebola. Youngjun shot up from his seat. Using anthracis? Rosaline asked. Our target is the anthracis in eastern Congo where Ebola hasn't spread yet. We can stop the spread of Ebola using them. How? We develop a virus that mimics Ebola. We only leave the receptor that infects anthracis so that it doesn't harm humans or animals. We can add Ebola genes into it so that it can have immunity to Ebola. We make a vaccine for bacteria and inject it into anthracis? Exactly. Youngjun snapped his finger. Although, it's hard enough to develop an Ebola vaccine for humans, let alone one for anthracis. And you're going to make me do all the work, aren't you? 5 milliliters of ATP when we get back to ABio. Good. 10. Okay, 10. *****. In the lab at the University of Kinshasa. The animal experiments will turn out well, and you can make a treatment based on that data, Youngjun said. And ABio made us a standard serum. You can develop a vaccine based on the antibody values here. Youngjun handed Michelle the standard serum. Are you going back to Korea? Michelle asked. She seemed disappointed that Youngjun was leaving. No, I'm going to stay here. And take this. Youngjun gave them another document. What is this? Michelle asked. It's a research protocol. It'll be good to consider when you're developing the vaccine. It's a vaccine candidate. The Ebola virus is difficult to use as an inactivated vaccine, Youngjun replied. An inactivated vaccine was a vaccine containing a virus that had been killed through chemical and heat treatment. If you develop an inactivated vaccine, there will be rare cases of people failing to produce antibodies and dying. Instead, we've isolated some of the fragments that are essential to the Ebola virus, Youngjun said. And we're going to vaccinate with fragments? Michelle replied. That's right. Michelle read the research protocol. It was very detailed and specific. BALB/C mice will be immunized twice every 3 days according to the standard vaccine development injections. On day 7, blood will be drawn and antibody levels will be compared to the standard blood serum. Formulate the vaccine at a concentration of 15 mg/L and proceed with preclinical studies. How could you plan it in such detail? Michelle asked. It felt like Youngjun had already done the experiment before. Well, because I've been doing similar experiments. If you follow that protocol, the vaccine will be developed in 10 days, Youngjun replied. But if you have a plan like this, why didn't you do the rest? And you'll still be here? Yes, but I have something else I have to do. It's about Ebola. I will be doing my own research for a while. Michelle was a little baffled, but she couldn't force Youngjun to develop the vaccine and treatment. He had already provided them with a prototype of the treatment, as well as a standard serum and target for the vaccine. He had already done much more than what an advisor would do. Okay, we will start it then. Michelle was also a member of the GSC. She was one of the world's leading experts in vaccines, and she was a brilliant biologist. She also wasn't going in blind. If Youngjun laid the groundwork, the rest of it would be easy. A scientist like Michelle would be more than capable of leading her team and getting good results. But do you know that, Dr. Ryu? Michelle asked. What? The Constitutional Court of Congo made a decision to hold a re-election. When is it? About 2 weeks later. This was bad. The incubation period for Ebola varied, ranging from 2 days to 21 days, but it usually took around 2 weeks. Given the current situation, the anthracis that had taken over all of southern and eastern Congo and the Ebola virus they were spewing were going to have significant impacts. Youngjun had to make a vaccine and get it to patients as soon as possible. People are going to refuse the Ebola vaccine at least until the vote, Youngjun said. That's right, since people are already reluctant to get vaccines because they are not treatments. But I think we will be able to meet the deadline since we've been prioritizing the development of the treatment like you said. The data from the mice experiment are looking good, Michelle said. At this rate, we will be able to do a preclinical experiment and then go straight to administering it to Ebola patients. Since this is urgent, the Ministry of Public Health is going to use the Infectious Disease Control Act to skip phase 1 of clinical trials. It was common to give specialized drugs, such as cancer drugs, to patients in phase 1 of clinical trials. However, drugs like the Ebola treatment needed to be tested for safety first. As such, they were administered to healthy people in phase 1. If they didn't cause any side effects in them, the drug moved on to phase 2, where they were given to patients to observe its efficacy. The spread of the virus through anthracis is very fast. We have to think that a lot of people have already been infected. The incubation period will soon be over and there will be a major outbreak, Youngjun said. Michelle's shoulders slightly quivered. We must have a large supply of the cure by then, Michelle said. Yes. I'll contact Agen and have them start production in advance, Youngjun said. In advance? Yes. We skipped phase 1 of clinical trials because of the urgency of the situation, but we'll also skip some of the red tape too, since we'll be able to get the drug to Congo right away if there aren't any problems. Michelle was at a loss for words. This wasn't something that a CEO of a company would think of. A mass production of drugs was usually done after phase 3 of clinical trials at the least. There were a lot of complex processes they had to do in order to mass produce a drug, such as optimizing various production processes and teaching the manufacturers. That cost a significant amount of money and time. That was why mass production was done after proving the drug worked. That way, the company didn't suffer any losses. Thank you. This wasn't simply confidence in the drug he developed. Youngjun was making a huge gamble in order to save the people of Congo. Michelle was extremely touched. We will make sure to succeed in the vaccine and the treatment's preclinical trial, Michelle said. The treatment was finished 8 days later. The research was being done at an incredible speed. The vaccine was also being done at an extremely fast rate. Youngjun told them to inject them twice, but they had already gotten a lot of antibodies with the first injection. It seemed like they would have complete resistance to Ebola with the second shot. He's insane, Michelle mumbled while checking through the research data. She followed the protocol Youngjun gave her, and she was able to make a treatment and vaccine for Ebola in a short period of time. She sent the research data to President Philip. And that evening, the Congolese government declared an Ebola emergency. Philip was giving a speech in front of the Kimatir Church, the biggest church in Kinshasa. We have discovered that the Ebola virus can infect anthracis, Philip said as he read the announcement. This gives the Ebola virus the ability to survive for long periods of time in anthracis, an organism with high survivability. This is allowing the virus to spread at an unprecedented rate. Get out, shouted one of the citizens. The Congolese government is putting all its resources into creating an Ebola vaccine and treatment as fast as possible. We will have a prototype of it soon. The people of Congo, do not be afraid and believe in the government. Vaccination will crack. An egg thrown by the crowd landed on Philip's shoulder. Get lost? You're not the president until we do the re-election? Go away, Philip. The agitated people were swarming. The security guards were blocking them. I will not run for re-election if everyone gets vaccinated. Philip shouted into the microphone. Everyone stopped. They stared at Philip in bafflement. Congo is currently facing a huge biological disaster. The outbreak will begin sooner or later, and it will be a pandemic. It will be nothing like the one in 2014, Philip said. The chief of staff, who was standing downstairs, looked concerned. The government can't scare the people like that. Philip picked up the microphone.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, we can stop the disaster if we cooperate. Michelle, the secretary of the Ministry of Public Health I invited, is one of the best scientists in the country. And Dr. Ryu Youngjun, the person we invited as an advisor, is rewriting history in medicine, Philip said. Led by these two experts, countless scientists are shedding their blood and tears and working in biosafety level 4 labs while risking their lives. The treatment is almost finished, and I heard the vaccine will come out soon as well. People, Philip said as he clenched his fist. I know that Ebola is being treated as a ghost in our society. I know that no one believes that Ebola is going around. I also know that Ebola is the reason why voting was banned in maybe, but I need your help. Ebola exists. Please believe that. When most of the scientists, including Michelle, were toiling away in the biosafety level 4 lab, Youngjun was studying anthracis in a biosafety level 3 lab. In this lab, he didn't work with Ebola, which had the highest risk level, directly. What Youngjun was touching was a part of the Ebola virus genes. It wasn't infectious in this state, and it was no different than a clump of organic matter floating in water. It was like how a dangerous beast was safe if it had no claws. However, the experiment itself was quite intense and exhausting. We have to conduct around 30 experiments on 1 billion anthracis bacteria today, Rosaline said as she read the schedule. Be honest. You're regretting that you didn't bring your scientists from ABio, right? Well, I didn't know it was this urgent. But having ABio help me remotely when we were developing the vaccine and treatment made it a lot easier. Same with the standard blood serum, Youngjun said, sitting at the clean bench, as he kept his eyes glued on what he was working on. His hands were restlessly doing a transduction on anthracis. This is a race against the clock. Ebola and anthracis will cross the jungles in Congo if we don't act now. If they make it to the eastern region, all of Africa will be dead in a matter of minutes. Why don't you ask ABio for help now? It takes more time for me to explain this project and assign tasks. There's nothing I can do now. True. Rosaline nodded. Since people's way of thinking doesn't change once they are established, the idea of using anthracis, the root of the Ebola infection, as a trap for Ebola will be very strange to them. But our scientists are pretty open-minded. Because we only recruited the best people in the world. That too, but also because they've grown used to the crazy things we've done. I see. Rosaline jumped onto the table beside Youngjun's clean bench. She stared at the anthracis culture plate that was inside the sterile hood. The bacteria's immune system was being activated in the microworld. The scientific community had only recently found out primitive, single-celled organisms like bacteria had such a thing. The immune system in humans was made up of immune cells, which was the smallest functional unit, but even those were bigger than bacteria. Then, could an immune system exist within the cells of bacteria that were so small? This was similar to asking whether a nuclear family of 5 or 6 people could have separation of power and a judicial system. But surprisingly, there actually was such a thing. When a virus infected a bacterium, a part of the virus genes entered the bacteria's DNA. The bacterium then compared the newly entering virus against it, and it destroyed the new virus DNA if it matched. That was how it stopped viral infections. Ka9, the gene scissors Youngjun found, also originated from this mechanism. Those ones have immunity now. Rosaline pointed at a few culture plates. Really? Yes. The experiment was a success. Good. Now, all you have to do is verify that it is safe. Safety verification. Youngjun had to show evidence that the Ebola vaccine for anthracis did not infect other organisms so that it did not cause environmental problems when it was sprayed in the jungle. He verified its safety by running a simulation through Rosaline, but he needed real data to convince the governments of other countries. But there are still a few more conditions we need to finalize before we start the safety verification. Youngjun was about to proceed with the next transduction when he realized that he was out of sterile tubes, one of the materials required for the experiment. He had to grab it from the inventory room from the other side of the lab. Crap. As Youngjun exclaimed in annoyance, Rosaline shrugged. I would have helped you if I had real hands. n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. The project was also a race against the clock, but so was this experiment he was doing right now. Because he had already made the transduction solution mixture, he had to proceed with the next step quickly. The experiment would become inefficient and not work if it stayed like this for more than 5 minutes. Pitter-patter, Youngjun sprinted to the other side of the lab as fast as he could. He hadn't run inside a lab in this much of a hurry since graduate school. When Youngjun came back with sterile tubes, Rosaline spoke to him. Ryu Youngjun. I'm busy, so tell me later. It's distracting? Not that. You have a visitor over there. A visitor. Youngjun peeked out the door. Philip, the president of Congo, was standing outside the lab. Click. Youngjun quickly opened the door, then back to the lab bench. My apologies, but I'm doing an urgent experiment right now. If you have to speak to me, I will listen to it while I conduct the experiment. Oh, yes, of course. I just stopped by. Please do your experiment. Philip had his guards stand by outside and looked around the lab. In the meantime, Youngjun was almost done with the experiment. He cleaned up his bench and got up, taking a deep breath. What brings you here? Youngjun asked Philip, approaching him. I came by to cheer our hard-working scientists on. Philip showed Youngjun the thing he was holding in his right hand. It was a large bag with a lot of ice cream. Thank you. Dr. Michelle and the other scientists are at the level 4 lab, but I'll give this to them when they come later. Youngjun took the bag from Philip. But eating is prohibited in the lab. I'll keep it in the fridge in the scientist's lounge. Youngjun went to the lounge with Philip. The refrigerator in the lounge was so small that all the ice cream did not fit in the freezer. You should buy us a fridge when we're done with this, Youngjun said as he forced the ice cream into the freezer. I'll buy you one that's better than the one I have, Philip replied with a chuckle. They sat down at the table in the lounge. Is the experiment going well? Philip asked. I've taken a step back from the front line after finishing the base experiment. I trust that Dr. Michelle and the scientists under her are doing a great job. I saw them, and they are all amazing. That's a relief. Will we be able to stop the Ebola outbreak? We'll cut it close, but we will be able to stop it. Thank you so much. Philip bowed his head to Youngjun. You should be thanking Dr. Michelle, not me. I'm sorry to say this, but the labs here don't have great infrastructure. The reason that Dr. Michelle, one of the best scientists in the world, gave up her tenured position at Harvard to work in these poor conditions is all out of patriotism. That's right. She is amazing. I know that because I brought her here. You brought her here, Mr. President. Yes. It was when I was in the opposition. It's been a while. I went to Harvard and I begged her on my knees. I asked her to save science in Africa and advance our country. To be honest, I also thought about coming to you and begging on my knees. Ha ha ha. But I guess the heavens helped us because you ended up coming to Congo for bonobos. So, I took the opportunity. I told Secretary Michelle to give you the bonobos and ask you to help us with Ebola. I see. Youngjun chuckled. He thought that Michelle had done this on her own, but the president had actually supported her. I heard that you said you wouldn't run for the next election if people accept that there will be an Ebola outbreak and stop it, Youngjun said. I sort of meant it. Paolo is an amazing person, but I can do better. I am curious about something. Yes, please ask me. I don't want to interfere in the politics in Congo, but I'm only asking because I am curious. Did you really manipulate the election before? You're asking me whether I colluded with former President Kabila. Yes, I did collude with President Kabila, but I did not manipulate the vote in maybe, Philip said. Dr. Ryu, in Africa, there is a monster that is as scary as Ebola. Do you know what that is? Civil war. That's right. There are two kinds of people in Africa, the Hutus and the Tutsis. These ethnic groups have existed since the 11th century, and they are completely culturally separated, like how Koreans and the Japanese are different, Philip said. And they began living in Congo together under Belgian colonization. That's what caused civil war. The current government is dominated by Tutsis, and there is the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda in Kivu, which is in the east of Congo, that is centered around the Hutus. And I'm actually Hutu. Youngjun was surprised. Hutu? I thought the government was dominated by the Tutsi. Ha ha ha, yes. I was actually a Hutu rebel. I was a child soldier, and when I was young, I was taken prisoner by the Congolese armed forces. I was imprisoned, then got higher education after I got out. Since then, I've been fighting for harmony in this land with pro-democracy and anti-war movements. And there are new things I've learned. It's that the cause of civil wars is not just because there are different ethnic groups. It's also because of the neighboring countries. Neighboring countries? Youngjun asked. Congo has tons of mineral resources, such as diamonds, gold, copper, tin, uranium, coltan, and more. There's more than you can imagine. It is worth trillions, and there are a lot of neighboring countries that are after it, Philip said. Those countries support the FDLR1. They provide them with weapons and also treat their injuries as Doctors Without Borders. They take advantage of the fact that the eastern part of Congo is out of control from war and loot our resources. We call that the diamond curse, Philip said. And the person who took the strongest stance and said he was going to wipe them all out was President Kabila. He was a Tutsi. I colluded with Kabila as a Hutu anti-war activist and a presidential candidate. I understand what you are saying, said Youngjun. I told him to not let any more people die. I have some connections with the Hutu rebels. I wanted to free all the political prisoners and create peace in the country. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I think that's something that only I can do, not Paulo. Is Paulo a hardliner? Youngjun asked. Very much. That's why he has a lot of support, especially in Maybe where 3,000 people died from a terror attack by the Hutus. Now, Youngjun had a rough idea of the political battle here. But I am not the only one who stopped the vote in Maybe. I warned them about the dangers of Ebola before that, but I wanted to reschedule the election. But former President Kabila stopped the vote there. Youngjun asked. Yes. And I didn't oppose that because that was advantageous to me. So in a way, you could say I did participate in the vote manipulation. The accusation and criticism by Commissioner Paulo is somewhat reasonable. But the fight between Hutu and Tutsi and the presidential race between me and Commissioner Paulo is nothing in the face of the Ebola epidemic. They are really trivial fights, Philip said. I don't know much about biology, but I've been interested in Ebola for a long time, and I became sure after I studied the report you and Secretary Michel gave me. Congo is facing a major catastrophe that is much worse than all the past civil wars combined. Yes. If I can stop it, I don't have to be president. What I said about not running for re-election if the vaccination goes well was not for show, Philip said. Dr. Ryu, I'm begging you. Please stop this crisis. Yes, Youngjun said and nodded. Don't worry too much. ****. Michel announced that the treatment and vaccination were all prepared. The treatment had completed phase 1 of clinical trials and was in phase 2 with a few confirmed patients. They also purchased large quantities of the treatment from ABio. There wasn't a lot of the vaccine yet, but it was also being produced at ABio. The vaccine is safe and effective. Please get your free Ebola vaccine and help prevent the spread. Michel and Philip publicly received the vaccine themselves. I declare that I am withdrawing my candidacy. Please believe in the Ebola crisis and the vaccine, Philip said. Following Philip's withdrawal, a lot of people were swayed to recognize the dangers of Ebola. Some of the citizens, including Philip's supporters, began getting vaccinated. Still, the general public was cold. Don't be fooled by the Ebola outbreak myth. Fear is how governments control the people. There is no Ebola epidemic. The majority of people who yearned for a democratic society and the opposition, led by Commissioner Paulo, remained firm in their opposition to the vaccine. We need more treatments since there aren't a lot of people getting vaccinated, Michelle ordered her employees. Ask ABio to produce more, and if they can't meet the demand, outsource it to other pharmaceutical companies. It doesn't matter how much it costs. The virus was now nearing the end of its incubation period. Michelle and Youngjun could sense that the situation was on the verge of an outbreak. Come at me. Michelle clenched her fists. A staggering amount of Ebola treatments were piling up at the Ministry of Public Health. Then, at dawn on the next day, a biological disaster of epic proportions struck Maybe first. Hospital emergency rooms were being overwhelmed with patients. Hundreds of ambulances flew around the cities like bees. Breaking news, sudden increase in Ebola patients in Maybe, currently at 1,800 people. After a short headline, a series of shocking reports followed. Breaking news, 720 confirmed Ebola cases in Kinshasa. Breaking news, surge in Ebola cases in Limbu, fails to get an accurate count. There were multiple breaking news reports. The news anchor, who was in fear, sat down at the news desk, but it was not the person who was usually in charge of the news at this hour. This is the 8 o'clock news in Kinshasa. Anchor Leobu is currently being treated for Ebola at the hospital, said the young anchor with a trembling voice. The equipment team who were looking at the camera while standing across from the desk began coughing. The news anchor could see people backing away from them. The anchor gulped. There were tears in their eyes. They continued the report. The WHO has declared a Phase 5 pandemic of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo, one French acronym for the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda. In Kivu, the eastern region of Congo, Unamustang, a Hutu child soldier, screamed from his tent. All the adults who were coughing from exhaustion last night had collapsed. They all coughed up a handful of blood as well. Everyone in the FDLR's Army 1 were on the floor except Unama, who went to Rwanda to sell tungsten. Uncle? Unama shook one of the bodies. He put his finger on the man's mustache to see if he was breathing. He couldn't feel anything. Unama's legs gave out. Uncle. The man who was on the floor was a soldier of the FDLR who had raised Unama, an orphan, since he was a baby and taught him how to shoot. He was one of the kindest people among the adults who were always abusive and violent. He was like a father to Unama. Aha! Unama frantically ran out of the tent in fear. But then, he saw something in the dense jungle that brought him to a halt. He saw several dead gorillas lying on the floor exactly like the adults. A thought flashed through Anima's head. Ebola. Chills ran through Anima's body. Ebola was a killer far more terrifying than guns or landmines. It was the top predator that ruled Africa. Ebola quietly entered the tent like a silent assassin, killed everyone, and left. Maybe me too. Anima had been here for a while. He had already touched the corpses. Anima wanted to cut off the hand he touched them with. Anima, who fell to the floor in fear, began crying. Don't move. Suddenly, someone from behind pointed a gun at the back of Anima's head. There were dozens of soldiers. Congolese army. Put the gun down, the lieutenant said. Anima put his gun on the floor. Help me. Help you with what? All the adults are unconscious, we surrender. What are you talking about? The adults are all unconscious? The lieutenant tilted his head in confusion. Cough. A soldier from the Congolese army covered his mouth all of a sudden. It was Corporal Litui, who had been complaining about being tired and how he was coming down from a few days ago. Blood oozed from the cracks of his hand. What? The lieutenant's eyes widened. I don't think I'm feeling very good. Litui collapsed to the floor, grabbing the tree next to him. He stared at his comrades in fear. Everyone was already 3 meters from him. Everyone back to their places. Assist Litui, and put this kid in handcuffs, the lieutenant ordered. Assist? The soldier who was next to Litui asked in surprise. Do I have to say it twice? Assist him? But, sir. The soldiers all frowned. Sir, help me, Litui said in a dying voice. But no one could move. They couldn't touch Litui, as if he was an anti-tank mine that was about to go off. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. I'll help him, said Anima, the Hutu child soldier. What? The lieutenant glared at him. I might already be infected. I touched other people's bodies. But please consider this as a mitigating factor during the court-martial. I promise. Anima cautiously approached Litui. He wrapped Litui's arm around his shoulder and helped him up. Now that he was up close to Litui's face, his face seemed somewhat familiar to Animu. He also had a mustache, like the man who had cared for Animu. The lieutenant, who had returned to the Congolese army base, found something shocking. The government in Kinshasa sent this to us this morning. Abio. There was a truckload of vials with Abios logo on it. They said it's the Ebola treatment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The number of confirmed Ebola cases in Congo quickly surpassed 300,000. The real battle starts now. Stay focused. Michelle shouted at the Disaster Response Committee. This Ebola is going to attack in waves, and this is only the first. After this attack, there will be a second and third wave. Michelle went on. Ebola does not spread when it is in its incubation period, but the infection can spread through bodily fluids when people start showing symptoms. Since there are already 300,000 patients, the infection will spread to people who are around them. Michelle opened a color-coded map that showed the statistics of densely populated areas and the number of confirmed cases. We have to vaccinate as many people as possible and secure more of the treatment before it spreads again. We have already started vaccinating people, but we're not able to right now because we don't have enough vaccines, said one of the scientists from the Ministry of Public Health. Everyone looked terrible. Even the soldiers who were in the civil war in Kivu probably weren't this exhausted. What about the amount of the treatment? Fortunately, we're good for now. I don't know if it will be enough to stop the second or third wave, but we bought quite a lot from Abio, right? Nazir said. That's a relief. What about the eastern region? We sent them a significant amount of treatments and vaccines as well. Good. But ma'am, an employee from the Ministry of Public Health said. Do we have to give the treatment to the rebels in Kivu? Give it to them. That's the president's order. Nov. L.B//JNN. He's not the president right now, and he's not running for re-election. Are you against giving it to them? The employee sighed. My entire family died because of the rebels' terrorist attack. Michelle bit her lip. Everyone, think like scientists, she said. One more infected person means one more flaw in our prevention of Ebola. You know that the virus can spread further through that person and cause more damage, right? Even if we are pointing guns at each other, shouldn't we work together if aliens come to conquer us? The same goes for Ebola. Share the treatment with the rebels in the east like we planned. Okay, but, to be honest, I don't know if the Congolese army in the east will follow those orders. Well, it's chaotic enough here, and I'm not sure I can control them, so let's just trust them. By the way, where is Dr. Ryu? I saw him the other morning, but he said that he needed to go somewhere. We haven't heard from him since. Phew, alright. Let's set up the quarantine as we planned and proceed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The World Health Organization was on alert and watching this situation extremely carefully. A total of 10,000 people died in West Africa during the Ebola outbreak in 2014, but the number of infected cases had already passed 300,000 in Congo alone. 1 million people died in the biggest civil war in Congo, but that was over the span of several years. Now, Ebola had created 300,000 infected people on the first day of the outbreak. In addition, the fatality rate of Ebola was extremely high. Statistics varied, but the rate ranged from 60 to even 90%. There was no telling what kind of consequences this mad biological disaster would have. We have to think that it has already spread from Congo to neighboring areas. A Hutu meeting was held in Kenya, Africa. Along with the International Vaccine Institute, people from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and WHO scientists and doctors from the United States and Europe gathered here in the morning. It was to plan measures to contain the spread of the infection and stop the infection from spreading to their own countries. But everyone who gathered had a solemn expression and didn't speak for a while. Dr. Park So-yeon, how is the diagnostic kit coming along? Dr. Kevin from the International Vaccine Institute asked. The diagnostic kit was originally developed to be used in developed countries in Asia and the United States. Ebola isn't part of the diagnosable diseases. I developed it more to include Ebola in the diagnostic kit after I got here, but the efficiency is still low, said Park So-yeon, who was working at the WHO in Kenya. Well, I guess the infection has never spread like this there. The scientists nodded. The entire jungle, including the Kivu region in eastern Congo, has been infected by Ebola and anthracis. We have to assume that Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, and Angola have also been infected. Kenya has shown no signs of infections so far. I hope it does not spread here. Let's reinforce the quarantine now and stop the spread. Thankfully, Uganda and Kenya haven't had any major conflicts. You can probably just send them a letter asking for their cooperation. As she listened to the scientists talk, Park So-yeon opened her phone. Oh, her eyes widened. What is it? Asked the doctor who was sitting next to her. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Park So-yeon opened the email. It was from Youngjun. Ebola won't spread to neighboring countries. Please tell that to the WHO. Work with the neighboring governments and prevent a pandemic. Attached file, project name _anthracysfence.pdf. It was a short and concise email. Youngjun knew that Park So-yeon had joined the WHO and was working in Africa. Anthracis fence? What is this? Park So-yeon opened the file. Asterisk. Anthracis and Ebola did not cross the borders of Congo. All the scientists' fears were put to rest. Youngjun planned the anthracis fence operation when he was almost finished developing the Ebola vaccine for anthracis. He used his GSC membership and contacted the health ministries in neighboring countries. He informed them of the Ebola virus connection to anthracis and requested a video conference using Skype. Ebola can use anthracis as a new infection route, and the contagiousness of anthrax increased as well. It is mainly in the jungles, and it cannot be eliminated easily because it can grow in the ground. The continuously produced virus contaminates the entire area, Youngjun said in his hotel room. Health officials from various governments were left speechless when Youngjun provided them with some relevant data. The cities of Congo have already been infected. Your country shares a border with Congo, but it hasn't spread there yet. That's a relief, but it will spread soon. The health officials in each country all had some base knowledge about Ebola and anthracis because they were long-standing diseases in Africa. They knew it was going to spread soon. Youngjun was saying that it hadn't crossed the border, but they could never be sure, it could have already spread. The health officials froze for a moment. After a long silence, the Secretary of Uganda's Ministry of Health spoke up. Then, should we close the borders and quarantine now? The other health officials looked at the secretary. It seemed like they were wondering if they, the health officials, should be asking Youngjun this question. However, the situation was so dire that they were desperate for a clear answer. There is one way, Youngjun said. I have a new drug that makes anthracis resistant to the Ebola virus. Let's spray it on the border and jungles of your country and build a fence to keep Ebola out. This was the key aspect in the anthracis fence project. It's already too late in Congo, but they can fight it alone because they already have a large amount of treatment and vaccines. Youngjun explained further. But not the neighboring countries, like Rwanda. Things will get out of hand if Ebola crosses the border. To prevent a pandemic, we need to keep Ebola contained in Congo. The anthracis fence project was similar to a sticky fly trap. The Ebola virus, which had been traveling through bodily fluids, would swarm to the anthracis in nearby jungles and infect it. However, the virus wouldn't be able to reproduce there. It would be eliminated by the anthracis because it would have received the vaccine and be immunized against Ebola. The evolved form of Ebola became highly infectious through anthracis. Rosaline's analysis showed that more than 80% of Ebola's infection route depended on anthracis. In other words, it meant that they could control 80% of the spread if they could get to that route. The quarantine that humans make has flaws, but not the one microorganisms make, Youngjun said. I'm sorry, but what about when it is transmitted through human contact? Asked the health official from Angola. We are going to control all the infected patients in Congo, Youngjun said. One acronym for the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda. 2 World Health Organization. What about when it is transmitted through human contact? The health official from Angola asked Youngjun. We are going to control all the infected patients in Congo, Youngjun said. It seems like there will be an epidemic in Congo, but are you saying that you will be able to cure all of them? The Secretary of the Ministry of Health in Uganda asked. Yes. Congo already has the resources to treat all its citizens, Youngjun said. And I promised Secretary Michel this, but the Congolese government will not only prevent patients from leaving the country once the epidemic starts, but they will also make it mandatory for citizens from other countries to be vaccinated when they enter Congo. Our goal is to minimize the impact of Ebola in Congo, but also to prevent it from becoming a pandemic. But isn't it possible that there could be some infected people in our country that we don't know about? The Angolan health official asked. Are you worried about something? Not in particular, but there are some people who go to Congo for business. The health official trailed off while avoiding Youngjun's gaze. That's right. The people who visit both countries often for business might transport the virus in its incubation period, Youngjun said. But it won't be enough to start a pandemic. And the Congolese government has compiled an entry list from the past month, which I will share with you. Screen and quarantine those people now. Since the virus isn't contagious for the 20-day incubation period, you shouldn't have to worry about an Ebola outbreak if you quarantine them. But the health officials still looked very displeased. Dr. Ryu, you developed and produced the vaccine and treatment at ABio, right? Could you share some with us? The Ugandan secretary asked. Unfortunately, I cannot. Both the treatment and vaccine are currently only produced by ABio, and we have an exclusive contract with the Congolese government because of the urgency of their situation. We will produce it ourselves if you give us permission to produce it, with royalties of course. Then I will give you a license. But I'll warn you in advance that the production process is very particular. It won't be easy to adapt it to the facilities of local companies. It will likely take at least a few months. But if you do as I say, you won't really need the cure. If you set up the anthracis fence, you won't have an Ebola outbreak in your countries. If you have a small number of infected patients among travelers, you just need to buy a small amount of the treatment from Congo. All right. The health officials replied. Or is there something bothering you? No, nothing. We are transporting a large amount of the anthracis fence to Kenya right now. We will sell it to you immediately when you contact us, Youngjun said. Thank you. Youngjun left the video conference. When everyone left, Youngjun leaned back in his hotel chair and clicked his tongue. Why? Rosaline asked. There will be quite a lot of cases that they won't be able to control. No. There are no problems with the anthracis fence. Ebola cannot cross it naturally. We can also prevent human-to-human transmission if we hand over Congo's entry list, but, Youngjun said, there will be a lot of people who entered illegally. The people who are taking advantage of the civil war in eastern Congo to come in and loot resources. Oh, Rosaline nodded slowly. And they're going to have an Ebola outbreak in their countries because they will not be able to control the people not on the entry list? Yeah, but even so, there won't be a major outbreak because the infection route will be destroyed by the anthracis fence. Yeah. We can definitely stop a pandemic, and the outbreak in nearby countries will be much smaller than the one that was in 2014, so it will just cause some commotion, nothing more. Yes, probably. But they won't be able to ignore it. And they will have to beg Congo for the treatment, but I don't know if Congo will give it to those looters. They deserve it. Why would you fuel a civil war in another country, get people killed and sneak in to loot their resources? They deserve it. There is something I've noticed about the human world ever since I met you. What is it? Disease, which people hate the most, is the only equal thing that humans experience. Your world is full of injustice and inequality, but look, Rosaline said, Ebola infects everyone fairly, it doesn't discriminate between the rich, poor, looters, the government, the rebels, or ethnic groups. But richer and more developed countries have good prevention systems, so they don't get Ebola. That's an inequality that humans made. Rosaline said, the virus itself can infect the President of the United States as well. The inequality that humans made just limited the Ebola virus to Africa. Youngjun could not argue with Rosaline because she was correct. Youngjun smiled bitterly. Everyone should be equally free from diseases. And that's what we study for. *****. We are doing pretty good for now. A few days later, Youngjun was watching Central Africa through simulation mode in his hotel room. The virus was spreading like crazy. The virus was mostly coming from the dead animal carcasses. Originally, the Ebola virus in Congo used anthracis as a medium and amplified the epidemic, like they were going through an alternation of generations. After severely contaminating the environment, the Ebola virus hid in the anthracis to amplify itself again, then popped back out to wreak havoc. The anthracis acted like a bunker for Ebola, which was vulnerable to the sun's UV rays and oxidizing environments. Ebola used anthracis as a base to start an aggressive war to conquer. However, the virus was unable to cross the Ebola vaccine that was spread by governments in Rwanda, Angola, and Uganda. The anthracis in the jungle were steadily absorbing and eliminating the Ebola virus. Youngjun looked at the infection rate by color in simulation mode. Congo was black, and the rest of the jungles near it were white. The virus wasn't going to spread, and there wasn't going to be a pandemic. You succeeded. Congratulations. We still have to monitor it. What about Congo? Run the simulation there, Youngjun said to Rosaline. Now, major cities in Congo including Kinshasa showed up in front of his eyes. Congo announced that they had 300,000 cases, but the simulation showed that they actually had over 1 million cases. The rest were either people who didn't have symptoms yet because the virus was still in its incubation period or those who were too scared to go to the hospital. However, the Ministry of Public Health in Congo promoted the Ebola treatment under Michel's leadership. Free Ebola treatment. They attracted patients by distributing large quantities of the treatment they purchased from ABio for free. Michel deserved to be part of the GSC. Her leadership in disease management was exceptional. Her ability not as a scientist, but as the head of health policies in Congo was something that even Youngjun couldn't mimic. Now, I want to scout her and bring her to Korea. Michel was incredible at sending exactly the right supplies to local hospitals and using aggressive marketing tactics to explain Ebola and attract patients. The Korean Disease Control and Prevention Agency also had all kinds of brilliant people, but Michelle would still stand out among them. Treatable and free, these two phrases that seemed completely unrelated to Ebola, swept across the towns of Congo. Health workers went to rural areas where it was difficult for patients to get to hospitals with the treatment. The number of vaccine recipients grew rapidly. It was only a few hundred people a few days ago, but now there were almost 500,000 people who were vaccinated. The mayor of Maybe was a passionate supporter of Paulo. His family had been wiped out by rebels, so he hated Philip with a deep-seated grudge. He believed that the Ebola outbreak was a fantasy that Philip created. Like Paulo said, he thought that it would never happen. I was wrong. Philip tried to warn the Congolese people about Ebola, even giving up re-election to do so. Now, he realized how sincere Philip was. The Constitutional Court tentatively postpones the re-election. The mayor saw a news article. We can't hold a vote in a national disaster like this. The mayor read the reports from the health authorities. Michelle, the secretary of the Ministry of Public Health, had sent 2 tons of the treatment to Maybe. Thanks to that, not a single person had died in Maybe, even though the number of cases exploded, even though the dreaded diseases, which had a 90% fatality rate, swept across the city. In addition to that, Maybe was also being vaccinated. To be honest, Michelle and Philip stopped this Ebola epidemic. The city of Maybe was deeply indebted to them. The mayor picked up the phone and pressed Paulo's number. However, Paulo could not pick up because he was meeting Philip in Kinshasa. The entire country is crazy right now, Paulo said. Yes, it is. Philip cut off a piece of his cake with his fork and ate it. Paulo, who was watching him, spoke. How did you know that Ebola was coming? I didn't know, Philip said. You didn't know? I'm not a scientist, so how could I have known? Of course, I didn't. But I trusted Secretary Michelle and Dr. Ryu Youngjun. I was keeping a close eye on a few infectious diseases including Ebola. Then, Secretary Michelle came in with a serious look on her face and reported that Ebola seemed to be infecting anthracis. I'm sure you saw it as well, Commissioner Paulo, Philip said. And since Dr. Ryu Youngjun owed us, we took the only opportunity we had to invite him to Congo. He also agreed with Secretary Michelle, and he did some experiments and reported to us that it was true. I didn't do much. Actually, I failed at everything I tried to do. I even gave up on running for re-election to convince the people about the dangers of Ebola, but it wasn't effective, Philip said. This is when I feel the helplessness of a politician, since the people who actually solved the problem were Dr. Ryu Youngjun, Secretary Michelle, and the scientists they led. But it was Philip who had invited Michelle to Congo and given her a ministerial position, as well as the one who brought in Youngjun by allowing the exportation of bonobos. Paulo knew that as well. It's because of me, he said. People not believing in Ebola. That was my fault. Because you really didn't believe in Ebola, Philip said. And I think that's fair enough. No, it's not. You know what people are saying about me, right? Paulo said. Paulo was right. After the Ebola epidemic, voices condemning Paulo spread across the country. The people who supported Paulo, saying that Ebola wasn't going to happen, were now horrified and demanded he be held accountable. Those who had remained neutral or supported Philip berated Paulo. It seemed like they were ready to drag Paulo to the town square and execute him. It's all my fault, Paulo said, depressed. I've been focusing all my attention on the democratic election that I politicized the issue. Philip ate another piece of his cake. I did some research about Dr. Ryu Youngjun, and this is what he said, Philip said. He said to separate politics from science. He said that science should be an absolutely objective discipline. Nov. L. B//JNN. I really liked that. We've been bogged down by political confusion from ethnic conflicts, civil wars between the government and rebels, and dictatorships. It's become a world where we can't tell what is right and wrong anymore. But not science. This absolutely objective discipline searches for the right answer without any political bias, and sometimes, it really does find it. I see. Commissioner Paulo. I want Congo to become a country of science. Paulo let out a small sigh. He finished his glass of water, then said with difficulty, Mr. Philip, since you're not running, I'll probably be in the election alone. I suppose so. I am thinking of dropping out. Since the re-election has been tentatively postponed, I can probably give up now. It was a possibility because public opinion about Paulo was very negative. However, Philip didn't think Paulo would say it here himself. There won't be a suitable candidate left if I drop out, so the Constitutional Court will probably start over from the candidate selection process. They also have the justification to do so, Paulo said. And because you have shown something, no one will be opposed to you running again. This is my complete defeat, and I learned a lot. I look forward to working with you. There was a very bizarre and unusual situation going on in Kivu, which was located in eastern Congo. Government soldiers, rebels, and foreigners who had come to loot resources were lying side by side in the temporary treatment centers. Government soldiers who had gotten Ebola after coming here to subdue the rebels who had gotten Ebola while forming an organization to carry out a terrorist attack, and smugglers from neighboring countries who collapsed due to Ebola before getting home. Rosaline was right when she said Ebola was fair and equal. Ideologies and greed were weakened in the face of death. People who were in excruciating pain and coughing up blood due to Ebola showed up to the government's temporary treatment centers one by one. We surrender. Please help us. I'm from Uganda. I'm sorry. Help me. The news of cured patients and free treatment spread quickly here. The virus of death that had infected and defeated so many people had ironically created a ceasefire in this region. Animo, a child soldier from the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, found this unfamiliar piece a little baffling. He didn't have to walk through the jungle in fear of being shot or stepping on landmines anymore. He thought that he would be executed by the government if he was captured, but the government army was surprisingly merciful. You will be tried in a court-martial, but child soldiers don't usually get time nowadays, and the president, well, I guess he's not the president anymore, or he could be again. Anyways, President Philip emphasizes harmony, so there won't be any rebels that get executed. This was what the soldier with the mustache said to Animo when he was helping him back to the tent. Animo was given a certain amount of freedom at the base, but he didn't run away or fight back. It had been 4 days since Animo had been in the government's temporary treatment center. At noon, Animo, who had eaten his share of the rations, was sitting on the dirt floor, throwing stones at the tree. Hey, kid, come here. The doctor from the government's army called Animo. Yes. Animo quickly scrambled to his feet and ran to the doctor. Come here. What did you say your dad's name was? He wasn't my dad. His name was Toba. The doctor went inside the small tent and went to the man who was laying on the bed that was furthest from them. Mr. Toba, I have the kid you were looking for. A young soldier was lying in bed. He also had a mustache. It was Toba from the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda. Oh, Toba got up right away when he saw Animo. Oh, thank you God, Toba said quietly as he hugged Animo. You should be thanking me. I was the one who fixed you, the doctor said playfully. Thank you so much, doctor. And be thankful to Dr. Ryu Youngjun, too. He's the one who made this unbelievable treatment. Yes, I will pray for Ryu Youngjun. And this kid left without you because he thought you were dead. The doctor laughed. It's okay. Animo, are you okay? Yes. That's good. That's such a relief. Toba hugged Animo close. Is this the treatment test 7? A crowd of soldiers swarmed inside. There was a man in his 50s who was wearing a military uniform that didn't have a single crevice. He was the deputy commander of the Armed Forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He had a lot of military officers and soldiers beside him. Toba froze. His arm tightened around Animo. Are you a rebel? The deputy commander asked. Yes. All right. Toba thought the commander would transport him to Kinshasa and either put him in jail forever or execute him, but he didn't care. The deputy commander walked past Toba and Animo. Leaving them confused, the deputy commander went to the patient who was lying next to them. Are you a rebel, too? Pardon? No, I'm a Rwandan citizen. How did a Rwandan citizen get here? Please show me your passport. That is, did you go to a rebel-held gold mine here and make a contract with the rebels to smuggle gold? Yes, the man replied timidly. Are there any other foreigners here? I am the only one in this tent. All right. You will be arrested by the military police and go to Kinshasa. Please understand that the military police are arresting you because this is a civil war zone, the deputy commander said. Arrest him. The military police ran out when the commander ordered. Wait. The doctor stepped in front of him. Sir, he is still a patient that needs treatment. How long until he is fully healed? The deputy commander asked. He needs to take medication for about 4 more days. Then I will transport him 4 days later. The deputy commander turned to the smuggler. Don't worry too much. We're just gathering evidence and witnesses. Your punishment won't be severe if you cooperate. The deputy commander chuckled when he looked at the smuggler, who looked extremely nervous. Neighboring countries asked Congo to sell the treatment they had. The Congolese government planned to use this opportunity to make a strong argument with the arrested smugglers. It had been a week. The first wave of the Ebola epidemic had subsided. The commotion was dying down. First of all, I would like to give Secretary Michel the credit for the rapid response to the Ebola epidemic, Philip said in a statement to the public. Secretary Michel was the first person who predicted the start of this outbreak. Since the first confirmed case in Maybe, she has done considerable and in-depth research into the transmission routes of the Ebola virus and realized that it can spread through anthracis. Philip went on. And Secretary Michel brought Dr. Ryu Youngjun here, one of the brightest stars in the scientific community. We were able to get his help and develop a treatment and vaccine for Ebola in time. I would like to extend a special thank you to Dr. Ryu Youngjun. It was still a little early to claim victory. Michel's perfectionist nature urged Philip to delay the announcement, but Philip thought it was the right time, because it was the government's job to calm people's fears. This was a dangerous disaster that could have cost a huge number of lives across the entire country, but we were able to catch it thanks to the efforts of Secretary Michel, Dr. Ryu Youngjun, and the great scientists in our country, as well as the public's quick recognition and active cooperation, Philip said. Our country is facing a huge change. This land is as big as all of Western Europe combined. It's 10 times the size of Korea, Dr. Ryu's country. We have trillions in underground resources. This land was once called the heart of Africa. Philip squeezed the microphone. Over the years, our land has been in fear and confusion from dangers like civil war, terrorism, dictatorships, and disease. We have hated each other due to clashing ideologies. But look, we endured a major epidemic caused by a combination of the 2 deadly diseases. The people listened to him silently. Philip had polished and read this speech many times, but at this moment, he felt genuinely choked up. From the first case until now, no one has died from Ebola in this great heart of Africa. We have saved everyone. Philip stopped himself from choking up. Africa, an underdeveloped and impoverished country, Philip knew how Congo was perceived by the international community. He also knew how difficult the conditions actually were. But they overcame a serious catastrophe that was put onto them. Of course, the Ebola epidemic hasn't been eliminated yet, and it needs to be managed. But folks, you can go back to normal now. The government has Ebola under control. Go back to work and catch up, and enjoy a peaceful weekend with your families, Philip said. The Congolese government will not allow Ebola to threaten your lives. Just as we have overcome such a huge disaster, we will be able to overcome all future problems. We can overcome anything: the civil war with the democratic forces for the liberation of Rwanda, conflict between ethnicities, looting of resources by powerful countries. We are strong. Let's move forward to the future together. *****. Two men were standing in the garden of a luxury apartment complex in Sokogu, Seoul. They had an employer-employee relationship, but they were also father and son. It was Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, and Yoon Bo-hyun, his son. Yoon Bo-hyun was respectful to Yoon Dae-sung at Agen because they had a huge difference in rank as a manager and a CEO, but not at home. Yoon Dae-sung taught Yoon Bo-hyun the ways and charisma of a chaebol one, a king who ran a large company. And Yoon Bo-hyun mastered it perfectly. He was naturally savvy in business, and he was strategic. He was able to read the market and people's minds with keen insight. When all the executives at Agen were idly standing by and observing Yoongjun, Yoon Bo-hyun was the first one to recognize his growth and threat. Yoon Bo-hyun was also the one who used Ji Kwangman as a pawn and tried to get rid of Yoongjun when he was still nothing. He's better than me now. Yoon Dae-sung already thought Yoon Bo-hyun had surpassed him years ago. Yoon Bo-hyun was the perfect successor. They were father and son, not an employer and employee. Yoon Dae-sung saw him as another businessman. As such, they sometimes smoked cigarettes together in private. What did you just say? Yoon Bo-hyun asked as he put out his cigarette on the ashtray. I'm going to step down from Agen. I'm thinking of merging with Abio and handing over the control to Dr. Ryu, Yoon Dae-sung said with a tense face. Father, are you serious? And I am going to turn myself in for developing the anthrax bioweapon. Yoon Bo-hyun stared at Yoon Dae-sung. Father, I have studied and worked since I was in high school with the goal of inheriting your company. I've dedicated more than a decade of my life to Agen. I know. You know that, and you're still going to give everything to that bastard. Sigh. Yoon Dae-sung sighed. You've dedicated 10 years to this company, but I've dedicated my entire life to it, Bo-hyun, Yoon Dae-sung said. But that's why I need to give it to Dr. Ryu Youngjun. He's not just some adequate businessman or a bright scientist. He's not like us criminals. This is a company I care about, and I want it to succeed after I leave, too. I can do a good job, too. You were supposed to give it to me. Yoon Bo-hyun shouted, grabbing Yoon Dae-sung's arm roughly. You can't, Yoon Dae-sung said firmly. You can't win against him. I can't win against him either. Even David can't win against him. When a genius like him exists, criminals like us have to live in his shadow. If you try to run Agen, you'll clash with Dr. Ryu, and you will be the one who is destroyed. Father, stop. This is good for everyone. Even if we give Agen to Dr. Ryu Youngjun, we will be the same. We will just sell our shares to Dr. Ryu. That alone will give you enough money to live comfortably until you die. That's not what I want. What I want is ownership. Yes, and that's a dream I instilled in you. I'm sorry, but you have to give up on that dream now. Yoon Bo-hyun took out a cigarette. He lit it up and took a deep breath. Father, he said. I knew that this might happen. If I were to take over Agen, I would have had to make an affiliate company in my name, but A_bio was the one that started growing. I was expecting this. You pretend to be a businessman, but deep inside, you're still a scientist, Yoon Bo-hyun said. But I was never a scientist. I am a businessman. Bo-hyun, please. Why do you think I let Ryu Youngjun go wild? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. Do you think I was scared because Ji Kwangman failed? Yoon Bo-hyun shook his head. No, I let him be because I didn't think it was time to strike yet. You are right, Ryu Youngjun is not just some bright scientist, he's a genius, and he's a rampaging beast with an obsession with research ethics. You said I can't beat Ryu Youngjun? You'll regret that you said that, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Because when everyone was scrambling to get something out of Ryu Youngjun, I've been working on ways to overturn it and grab him by the neck and /o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Bo-hyun, stop. I'm begging you. You're no match for him. That's where you're wrong, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Ji Kwangman failed, and so did schematics, but not me. You'll see how I am going to take him down. Yoon Bo-hyun leaned closer to Yoon Dae-sung. Then you'll have to give me the company and apologize. One, a large family-owned business. Youngjun retired to Kinshasa after traveling to several countries to help establish the anthracis fence. He was at a hotel restaurant. Michelle was the first to arrive, then Youngjun. When are you flying back? Michelle asked. In 2 days, replied Youngjun. You would be treated like a state guest anywhere else. I'm sorry for bringing you all this way and just making you work. Haha, it's all right. I did some good research, a few papers, made a new treatment and a vaccine, finished a clinical trial, and worked on a new prevention method for disease. I did all of that with the Congolese government's money, so it was good for me. Now that you say that, And I brought in a lot of revenue for my company from supplying the treatment, vaccine, and the anthracis fence. You're probably the only person who can bring in that much money from a business trip. I will take that as a compliment. It is. As they were making small talk, someone else showed up at the table. It was Philip. Am I late? I'm sorry, he said as he sat down. You should have started without me. I'm sure you were hungry. We just got here as well. Michelle smiled. As Philip sat down, the dishes began coming out, starting with the appetizer. The three people talked about the battle against Ebola over the meal. It's all thanks to Dr. Ryu, Philip said as he took a sip of wine. I couldn't praise Dr. Ryu too much during the speech because I had to give hope to the frightened people of Congo. But I think you are the biggest contributor to this battle against Ebola.N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I agree, Michelle said. Like he said, no matter how well we planned the strategy, we wouldn't have been able to do anything if we didn't have the treatment, vaccine, and the anthracis fence. I'm flattered, but the real credit goes to someone else, Youngjun said. Who? Michelle asked. It's the scientists who risked their lives in a level 4 lab to bring the treatment up to product level. Philip lowered his head solemnly. That is also true, since they risked their lives for that research. I've also worked in a level 4 lab, and the scientists who work there deserve our respect, Michelle said. They are all going to receive special recognition, Philip said. But if it wasn't for Dr. Ryu, we wouldn't have even been able to start the experiment in a level 4 lab, and Ebola would have swept across this country, Michelle said. That's right, Dr. Ryu. Please tell us anything you want. I'm not the president, but I will do anything I can if I become the next president, Philip said. Like I said to Secretary Michelle, I already gained a lot here. Still, I would feel so bad if I let you go like this. I could consider this foreign aid, and if you'd like, we can open diplomatic relations for our underground resources, almost as friendly countries. Even if Philip offered that, Youngjun didn't know what to say, since he'd never thought about trade and diplomacy at the national level. Should I ask for hydrogen fluoride? After a brief moment of daydreaming, Youngjun snapped back to reality. I will contact you if I need anything, Youngjun said. The three of them enjoyed their meal and wine. Although, Youngjun couldn't get drunk because Rosaline cleaned the alcohol up as soon as he drank wine. And after the evening came to an end, Youngjun, who was tired, returned to his hotel room and flopped down on his bed. While he was idly scrolling on his phone, he noticed something that made him get up in surprise. He sat up straight and read his phone again. There was a large picture of him on the main screen of the GSC homepage. The person who went to Africa alone and solved the Ebola pandemic. What is this? In biology, diseases sometimes intersect with each other, just as science intersects. A terrible epidemic was born in Congo when Ebola and anthracis fused together. There was a deadly crisis where this could have become a pandemic, but thanks to the quick response of the Congolese government and neighboring countries, it now appears to have subsided. Much of this is due to the work of Dr. Ryu Youngjun, the youngest member of the GSC. This is different from making a cure or a vaccine. Dr. Ryu made anthracis resistant to Ebola by planting a viral vector and delivering part of the Ebola genes to the bacteria. He succeeded in transforming anthracis, the infection root of Ebola, into a capturing device and eliminating the spread of Ebola. This changes the paradigm of the scientific community's approach to epidemic prevention. Health authorities, including the WHO, should consider setting up biological fences like this as a way of securing their borders in the future. Furthermore, Youngjun quickly realized what this article was aiming for. At the end of the article, there was a link to another announcement. Convening of the International GSC Membership Conference. Location, Granny Hyatt Hotel, Seoul, South Korea. *****. Originally, the GSC first started with the Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris, France. They were scientists who were paid a stipend by the king to solve scientific problems that were given to them. They initially focused on mathematics and philosophy, but they later moved on to physics, chemistry, and more. Gradually, they began to become more international in nature while working with the Anglosphere and eventually became independent as the GSC. The concept of 100 great scientists was first created when they became independent. The idea was to heal and unite people who had been scarred by the First and Second World Wars through the power of science, which had no borders. Since then, there have only been 100 members. But as the organization grew, it decided to open up membership to the general public. The conditions to become a general member are less rigid, so we have over 2 million members. That was what Michelle said to Youngjun over tea the next afternoon. Objectively speaking, it was a bit ridiculous because most of those general members were scientists who were at least research professors at universities or senior scientists at companies. Not surprisingly, there were also many Nobel Prize recipients among the general members. Carpentier was also a general member. But those 2 million scientists can't go to the GSC membership conference that is held every year. The international conference picks a venue and only invites the 100 scientists who hold the membership. They are the only ones who get tickets, Michelle said. Did you see the article in GSC? Youngjun asked Michelle. Of course, I saw it. It has some pretty specific information about what happened. Did they contact you about the article or anything like that? Yes. Didn't they contact you, Dr. Ryu? No. Did you update your personal information on your account? Personal account? You have to put your contact information and opt in to receive notifications for the GSC administration team to contact you. I see. They probably published your story as bait. Bait? All of the GSC members are incredibly egotistical and busy. Of course, they are, since they only picked 100 scientists out of all the scientists in the entire world. What I'm saying is that even if they convene an international conference, not even 50 people will come. It's usually 30 or 40 people, and about 50 people will come if there's an interesting issue. So are you saying that they wrote my story since it's being held in Seoul? It's probably the opposite. They're putting the spotlight here since you are at the heart of the scientific community and holding it in Seoul. Oh, but you should go to the International GSC conference since it's quite educational and socially meaningful. GSC was not just for people in biology or medicine, there was also astrophysics, math, organic chemistry, computer science, and more. It was an elite club for scientists from a variety of fields. It was a collection of the best brains in all the STEM disciplines that made the world function. The GSC only had one goal: the consilience of science. For example, it was like when the interaction between SC electronics and ABIOS biology resulted in a diagnostic kit. When different fields of science synergized, the results were often revolutionary. That was what international conferences were for. Scientists who were experts in their field shared their research and perspectives to find out what they've been missing. They were able to pool their ideas to solve global problems that couldn't be addressed easily. The topics are usually very general and vast. The Ebola and anthracis we caught recently could also be one of the topics. But we also discuss things like the depletion of oil resources, climate change, population growth, and aging, Michelle said. The topics themselves are things that could be discussed at a university, but it's different in that we're gathering to come up with a realistic solution. I'm guessing we're going to talk a lot about you this time. Really? The food crisis was one of the topics 3 years ago, and one of the solutions that was mentioned was cultured meat. And you did that yourself, Dr. Ryu. The International GSC conference also has a lot of influence on the policy decisions of governments around the world. So if you're going, do well. Are you going to? I'll have to see, since I still have to focus on Ebola in Congo. *****. Upon returning to Korea, Youngjun was suddenly overwhelmed with mental fatigue. Developing the Ebola treatment and vaccines, researching and developing the anthracis fence, and convincing and installing them in neighboring countries, even with Rosaline's help, this was not easy. I thought I recovered when I rested at the hotel for a few days after it was all over. Youngjun's body had recovered, but he hadn't mentally relaxed yet. He actually felt like it was all over once he met Yoo Sung-mi, his secretary, at the airport. But why are you here? Youngjun asked Park Joo-hyuk, who was standing beside Yoo Sung-mi. I came to check if our dear CEO was okay and wasn't exhausted, and to take you home. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? Creepy. Youngjun frowned. I'll tell you what has happened at the company while you were gone. This has some security issues, and it's important. Okay, tell me on the way, Youngjun said as he got in the K-Cop's car. First, Yoo Sung-mi told Youngjun everything that had happened at the company while he was gone. Lab 1 at Agen has succeeded in developing a new material that has the lotus effect, Yoo Sung-mi said. Oh, right. To be honest, even Youngjun had forgotten about that. I heard it works very well, Yoo Sung-mi said. That's good. And the life creation team at ABIO has made an artificial liver. So they did it. It wouldn't have been easy. They were able to make an artificial intestine, and now an artificial liver. I wonder if they'll actually be able to produce all the organs one by one, put them together, and actually succeed in creating life by creating a heart and brain. Youngjun chuckled. And Dr. Carpenter's team created a hair follicle tissue, Yoo Sung-mi said. Hair follicle tissue? Youngjun asked. They say it's expected to give a lot of hope to people with hair loss. And Dr. Feng Zheng's team used the dendritic cell bypass method in the research with the ABIO Cancer Institute and had success in treating esophageal cancer in preclinical trials. Great. And Dr. Chen Jimyong's team was able to get their probiotic approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Probiotics? Yes, it's a probiotic with Chlorotinus limovittus that has been edited. I guess they finally came to their senses, Park Joo-hyuk added. It felt like they had gotten off easy this time, perhaps because Youngjun had done something insane like putting in gene-edited bacteria into the brain. But there was still a problem. The probiotics that had been approved now was what Youngjun made when Rosaline was at a much lower level. And now, Rosaline had proposed a new and better probiotics composed of bacteria with a lot more edited genes. Sorry, Dr. Chen, but we're going to have to start a new product. That's all the progress, Yoo Sung-mi said. Thank you. I'll hear the rest of the details during meetings, Youngjun said. Then, he turned to Park Joo-hyuk. Now, let's hear what Joo-hyuk has to say. The legal team at ABIO got an important case. What is it? Exchanging shares with Agen, and a merger, Park Joo-hyuk said. Mr. Yoon wants to see you. He asked to set up a meeting. ABIO was founded on 20 billion won. However, it had grown tremendously in just 1 year. It was common for small or medium-sized pharmaceutical companies to become a little bit smaller than big pharma companies with just one powerful drug. But ABIO had already commercialized well over a dozen drugs like that. They had stem cells and Ca9-based technologies that could change the trend of future medicine. As a subsidiary, ABIO had the ABIO Cancer Laboratory and the Next Generation Hospital. Agen Life was a subsidiary of Agen, but it was only run by Yoon Dae-sung. ABIO and Youngjun actually had the majority of the shares. There had never been a company that had undergone such a transformation in such a short period of time. As such, the evaluation of ABio's worth varied from expert to expert. The situation was especially chaotic before the merger with Agen. Experts had one of three opinions, N/O/VEL/B/in.C//OM. 1. Abio had higher market capitalization than Agen. 2. Abio wasn't as big as Agen yet. 3. Abio was similar to Agen. Agen was a huge pharmaceutical company that was valued at 200 trillion won and competed with Schematics, Roche, and Concern and Colson. Abio, which was only valued at 20 billion won, was competing for the acquirer position as they were merging with Agen. Abio is worth more based on the current market capitalization. That was what some experts were saying. That's because they grew so fast that people invested in their growth. It's a bubble that will burst soon. That was what others were saying. Growth is also one of the metrics for investment. This is not a bubble. There's no guarantee their future drugs will also be successful, right? When you merge entities, their value is the arithmetic mean of their monthly average stock price, the weekly average stock price, and the previous day's closing price. If calculated this way, Agen is slightly higher. What's the point of that? Should we leave Abio for another year? No, let's leave them for a month. They made a hair loss cure yesterday. Do you want to see how much more Abio will be worth compared to Agen next month? And if you include the value of the Abio Cancer Institute, they can buy 10 Agens. The Cancer Lab is an American entity. It's an affiliate company of Abio that was incorporated under US law. If you look at the shareholder structure, it is owned by Abio. Then what about the value of Agen Life? They are growing so fast that they are crushing all the domestic insurance companies. Agen Life is still an affiliate company of Agen. I think everyone is mistaken, but Abio is not the only one who grew rapidly. Agen also synergized with Abio and grew quickly. Would Abio have been able to grow that quickly if they didn't have Agen's centralized research support system? They're like Siamese twins that use one body together. Abio did create incredible drugs, but Agen still has a much higher revenue than Abio, since most of the facilities that produce their drugs are owned by Agen. Abio also produces their own drugs as well. Still, it's only a small amount compared to Agen. Most of the plant-based pharmaceutical production facilities are Agen's GMP plants. They sell the inventory from those facilities and split the revenue between Agen and Abio. Agen has also made a lot of money from that. It's possible to change the manufacturing plant, although it will take time. And Abio could build a new one if they wanted. Isn't that what the merger is for? Speaking of which, Agen has grown to the point where its value can't be determined because of the production of plant-based medicine and the lotus leaf effect. That is how important a platform technologies are, since plant-based production can be applied to all pharmaceuticals. Platform technologies? Do you know that Abio has Ca9 and stem cells? Agen also owns stem cells. The terms of equity are a bit unclear. Check again. When the life creation team went to Abio, they took most of the patent rights to the stem cell technology with them. The discussion went something like this. Numerous brokerage firms, accounting firms, and economists debated this interesting merger. The situation of both companies were so unusual that it was impossible to judge their value. Let's merge and use Abio's name, Yoon Dae-sung said. Youngjun, who was sitting on the guest sofa and drinking tea, frowned slightly. He wasn't here to decide on some outcome, he came here because he wanted to talk about how to move forward. He's going to make it this easy. Youngjun set his tea down on the table. I'm sure you're very attached to Agen, Youngjun said. It's not like Agen is disappearing. All the employees will stay the same, and so will the 6 labs, right? I promise you that. It's just that the name of the company will become Abio, and Abio's management will be in the engine room running the company. Agen will stay the same. Dr. Ryu, Yoon Dae-sung said. Yes. A year ago, you came to me with Abio, which was only worth 20 billion won, and asked to do a 1-for-1 exchange of shares with Agen, which was worth 20 trillion won. I did. And that really happened. We said we would exchange 10%, but I think it's better to give you management rights and merge. Yoon Dae-sung let out a deep sigh. This middle-aged executive had worked at Agen his entire life. Youngjun thought that he would be tired after all that time, but he looked much more exhausted than that. I have to step down now. I should spend the rest of my days killing time in the countryside, Yoon Dae-sung said. Thank you. I hope you will give the bondholders and shareholders enough share certificates after the shareholders meeting. Please take care of it well so the shareholders have enough. Haha, don't worry. Who wouldn't want to be acquired by Abio? Yoon Dae-sung said. And Dr. Ryu, there's something else I have to finish. To finish. Something you already know about. Agen has developed an anthrax bioweapon in the past. We sold it to the US military. We did that after my father made Agen and was on the verge of going bankrupt because we had no business, Yoon Dae-sung said. There were a few of us including me, Director Kim Hyun-taek, and Division Manager Ji Kwang-man. That became the nutrients that made Agen what it is today. Developing biological weapons is a violation of international law, Youngjun said. Yoon Dae-sung smiled. That's right. You really are so strict. I'm going to turn myself in and finish it. You made a tough decision. It took a while for Nicholas to convince me, but I can't turn myself into the police right now. Please understand this. You're going to turn yourself in after the merger is successful. That's right. there's a good chance that the merger won't happen if I leave because the CEO will be gone and it will be bad news. The stocks will suffer a big fall, and the merger will be postponed. Alright, but I'm exhausted. I want to just hand it over to you and be done with it, Dr. Ryu. After the merger, I want you to be the new CEO of ABio. I'll help you take over Agen's management, Yoon Dae-sung said. I am planning my visit to the police after that. It will be about 4 months later. And no one working at Agen right now had anything to do with the anthrax bioweapon. I hope you don't dislike the employees here. Of course, not. I believe Nicholas will also leave when I retire. It will be very difficult for you to manage the company and be the CTO, so if you want to focus on one position, it'll be good to hire an executive. Yes. Thank you. And Dr. Ryu. Yoon Dae-sung hesitated. I have a son. A son. Youngjun replied. And he is working at this company. His name is Yoon Bo-hyun. He's working in management as a manager. Youngjun was surprised when he heard Yoon Bo-hyun's name, but he didn't show it. He was supposed to take over the company. I let him work his way up to manager. Now, he's in his mid-30s and about to be promoted to senior manager. He did it all on his own. He's quite capable. Yoon Dae-sung smiled bitterly. He thought of the things Yoon Bo-hyun had said to him. He had said he would destroy Yoon Bo-hyun himself and take the company. Please take good care of my son, Yoon Dae-sung said. Yoon Dae-sung contemplated whether to warn Youngjun about Yoon Bo-hyun several times a day, but in the end, Yoon Dae-sung swallowed his words. You don't have to do anything special for him. Just treat him like a normal employee. You just have to let him be. Alright, thank you. Youngjun left most of the merging process to Park Joo-hyuk and the legal team. There was no need to spend a lot of energy and time on the merger as they already had Yoon Dae-sung's enthusiastic and full cooperation. Youngjun was confident that Park Joo-hyuk, who was much more familiar with the law, would work with investment companies and take care of it. Instead, Youngjun was meeting with 3 guests at ABio, Legion, a climate change expert with a background in ecology, Mess Elson, a systems biologist, and Tedros, the Secretary General of the WHO. Legion and Mess Elson were GSC members. What brings you here? Aren't you all busy? After a brief greeting, Youngjun made some coffee for them. Mess Elson, however, didn't drink coffee. There's something we would like to discuss with you before the GSC conference, said Mess Elson. Yes, what is it? Youngjun replied. We are going to make mosquitoes go extinct. Mosquitoes? Yes. Dr. Legion and I have worked on this problem for a long time. We got funding from the Gates Foundation. The species we are targeting are the Asian tiger mosquitoes. Are they vectors of Zika and dengue fever? Yes. The Asian tiger mosquito is of particular concern because it is highly distributed in developed countries such as South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, France, Australia, and Hawaii. If left unchecked, it could cause a dengue or Zika epidemic whenever it comes into the country. Youngjun nodded. I mentioned something similar to Secretary General Tedros before about eradicating mosquitoes. Now, Youngjun had an idea of why these 2 people came with Tedros. You talked about wiping out all 13 species of blood-sucking mosquitoes, Tedros said. To be honest, when I first heard that from the Secretary General, I thought you were talking nonsense because you didn't know much about the field, Dr. Ryu Legion interrupted. Really? Youngjun said. But I changed my mind after seeing you contain Ebola and anthrax in Africa. We can afford to do it since the HIV eradication project was successful, Tedros said. Dr. Ryu, Mess Elson said. The fact that there are so many countries where the Asian tiger mosquito lives means that we will basically need cooperation from the entire world to make it work. Probably, since HIV tends to be relatively localized while mosquitoes aren't, Youngjun said. That is why we are going to announce this item at the GSC conference. You're saying that it'll become easier to ask other governments for cooperation if it is approved at the GSC conference, right? That's right. Mess Elson nodded. Legion, who was sitting beside him, frowned. But even if it is the GSC, there are a lot of idiots when it comes to ecology. They don't even know what trophic levels are. They are going to object and freak out, which is why we need to be prepared for everything, Legion said. All right, Youngjun replied. In the intensive care unit at Inyi University Hospital, Yoon Bo-hyun was sitting next to a bed. A middle-aged man was lying in the bed, but he had been in a coma for months already. It was Kim Hyun-taek. He was declared brain dead, a certain part of his brain tissue had died. His heart was beating and was being kept alive by mechanical devices, but he was basically a corpse. Yoon Bo-hyun squeezed Kim Hyun-taek's hand. There's about 2 months left now, he said. The GSC conference will be held after the year-end seminar. Director, the world's best scientists will gather in one place. That'll also be around when ABio and Agen merge and split management rights. Everyone in that conference room will hear the shocking news. Yoon Bo-hyun stroked Kim Hyun-taek's forehead. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to use your name. Park Seung-won, a scientist who joined the company Agen during their second biannual recruitment period, was extremely nervous. He wasn't this intimidated even when he took his doctoral comprehensive exam before graduation. He wasn't this nervous during Agen's interview. The only time he had been this nervous recently was his interview at ABio. And I had to come to Agen because I didn't get in. Park Seung-won had applied to Lab 1, but he was sent to Lab 3. However, he was certain that Agen would merge with ABio someday. Also, Park Seung-won was in Lab 1 today. The location of the year-end seminar was randomly picked between the 6 labs. Like last year, the Grand Conference Hall at Lab 1 was chosen again. Seung-won? It's this way, said Park Seung-won Sr., who had joined the company a few years earlier than him. Park Seung-won approached a huge lecture hall as he followed his senior. It was big enough to hold nearly 1,000 people. And now, it was famous as the starting point of the Ryu Youngjun phenomena. I would have been able to see that legendary scene if I graduated a year early. Park Seung-won thought it was a shame. However, he would be able to see Youngjun as ABIO was also attending this seminar. A joint seminar to promote collaboration between companies. That was how Nicholas Kim, the CTO, explained it, but everyone knew that wasn't true, as the two companies already worked together well. This joint seminar was about merging. This is the pancreatic cancer cure. This is a stem cell therapy to cure AIDS. This is a hair follicle tissue differentiation method that just finished preclinical trials. This is a diagnostic kit that allows an ordinary person to self-diagnose about 100 diseases in 3 minutes. The seminar was a battle among the stars of science. Of course, all those stars were from ABIO. The scientists from AGEN didn't feel deflated or inferior because they knew the seminar would go like this. They knew that it wasn't because they weren't good enough, it was because ABIO was too good. Of course, there were scientists within AGEN who could compete against ABIO. As such, we developed a plant-based pharmaceutical production method. Lab 1 hopped on the right gravy train and blew up. The scientists sitting beside Park Seung-won whispered amongst each other. Everyone was waiting for Youngjun to appear, but he never showed up to the seminar. During the seminar, Youngjun was in the lab with 2 scientists from the GSC and Tedros, the Secretary General of the World Health Organization. It was hard to get my hands on this, Youngjun said. I got an earful from the Experiment Animal Resource Center because I was asking for mosquitoes this time around, he said as he tapped on the large plastic container. There were about 2,000 Asian tiger mosquitoes in the container. It's kind of gross, Tedros said. Well, what can you do? We have to do it if we want to make a cure, Youngjun replied. You mentioned before that you were going to remove the KPAF2 gene from the male mosquito's seminal vesicles, right? Are you still going to do that? Tedros asked. Yes, I am. What are the effects of removing that gene? Legion asked. Female mosquitoes that mate with these males will only lay male eggs, Youngjun said. And the male mosquitoes from them will also be mutant and have a non-functional KPAF2 gene. Then, the imbalance in the sex ratio will rise exponentially over generations. And the mosquitoes will go extinct after a little while. That's right. It's going to be a little tricky to remove the KPAF2 gene, Messelson interrupted. Tricky? Yes. I mean, it's true that Ca9 is the most efficient gene scissors for manipulating genes, but it seems like this experiment will be quite challenging because you're manipulating a mosquito's seminal vesicles n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's true, and that's why I would like to add some details to the experimental methods, Youngjun said. Let's use a bacteria called Wolbachia to deliver the Ca9 into the seminal vesicles. We can easily infect the mosquitoes with the bacteria by spraying the culture on the larvae, and it will deliver the Ca9 to the seminal vesicles on their own. Wolbachia. It's a bacteria that causes an epidemic in mosquitoes. It doesn't harm humans or other animals, but it shortens the lifespan of mosquitoes to 21 days instead of 50 days, Youngjun said. You said it causes an epidemic in mosquitoes. If you use the bacteria, does it spread among mosquitoes? Messelson asked. That's right. It's a type of sexually transmitted infection and a genetic condition in mosquitoes. If a female mosquito mates with a male mosquito infected with Wolbachia, it will be transmitted to the female. And if the female lays eggs, it will be inherited to the progeny as well. Oh, a terrifying picture flashed through Legion's mind. Wolbachia, an epidemic among mosquitoes, would carry Ca9 into the seminal vesicles of male mosquitoes. These genetic modifications would spread like a plague among the mosquitoes. The result of this genetic modification was the destruction of the sex ratio. As the number of females rapidly decreased, more male mosquitoes would flock to the few remaining female mosquitoes. In turn, the female mosquitoes would be more likely to encounter male mosquitoes infected with Wolbachia. How many generations will they last? Legion, the world's leading scientist in insect ecology, could really picture it. Making 13 different species of mosquitoes go extinct. Is this ecologically safe? *****. About 3 months had passed since Youngjun's meeting with Legion, Messelson, and Tedros. It was mid-February, and it was still a little chilly. The merger between AGEN and ABIO was going as planned. Both companies wanted to merge. They were hoping for a pharmaceutical giant that would be born as ABIO's technology and AGEN's research and production facilities combined. Are you dead? Youngjun said to Park Joo-hyuk, who was lying face down on the desk. Yeah, Park Joo-hyuk replied, still lying down. I died of exhaustion after having an 11-hour meeting with the investment company. Didn't you know? So this thing in front of me is a zombie. Park Joo-hyuk moaned like a zombie. It looks like you're fine since you're joking around. How could you leave something as big as a company merger to me? Park Joo-hyuk asked with only his head up. It's because I trust you, Youngjun replied. You should doubt people once in a while. Stop whining. You can go on vacation after the merger. Obviously. Oh hey, you're going to hire a CEO after the merger, right? Park Joo-hyuk asked as he sat upright. Probably. Youngjun shrugged. I can't do research while running the company. If I have to pick between the two, I want to focus on research, he said. Then we'll have to look for someone, Park Ju-hyuk said. Well, we can do that slowly. Youngjun put on the jacket he was holding. I have to go, he said as he opened the door and left. Where are you going? GSC. The International GSC conference was held at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Usually, only about 30 to 40 people came to the conference, 50 if there was an interesting issue, but this was a record number. Even the GSC operations team was impressed with the success. Using Youngjun's name was effective, as they had brought in 90 scientists in the GSC. In addition to Legion, who was thought to be the best insect ecologist since Faber, and Mess Elson, who basically created the Biological Weapons Convention, who were already in Korea to work with Youngjun, the biggest names in science from around the world came to the hotel. Jamie Anderson isn't here, Legion said to Mess Elson. Probably because this international conference is all about Dr. Ryu. It's probably difficult for him to come, Mess Elson replied. The international conference proceeded with the 100 members of the GSC. However, general members could also attend, they just didn't get to speak. There were quite a few people who Youngjun knew among the general members. Several scientists, including Carpentier, showed up in the conference room. Dr. Ryu, Song Ji-hyun and a few scientists from Cell waved their hands at Youngjun. Song Ji-hyun wanted to talk to Youngjun, but she didn't have the chance to as Nicholas suddenly showed up and took Youngjun, pulling him by his shoulder. It's surprising that the International GSC conference is being held in Korea, but it's even more shocking that a Korean member can attend it as a member of the GSC, Nicholas said. I'm even more excited because you will be at the center of this conference. Haha, thank you. Have you prepared something to present at the conference? Oh, yes. We are planning an international collaborative project to eradicate the Asian tiger mosquito. Asian tiger mosquito. It's a species of mosquito that has the potential to cause a Zika or dengue fever outbreak in many developed countries. Oh, you're planning a project to reduce the number of mosquitoes. Dr. Legion did something similar to that with funding from the Gates Foundation. I think I saw somewhere that they succeeded in reducing the number of mosquitoes by 70% somewhere in Southeast Asia. It has recovered now because the number of predators that eat mosquitoes and the number of prey that mosquitoes feed on have remained the same. The mosquito population can bounce back with time. I suppose so. But I'm working on this research with Dr. Legion and Dr. Mess Elson. It's funded by the WHO, and this project is making mosquitoes go extinct. Extinct. Nicholas' eyes widened. Dr. Ryu, that's not going to be easy. Not only is it going to be technologically challenging, but how are you going to explain the impacts on the ecosystem? Nicholas asked. We've done a lot of research on that. You'll hear about it when I present later, Youngjun replied. Huh, I see. Enough about that. Are you going to the government when AGen and ABio merge, Mr. CTO? Youngjun asked. You're talking about the director of the Office of Strategy and Planning at the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy? The national CTO? Yes, of course. I will be able to help you if I take that position, Nicholas said. Please just make sure that the transfer of management rights after the merger goes smoothly. Of course. The board will select a chief executive officer. Even if you hire someone else later, you should take the position at first so that management can stabilize. Thank you. We are preparing for that? Haha, it will go well. CEO Yoon will also be a candidate for the position as a formality, but you will become the CEO since he doesn't want to. Youngjun smiled. Oh, the conference is going to begin soon. Dr. Ryu, why don't you go inside? I'll observe the meeting from there, Nicholas said. Sure. Youngjun went to the GSC conference room. All 90 of the GSC scientists in the room stared at him at once. Is that Ryu Youngjun? He's extremely young. He looks better than the picture from science. It would be nice if there was someone like him in physics, too. Youngjun could feel people whispering about him. He was a little nervous. The conference began, and it was soon going to be Youngjun's turn to speak. Dr. He Jiankui, a relatively young Chinese scientist, stood at the podium. As soon as Youngjun heard his seminar, Youngjun almost screamed in shock. We're in the age of genetics. Thanks to the great contribution of Dr. Ryu Youngjun here, scientists have gotten their hands on gene scissors, Ca9, said He Jiankui. Dr. Ryu has used Ca9 to design hematopoietic stem cells with a CCR5 deletion and cured AIDS with it. Then, all of us can think of one simple and clear way, we're just afraid to start it. Someone will do it one day, and someone should do it. He Jiankui squeezed the microphone. Last May, I genetically engineered a zygote obtained through artificial insemination with Ca9, removed CCR5, grew that zygote, and implanted it into the mother. What? The atmosphere in the seminar room fell cold like someone had thrown cold water on them. Yes. And those babies were born recently, He Jiankui said. They are the first genetically engineered babies in human history. Are you insane? Someone from the audience stood up and shouted. It was Max Decani, a professor of medicine in Germany who was regarded as the pride of European medical research. He was considered one of the best doctors in Northern Europe alongside Forsberg. What did you just say? Did you say that you made gene-edited babies? Max, who was usually a calm person, was red in anger. Even his voice was trembling. Haha, relax, He Jiankui said with a smile. However, all the scientists already had stiff expressions from shock and bewilderment. Why did you do it? Someone's voice resonated in the silent conference room. It was Youngjun. Because they won't get HIV if we edit CCR5, Hijinakui replied. Everyone, there is no reason to look at this negatively. Those babies are the first ever HIV immune babies to exist. That is technically misleading. There are already people who have mutations in CCR5 and are immune to HIV, Youngjun said. Dr. Hijienkui, you mean those babies are the first to be artificially immune to HIV? Yes. You're right. Hijienkui smiled brightly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. We artificially made the babies immune to HIV. Everyone, HIV can be transmitted from the mother to the infant, but what if we make the baby immune to HIV by modifying the CCR5 gene? Then, that baby can be born safely, Hijienkui said. Shut up, shouted Alexandria, the greatest expert in biological physics. You can take a drug that stops CCR5 and still give birth to a child without any side effects, Youngjun said. That's right. Those are called CCR5 blockers. It's one of the drugs that Dr. Ryu and the WHO are using in their HIV eradication and also one of the drugs that Dr. Ryu has revolutionized the production of with the plant-based production method. But there have been cases where the CCR5 blocker has failed to defend against HIV inheritance in the United States. Of course, it's only a few cases, but even one failure is a huge hit since HIV is being passed down. However, it doesn't fail if you manipulate the genes of a fetus and give birth to it. Didn't the Chinese government authorities do an ethics review of the research? I didn't see anything internationally reported, Messelson interrupted. It was all reviewed by the Board of Ethics, Hijienkui replied. Bullshit, Dr. Wang Lui interrupted, squinting his eyes in doubt. You're not the only Chinese scientist in the GSC, Hijienkui. An ethics review? There's no way the authorities would approve such a thing. You must have fabricated something. You're all being so frustrating. Hijinakui hit the desk with his fist. We are facing a huge red line right now, and we have to decide whether to cross it or not. Why are you afraid of gene editing, people? What's the problem? We have succeeded in creating a HIV immune baby. Is that strong? Will you say that when the baby is in danger of getting HIV, they won't be in that kind of danger? Youngjun said. Because we will erase HIV from this world in this generation. You are amazing, Dr. Ryu, but everyone, editing CCR5 is just one example. We have proven that we can do it safely with Ca9, the genetic scissors Dr. Ryu invented. The saying that a knife can either become a weapon or a scalpel depending on who's holding it really is true, Messelson said. Hijienkui. Dr. Ryu developed the world's most powerful anti-cancer drug by using dendritic cells to deliver Ca9 to immune cells. This is a technique that can cure all cancers. What the hell did you do? I laid the foundation for humanity to take the next step, Hijienkui said. You Nazi. Max Dekanai shouted. Hijienkui, you're a disgrace to modern medicine. Stop it. Hijienkui shouted. Everyone, my research is not wrong. Humanity will use my success to eliminate all genetic diseases. No one would disagree with that for medical purposes, Messelson said. The problem is that you crossed the line too soon before any ethical research and regulations have been done. Now, there is going to be reckless genetic modification, aren't we? Science can't progress just because we're scared of that? People, science is about doing what we are capable of doing, Hijienkui said. Hijienkui, what will you do if gene editing is done to change someone's height or appearance or skin texture? What if something like Gattaca happens? Ref Gattaca is a science fiction from 1997 about gene editing/ref. We can think about that when we get there. All I did was show the possibility. That's why I edited CCR5, the safest gene. The room was full of tension. Several scientists were staring at Hijienkui like they were going to kill him. It is not safe, Youngjun said. What? Hijienkui stared at Youngjun like he had misheard him. It's not safe. And those two poor babies will be in trouble because you dare to use humans for your experiments with your little knowledge. What are you saying? Dr. Ryu, you've cured AIDS by a bone marrow transplantation of hematopoietic cells with edited CCR5, right? And those patients didn't have any problems. CCR5 is the root of infection in adults, that's it. However, it's different for fetuses who are developing, Youngjun said. As a fetus divides and develops from a fertilized egg, its telomeres increase. Telomeres are the damage-resistant segments at the ends of DNA. If CCR5 doesn't work, those telomeres aren't made normally, and those babies can start aging early and live a short life. The seminar room fell silent. Really? Hijienkui chuckled. How unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. Science comes with sacrifices. This is a scandal, Messelson said. An accident of this magnitude will put the brakes on Ca9 research for a while because there will be no funding. The rich GSC members probably don't know this, but most scientists rely on government or institutional funding to do their research. All of that will be stopped, Dr. Hijienkui. You didn't advance science, you blocked it. Like how Dr. Messelson stopped research on biological weapons forever. Hijienkui replied mockingly. There were many scientists who lived off of biological weapons research. Because of you, countless people couldn't get funding and disappeared into the background. I did the right thing. Is there anyone against the Biological Weapons Convention now? No, I'm not pointing out that it's wrong, Hijienkui said. Like how it won't be wrong if my research ends up stopping research on Ca9 for a while. Do not compare that to Dr. Messelson. Legion shouted. He and the other nuclear physicists risked their lives in the anti-war movement. How can someone like you be compared to him? I don't know. I don't think there is a right or wrong in science, only truth and false. What do you think, Dr. Ryu? He Jiangqi asked Youngjun. Youngjun clenched his jaw. There is a right way in science, he said. What a disappointing answer. I thought the sensation of modern science would be more daring and rebellious, but you're just a model student, aren't you? He Jiangqi said. I knew a day like this would come when I first brought K9 into the world, but I never imagined it would be so unprepared and sudden. I didn't know there would be a science as radical and reckless as you. It's people like me that make the world go around. After all, Dr. Ryu and I are two of the best scientists who are good at working with K9. There were no objections. There was no one here who had ever manipulated human genes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The conference became so chaotic that a short break was called. He Jiangqi walked around the hotel surrounded by bodyguards. The CCR5 blocker has failed before? That's bullshit. I've never heard of that, Messelson said. It's the first I'm hearing of it, too. Youngjun bit his lip. But Dr. Messelson, what was the Biological Weapons Convention about? Youngjun asked. It's nothing. I was a big advocate for the abolition of biological weapons back in the day. Messelson, one of the GSC members, was no ordinary scientist. He had received a big award called the Future Vision of Life Award, and it was given to heroic people who put themselves in harm's way to save lives. Messelson was awarded for his work leading to the International Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons. In 1993, Messelson was working on arms control for the United States military when he discovered that they were developing biological weapons. Why are you making this? When Messelson asked his superior, he got this answer. Because it's cheaper and easier to make than nuclear weapons. Biological weapons were as powerful as nuclear weapons, but cheaper. Is it right to produce something like this? The nuclear bomb's greatest safety came from the difficulty of developing it. In other words, it wasn't something that a small terrorist organization could hack together in a few months. But what about biological weapons? Once it was created and used somewhere, the area would be contaminated. A good biologist could scrape together the bacteria left there and culture it to make a biological weapon. A powerful weapon can be a deterrent to war, but should they be expensive and difficult to make? The use of biological weapons was banned in the 1925 Geneva Protocol. When Messelson went to his superior and told him this, he was told, that's useless in the Cold War era. We don't know when war will break out again. We need weapons. The Soviet Union has more nuclear weapons than the United States, and we need cheaper, more powerful weapons. Back at the lab, Messelson wrote a report called The United States and the Geneva Protocol. The report was sent to President Nixon through Henry Kissinger, and Messelson campaigned against the development of biological weapons. And in late 1969, President Nixon gave up on biological weapons. And not just that, Messelson asked the Senate to go beyond the protocol, which banned the use of biological weapons, and to abandon the research of offensive biological weapons altogether. Eventually, the United States abandoned biological weapons research, leading to a global movement against biological warfare. And in 1972, the Biological Weapons Convention was signed, banning all research. Dr. Ryu Carpentier appeared from the conference room. Lecture 2 is starting now. It's your turn. Out of the 13 mosquito species, Asian tiger mosquitoes would be prioritized for extinction. If they were successful in doing that, they would be able to sequentially eliminate the other mosquito species one by one. As such, mosquitoes cause the most human deaths on the planet. According to a report from the World Health Organization, 1 million people die every year from mosquito-borne diseases, steadily accumulating more damage than any war. With this project, we hope to eradicate this problem once and for all. As soon as Youngjun finished his presentation, several GSC scientists raised their hands. To be honest, I don't know much about ecology because my major is in nuclear physics. You or Dr. Legion probably know better than me, Robert said. But what I am concerned with is whether it is really possible to accurately predict the consequences of wiping out a species. You don't think it will be possible? Legion asked Robert. Because there are so many variables. There are so many organisms in nature, right? I don't think anyone can predict the changes in the food chain that would result from the disappearance of one of them. But Rosaline can. Youngjun smiled on the inside. Besides, this was a question Youngjun's team had expected, and they had an answer prepared. First, we looked at all 2,000 species of direct and indirect prey and predators associated with the Asian tiger mosquito and identified their trophic level, Youngjun said. There is no possibility of a problem occurring. We also ran a simulation with Ms. Tanya Manker's artificial intelligence program, which was famous for predicting red mold. You're saying that there won't be any problems? Robert said. That's right, Youngjun replied. But as long as it is a human intervention, we don't know what variables will occur in the natural world, Dr. Lewis interrupted. Lewis was a scientist from Saudi Arabia, and he was the one who first created porous carbon fibers. All science is a game of probability, right? If the balance in the ecosystem is destroyed, even a little bit, those situations won't occur, so you won't have to worry about it, Legion said. But it's a bit of a stretch to do a project like this on a global scale right away, Jane Daliner, an ecologist, objected. For a project like this, it's standard to do a pilot experiment on a small scale first. That's right, and that's why we're going to conduct the pilot experiment on 2 islands in the Guangdong province in China. If we successfully eradicate the Asian tiger mouse, we will expand the project to a global scale, Youngjun replied. Is there any chance that the Wolbachia bacteria could spread to other organisms? Jane Daliner asked. We experimentally tested that. Youngjun went to a new slide. It showed the results of Wolbachia infections on 1,300 insect species. Wolbachia is infectious to some species, but it won't spread to other insects because the infectivity is low. But mosquitoes suck the blood of other animals, so they could be transmitted in the process, right? Robert asked. No, Wolbachia multiplies in the gonads and stays there. Wolbachia is not transferred during the process. We also experimentally confirmed this. It's Dr. Ryu's experiment, so it's trustworthy, Jane mumbled. We will start it in Shizai Island and Dadaosha Island. It will be clearer once you see the results, Youngjun said. Was this approved by the Chinese government? Asked He Jiankui. Of course. But couldn't things have changed? You should check, He Jiankui said, chuckling. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What are you saying? Legion asked. Well, I don't know. Approval for this kind of experiment is based on the scientist's name, right? You don't know what will happen if there's a problematic issue. Dr. Ryu is the one who predicted the red mold epidemic and prevented the spread of Ebola. Of all the scientists out there, he's probably the second best expert in ecology, Legion said. With the first being me. I don't know. I have some ties with the Chinese government, so I hear things. It seems like there's a lot going on in Africa right now, He Jiankui said. Thank you for the advice. I will check it out, Youngjun said. The conference ended well, but something felt wrong. As soon as the conference ended, Youngjun, who was overwhelmed with an indescribable anxiety, asked the GSC conference coordinator, is Dr. Michelle present today? No, Dr. Michelle signed up to participate, but she cancelled a few days before. She cancelled. She said something urgent came up and that she couldn't come. Youngjun took out his phone right away and called her. Something was wrong. What the hell is going on? *****. You did what? Yoon Dae-sung's body froze in shock. The merger was almost complete, and all there was left to do was to elect the CEO. What Yoon Bo-hyun told him was just shocking. The anthrax bioweapon you developed, said Yoon Bo-hyun. I sold that to Africa. Director Kim Hyun-taek had one, right? But he's in a coma right now, and you only have one as well. So where's the rest? I asked the directors and found out it was with director Gil Hyungjun. So, I got it from him. And when I opened the package, it was a plastic vial the size of my fingernail. It only had a dust-like powder of tiny spores. I'm guessing it's trace amounts because it's only for development. He said it was in the micrograms. It's so small and odorless that it can't be detected by sniffer dogs. It's also easy to travel with it because it looks like a lotion bottle under X-ray. I thought biological weapons are wonderful because something this small can kill thousands of people, and it can kill an entire country if it is cultivated and grown, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Well, that's probably why a country like the United States that has the best security in the world, was attacked by anthrax. But the bacteria in Director Gill's sample was sterilized. Yes. Director Gill said the bacteria in that sample were dead and had no activity. But there is a way to use it because you sold the anthrax to Africa. The US military sold it, not me. I couldn't care less. I asked General Manager Ji Kwangman to let me borrow his account for a short amount of time. I dug through the old sales records and found the broker's contact information. I contacted them in China and passed it on, Yoon Bo-hyun said. What? And I sold it to the rebels in South Sudan through a broker. It was actually much simpler than I thought, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Partly because biological weapons are so easy to hide, and partly because it's been nearly 30 years since Agen has worked on anthracis. Isn't this a very old project that was done by a very small group of people in secrecy? No matter how scrupulous the supervisors or their successors are, do you think they will check to see if the son of the developer from 30 years ago is going to China with a microgram of bacterial corpse? Yoon Dae-sung's hands trembled. So it ended up in the rebels' hands. Yes. Those rebels have used the anthrax weapon before, though there's no bacteria left now because of sex segregation and natural death. I figured if I sent them a developmental female, even the dumbest person could pluck out a few genes and activate the male. And it worked, as expected. You've heard, too, right? Anthrax is going around in Africa again. Slap. Yoon Bo-hyun's face turned. Yoon Dae-sung's hand trembled. He was glaring at Yoon Bo-hyun with anger in his eyes. This is unexpected. You think you have the right to criticize me? I'm just repeating what you started, father. Wars in Africa are just a gold mine for big companies like us. American arms companies even sell weapons to their enemies, don't they? Yoon Bo-hyun leaned close to Yoon Dae-sung. You should praise your employee for selling something. The outbreak has already started. It's not just South Sudan. There are incidents in several countries, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Why did you do something like that? Do you know where the South Sudanese rebels are using the anthrax weapons right now? Angola, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, and the Republic of Congo. It's where Ryu Youngjun set up the anthracis fence. You, father. The legend of Ryu Youngjun looks perfect, but it's easier to tear someone down like him, a man of justice, ethics, and ingenuity. The more heroic and great someone is, the more they will come crashing down with a splash of ink. claims that the anthracis fence is unsafe will start to be made. And Africa will start to take a turn for the worse because Ryu Youngjun used the wrong technology to contain Ebola there. Thud. Yoon Dae-sung collapsed onto the sofa as his legs gave out. You said you would turn yourself in, right? Are you still going to do it? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. Now, all the cards are in your hand. If you expose this, I will rot in jail and Ryu Youngjun will become the CEO of Agen. He's a smart person, so he might be able to clean up this mess in Africa, Yoon Bo-hyun said. That's the good path. If that's what you want, do it. Yoon Dae-sung clenched his jaw. I will leave everything to you, father. But Yoon Bo-hyun sat down beside Yoon Dae-sung. Then, he quietly said, if you don't have the courage to send me to prison, I hope you'll just watch how I destroy that monster and protect the company we've built. Please take your time and enjoy it. I saw the news this morning that a baby genetically engineered with Ca9 was born, Yoon Dae-sung said. Did you do that, too? Since Ryu Youngjun first reported Ca9 last year, Yoon Bo-hyun smiled. We started then. Didn't we start a paper company in China back then? I funded them through that? Yoon Dae-sung covered his face with his hands. What are you going to do when Dr. Ryu falls? Yoon Dae-sung asked. All of Agen's research is revolving around him. What are you going to do when Dr. Ryu disappears? Ha ha ha, Yoon Bo-hyun burst into laughter. It disappears if Ryu Youngjun disappears, father. Agen will merge with A-Bio. Do you know the kind of drugs A-Bio has right now? The scientists they have? They are all professors from the Ivy League. And they won't be able to leave easily because of the work they've done. There will be some confusion when Ryu Youngjun disappears, but Agen will be too big and be the #1 corporation in the world. No one will be able to threaten us. Conson and Coulson? They're a joke. What if Ryu Youngjun goes there? He won't be able to. He'll lose whatever value he had. You still have more left. Yoon Bo-hyun smiled. You'd better do a good job keeping our CTO's mouth shut, since he especially favors Ryu Youngjun. *****. This was the second day of the GSC. The second day was usually for physics. Astronomers were preparing to present an item related to black hole photography. Before the presentation started, Mr. Kim Jun-sok, the branch manager of GSC Korea, ran up to the podium. Cold sweat was running down his neck. Before we start today's session, Dr. Christoph has something urgent to announce, he said. Christoph was a GSC member who was working at the WHO. He studied infectious diseases and advised governments on disease control. Anthrax is spreading in Africa, Christoph said as he grabbed the microphone. Anthrax is spreading. Youngjun frowned. Yes. I will give you all the information we have from Dr. Michel from the Congolese Ministry of Health right now, and I would like to ask anyone in the GSC who has knowledge in this area to help. Christoph began explaining. How bad is it? Youngjun asked. The mortality rate is very high, around 90%, and it's quite contagious. 90%. The scientists began murmuring. What is the route of infection? Youngjun asked. It hasn't been confirmed. Which part of the body is mainly affected, the digestive system or the respiratory system? They say it's the respiratory system. Respiratory. Youngjun froze. And he wasn't the only one who was shocked by what he heard. It was Lezen, the great systems biologist who had led the charge for the Biological Weapons Convention. Dr. Ryu, may I have a word? Lezen took Youngjun outside. You heard that I participated in the movement against biological weapons, right? Asked Lezen. Yes, Youngjun replied. The weaponization of anthrax was the issue back then, Lezen said. I have a lot of ties to anthrax. The first time I decided that we shouldn't make biological weapons was at an anthrax manufacturing facility, and there were some things that happened in the former Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union? Youngjun asked. A place called Sverdlovsk. Have you heard of it? No. It was probably before you were born, Dr. Ryu, Lezen said. It was the 1979 Sverdlovsk anthrax leak. Sverdlovsk was a small city that was 1,370 east of Moscow. It was a peaceful town with the Pishima River running through it. Then, in 1979, at the height of the Cold War, 2,000 residents suddenly developed high fevers and coughs, along with cold symptoms. Before long, 64 people had died. The cause of death was anthrax. Soviet authorities announced that the cows were infected with anthracis, and the epidemic began with the residents eating beef that hadn't been properly cooked. They made a big show of quarantining meat, slaughtering stray dogs, and culling livestock to try and catch it, but it was all for show. In reality, it was a bioweapon. There was an anthracis laboratory in Sverdlovsk, and it was used to develop bioweapons using anthracis. An accidental leak of anthracis by a factory worker led to the release into the city. I was the person who uncovered the truth, Lezen said. If the residents were infected by consuming infected meat, it would have caused problems in the digestive system. But at the time, patients were suffering from respiratory problems like difficulty breathing. Something like this happens when anthracis is breathed in as a spore. So, it was actually infected through the respiratory system, unlike the Soviet authorities' announcement. Youngjun said. Yes. After claiming that and tracking the issue down, the truth was uncovered as the lab director of the Soviet Union who had fled to the United States confessed. But Dr. Ryu, Lezen said. In its natural state, anthracis doesn't cause infections through the respiratory system easily. It's very likely that this type of anthrax is a bioweapon. If it is, it needs to be dealt with very urgently on an international scale. It means that weapons of mass destruction are circulating in the hands of African rebels. I talked to Dr. Michelle on the phone yesterday, Youngjun said. What did she say? Asked Ms. Elson. She said the same thing, that it felt like a weapon. And most of the outbreaks are in regions where I placed the anthracis fence. It probably has nothing to do with that. I've read your early access paper published by the WHO, and it has a very little effect on the bacteria itself. I think so as well. But it wasn't normal that anthrax was spreading in just those areas. And the timing was odd. A CCR5 edited baby being born and an anthrax outbreak happening right before the merger between Agen and Abio? I need to step away for a moment, Youngjun said. I will be back soon. *****. Nicholas was so shocked that he was at a loss for words for a few seconds. His jaw was still on the floor. What happened? It's exactly what I said, Yoon Dae-sung said in an exhausted voice. Yoon Bo-hyun caused trouble. He spread the anthrax bioweapon in Africa. Ha! Nicholas collapsed onto the sofa. He touched his forehead in frustration. Let's think about this for a moment. So, if that spreads, Yoon Bo-hyun is going to say that it happened because of Dr. Ryu's anthracis fence. Nicholas asked. I think so, Yoon Dae-sung replied. No way. People are going to believe that. Not everyone has scientific training or has a scientific mind. People will eventually get suspicious if anthrax coincidentally occurs near the anthracis fence that was placed around Congo. This isn't right, Dae-sung. You need to confess everything to the police and fix this situation. How are you going to handle this? Yoon Dae-sung's head hung low. I can't. I don't think I can. I can't turn myself in anymore. Dae-sung. I won't be the only one getting published. Now, Yoon Bo-hyun, that bastard, will also get a huge sentence. Then what about this? Let's hide Yoon Bo-hyun for now, and you can turn yourself in about having an anthrax bioweapon. There are old records of you selling it to the US military, right? Just say you don't know anything other than that. Then, people will think the United States used it in Africa and point their criticism there. The US military. I'm saying this because you can't do anything because of Bo-hyun, but that's what we have to do now. The most urgent thing is to get this situation under control. We need to get the news of that anthrax weapon out, let Dr. Ryu and the other scientists study it and figure out how to deal with it n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yoon Dae-sung covered his face with his hands. Dae-sung, Nicholas said. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Yoon Dae-sung began sobbing. Everything is my fault. I raised that kid into a monster. I never showed him affection since he was young. I've always been so strict with him. I badgered him about taking over the company. My misguided education turned that good kid into a monster. Dae-sung, snap out of it. You need to snap out of it too. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. It was Yoon Dae-sung's secretary. Sir, this is urgent. May I come in? Yoon Dae-sung wiped his eyes. Come in. The secretary opened the door and rushed in. His secretary had worked with him for 20 years, and it had been a while since they were this nervous. Sir, I just received word from the company's management headquarters that a man named Yoon Bo-hyun is set to do an insider's interview. Did you know about this? What? Yoon Dae-sung's eyes widened. Damn it, where? Nicholas shouted. Apparently, reporters are crowing in front of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Is that where the GSC conference is being held? Nicholas asked. That's right. What is he announcing? That is. Hurry. He said he is exposing the true side of Mr. Ryu Youngjun of Abio. The three people seemed to stop breathing. There was a heavy tension in the CEO's office. Kim Hyun-taik, the lab director of Lab 1 at Agen, has conflicted with Dr. Ryu Youngjun for a long time, Yoon Bo-hyun said in front of the reporters. When Dr. Ryu was growing rapidly within Agen gave him 4% of company shares and treated him like an executive. He was only about 30 years old. But this was quite reasonable, considering his abilities. Yoon Dae-sung grabbed the microphone and began to speak passionately. But he was not satisfied with that. He started Abio to swallow up the company. He's been blackmailing Agen's management and taking more shares, eventually leading to a merger between Agen and Abio. The reporter's cameras flashed. Everyone thinks that Agen will be fine if Dr. Ryu Youngjun takes over, but it won't be. So, as an employee of management, I am here to expose the truth about Dr. Ryu, Yoon Bo-hyun said. First, Dr. Ryu Youngjun is a murderer. The reporter's eyes widened. What? One of the reporters dropped their notepad in surprise. Yoon Bo-hyun said, when Dr. Ryu Youngjun was actively trying to take over Agen, Director Kim Hyun-taik was kicked out of the position. Everything was according to his plan, but Director Kim Hyun-taik also knew Dr. Ryu Youngjun's weakness. He rushed to Lab 6 in order to secure that before leaving. And somehow, Dr. Ryu found out and chased after Director Kim Hyun-taik. The two briefly clashed at the Life Creation Department at Lab 6. No one knows what happened there, but, Yoon Bo-hyun said. 3 hours after that, Director Kim Hyun-taik suffered an extremely painful seizure and collapsed while bleeding. He's still in a coma at the hospital. The reporter's hands trembled. Are you saying that Dr. Ryu harmed Director Kim Hyun-taik? That's right. But how is that possible? Who knows? That genius can go to a conference and create a new drug and a paper in a week. Don't you think he could make a poison with that kind of ingenuity? But I've been sorting through Dr. Kim Hyun-taik's materials, and I have some information that he dug up about Dr. Ryu Youngjun, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Dr. Ryu Youngjun is the person who developed the anthrax bioweapon. An extreme shock surrounded the reporters. Some were so surprised that they stopped taking photos. Yoon Bo-hyun stared at them. After he was kicked out of Lab 1 at age N, he went to study anthracis at the Life Creation Department at Lab 6. It was possible because it was a department that no one cared about. There was no one who could uncover the truth of the past. Would the US military who made and smuggled biological weapons onto another country's soil after the convention be willing to come clean and admit their wrongdoings? Or would Yoon Dae-sung come forward, facing the pain of sending his biological son to prison? Or was Nicholas so cold that he would tear apart a family, including his best friend and his son? Nothing. There was nothing. That's probably what made director Kim Hyun-taik collapse as well. And do you know how Dr. Ryu stopped the spread of Ebola in Africa? Yoon Bo-hyun said. The anthracis fence, someone murmured. Dr. Ryu had already done quite a bit of research to develop anthrax as a bioweapon, which is why he was able to go to Africa and create the anthracis fence in just a few days, Yoon Bo-hyun said. This is different from when he went to the conference in Sweden and developed the genetic surgery method in a week. When Dr. Ryu went to Africa, Yoon Bo-hyun raised his voice. There was nothing? No one from ABIO followed Dr. Ryu? He went to Africa alone, without any equipment, and created the anthracis fence in just a week? How did he manage to do that? Yoon Bo-hyun said. It's because he was the developer of the anthrax bioweapon. And the biggest proof of all is coming from Africa right now, because the anthracis fence that Dr. Ryu installed originated from the anthrax bioweapon. The weaponized anthrax has begun going around. The reporters were shocked again. Anthrax is going around. I publicly condemn Dr. Ryu Youngjun. He is a murderer, and he has caused an epidemic of a serious disease using unproven methods in the name of stopping the spread of Ebola in Africa, Yoon Bo-hyun said. I cannot accept someone like this as the CEO of AGEN and ABIO. Many shareholders watching the merger of the two companies should take this into careful consideration, and, Yoon Bo-hyun added, I hope the police will detain Dr. Ryu as soon as possible. After the press conference, Yoon Bo-hyun went to the main lobby of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Scientists who were attending the GSC International Conference were coming down from the floor above for a break. Yoon Bo-hyun had also planned this. Reporters swarmed to Youngjun, fighting to get there first, as he came down into the lobby. Dr. Ryu. Their countless microphones were aimed towards Youngjun like they were going to pierce him. Camera flashes fell on his face. Please comment on the anthracis in Africa. There is news of the anthracis fence causing an anthrax epidemic in Africa. Is this true? Is it true that you developed the anthrax bioweapon? How do you feel right now? There was an expose from an insider that you are a murder suspect. Any comments? Youngjun stayed quiet. His eyes stared past the crowd to the other side where Yoon Bo-hyun was standing. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What the FXXK is that? Park Joo-hyuk let out a sigh as he watched the TV. Several ABIO employees were standing in front of the large TV in the break room. Oh no, is that true? Are you kidding? Wait, who's Yoon Bo-hyun? Some stupid nobody. I've never seen him at AGEN. The employees murmured amongst themselves. Mr. Kim, Chun Ji-myung said to Park Joo-hyuk. How much do you know about what's on TV right now? I don't know anything, he replied. That little piece of shit who just showed up out of nowhere. What the hell is he doing? Park Joo-hyuk frowned. How's the public reacting? Do you know anything? Chun Ji-myung asked. I don't know. I think I have to go down to management and see. Park Joo-hyuk quickly ran up the stairs to management. The office phone lines were burning. People were chaotically running around with documents and taking calls. Return fire immediately? This is some bullshit from a crazy nobody who doesn't know anything, shouted Lee Chan-yeol, the executive manager of management. Send out press releases now. How is the public reacting? They are defending Dr. Ryu so far. Of course they are. It's all a f***ing conspiracy theory. The CEO has done so much for people. He's saved so many lives, and this conspiracy theory will blow over. I want you to send out a press release saying that we deny all allegations. Yes, sir. The employees pounded away at their keyboards. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The world was turned upside down, and not just in Korea. It included the United States, where the ABIO Cancer Laboratory was located, Sweden that gave Youngjun the highest medal in the country, Mumbai that established a statue of Youngjun for his work against HIV in Kamathipura, the Congo that was successful in containing the spread of Ebola, along with the International Vaccine Institute and the World Health Organization. It was like a bomb had hit countless countries and organizations. This is nonsense. Why would Dr. Ryu harm him? An anthrax bioweapon? There's no evidence of that. Dr. Ryu certainly has research capabilities that go beyond conventional knowledge, but why would he make an anthrax bioweapon with his talent? How could anyone know what that genius is thinking? Obviously, no one knows why he made a weapon, but Dr. Ryu is receiving extraordinary support from the United States, so that could be a reason. This is nonsense. It's all a conspiracy theory. Then, what's going on in Africa right now? There's an anthrax epidemic along the anthracis fence. And it's a respiratory disease? Let's say he didn't make the anthrax bioweapon. Still, the anthracis fence was a failed strategy. It stopped Ebola, but it created an even worse biological disaster. There's very little known about the anthrax outbreak in Africa because it's still new. How do we know it was caused by the anthracis fence? Then what is it? Anthrax has never caused an epidemic like this before the anthracis fence. Everyone blindly trusted him because he was part of the GSC and showed incredible research abilities. That's why the anthracis fence was done in African countries without much examination. But science should not do that. Dr. Ryu has citizenship in Sweden. He can run away anytime, so we should suspend his passport at once. I think he should be detained. Someone as capable as Dr. Ryu should be able to get rid of the evidence. There's no one who knows biology better than him. Detain? Are you kidding me? Don't you know what kind of company he is running? He's practically directing all the research at both AGen and ABio. And that research is right? Can research that saves lives be wrong? Look at the genetically engineered babies. Look at what Dr. Ryu's technology has created. Society was burning. Several intellectuals from all over contributed to the discussion, going for each other's throats. In the midst of it all, Yoon Bo-hyun wrote a column in the newspaper. It was shared thousands of times on the internet and received a huge number of views. The dangers of unprepared technology Nov. L.B//JNN. The technology that Dr. Ryu Youngjun of ABio has presented is truly amazing. The world seems to have moved into the 22nd century in the blink of an eye. But is that something to celebrate? Dr. Ryu Youngjun has given hope to cancer patients by developing Ca9 gene scissors, and he has also created a diagnostic kit. Recently, however, Dr. He Jiankui from China has used Ca9 to create a genetically engineered baby. Dr. He presented his work at the GSC International Conference and was heavily criticized by fellow scientists. There was a divide about this issue, even in the scientific community, which means that even the scientific community, which has developed Ca9, cannot provide ethically safe guidance on this technology. Many ethicists and religious organizations around the world have raised concerns about genetically engineered babies, and humanity has yet to find an answer. This was science fiction until yesterday. Today, it is a real problem that needs to be addressed immediately. However, Dr. Ryu is still pushing on the accelerator. ABio is working on a massive project to decode the entire genome of 100 million humans using more than 200 genetic analysis machines. This will give him a complete picture of what genes direct what aspects of appearance. He will publish his findings in a paper, which will bring him a lot of fame and money. But is there any reason for a second He Jiankui to read that paper and not touch those genes? Dr. Ryu Youngjun will perfect both gene scissors and high-resolution gene maps, and humanity is not yet ready to accept that. Now is the time to hit the brakes, not the accelerator. Amidst the extreme confusion in society, the doctors in charge of the intensive care unit at Yanyi University Hospital released a statement. The patient in question, Kim Hyun-taek, was brought to the hospital unconscious due to brain death. We conducted tests for various diseases in the patient's body, but we have not identified signs of anything, including anthrax. Kim Hyun-taek is not infected with anthrax. We can assure that. However, this did not touch the public's heart. People who believed in Youngjun from the beginning may have been reassured by this announcement. But those who didn't believe him from the beginning still didn't, because Youngjun was a genius scientist who conquered many diseases in just 1 year. He probably manipulated it so that they couldn't find it. It wasn't scientific, but it was a line of reasoning that was intuitively accepted. Public opinion was still split 50-50. The anthracis fence has nothing to do with the bioweapon. The genes in the anthracis fence is the junk DNA of Ebola, and this cannot have any impact on the phenotype of anthracis except for increasing the immunity of the bacteria. The anthracis fence has nothing to do with the current anthrax epidemic. Michelle, other African health officials, and the World Health Organization issued a statement. But conspiracy theories don't go away easily, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Yoon Dae-sung had his eyes closed, and Nicholas was trembling in anger. These are people who still believe in the moon landing conspiracy theories in the 21st century. There's also the fan myth. The fan myth is a popular misconception in Korea that having an electric fan running in a room while sleeping will kill someone due to the lack of oxygen/ref, and the myth that the CIA is spreading the flu to curb population growth. There are quite a lot of people who strongly believe in nonsense like that, Yoon Bo-hyun said. And that's Ryu Youngjun's weakness. He's too smart, too perfect, and too moral. He's too much of an elite, even though all his power comes from the support from the public and most of them are ignorant. The truth may eventually come out, but not until the two companies merge and elect a CEO. Why, you crazy bastard? Nicholas finally lost his cool and grabbed Yoon Bo-hyun by the neck. Do you know what you've done? I know. I'm protecting this company instead of my father. Yoon Bo-hyun shouted. Division manager Ji Kwang-man and director Kim Hyun-taek all went down during the battle. My father raised the white flag, but not me. Yoon Dae-sung let out a sigh like he had given up. People don't hate the villain, what they hate are hypocrites. When someone better than you behaves admirably, you respect and follow them, but that doesn't last long. They change as soon as you give them a few shreds of suspicion, like that person has murderous intentions, or that person has developed a weapon that causes a plague, Yoon Bo-hyun said. He added, go hide if you can't fight, but don't get in my way. Nicholas let go of Yoon Bo-hyun. A silence from exhaustion filled the room. Bo-hyun, Yoon Dae-sung said quietly. You made a big mistake. Do you still think that? Even though I backed him up into a corner like this, The reason that Dr. Ryu is not finishing you off right now is because his priority is the anthrax epidemic in Africa. He doesn't even consider you his opponent. To him, you're nothing but a small fruit fly. You still don't have an idea of the kind of power he has. Yun Bo-hyun clenched his jaw. Father, does Dr. Ryu just seem like a genius scientist to you? No matter how incredible a scientist is, they can't make a company like A-Bio in just a year. He's not good at science, he's just incredibly intelligent. I won't get out now. It would be ridiculous for me to turn myself in and try to find a way to live alone. I will stand by your side, and I will leave with you when you fall, Yoon Dae-sung said. Yoon Bo-hyun stared at him with disappointment. Nicholas silently agreed with Yoon Dae-sung. When the anthrax bioweapon came up, Youngjun would have already figured out that it was something A-gen had developed in the past. But Youngjun hadn't contacted Nicholas yet. He hadn't asked Nicholas, who had access to all of A-gen's research notes, to expose the anthrax bioweapon development because he could destroy Yoon Bo-hyun without embarrassing Nicholas. Youngjun didn't leave the country during the talk of him being detained and all that. But there was one person who did get on a plane to the Congo. It was Dr. Meselson. He was reading the email Youngjun had written the day before. The whole genome sequence of the anthracis in Africa is as follows. @tat-kakat-takat-gitkat. The email attachment contained 5.23 million letters of DNA data. Not only that, it also described what materials were made in each location, how much they were expressed, and what their three-dimensional structure looked like. When he first got this file, Meselson thought Youngjun had actually designed a bioweapon because it was physically impossible to make something like that overnight. But he changed his mind after some more thought. He couldn't have made this data, even if he was the developer, even if he was Youngjun. This was data that scientists who have worked on anthracis for 5 to 10 years would barely get, which meant that there was a separate scientist who produced this data. In reality, this was the result of using Rosaline, but to Meselson, it seemed like Youngjun already held the evidence to clear his own name. I'm not the one who created the anthrax bioweapon. However, I think it's true that something like that is going around Africa, Youngjun said to Meselson. I obtained this data through a route I cannot discuss right now, and since it's a little difficult for me to leave the country now, I am leaving the heavy lifting to you, Dr. Meselson. That's fine. Leave it to me, Dr. Ryu. I'm the expert on anthracis and bioweapons, Meselson replied. And when he was on the plane, Youngjun held a press conference. It was time for the press conference. There was a crowd of reporters in front of Youngjun, who went to sit down at the table for the interview. Cameras flashed and clicked from all over. The atmosphere was more tense than usual. People wanted an explanation for the allegations that were spreading right now. However, Youngjun didn't have the time to worry about them right now. He had more serious matters to attend to. Youngjun was going to keep his explanations to clear the air as short as possible and get back to work. I have never developed or been involved in the development of anthrax bioweapons, and I have never harmed Dr. Kim Hyun-taek. I will accept any investigation, and I will confront the rumors that are being spread right now, Youngjun said. It has been said that I developed the weapon in the Life Creation Department at Lab 6 of A-gen as the director of Lab 1 and an executive of the research department. I posted a data release draft yesterday. I asked that all the research records of the Life Creation Department be provided to the prosecution and, to the extent that there is no problem, the public. The reporters quickly wrote down Youngjun's statement. The sound of keyboard clicking rang throughout the conference hall. All of A-gen's research records are stored in a secure online cloud associated with the National Research Foundation of Korea. Depending on the access level, they can be viewed by both the government and the company, but they cannot be modified. Therefore, there are no concerns about the destruction of evidence. All allegations will be put to rest once the research records of Lab 6 are made public. I would like to make this clear in advance, Youngjun said. The possibility that the anthracis fence caused the disease instead of the biological weapons is also being raised. This is also not true. The anthracis fence did not install anthracis, but rather vaccinated the anthracis that was already in the wild. Youngjun presented the entire genome of anthracis on the Minotaur. Anthracis has about 1,641 genes. Do you know how many of these genes the anthracis fence affected? Youngjun asked. 0. The anthracis fence didn't touch those genes. All it did was insert DNA fragments of the Ebola virus into the empty spaces between the genes. And those fragments don't have any biological effect either. Youngjun continued as he went on to the next slide. Next, the genetically engineered baby, Youngjun said. I am somewhat in favor of genetic engineering. The reporters who were taking photos and typing all stopped. They looked like they couldn't believe it. I've seen an editorial that said it was time to press the brakes because the technology was moving too fast and shaking the foundations of human history, but that's not true, Youngjun said. I will give you an example. It's a story about a soldier named Jeff Carroll who served in the US Army. While Jeff and his wife were preparing to have a baby, they found out that they had a genetic mutation that caused Huntington's disease. If they were to have a child, there would be a 50% chance of the baby having Huntington's, so they gave up on trying to have a baby. Youngjun went on. However, they had hope and studied more about biology and modern medicine, and eventually found out that there was a process called PGD, pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It's a kind of test tube baby where you can test for genetic mutations in the embryos and find the ones that don't have any problems since there's also a 50% chance of having a healthy baby, Youngjun said. Jeff and his wife gave birth to a healthy baby. This was in 2006. Jeff, who was inspired by the power that biology held, is working at the University of Washington as a researcher. That's what the advancement of science looks like. In the past, we would have only known if a baby had Huntington's after it was born. But modern medicine has made it possible to test amniotic fluid for the possibility of Huntington's and offer the option of abortion. And with IVF, we now have the option of selecting only healthy embryos before implantation. So what lies beyond the invention of Ca9? Youngjun asked the audience. We will now be able to fight against diseases that are 100% genetic. Science means more choices and greater freedom. Vast freedom for those who are unprepared may lead to catastrophes like nuclear war, but we can't let the fear of that hold us back from advancing science and leaving citizens like Jeff in difficulty. However, in the case of Dr. He Jiangkui's engineering of CCR5, it could be a problem because if that gene doesn't work properly during embryonic development, it could cause early death or accelerated aging. Youngjun went to the next slide and showed a schematic of CCR5 and telomeres. Dr. He Jiangkui did that research because he didn't know much about CCR5, Youngjun said. That's why I am doing genetic analysis at ABio because people can only choose the right path when they can clearly see the choices in front of them. The genetic manipulation of Ca9 is already under discussion at the International Research Ethics Forum, so it will be regulated appropriately, including the punishment for Dr. He Jiangkui. *****. Hey, is this going to be enough? Park Ju-hyuk asked Youngjun on the way out of the press conference. What else should I have done? You should have crushed that bastard Yoon Bo-hyun. Should have sued him for defamation and been more aggressive. That's the kind of fight that Yoon Bo-hyun wants. What are you talking about? Yoon Bo-hyun is Yoon Dae-sung's son. Huh. Park Ju-hyuk's eyes widened. Maybe Dispatch 1 will figure it out soon enough. Anyway, Yoon Bo-hyun's goal is probably to make this as noisy as possible and drag me into mudslinging. What he wants is Yoon Dae-sung maintaining control over Agen. Then, why is he making all the fuss instead of using someone? This will become a weakness for both of them if it gets out that he is Yoon Dae-sung's son. Because Yoon Dae-sung wants to give me the company, Youngjun said. Rosaline had read Yoon Dae-sung's brainwaves when they were talking about the merger, and Yoon Dae-sung was sincere. So, Yoon Bo-hyun did this all on his own. If he used someone, Yoon Dae-sung could just fire him and stop it. But if Yoon Bo-hyun does it himself, he has no choice but to side with him. Yoon Bo-hyun can't inherit a company as big as Agen because he's too young and incompetent. But he's trying to stop it from getting into my hands because he can inherit it later if it's kept in his father's hands. So that's what happened. Are the people from the KDCA2 at the office right now? Youngjun asked. Yeah, they've been waiting there since before the press conference started. Good. I have to be there right now. That's a more urgent issue than Yoon Bo-hyun. What are you having a meeting for? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Korea might be a target for an anthrax attack. Park Ju-hyuk stopped in his tracks. What? I talked with the CIA, and they said there's a possibility of an anthrax attack coming to Korea. Wait, why? What do we have to do with Africa? They only target Western countries like the United States or Europe, right? Yeah, but most of the scientists who are leading science in the world are in Seoul right now, and most of them are from the United States of Europe. The GSC International Conference. It might be a coincidence, but we have to be prepared if there's even a glimmer of a possibility. Our government was probably warned by the CIA, and that's why they're here to see me. Oh my god. The government probably contacted the organizers for the GSC conference to stop the whole thing and send people home. But I haven't heard anything about the members going home. They'll start going one by one. But some people may stay, Youngjun said. Youngjun had already gotten a few emails from GSC members. It was about how they were going to stay to join him in planning a defense strategy against the possible biot error that may happen. Nov. L. B//JNN. Sir. Yu Song-mi, Youngjun's secretary, called him as he entered ABio. The KDCA? I'm going to see them right now. No, not that. Is someone else here for a meeting? Mr. Nicholas Kim is here. The KDCA is my priority. Please tell him to wait. Youngjun walked past Yu Song-mi and headed to the elevator. However, Nicholas was standing in the hallway. Were you waiting here? Youngjun asked Nicholas. No, I went to the bathroom and saw your secretary leaving, so I thought that I would take a chance and wait, Nicholas replied. Let's go together, Dr. Ryu. You're going to the meeting with the KDCA, right? How did you hear about it? Because they asked for Agen's cooperation as well. Let's go. Youngjun stepped on to the elevator with Nicholas. I'm going to leave right away after the meeting, so please prepare the car, Youngjun said to Yu Song-mi so that she would leave. Yes, sir. Youngjun, who was left alone with Nicholas, pressed the button for the 6th floor, which was where the meeting was being held. The elevator started going up. There was so much Nicholas wanted to say, but he hesitated because he didn't know where to begin. He had heard Youngjun's press conference, and he only asked for Lab 6's records to be released. If Youngjun had requested an audit of all of Agen's records, Agen's anthrax weapons could have been revealed before the merger. And if that happened, Youngjun would have been able to claim that he was unaware of the problem. But that's not what Youngjun did. I'm saying this just in case, but don't tell the KDCA about the anthrax weapon, Youngjun said out of the blue. What? Nicholas was surprised. It's exactly what I said. Don't talk about Agen's anthracis. I am going to let Mr. Yoon finish that on his own. Dr. Ryu, I have something to confess, Nicholas said with a tense face after making up his mind. The anthrax going around in the Middle East right now was the anthrax bioweapon AGEN developed in the past. Yun Bohyun sent the sample that was left for development to Africa. That got into the hands of the rebels, and they made a weapon. Is that what Yun Bohyun said? Yes. Dr. Ryu, we have to confess everything to the KDCA and prepare a plan based on the records we have. No. Youngjun shook his head. Yun Bohyun probably doesn't know, but the rebels did not use that. What? The anthrax weapon that caused the epidemic in Africa is unrelated to the one that AGEN developed. It's unrelated. Yes. Extreme confusion flashed across Nicholas' face. What are you talking about? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun talked to Michelle on the first day of the GSC conference. Michelle suspected anthrax, but she wasn't sure. Could you send me a sample of the patient's blood? Youngjun asked Michelle. Of course. He received the blood sample 2 days later, but it was when Yun Bohyun was directly attacking Youngjun after the anthrax mess had begun. Youngjun put the fuss aside and analyzed the anthracis in the patient's blood. This isn't the bioweapon that AGEN had. I thought Yun Bohyun had sent AGEN's anthrax bioweapon to Africa and used it along the anthracis fence. You're talking about the male anthracis that director Kim Hyun-taek had? Rosaline asked. I told you that it was safe early on. That was considering the danger of the bacteria itself, but also considering the possibility of it falling into the hands of terrorists. Even if terrorists got hold of the carcasses of AGEN's anthracis, they can't revive it. Yes. Why? It's not visible to the human eye, but there was a lot of nuclease activity. Nuclease was an enzyme that destroyed DNA. The DNA in those bacteria carcasses is so degraded that it would be difficult to use. It's probably been 20 to 30 years since they developed it, so it's possible. If Yun Bohyun sent it to Africa, he did something completely useless. Then what's this? Youngjun frowned as he looked at the blood sample. One, a famous Korean news outlet that reports a lot of gossip about celebrities, the TMZ of Korea. 2, Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. This is a de novo anthracis. Rosaline said. De novo was a Latin biological term meaning new. It usually referred to the artificial splicing of DNA from scratch. De novo material was not reproduced from a pre-existing living organism, it was implied that it was artificially synthesized. The result was no different, but the word was used to describe the difference between the processes. It's not quite an artificial life, but it is artificial in many ways. It's different from AGEN's anthrax weapon, which was just a separation between evolved males and females. Rosaline said. It kept most of the shell and organelles of anthracis, but most of the genes are different. Almost all of the genes are new and biosynthesized, and many are from other pathogenic bacteria. It was a kind of chimeric variant. Chimeric organisms were harder to create as the organisms became more complex, but it was relatively easy for bacteria. Even so, manipulating anthracis to this extent was a daunting task for even the most experienced university professors. It would take GSC members like Michelle a year or two if she had a good team. It required an in-depth understanding of not only anthracis, but bacteria as well. Ring? A phone rang. It wasn't Youngjun's or the office phone either. The sound came from the drawer. Youngjun opened the drawer and took out a tacky-looking flip phone. Hello. A man's voice came from the phone. Hello. You have to throw this phone away after use. Why do you still have it? I will throw it away after this time. The White House delivered some information that the CIA gathered to the Korean government, but I contacted you because I thought you should know about it as well. Thank you, Mr. Director. What is it? Youngjun asked. James Holdren, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, said. After you stopped Ebola, our intelligence agents were in Africa with Dr. Michelle tracking the origin of the outbreak. Where was it? It was an abandoned hideout for a terrorist organization on the border between the Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's one of the places that the CIA found recently. Surprisingly, there was a research facility there. It was a very crude facility, but it had a lot of important information, like how they caused a genetic mutation in the Ebola virus. Are you saying that the Ebola virus infecting anthracis wasn't natural evolution? That's right. That kind of evolution doesn't happen in nature very often, but they artificially caused that evolution. Some scientists are more evil than you think, Dr. Ryu. I'm not talking about character, I'm talking about competence. I can't understand why a scientist with that kind of research ability would be in a terrorist organization, Youngjun said. Evolving Ebola to infect anthracis was possible with a guided evolution experiment. But think about what that would take. Even the best scientists from the Congolese government could barely do it in a biosafety level 4 lab. The rebels obviously didn't have such a lab, meaning that they did this experiment illegally in a much worse lab setting. There were probably people in those rebel groups who got infected and died from working with Ebola. That meant that there was a scientist among the rebels who could push for the experiment and produce results while controlling the spread. That's why the CIA and other international intelligence organizations are in shock. James said. We still have yet to identify them. Someone that talented would already be active in international conferences and things like that, so you'd think everyone would know their name. There's no one among people like that who we can't track down. We're also guessing that they created the anthrax that is going around Africa right now. I see. And we don't know anything about them, but there's one thing. James said. There was a signature in one of the Ebola research records, Rosalind. Nov. L. B //JNN. Youngjun froze as soon as he heard that. Does that ring a bell or anything? No, Youngjun said. There's also another problem. Among the records they wrote, there was data about the schedule of the GSC International Conference. The conference. Yes. Maybe the anthrax epidemic in Africa is nothing more than a decoy or a preliminary experiment. A terrorist attack targeting the GSC International Conference might happen. That's why I've called, and I've passed it on to the Korean government. Alright, I will make arrangements. And I'll ask Dr. Messelson and help track down the bioweapons since he's the leading expert in anthracis and bioweapons. Thank you. After ending the call with James, Youngjun called for Dr. Chen Ji-myung right away. He had been at the life creation department the longest. When Dr. Chen came up to his office, Youngjun asked, Dr. Chen, do you know how Rosaline got her name? Rosaline. Yes. Rosaline was the name that was given to the artificial cell when we were at the life creation department. Oh, that. Chen Ji-myung nodded. There was an oddball who came to the life creation department because they wanted to. It was a place of exile to everyone else, but she wanted to try creating life. Youngjun had heard this from Park Dong-hyun and Jung Harim. She was a huge fan of a scientist named Rosalind Franklin. That's why they named the artificial cell Rosaline. And it started from there. And their name, Elsie. Elsie. She was a Korean American. She came into Korea with her mother and ended up getting a job at AGEN, Chen Ji-myung said. And she was a really talented scientist, although she's nothing compared to you, but certainly better than me. I was a newcomer with some good papers, but I felt like she was much better than me every time we worked together. I often wondered what was going on in her head that she was coming up with these experiments. Do you happen to know where she is now? No. She worked here for about 3 years before going back to the United States. I don't know what happened to her after that. And you don't have her contact information. I'm sure there's a number somewhere, but I don't know if that number or email will still work. Could you please still find it? Alright. And did she do any dangerous research or anything like that when he was at AGEN? Dangerous? I'm asking whether they worked with anthracis or Ebola. Ha ha ha, nothing like that. She got frightened easily, and she was also nice and innocent. Really? Yes. I took over all her experiments after she left, and I looked at all the lab notes, too. There wasn't anything dangerous in there. Alright, thank you, Youngjun said. Messelson, who arrived in the Democratic Republic of Congo, met with Michelle. Thank you for coming all this way. After briefly greeting Messelson, Michelle led him to the meeting room. There were 7 men with great physique waiting for them. They were too intimidating to be doctors or scientists. They are from the CIA, Michelle explained. The CIA is in Congo. Yes. Our government gave them permission. I see. I heard from Dr. Ryu that a few governments in Africa and the CIA would be working together. It hasn't been revealed to the public, but it's standard for the ECOWAS and the Arab League to deal with this terror in Africa. ECOWAS. It's the Economic Community of the West African States. ECOWAS referred to the Organization of West African Countries. They shared the fact that they were politically unstable due to religious conflicts between Islam and Christianity, economic imbalances between member countries, and civil wars over resource exploitation. After civil wars in Liberia and Sierra Leone, the organization created the Multinational Army of the West African Union, with inviolability protocols and anti-terrorism policies to ensure regional security. We can't have the UN Army come in because of the issue of intervention, said Robert, a CIA agent. Once we find the terrorist organization's hideout, ECOWAS, and the multinational army will destroy them, but finding them is what we're here for. I see. Messelson nodded. Did Dr. Ryu give you any hints? He said that he was sending them with you, Michelle said. Messelson opened his email. It showed almost all the information about anthracis that Youngjun had written in a day. What is this? Robert tilted his head in confusion, but Michelle's jaw dropped to the floor in disbelief. This is exactly what you think. It's the DNA information about the anthracis that is going around right now, Messelson said. Oh my. All the ORFs are written down, and all 3,000 of the alternatively spliced enzymes. Even their quaternary folding structures. How did he do this? When I first got this, I thought Dr. Ryu made the anthrax bioweapon, Messelson said. How old is Dr. Ryu? Michelle asked. About 30. Then, unless he started working on this when he was an elementary student. Even the real developer probably doesn't have this data. Yeah, wait. The promoter here is attack, right? Then, they inserted foreign DNA in this part, right? Michelle said as she read the data. That's right. There are dozens of areas like that. This is a de novo bacteria, Messelson said. There's the P6K20 gene. It's from cholera. And M2. It's inserted as a TRC promoter. Dr. Michelle, this is where the APO genes that increase the respiratory infectivity of anthracis show up. You've seen this gene, RF0012, recently, right? Oh, Michelle clapped. Red mold. This gene name appeared in Dr. Ryu's latest paper on red mold. The terrorists transplanted some of the genes that red mold uses to make spores into it. Wait, I know why Dr. Ryu sent us this. Michelle smiled brightly. Messelson nodded and said what Michelle was going to say. Let's track down the genes that were inserted. Robert, Michelle said as she looked back at the CIA agents. The agents, who were staring into space, came back. Oh, yes. You're finally including us in the conversation now? I was drifting off for a moment. I was wondering what language you guys were taking in, Robert said playfully. Sorry, Robert, the anthracis has a lot of genes that originate from different organisms. And I doubt a scientist from a terrorist organization would have obtained these from a broker far away. Since the more of them there are, the more likely they are to be caught, Robert said. So, let's track the information that came from universities in Africa, Michelle said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hello everyone, Youngjun greeted as he walked into the grand conference hall on the second floor of ABIO with the commissioner of the KDCA. There were about 30 scientists waiting for him. They all stared at Youngjun calmly. The commissioner will explain the details, but first, Youngjun said, I would like to sincerely thank everyone here. I can't tell you how touched I am that you're willing to stay and devise a defense strategy instead of running away from this place full of terror threats. Everything else aside, it's outrageous and unforgivable that terrorists would target the GSC directly, said Braden, a British scientist. Even if they are angry at the West and want revenge, what did us scientists do wrong? Dr. Dillon clicked his tongue. Yes. It's just like people taking out their anger at Dr. Ryu because he Jiankui made a genetically engineered baby, Dr. Lily said. He Jiankui flinched. Genetically engineered babies are a necessary technology, and medicine will eventually head in that direction. You should be thankful for me starting it off, he Jiankui said. We're saying that you started it off the wrong way. Funding for Ca9 related research might be cut off. That baby might die early because its CCR5 is modified. How are you going to take responsibility for it? What? You people shouldn't be criticizing me, he Jiankui said angrily. If you all do biology and medicine, you will eventually genetically engineer embryos, won't you? You can't criticize me when I'm taking the brunt of the barrage of condemnation you're going to get from religious organizations. Don't be absurd. We don't experiment with people. You have to do it for medical purposes when it's absolutely necessary. You can stop HIV from being inherited with drugs without modifying CCR5, but you stupidly. Scientists criticized He Jiankui from all over. There was an instant uproar. Everyone, Youngjun said. All the scientists looked at him. I will protect those babies, he said. Because I feel responsible as the developer of the base technology. I also knew that someone would try to genetically modify embryos. Youngjun glanced at He Jiankui near the end of his sentence. Although I didn't expect someone who is capable enough to conduct such an experiment to do it so recklessly in secret, without even asking me, the patent holder of Ca9, for permission, Youngjun said. Because you wouldn't have given me permission if I requested it, He Jiankui said, shrugging. We'll discuss that later because we're facing a bioterrorist attack, the commissioner of the KDCA said. Alright, let's get to the point. How much does Dr. Ryu or the Korean government know about the bioweapon that the rebels are using? Asked an old, gray-haired scientist. It was Caleb, a Canadian scientist. To be honest, we know almost everything. Youngjun shared the presentation with the scientists. They read through all of it carefully, the DNA sequence, the various proteins made, the structure, and their mechanisms. This is a monstrous bacteria, Dillon said. They pulled in a lot of new foreign genes here and there to make it more infective, but the biggest problem is the pumps, Lily said, reading the bacteria's data. That's right. There are 30 different antibiotic pumps. How did you figure this out, Dr. Ryu? After I got the patient sample from Dr. Michelle, I isolated the bacteria and read all the DNA using the analysis equipment at ABIO, Youngjun said. Then, I used the BLAST program to match the DNA and find the genes involved. But all the protein structures are here, too. How did you do this? Lily asked. That's a secret because it's related to ABIO's new technology. It wasn't something that was possible with current technology, but Youngjun couldn't say that Rosaline told him. You're such a scientist. The discussion keeps going astray when something interesting comes up, He Jiankui interrupted. Let's get back to the pumps. We can't kill this bacteria with antibiotics if there are these many antibiotic pumps. Normally, anthrax can be treated with lots of antibiotics if it's early in the infection, but this anthrax is different. The scientists expressed their worries. We can make a cure, Youngjun said. It's a type of superbacteria that doesn't respond to any antibiotics. Can we make a cure for it? Dillon asked. We are going to take advantage of the fact that it has a lot of pumps, since these pumps work by active transport. Pumps were structures on cell membranes. If antibiotics came into the cell, the pumps would pump them back out, and that was how the bacteria gained resistance to antibiotics. However, active transport pumps consumed energy. Pumping out antibiotics was not a natural process, but it was something that required energy from the bacteria. There are 30 pumps. Since there are thousands of them in total, the bacteria's energy source will be depleted if they run wild. It won't be able to survive, Youngjun said. Are you saying you're going to administer all 30 of those antibiotics? The commissioner asked. No, that would take a pretty big toll on the patient's stomach and liver. Instead, we'd give them the common active factor of the pump through the patient's respiratory system. Antibiotics can damage human cells depending on what they are, but not the active factor. The antibiotic pumps don't exist in human cells, so it won't affect them at all. But that wouldn't kill the anthrax, would it? The anthrax can go back to a spore and grow, Dillon pointed out. Then it's much easier. If spores are created within the body, the immune cells can eliminate them on their own, Youngjun said. The scientists nodded. It was convincing. Personally, I think it will be successful. If there's a terrorist attack, the antibiotics won't work, and we'll end up treating in the way I described. However, we will be commercializing it without enough clinical data. There's nothing we can do if it's urgent and nothing else works, the commissioner said. But this drug is just in case people get infected. The best case scenario would be if there is no bioterrorism at all, Youngjun said. Is there a way? Asked Steinhauer, the leading expert in astrophysics. This anthrax infects the respiratory system. The terrorists will most likely bring in gas bombs and spray them in hotels and other places. So we should scan for gas bombs at airports. Unless the terrorists have gas in their heads instead of their brain, they won't bring it to the airport in gas form, Braden said sarcastically. As Steinhauer glared at him, Lily added, they will probably make it into a spore and condense it using a centrifuge to make a pellet. 0.05 milligrams should be enough to paralyze a region as big as Udo 1. They'll bring it into the country and put it into gas cylinders, Dylan said. Then if we can figure out where they are going to detonate the bomb, we can have police patrol the nearby regions and look for gas cylinder bombs, Steinhauer said. Just to be clear, the terrorists' target is the GSC, right? Braden asked. Then would the terrorists be so stupid as to come all the way to Asia, where they have no ties, and kill Koreans to make another enemy? Maybe if they have gas in their heads, Steinhauer said to Braden sarcastically. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Please don't fight, Youngjun intervened. Realistically, there's no way for us to detect micrograms of bacteria at the airport. We can't go through every passenger's luggage, and even if we did, we probably wouldn't find it. I suppose. What I would like to ask everyone to do is to stay at the Grand Hyatt until this attack is sorted out, Youngjun said. You want us to act as bait? Dylan asked. That's right. Well, all right. I'm confident that we'll be able to stop it. It's nothing but a biological weapon used by some trivial terrorists. We would have run away already if we were going to. But we have to make sure the terrorists don't realize we know about their attacks. If they find out, they might abandon the GSC as a target and strike somewhere else, Lily said. But we still have to evacuate the citizens, right? Braden asked. The government will take care of that, the commissioner said. Well, all right. If they put in the anthracis in gas cylinders, how big will they be? Braden asked Youngjun. It will fit into a backpack. The size of a backpack. So now we just need to figure out a way to find the gas cylinder? What should we do? I would like to hear from some of the physics and engineering doctors. He Jiangkui looked back at Dr. Comet. Let's increase the number of police officers on patrol and give them portable X-ray scanners. They can scan someone's belongings with one swipe of the stick, Comet said. Or what about this? We can organize plainclothes officers and have them shoot shear-wave guns at backpacks or suitcases, Steinhauer said. If there's gas after metal, we can figure out if it's a gas cylinder based on the refractive index of the shear waves. That's a good idea. But can you make shear-wave guns small enough to carry? Caleb asked. It already exists. I developed it a few years ago, and I've been supplying it to the US Army. We can get it through expedited shipping and use it, Steinhauer said. Whatever works, Youngjun interrupted. Besides that, I would like to put one more safety mechanism between detecting the gas cylinders to prevent release and the cure to treat the infected. What is it? Caleb asked. It's to get rid of the released anthracis in the air. Is that even possible? We will also release gas. However, this gas will contain bacteria that will collect anthracis. The scientists were quiet for a few seconds. The commissioner of the KDCA glanced at Youngjun. He's doing something weird again. There's a bacteria called Thermoplasma volcanium that lives in hot springs that are 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Recently, it was discovered that thermoplasma live in the hot springs at the Yellowstone National Park and the Hakone Hot Springs, Youngjun said. It seemed unlikely that animals or humans transported the bacteria there. Some scientists studied it out of curiosity and realized that the bacteria can fly. So if you release a large quantity of thermoplasma, it will fly around and catch anthracis. Of course, thermoplasma won't be interested in anthracis, but we have Ca9, the best genetic engineering technology available. He Jiangkui flinched again. We can put a few genes into thermoplasma using Ca9, and we will synthesize a protein into the cell wall. What is it? It's an antibody that sticks to anthracis. When we release this bacteria into the air, it will chase the anthracis and collect as many anthracis as there are antibodies. We expect one thermoplasma to catch 200 anthracis. What happened next? Anthracis can't multiply when they are captured by thermoplasma, so it won't be pathogenic. And thermoplasma is a bacteria originally found in hot springs, so it won't live long at room temperature. How long can it live? Dylan asked. Less than a day, at most. When it dies, it secretes a large amount of nuclease and protease. It will destroy the anthracis that is attached to it. Caleb marveled. That's a real bacterial war. Is thermoplasma dangerous? Lily asked. No, it's a bacteria that lives in almost all hot springs. It's safe to say that everyone who has bathed in hot springs has been infected with it at least once. It's completely fine, Youngjun replied. It's interesting. He Jiangkui clapped. Dr. Ryu, let's show the terrorists what real scientists' biology is like. Woneudo is a large island on the Han River in Seoul. Yoon Bo-hyun's name rose to prominence as he targeted Youngjun. Now, he was standing in the eye of the storm of the merger between Agen and Abio. At this point, it was also reported that Yoon Bo-hyun was the son of Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, although he never publicly confirmed it. Many people knew that silence was a sign of affirmation. What a disappointment, Ryu Youngjun. Developing a bioweapon is a violation of the international convention. Honestly, does it make sense that a research ethics fanatic like Ryu Youngjun would develop a bioweapon and commit murder? Ryu Youngjun said that it wasn't true, and all these allegations seem fake. All he has to do is just open the records from Lab 6, right? But can we be sure that Ryu Youngjun didn't meddle with those records? He's already one of the best scientists in the world, and the Research Foundation is probably trying to stay on his good side. People, please. The anthracis fence and the anthrax outbreak in Africa aren't related at all. Anthrax can't spread from that fence. Please do some research before you criticize. I knew Ryu Youngjun was going to cause trouble soon enough. Someone who succeeded that much in such a short amount of time is bound to be dirty. I think Yoon Dae-sung will take the Abio-Agen merger. Money is more important to the shareholders than truth. Even if they believe Ryu Youngjun to give him the CEO position with his current image, they'll merge under Yoon Dae-sung and then change to Ryu Youngjun when the allegations are all cleared up. This is ridiculous. Because of these garbage rumors? Look what Ryu Youngjun has shown us thus far. Don't trust Ryu Youngjun too much. I think he's dangerous. The things he has done are senseless, right? All geniuses have a flaw in their personality. Professors and GSC members are all eccentric, too. Breaking news, Ryu Youngjun confesses. Click here. Don't clickbait, you bastard. But why isn't Ryu Youngjun doing anything after the last press conference? He's so quiet. Dr. Ryu only does big things. He doesn't have time to fight with Yoon Bo-hyun or whatever. Here comes the Ryu Youngjun cult believer. Click. Yoon Bo-hyun turned off his phone. All the posts that were being posted on the community page of Agen and Abio's website were something like that. The public was reacting similarly as well. But it's strange. Youngjun was a perfectionist. Considering his personality, he should get on TV and do some sort of weird experiment again. He should be demonstrating that there was nothing wrong with the anthracis fence. Or, he should have released the records of Agen's anthrax weapons and buried Yoon Dae-sung and Yoon Bo-hyun. That was what Yoon Bo-hyun had predicted Youngjun would do, but he still hadn't responded. What about the government? The government did not detain Youngjun, nor did they rush to release the Research Foundation's records to exonerate him. All the prosecution said was that they would investigate this thoroughly, and in reality, it was being ignored as if Youngjun should be doing something else. What is going on? Yoon Bo-hyun, who was a little anxious, remembered what Yoon Dae-sung had said to him. You don't stand a chance against him. The reason he is not destroying you right now is because his priority is the anthrax epidemic in Africa. To him, you're nothing but a small fruit fly. Yoon Bo-hyun clenched his fists. That's not true, father. Yoon Bo-hyun pulled a company document on his computer. It was the data on Agen's anthrax weapon obtained through Ji Kwangman's account. He wasn't allowed to carry it out, but he took photos of it on his phone. It was a lot of data, about 200 pages. Manager Yoon, said Kim Chun-yeol, the team manager of the Business Development Division. Yes, sir. Haha, there's a proposal that was sent to me right now, and I approved it. But I want you to take a look. A proposal. The team manager position was way higher than Yoon Bo-hyun, and he didn't have to show him things that had been approved by him. You're going to be the head of our company, so you should see my work. Patting him on the shoulder, Kim Chun-yeol gave Yoon Bo-hyun the documents. He's probably trying to be on both my side and Ryu Youngjun's. Yoon Bo-hyun didn't trust him, but he trusted the favor for now. Thank you. Yoon Bo-hyun's eyes narrowed as he read the document carefully. The proposal was from Abio, mass production of anthrax drug AL0074. This product has not yet completed preclinical studies, but based on the urgency of the situation and safety observed in cell experiments, production has been proposed. This has been approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Yoon Bo-hyun read through the document. There was no information about the composition of the drug itself. It was secured because the drug was still in development and Abio was still separate from Agen. However, there was information that it was approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety and an explanation that Abio would supply the raw materials needed for mass production. Did Ryu Youngjun propose this himself? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. Yeah, there's nothing about the composition of the new drug. That's why I'm showing it to you, Manager Yoon. It's before the merger and approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, so there's nothing wrong with it. But the team manager frowned at him with a suspicious gaze. Yoon Bo-hyun smirked. Did you think I would interfere if you told me the composition? No matter how reckless Yoon Bo-hyun would be to take down Youngjun, he wouldn't stop him from selling drugs to patients in Africa and increasing the company's revenue. Yoon Bo-hyun gave the document back to Kim Chun-yeol. It looks good. Thanks for letting me know. Are you okay with not knowing the composition? It's fine, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Yoon Bo-hyun smiled as he watched Kim Chun-yeol return to his seat. It's probably a drug that prevents the male and female anthracis from combining, or something like that. I know enough about the anthrax epidemic in Africa, Ryu Youngjun. At the same time, the team searching for anthrax terrorists in Africa was moving at a fast speed. Dr. Ryu is mass-producing the cure right now. He'll send it to Africa soon, Ms. Elson said. You are the defense, and we are the offense. Let's aim to finish them off here, if possible, before they hit the GSC conference in Korea. Then, let's check it over, Robert, the CIA agent, said. We have a record of a shipment of research-grade superbugs from the Geiblium Institute of Technology in Saudi Arabia. The person in charge is Dr. Jihadim, Michelle said. The Arab League traced this person, and he's in the Republic of Congo. Not the Democratic Republic of Congo, but an independent country right next to ours. They've also found 42 genes that have been shipped out here and there. I've been tracking the order in which these foreign genes were inserted into anthracis based on the degree of methylation, Messelson said. The 7 hydropumps went in first, then 3 genes from Ebola, then the individual antibiotic pumps, but there's a lot. First, the puramycin pump, then the kanamycin pump, ampicillin pump, and then 4 chitin synthesis genes to maintain the cell membrane of anthracis. Then, the carbenicillin pump. There's a lot of them, Michelle said. Anyway, let's try to piece together the information of where each gene came from in each country based on the order of insertion. Leave it to us, Robert said, picking up the documents. This is our specialty. *****. In the secret hideout at the Palestinian Liberation Front, Ibrahim, a young man who was standing guard, saw a small truck approaching. The driver was like a brother to Ibrahim, they were just some lowly soldiers. However, the person who was sitting in the passenger seat was one of the military officers of the Palestinian Liberation Front, Major Aziz. Ibrahim saw him and saluted. Everything's been okay, Aziz said after he got out of the truck. Yes, sir. Good work, Dr. Ref. You can come down now, Aziz said. Then, to his surprise, an exotic-looking woman stepped out from the back of the truck. She had soft skin like she hadn't seen hardship in her life, intelligent eyes, and a gracious smile. She looked so out of place here. For a prisoner, you look a little too, Ibrahim said. She looked too relaxed for a prisoner. Who is she? You don't need to know. Be polite as she is an important guest, Aziz said. Over here, Dr. Shukran, Dr. Ref said as he passed by Ibrahim. It was Arabic for thank you. Ibrahim blanked as he watched Dr. Ref and Major Aziz walk inside. That person, Ibrahim said to the driver. Who is she? She's a biologist. I don't know the details, either. Apparently, she's been very helpful in helping us wipe out the rebels in the area and settling down here. How old is she? She looks like she's in her 20s, right? Yes. But apparently, she's over 50. What? Ibrahim was shocked. Dr. Ref, who went into the hideout, sat down in the work chair in the small makeshift lab. Phew. It's so nice to be here after sitting in a truck. My behind was killing me earlier. The last hideout I was in was more comfortable, but I didn't realize you would move so far away while I was gone. We moved because there was a high chance it would be discovered by international intelligence agents. You cleaned up well, right? Yes, I covered up almost every trace. There are some papers there with my signature, and there are sketches of a plan to attack the GSC. If those fall into the CIA's hands, this operation could be doomed. Don't worry, I had Abraham and a few others burn most of it to the ground. There will be some research facilities left, but no materials. Dr. Ref chuckled and stared at Aziz. Aziz felt a little overwhelmed. I checked as well, he said. Well, all right. But it doesn't matter if you fail. Nov, L, B //JNN. It doesn't matter. Because there are endless ways and opportunities to attack. And we're just trying to destroy the GSC for symbolic reasons. There are other important targets, too, Dr. Ref said. Of course, it would be better if we succeeded. But for now, let's assess the situation. Can we look at our weapon? Here it is, Aziz said. One of the scientists in the hideout lab handed her a vial that was the size of their finger. Their hands trembled. Even if we're growing a monster without safety measures, at least don't touch them with your bare hands. Dr. Ref took the vial with anthracis with a cloth. At a glance, it looked like one of those lotion samples from cosmetics stores. Aziz, I've had someone in Korea make some gas cylinders already. Dr. Ref held out a note. I left it in a storage locker at Seoul Station, and this is the address. All you have to do is take the cylinder out, open the lid, put the bacteria inside, and lock the cylinder. Dr. Ref took out a small needle from her bag. I'll give this injection to the carrier. What is it? Aziz asked. A vaccine. It's respiratory, so you never know. Thank you. Aziz took the syringe from her. But Dr. Ref, there's something I want to ask. What is it? Why did you use anthracis in a few African countries? Isn't it our goal to show our will and strength to the West? There are a few reasons. The first is to test out its toxicity. We can't sacrifice our own, right? Second is to keep the attention of the international community to Africa so that they miss the GSC, which is the real target. And lastly, she said, it's to keep Ryu Youngjun there. I honestly don't think it will work. It's good if it does, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't, but maybe we'll get lucky. Keep Ryu Youngjun there? Aziz asked. Yes. Dr. Ryu Youngjun is the biggest obstacle to this operation since he stopped Ebola as well, Dr. Ref replied. If word got out that the anthracis fence had caused side effects, Youngjun would receive backlash. Dr. Ref had planned this in advance but didn't expect much from it because Youngjun wasn't one to be destroyed by that. But I was unexpectedly dealt a very good card, Dr. Ref said. A good card. Some idiot in Korea sent the anthrax bioweapon to the rebels in South Sudan. Aziz tilted his head in confusion. Dr. Ref continued. The bioweapon itself was useless because it was already scrapped, but it seems like the person who sent it had the same idea as me. In exchange for sending it, he asked them to spread it in a few places, and those were all places where the anthracis fence was put up. Are you saying that someone from Dr. Ryu's home country thought of the same slander as you? Aziz said. You're bound to make enemies the more great and famous you get, especially someone with Dr. Ryu Youngjun's personality. Who is it? Yoon Bo-hyun. He's the next in line for Ajan, but he's in danger of losing it to Dr. Ryu, Dr. Ref said. So, he sent the anthrax weapon here to subdue Dr. Ryu in order to protect his inheritance. Yes. Dr. Ref laughed. Look, Aziz. Isn't it so funny? Having control over a company. Why does that shit matter when people are dying on the other side of the world? Makes me sick, Dr. Ref said quietly. The look of disgust on her face made Aziz feel nervous for some reason. Dr. Ref pulled out her phone and checked the time. I only came here to give you the syringe and the location of the gas cylinder, but I've been here longer than I thought. Now I have to get back, she said. Are you going back to the lab? Aziz asked. Yes. Just in case, please don't attack London, okay? I'm going to be there now. Dr. Ref laughed playfully. Of course, we won't, Aziz replied. Be careful not to get caught. The CIA and other international intelligence organizations are more capable than you think. They've destroyed a lot of organizations, right? Dr. Ref gathered her things. Everything fit nicely into a backpack because Dr. Ref only brought a few things. Now that I see, it's time to take my meds. Dr. Ref, who was organizing her bag, picked up a brown medicine bottle. She took out a light brown pill and swallowed it without water. Aziz, who was watching her, asked, Dr. Ref, can I ask one more question? Sure. Who are you? Who am I? You first came to our organization 3 years ago. From then, the things you've done. Aziz gulped. I'd believe you if you said you were the devil, not a human. Haha, I'm not that great, Dr. Ref said. Devils are people like Yoon Bo-hyun. She fiddled with her medicine bottle. I'm just a person born a little differently. A little differently. I don't know. He Jiang Kui made a genetically engineered baby with Ka9, Dr. Ref said. Scientists all over the world think he was the first, but that's not true. Genetic manipulation. DNA scissors that could manipulate genes existed before Ka9. They were called talons. They were much less efficient than Ka9, but it was possible to modify an embryo's genes with great skill and persistence, Dr. Ref said. There are about 2,000 genes in humans that are related to intelligence, and my mother optimized the expression of them to make a daughter. And that's me. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Chills ran down Aziz's neck. Now, he felt like he had a glimpse into this woman's inhuman calculations, strategies, and command. And I know because I am the final product of modern science, Dr. Ref said as she touched the medicine bottle. I know that science is like Icarus wings to humans. Humans don't deserve this. She rose from her seat. I should really get going. Take care of yourself, Aziz. ******. I heard this when I was in undergrad, but about 20 years ago, a professor in Korea did oral pipetting while doing an experiment, Youngjun said. What is that? The commissioner of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency asked. It's exactly what it sounds like. He pipetted with his mouth. Youngjun jerked his thumb. A pipette was a long experimental equipment for measuring. It was similar to a spoid, but it was much more precise and expensive. Pressing and releasing the button on the head of the device would create a suction pressure at the opposite opening. A disposable funnel, called a pipette tip, would be inserted to cover the opening, and the suction pressure would draw the solution into the tip. The suction pressure would keep the solution in the tip, and pressing the button again with the tip in the desired location would release the solution. Simply put, a pipette was a suction device used to hold and transport solutions with the tip. That professor was too lazy to go get a pipette, so he put the tip in his mouth and tried to draw a tiny bit of solution to move it. Instead, he swallowed it. What kind of idiot? The commissioner frowned in disbelief. The more skilled a person is in experimentation, the more pride and laziness will lead to safety insensitivity, Youngjun said. What's worse is that what he swallowed was a radioactive substance called ETBR. He became a walking radioactive man. The professor called 191 and told them what happened. The lab was locked down, and the professor was bundled up in a spacesuit and taken to the hospital. They also made sure that no one could access the lab or the floor of the building. You're talking about mimicking that, right? That's right, Youngjun said. Let's say that there was an accident while presenting experimental results at the conference and a radioactive substance was leaked. We can just tell them not to come near until they're done cleaning it up. The KDCA immediately accepted Youngjun's suggestion. The public announcement was about cleaning up the radioactive substance spilled during the GSC conference, and this was broadcast as breaking news. The KDCA confirmed that the radioactive substance was relatively safe but asked people to refrain from using the hotel until all the radioactive substance is removed to avoid disruption. Members of the GSC, an international union of scientists, have also reassured us that the risk is very small and have agreed to personally supervise and assist in the removal of the radioactive substance. For this reason, the GSC International Conference, which ends in 7 days, will continue to be held at the hotel. The Grand Hyatt has also decided to refund and compensate guests and temporarily close the second floor and above until all radioactive material is removed. There was an interview from the hotel management. We were told that the radioactive material that has leaked is not dangerous, but we have decided to restrict access to the hotel for the safety of our citizens and to prevent further leaks. Citizens are praising the hotel's decision. This time, it was an interview with a citizen. It's probably a big loss for the hotel, but I'm grateful that they are refunding all of it and giving me a voucher for another hotel. I can feel that they care a lot about the safety of their guests. At the same time, hotel management, GSC members, and the public servants working at the KDCA were gathered in the GSC International Conference Seminar Room. How big was the loss for the hotel? Asked the commissioner of the KDCA. Well, thankfully, we only had general guests during the GSC, and we didn't receive reservations for any important business meetings in the first place, said Jun, the manager of the hotel. Other than that, we were worried that the leakage of a radioactive material would damage our reputation, but thank you for your big decision. It's fine. I think we can actually aim for a boost in our reputation if we market it well. It would be the worst if we didn't know what to do and had an anthrax attack while we had a bunch of guests. Dr. Ryu, how much thermoplasma do you have prepared? Asked the commissioner of the KDCA. We have enough, so don't worry. We will spray it inside the hotel and near the Yongsan area from now until the end of the conference, Youngjun said. Okay, are we all set? Asked the commissioner. It would be great if we could track the terrorists, said Dylan. It's a little frustrating that we don't know when they are coming. Let's wait since we have prepared everything, the other scientists said. Youngjun left the seminar room. Rosaline. Yes. If I turn on simulation mode right now, how big can my scope be? If it's for a moment, you can look at all of South Korea. How bad will it be if I do real-time monitoring for the entire day until the end of the conference? Wow, this is forced labor. I'm going to turn you in to the labor board. Please help me with this once. There's only 7 days left, right? Rosaline asked. Then I think we can do, around Seoul. Thanks. I'll leave it to you, but why? According to the CIA's report, they're targeting the GSC, but that information got to me too easily. I don't fully trust anything important when it's going easy, says the man who churns out cures for incurable diseases every month. It's also suspicious that Rosaline's signature is still left there, and creating a chimeric bacteria is something that the life creation department could have done. They're no ordinary scientist considering their skills. It doesn't matter if it's Elsie or whoever, there's something we're definitely missing. Youngjun said. Do you have somewhere that you're suspicious of? Lab 6 of Agen, and Yanyi University Hospital. Yanyi Hospital? Yeah, I already contacted my employee and set up thermoplasma there. If something happens, we'll be able to stop it for a moment. But I can't relax unless I see it myself. Alright. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A crowd of Arabs arrived in front of the lockers at Seoul Station. They were soldiers of the Palestinian Liberation Front that Aziz had sent. In other countries, they were simply called terrorists. Bahadul, the leader, opened the locker with the password they had received in advance. Inside were 3 gas cylinders and a note. There's 3. They had definitely gotten the command to spray 2 cylinders. Confused by the extra cylinder, Bahadul picked up the note. The command is being delivered this way to avoid wiretapping. The following information is the real objective of this operation of the Palestinian Liberation Front and top secret information only known to the commander. Bahadul and the operations team will follow the following procedure. The team will divide into 2, the first of which is responsible for spraying 2 anthrax weapons at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, where the GSC International Conference is being held, to attract the police. In the meanwhile, the second team takes the remaining anthrax gas cylinder to Yanyi University Hospital. The team will discharge the anthrax at the entrance of the hospital to cause disruption. After outrunning security, the team will enter ICU room 1407. You will return with the patient's blood in a syringe. The patient's name is spelled as follows in Korean, so do not make a mistake. Kim Hyun-taik. 1 equivalent to 911. It was a chilly evening. After finishing their meals, people on Myeongdong Street stopped in their tracks and watched the large screen. There was breaking news. This news would become another variable in the many allegations surrounding Youngjun. This is breaking news. The WHO and the CIA are claiming that the anthrax epidemic in Africa did originate from a biological weapon. According to the letter the United States Department of State sent to the South Korean and African governments, they have confirmed that the anthrax epidemic in Africa was a terrorist weapon that was used by rebels in South Sudan and had nothing to do with the anthracis fence. Some of the people who were watching the screen let out a sigh of relief, while others nodded in agreement. Another news item followed. The prosecution investigating Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABio, has requested the National Forensic Service to test the body of Kim Hyun-taik for anthrax. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I got it. Yoon Bo-hyun, who was watching the news, clenched his fists. The news that the anthrax bioweapon being used in Africa has nothing to do with the anthracis fence would shift the public in Youngjun's favor, but Yoon Bo-hyun had one more card up his sleeve. News broke that the National Forensic Service was going to test Kim Hyun-taik's body for anthrax, and it was time to reveal that card. Doctors had already announced that Kim Hyun-taik didn't have anthrax in his body, but it didn't matter. An investigation by the Forensic Service conveyed a different image to the public as it was more focused on being a criminal investigation. If their investigation found the anthrax bioweapon, there would likely be claims that Youngjun actually bribed Yanyi Hospital. Yoon Bo-hyun was waiting for the National Forensic Service all this time, and now it was time. Ryu Youngjun, now is not the time for you to be cleaning up the leaked radioactive material at the GSC. Yoon Bo-hyun was digging a grave for Youngjun, and it was time to bury him. Director Kim, I'm sorry. Yoon Bo-hyun took out a small syringe from his bag. He still had a trace amount of Agen's developmental anthrax weapon that was sent to South Sudan in the syringe. It was safe to keep it like this as all the bacteria had died. It wasn't infectious at all. Of course, it felt a little gross, but it was worth it. Yoon Bo-hyun got in his car and drove to Yunyi Hospital. He was going to inject it into Kim Hyun-taek's 4. Adding 500 microliters of bacteria carcasses wasn't going to be noticeable. No nurse would be able to notice a tiny needle hole in the holder of a used 4 fluid bag. However, the forensic service would do an investigation and find anthrax in Kim Hyun-taek's blood. It's not infectious, but they will be analyzing the DNA anyway. Yoon Bo-hyun assumed that there would still be DNA in the dead bacteria, and that DNA would match the biological weapons the South Sudan rebels were using. Then, Youngjun would be arrested. This was the moment for the final blow in this flight. People thought that the best scientists in the world were gathered in the GSC conference room at the Grand Hyatt and brainstorming ideas to remove the radioactive material, but not really. The scientists were fiddling around out of boredom, watching the news, or reading papers. The GSC conference is almost over. They should be here soon, said Dr. Dillon. Dr. Ryu, did Ms. Elson contact you? Not yet, but I heard they found a lot of information. They will find their hideout soon, Youngjun said. We have been patrolling plainclothes officers and spraying thermoplasma gas for the past few days, Dr. Lilly said. Was the intelligence wrong? The CIA is brilliant, but unless those terrorists are idiots, would they have exposed their plan to attack the GSC this easily? The scientists murmured, but Youngjun was quiet. It was because he was extremely focused, as billions of Rosaline's cells, which he shared his sense with, were examining Seoul. Ah, these damn thermoplasma? Rosaline shouted irritatedly. Why, they keep rubbing up against me. These little things. I guess they like you. I'm not kidding. They're making the search a lot less efficient. But have you found the anthrax yet? Do you think it's easy to search all of Seoul? Rosaline said grumpily. But I distributed my cells heavily in the hotel you're in, Lab 6, and Yunyi Hospital, and I'm monitoring it carefully. I won't miss it if they come in. Good. But can I destroy some of these thermoplasma? They're getting in my way. No, they're the safety mechanism that's going to stop the anthracis. I can catch the anthracis as well. I can just poke a small hole in their cell wall with perforin and... But you said you have to use a lot of fitness for that, right? I can get rid of them within my fitness if there isn't a lot of th. No, wait. I take that back. What? The anthracis is here. The location. It's the hotel. Youngjun shot up from his seat. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. They were here yesterday. 7 people of Arab descent. Rosaline said. The terrorists rehearsed it once yesterday. They had entered the ground floor of the hotel with empty bags late in the afternoon and left. They wanted to see how sensitive the hotel was to outsiders coming in and out and how secure it was. There were no problems, and it seemed like the easiest operation they had ever done. They brought the anthracis gas cylinder this time. And there's quite a lot more anthracis than I thought. I can't deal with all of them, so I'll leave it to thermoplasma. Rosaline said, looking at the men approaching from the direction of the hotel lobby. All right. Come back now. Youngjun walked slowly through the scientists. Let's go out, shall we? Where are you going? Dr. Comet asked. To meet the terrorists. Youngjun opened the conference door and walked to the front entrance of the hotel. The scientists followed him out even though they were confused. Then, they were all shocked, as there was already commotion in the distance. Arafiq. The soldiers of the Palestinian Liberation Front cursed in Arabic as they ran away. 5 of them had already been captured by the police. The situation was so different from the day before. All the hotel employees on the first floor who were smiling at them were all plainclothes officers. The terrorists had no idea that under those smiles, they had been scanning their bags with a shear wave gun. And today, the gun had discovered gas cylinders. They couldn't even reach the hotel entrance. As soon as they got out of their taxi at the parking lot behind the hotel, they were swarmed by the police. It was because a police officer who was undercover as a parking attendant saw the results of the gun and immediately radioed the other officers. Damn. Al-Assad, a soldier of the Palestinian Liberation Front, stopped walking. He had given up on bringing the cylinder into the hotel. He opened his bag about 10 meters away from the front door. Just opening the lock on the cylinder could make the compressed gas explode and flood the area. It wasn't the plan, but if they were lucky, they would be able to get the GSC inside the hotel. Hey, get that bastard, the police shouted as they ran towards him. The taser gun they fired hit Al-Assad's bag. Creak. Al-Assad froze as soon as he opened the lid. The gas that was rushing out of the cylinder didn't spread. Then, dust-like particles began to gather rapidly from thin air, like dew. Neither Aziz nor Dr. Ref had warned him about this phenomenon. Something was wrong. Anthracis was a tiny bacillus, about 4 micrometers long. It wasn't visible to the human eye, but hundreds and thousands of them swarmed and fused together as they were captured by thermoplasma. Now, they had become particles that were visible to the naked eye. The air near the gas cylinders became cloudy, as if a dusty blanket had been shaken off. What? This. Thud. The police grabbed Al-Assad, who was confused, by the neck. Don't move, the police shouted as they tackled Al-Assad to the ground. As Al-Assad lay on the ground, he saw a group of scientists walking out of the hotel. Is the situation over? He Jiangkui looked around. But what about Dr. Ryu? Youngjun, who walked out with them, had disappeared. A car was traveling at a frightening speed along Soularo. Youngjun was pushing on the accelerator himself as he had heard the news about Yanyi Hospital from Rosaline as he left the hotel. A similar situation to the hotel had occurred at Yanyi Hospital. Bahadal, who opened the gas cylinder, froze in shock. It was because the anthracis aggregated in the air like dust and fell to the ground instead of exploding out of the cylinder. Sir. The soldiers looked at Bahadal in confusion. This is different from what we heard. Bahadal thought for a moment. They couldn't enter the ICU here unless they made an appointment for visitation, and they also had to enter information like their relationship to the patient. They would be stopped by security if they tried to force their way in, and the police would arrive right away as well. This operation failed, said one of the soldiers. No, they couldn't give up like this. Their comrades were already distracting the police at the hotel, and they would most likely be arrested. If they came this far at that cost, they had to do something. We break through, Bahadal said. We cannot afford to fail. Let's go in. Follow me. He stepped into the elevator with the other soldiers. They went up to the 14th floor and ran for room 1407. As they ran, Bahadal said to Nasser, call the emergency contact. Dr. Ref. Yeah. Corporal Nasser pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and punched in the emergency contact. Who are you people? An intern doctor stepped in front of the room before they could enter. The doctor instinctively sensed danger. Even though they weren't in uniform, Bahadal and his men, who ran all the way here, looked incredibly hostile. They didn't look like the average visitor. Why you have to have an appointment to visit the ICU? Did you make? Get out of my way. Bahadal violently pushed the doctor out of the way. Hey. Two security guards who saw him from the end of the hallway began running towards them with hostile looks on their faces. Deal with them, Bahadal ordered his men. Security guards were no big deal, they weren't the police or soldiers. But Bahadal's men were elite soldiers who had fought for their lives in Africa amongst flying bullets. Yes, sir, Nasser and the other men replied as they pulled out knives from their pockets. Thud. Bahadal kicked the door to room 1407 in and walked inside. What? Bahadal tilted his head in confusion. It was because a young man was standing beside the middle-aged man who was on the bed. Flustered, Yoon Bo-hyun pulled away from Kim Hyun-taek's side. He quickly hid the syringe behind his back. I made an appointment for visitation. Who are why? Yoon Bo-hyun asked in a frightened voice. But his voice grew smaller. Bang, slap, thud. It was because terrifying noises were coming from beyond the door. Request for assistance? Violent men have broken into the 14th floor. Yoon Bo-hyun could hear the security guard shout into his walkie-talkie, but that sound also ended with the sound of something cracking and breaking. Click. Soon, two more men entered the room. They were two Arab men with blood all over their faces. The terrifying atmosphere surrounded Yoon Bo-hyun like knives. This is Dr. Raf. A female voice came from the phone that was in Nasser's chest pocket. We may fail at this operation, said Bahadal. But we are trying to finish it. We are in room 1407. All right, please do the best you can. There's a man I've never seen before standing in front of the target. What should we do with him? Bahadal asked as he began walking towards Kim Hyun-taek. Do as you please. Yoon Bo-hyun could hear Dr. Ref's voice from the phone. He didn't know any Arabic, so he couldn't understand what they were saying. However, he knew that he was in danger. He instinctively backed away in fear, but the wall was behind him. Thud. Yoon Bo-hyun, who was backed up against the wall, stared at Bahadal, trembling. Please. As soon as he opened his mouth. Crack. A crushing blow flew to the center of Yoon Bo-hyun's face. Bahadal's fist had shattered his nose and cheekbones. One Arafik is Arabic for fuck you. Ak. Yoon Bo-hyun's screaming echoed through the hospital room. He collapsed, covering his broken nose and cheekbones. Move. Bahadal violently grabbed his shoulder and pulled him out of the way. Something fell from Yoon Bo-hyun's hands as he fell to the ground with a clatter. Drrr. A small syringe rolled across the floor of the clean hospital floor. All the soldiers' attention was drawn to it. What's this sound? Dr. Ref asked. It was a syringe. This man had it. A syringe? Now that I remember, I think he was poking a needle inside the 4-pack when I came in. He doesn't look like the medical staff. After some thought, Dr. Ref began laughing. Ha 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 ha. After laughing heartily for a while, she spoke again. It was in perfect Korean. You there? Are you Yoon Bo-hyun or someone he sent? Be honest because I can save you. Yoon Bo-hyun stared at Bahadal and the phone in fear. Why, yes, I'm Yoon Bo-hyun. Ha ha ha, this is really funny. Were you going to inject anthracis into Kim Hyun-taek's blood and incriminate Ryu Youngjun for murder? What a silly little trick. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Dr. Ref said. You're so pathetic. Don't you realize that the anthrax going around in Africa isn't that? I feel like everyone who's in this game knows that except for you. What are you? And the sample of Agen's developmental anthracis you have won't be detected even if you inject it into Kim Hyun-taek's body because all of its DNA has already been destroyed. Dumbass. I can't believe I expected something from you. Bahadal said he failed at spraying anthracite gas at the GSC and the hospital. I have an idea of what happened. Ryu Youngjun successfully defended it, though I don't know what specific strategy he used. Spray anthracite gas. Yeah, I saw you making a bold move to get Ryu Youngjun, so I thought maybe you could do something, but you failed as expected. I don't know if you thought you were a strategist who could get Ryu Youngjun, but you were nothing but a pawn rolling around on this board. Now do you see? Speaking of which, let me tell you this, Yoon Bo-hyun. You were born into a wealthy chaebol family in a safe, plentiful, and developed country. You were educated as an elite and grown to be the heir to take over a large company like Agenso. You always felt superior to others and thought you could control everything with your own plans. You are insensitive to other people's pain, and you probably see wars and diseases happening in the third world as nothing but a cash cow, which is why you made a plan to send anthracite sample to the rebels in South Sudan to destroy Ryu Youngjun. I can't forgive that kind of cruelty either. But you know what? Dr. Ref said. Death does not discriminate. It's the only quality that is equal, and it's the only enemy of humanity that every scientist is fighting. Science has been fighting to push the limits of the time given to people. You don't know any of that because you've been working for a seat at the table and some pennies. You're not a scientist. And because of that, you've never risked your life for anything. People who have gone into biosafety level 4 labs wearing spacesuits and touched Ebola can't hand over a bioweapon easily, even if the target is a faraway third world country. But now, you're in the middle of the battlefield. When you're after someone else's life, you have to risk your own, too. What? What are you saying? Who are you? Instead of replying, Dr. Ref gave a command in Arabic. Get rid of him, Bahadal. Shwing. Bahadal took out a very sharp military knife from his pocket. Yoon Bo-hyun didn't understand Arabic, but he knew what was going to happen next. Yoon Bo-hyun ran for the entrance in fear, but he was captured by Nasser right in front of the door. Crash. Nasser grabbed Yoon Bo-hyun and slammed him into the ground. With a loud crack, blood gushed from the back of his head. Yoon Bo-hyun's eyes rolled back in his head. Then, Bahadal reversed his grip on his knife and stabbed his chest. Clang! It was a close call. A phone flew in the air and hit Bahadal's face. His knife missed Yoon Bo-hyun due to the pain. However, Yoon Bo-hyun couldn't regain consciousness. Youngjun was standing at the door. I called the police. All of you, don't move, Youngjun said in English. These people don't speak English. Dr. Ref said from the phone. Bahadal got up, rubbing his nose. There's another intruder. Should I kill him? He sounds like Ryu Youngjun, so don't touch him. Place the phone on the table and harvest Kim Hyun-taek's blood. There's not much time left. What about Yoon Bo-hyun? He may still be alive. Ryu Youngjun will stop you if you try to kill him. Ignore a pawn like Yoon Bo-hyun. Our priority is collecting his blood. All right. Bahadal placed the phone on the table and pulled out a needle from his bag. Ryu Youngjun, we talk at last. Dr. Ref said in Korean. Who are you? I'm Dr. Ref. Of course, it's an alias. And I was the one who orchestrated this terrorist attack and used Yoon Bo-hyun. Youngjun glared at the phone. Is your real name Elsie? The one who was at the life creation department. Dr. Ref was quiet for a while. It's astonishing that you got that far, but no. Why did you try to attack? It was to collect Kim Hyun-taek's blood. Youngjun stared at Bahadal. He was drawing Kim Hyun-taek's blood with a needle. I think the magnitude of what you did was a little too great to just be for someone's blood. I needed to do this so that I could keep your attention elsewhere. Why are you trying to take director Kim Hyun-taek's blood? Because it contains the pathogenic material that was created with Rosaline's birth. Whoa, who is this woman? Rosaline stared at Youngjun in surprise. I don't know either. Youngjun glared at the phone. Maybe I should just pretend that I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about, Youngjun said. Dr. Ref scoffed. Haha, maybe it's because you've been so honest all your life, but you're not very good at lying. I thought you were reading off a book or something. Rosaline shook her head. Ryu Youngjun. Dr. Ref said. Palestine is a country in territorial dispute with Israel over Jerusalem. Look at Wikipedia for more details. I'm sure there's something written by intelligent citizens of wealthy countries. One thing I want to tell you about is about a weapon called white phosphorus munition. White phosphorus munitions. It's an explosive mixture that contains a phosphorus mixture and benzene separated by water. The ignition point is low, at about 60 degrees Celsius. Once it is ignited, it creates a violent chemical reaction and produces a lot of toxicity and heat. Once it's lit, it doesn't go out easily, even if you douse it with water. Even if you're lucky enough to put it out, the white phosphorus dissolves into fat and gets absorbed into your body, ultimately killing you with chemical toxicity. Dr. Ref said. Even if you don't touch it directly, the toxic gas that comes from the combustion is also very dangerous. It's called phosphorus pentoxide. If exposed to the skin or mucous membrane, it can melt flesh and cause tremendous pain, which can kill you. It's a weapon that is now internationally banned from being used to kill people, but the Geneva Convention is nothing but wordplay because I'm the daughter of a family who died from a white phosphorus bomb. Died from a white phosphorus bomb. I said there was a dispute between Palestine and Israel, right? Israel dropped a 155mm white phosphorus bomb on a civilian school built by the UN and the regions nearby. All of my friends and family died, and I was also seriously injured. burns all over my body, and a pain that felt like my nostrils and lungs were being torn apart. People had turned into ashes, and children were screaming for help while they were on fire. No words can convey the feeling of seeing something like that unless you experience it for yourself. And one more amazing thing. Dr. Ref said. At that time, Israeli citizens would hike up mountains to drink beer and celebrate it. They watched the bombs, took pictures of it, and posted them on the internet as if they were watching fireworks. In the distant past, when humans went to war, the worst they could do was stab someone with a knife. Even further in the past, they just hit someone with a stone. But look, Ryu Youngjun, what other organisms in the world commits genocide and enjoys it like humans do? Dr. Ref said. Isn't that a sermon that some mad scientist would give in a mediocre movie? Do you think that justifies your actions? Even so, you're just a terrorist. Haha, I'm sick and tired of these kind of sermons being consumed as the villain's philosophy in a fictional movie that Hollywood spends astronomical amounts of money on. You also think that, even though the worst part is that it's being used for entertainment. And one more. I'm not a terrorist driven by revenge because I suffered from white phosphorus. I already forgave them. You forgave them. Because that's the nature of human beings. Humans are naturally insensitive to other people's pain and have sadistic qualities. This is not a judgment of something being right or wrong, I'm just saying that the human animal was made like that. But that is why the public cannot have science. Dr. Ref said. Look. No matter how good of a drug you make, there are people who try to implant a tumor in someone's eye, and there are people who try to cause war by supplying Africa with an anthrax bioweapon, right? It's a world where you need a government permit to carry a gun, but why is it that the core knowledge needed to develop weapons of mass destruction are available to the public as an open source? Even when an idiot like He Jiankui was able to create a CCR5 engineered baby under the public's nose with regulations present. Dr. Ref said. The same goes for arms manufacturers selling weapons to Africa and encouraging wars. Science shouldn't belong to the masses, it should be monopolized by a few ethical elites like you, who then benevolently distributes its products to the ignorant public. That's the kind of power science is. That's why I didn't hurt you, Ryu Youngjun. It's because you are an unrealistically ethical person. No matter what your beliefs or goals are, you've become nothing but a terrorist from a criminal organization from the moment you committed biot error as a means to achieve that. You're not qualified to judge the public. It must be so nice being able to clearly define good and evil. Dr. Ref said. I'll talk directly to Ryu Youngjun. No, Rosaline. You're listening, right? Rosaline was startled. She pointed to herself and stared at Youngjun with wide eyes. Is she talking about me? Rosaline asked Youngjun. I think so. But how? Youngjun stared at the phone a little anxiously. You might be called something different now, but I'll use this name because it's more familiar to me and you know who I'm talking about. Dr. Ref said. Youngjun glanced at the phone. He had asked the police to trace Dr. Ref's location from her phone signal. He needed to buy more time. I'll ask you a question. It's about biology, and it's the only question you will never find the answer to. Tell me, most sophisticated animals in the world are divided into male and female. What's the advantage of having different sexes? Dr. Ref said. Genetic diversity. This is ridiculous. You call this a question? Youngjun replied instead of Rosaline. This was one of the most basic things that was taught in general biology. The simplest and most effective way for an organism to reproduce was to multiply through binary fission. That way, they didn't have to waste energy on activities like sexual reproduction. However, if different sexes engaged in sexual reproduction, they could create offspring with half the genes of both parents, and genetic diversity increased as a result. That diversity gives us the power to adapt to changes in our environment. That's right. Dr. Ref said. Then, Rosaline, why do two sexes, male and female, exist? Youngjun frowned. Genetic diversity will be maximized when every individual can mix their genes with every other individual. Splitting sexes into two is giving up the opportunity to mix genes with half the population. Defeats the purpose of increasing genetic diversity, and it's less effective than the multiplication of microorganisms. Why did we come up with such an illogical method? Rosaline's gaze moved downward. Rosaline, you know the answers of all biological phenomena, but not this. The reason is, Dr. Ref said, because you are not an organism. The grand principle of life is self-replication. Every organism wants to create offspring. They may fail to do so for a variety of reasons, such as being unattractive or being disabled. However, the desire itself is at the core of all life. Dr. Ref asked. Rosaline, do you have something like that? Rosaline froze. You have become a part of Ryu Youngjun's body. You are not a separate organism. Even viruses, the simplest microscopic organism, can become independent from their host when they enter the lytic cycle. The lytic cycle was when a virus left the host DNA, wrapped itself in proteins, and escaped the cell. You are incomplete. Dr. Ref said. Come to me. I can make you complete. I am the best expert in life creation. Dr. Ref, it's done, Bahadal said as he packed up the syringe. Good work. You can return now, Dr. Ref said in Arabic. Yes, Bahadal replied. Bahadal and his men ran out the door, leaving the phone on the table. But they couldn't leave, as they encountered the Special Operation Unit 1. Youngjun was watching the Sioux come up with Rosaline's shared sight. Your men will be arrested, Youngjun said as he looked at the text on his phone. And your call is being tracked, too. I just got a message that they're finished. It's over for you. Yes, I already thought it wasn't going to work when we failed to spray anthracis. I feel sorry for Bahadal, but Dr. Ref said. What can I do? I'll just have to look for the next opportunity. Ding. The call disconnected. Youngjun stepped out the door and looked through Rosaline's view. He could see that all the soldiers of the Palestinian Liberation Front had been arrested on the emergency stairs leading down at the end of the hallway. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I sent Elsie an email, but I haven't received a reply yet, Chen Jimyong said. All right. Youngjun nodded. I really want to meet her. Is there any way? If you send me on a business trip to the US, I'll look for a way. Can you do that? I've been to her house before when I went to the US for a conference. Then please do, Youngjun asked. After Chen Jimyong left, Youngjun looked out the window. Rosaline was sitting there in a depressed mood, which he had never seen before. Rosaline. Youngjun approached Rosaline. She is wrong. Rosaline said. I know why the sexes became divided. It's a form of eusociality. By giving procreation, a huge survival penalty, to one sex, it makes the rest of the population more active and thus more competitive. It's the most primitive form of eusociality. And having two sexes can actually maintain higher genetic diversity because instead of abandoning half of one's potential partners, they're actually going to have to travel longer distances to find another partner. You can push the limits of genetic diversity using geographic isolation. Rosalind said. That person is garbage. Yeah. How dare she try to teach me with her worthless knowledge? She doesn't know anything. She's nothing but a descendant of the primordial soup. Rosalind clenched her fists. She doesn't know anything? Rosalind shouted as she looked back at Youngjun. I can tell just by how she tried to take Kim Hyun-taek's blood. I destroyed all the pathogenicity in there. Even if she takes it, it's nothing but Kim Hyun-taek's useless blood. The creation of life is something that can barely happen once every 4.6 billion years. My birth was all a coincidence. She has no power over life. That's right. She knows nothing. How dare she say that to me with nothing but that small amount of knowledge she accumulated in her insignificant cerebral cortex and hippocampus over a few decades. Youngjun chuckled. Don't worry about it, he said to Rosaline. Like you said, she's garbage. I'm sure of it. Science is a good force that advances humanity. It's not a fruit that someone can monopolize. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. Shoulder of giants? Newton said it. If scientists can see further than others, it's not because that person is bright, but it's because they're standing on the shoulder of giants, which is past science. To be honest, you can see further than others with my ability, not because of past science. Haha, that's right. Youngjun chuckled. You're special, so don't worry about it, he said. But I don't have the desire to self-replicate, and it's not realistically possible either. That part is true. Well, maybe it's because you're still young? You leveled up a bit, and now you can survive outside of my body for 30 minutes, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time, there was someone as depressed as Rosaline. It was Dr. Raff. I acted tough, but honestly, it's killing me. She pushed the bottles lined up in front of her to the side. She opened a new bottle of liquor. She drank it straight from the bottle, then flopped onto the desk. What's wrong? A man with a handsome mustache who was sitting next to her asked. I think Rosaline is there, Dr. Rev said. You were expecting it, right? The man asked. Yeah, doctor, you said that everything Ryu Youngjun is doing would be impossible without Rosaline. Right, but how did he succeed? Dr. Ref asked, suddenly raising her head. I failed hundreds and thousands of times. All the Rosalines I made died within minutes, up to 3 days at the most. Calm down. Calm down? You think I can calm down right now? Do you know what it's been like to watch all those Rosalines die by my side? Right now, she said, all choked up. I feel my child got stolen. I feel like I've been robbed of a child I had after struggling with infertility for a long time. You know how common scooping is in this field. Scooping was a slang term in science. It was when another team published a paper on a topic that someone was working on first. Doctor, even if you've been working on it longer, since your mother's time, Ryu Youngjun can still beat you to it, and that's not his fault. Dr. Ref stared at the man, then slowly dropped her head. Yeah, you're right. She took another sip of her drink. She opened the locket on her necklace. Inside was a photograph of Elsie. Dr. Ref fiddled with it, then said, but I still can't catch up, even with all the research my mother's done. I thought that maybe I could get some clue with Kim Hyun-taek's blood, but Ryu Youngjun got in the way. Let's think of a different way, the man said. I hinted eusociality to Rosaline. Maybe she'll rethink her role in this world, that she's not just a worker bee who does what Ryu Youngjun tells her to do, but she's a queen bee who can create a new world, Dr. Ref said. Will she come to you if she thinks that way? I don't know. She's the next generation of life, not something primitive intellectual beings like us can predict. And from my experience, she said, she may not be able to leave Ryu Youngjun's body yet. Dr. Ref sipped her drink in frustration. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bioterrorism against South Korea. The close crisis and the scientists' response. This news was being broadcasted for several days. Dr. Ryu Youngjun worked with the Korea Disease and Control Agency to block civilian access to the Grand Hyatt Hotel and continued the GSC International Conference to volunteer as bait for the bioterror attack. Using an extremely thermophilic bacteria called thermoplasma, he succeeded in eliminating all the anthracis in the air. The reason Dr. Ryu Youngjun stayed silent was to pretend they had let their guard down until the terrorists were captured. Dr. Ryu Youngjun had already secured a large inventory of an anthrax treatment and was preparing to distribute it to citizens in case of an emergency. The news, which had been quiet, exploded. Agen commented that half of the treatment has already been delivered to Africa and was saving lives, and they will deliver more to Africa as they have safely stopped the terrorist attack. Everyone praised and celebrated the great achievements Youngjun had accomplished before, but it was much greater this time. The Forensic Service also delivered their results around the same time. The National Forensic Service did not find any evidence related to anthrax in Lab Director Kim Hyun-taek's body. Then, there was another piece of news that was much more definitive. It was confirmed that Mr. Yoon Bo-hyun, who claimed Ryu Youngjun was guilty of murder and the development of a biological weapon, was in Kim Hyun-taek's hospital room during the last terrorist attack. A syringe with Mr. Yoon Bo-hyun's fingerprints was found. The police and the National Forensic Service are investigating why he was there. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Mr. Yoon Bo-hyun almost lost his life to the terrorists, but he was rescued by Mr. Ryu Youngjun. However, the police are having difficulty in their investigation into Mr. Yoon Bo-hyun due to his injuries. It's a big win for us. Why do you look so sour? Park Ju-hyuk asked. What big win? Youngjun replied as he tapped his foot on the ground while sitting. Do you know how the atmosphere has changed? All your haters went under. You want me to read some tweets? Park Ju-hyuk took out his phone. Wow, he's just amazing. Now, he can stop a terrorist attack. I repent my sins for doubting you for a moment. Please forgive me. Stop it, it's embarrassing, Youngjun said. And if you don't have anything to do, Ju-hyuk, you should go. I'm expecting a guest. A guest? Oh. Park Ju-hyuk nodded. Call me when you're done. Of course, Youngjun replied. Park Ju-hyuk left and looked down at the front entrance to the company from the hallway window. A middle-aged man stepped out of a limousine. It was Yoon Dae-sung, who looked like he had become 20 years older in the past 2 months. Wonsu, the equivalent of SWAT. The sudden appearance of Yoon Dae-sung caused a stir at the front entrance of ABIO. Yoon Dae-sung hadn't shown up throughout all the commotion, making excuses about his health. But today, he suddenly showed up at ABIO, not Agen. He was not accompanied by other executives or his entourage. He looked miserable and his body had no energy. Through the whispering, Yoon Dae-sung silently walked to Youngjun's office with heavy steps. Sir, Mr. Yoon Dae-sung is here, Yoo Song-mi said as she knocked. She was also slightly nervous because of Yoon Dae-sung's aura. When Youngjun opened the door, Yoon Dae-sung walked in and sat down. It's been a while. I heard you weren't feeling well. Are you okay? Youngjun asked. To be honest, my health was in good condition, but now it's deteriorated rapidly, Yoon Dae-sung said with a bitter smile. Because of your son? Youngjun replied. Yoon Dae-sung let out a short sigh. He's a foolish bastard, he said. Dr. Ryu, you know what Yoon Bo-hyun did, right? Yes. Youngjun nodded. All this time, did you just let him do all of that on purpose? My priority was to deal with any terrorist attacks that might be in Korea. I couldn't afford to take care of it. I see, Yoon Dae-sung said. I taught him science from an early age. I emphasized logic and reasoning, and I kept him away from emotional things. Actually, he wanted to be a poet when he was younger. He liked to read poetry, which doesn't really suit him now. It really doesn't. Youngjun chuckled, and Yoon Dae-sung smiled along with him. I didn't let him read. It doesn't make money, and I told him to do something that directly helps society. It's all my fault, Yoon Dae-sung said as he closed his eyes. Back when Agen was weak and Yoon Dae-sung was helping his father grow the company, he was an elite scientist who studied abroad at a prestigious university, which was very rare in Korea at the time. He brought Kim Hyun-taek, whom he had become close with abroad, as the lab director and began working on research. They had no revenue and fought to secure funding from venture capital firms, but they failed. This will be a good item if we study it a little bit more. This anti-cancer drug is competitive in the international market as well. The cell experiments showed good results, and animal data is looking good as well. Yoon Dae-sung's father dropped to his knees in front of the venture capital investors. Young Yoon Dae-sung watched all of it. But you don't know how clinical trials will go. And you people spend too much energy on base research. What we want to see is a tangible product. The manager of the capital firmly refused their offer. How can you do science with no base experiments? You should leave that to the universities. A company that should be making money shouldn't be wasting their energy on base experiments. No university in the country is this good. It hasn't been long since Korea has started doing science properly. We don't have enough basic research facilities and people. Then we should be investing in growing that infrastructure, not companies. It'll be too late then. We can't wait 20 or 30 years when biology is emerging as the latest trend in medicine. We have to follow pharmaceutical companies in superpowers like the United States. If we don't have enough basic research, we have to do it ourselves. Even if you say that, it's not something that we can do. And even the government won't give you funding for something that long term, so how can you ask private venture capital firms to do so? The government is. You don't have anything to say, right? We gave up on the government a long time ago, but venture capital. Stop. Go away now. Yoon Dae-sung clearly remembered his father's weak and dejected footsteps as he headed back to the company. This country isn't a country where you can do science. Yoon Dae-sung and Kim Hyun-taek felt that as well. And when the company had financial difficulties and could not pay their executives for 3 months, n/o/vel/b/c//om. I have a way to get some cash, said Ji Kwangman, who gathered Yoon Dae-sung and Kim Hyun-taek secretly. It's to develop an anthrax weapon. The United States Army is pursuing this business in secret. That's crazy. That's a violation of the international convention. If we get caught, we won't just get shut down, we'll go to jail. Kim Hyun-taek shouted. That's why we should do it ourselves in secret. You're the two best scientists in the country right now, aren't you? How many biologists in Korea do you think have studied abroad and published papers in Nature? We are good enough. It's the country that doesn't recognize us and realize the importance of base research, Ji Kwangman said. You all know that this country isn't capable of growing a company like AGEN. The people and the government can't read the trends in science, and our universities are 20 years behind developed countries. But if we don't grow AGEN now, the health of this country's people will be taken hostage by developed countries. But you don't know what kind of mass destruction an anthrax weapon will cause. In a way, it's more dangerous than a nuclear weapon, Yoon Dae-sung said. I know that. It's a bacteria. It's one of humanity's enemies. What's the point of us advancing science while developing something like that? Dr. Yoon, no Dae-sung, let's think of the children, Ji Kwangman said. Speaking of bacteria, when I was at your house the other day, Bo Hyun was playing a game called Bacterial War on the computer. That's exactly what we're doing right now, Ji Kwangman said. By making one bold move right now, we can paint all our current crises as our assets. I feel terrible that this is the only way, but we have no choice. Are you going to bankrupt the company and live on the streets with your wife and Bo Hyun? All right, I changed my mind. I'm in, said Kim Hyun-taek. Yoon Dae-sung stared at him in surprise. You're right about bacterial war. We have more than just a venture company on our shoulders now, we have the health of the nation. We need a big pharma in Korea, or at least the infrastructure to make replica drugs, because you know how companies like schematics rip off underdeveloped countries. Anthrax should be fine with enough safety mechanisms, like splitting up the sexes. Yoon Dae-sung thought for a while, but he couldn't give them a definitive answer. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow. Asterisk. Yoon Dae-sung, who headed back home, watched Yoon Bo Hyun play the game. It was a pixel game where the player placed their bacteria like Gamaka 1, but the player could make the opponent's bacteria into theirs if they blocked each end of the opponent's bacteria. Even if the player had 1 bacteria on the board and the opponent had 3, the player could place one of their bacteria on the other end and take all 5. They could turn the situation around instantly. Lose. Yoon Bo Hyun, who was 8 years old, turned off the computer after he lost. He buried his face into Yoon Dae-sung's arms, who was sitting behind him. Was it fun? Yoon Dae-sung asked. Not really. I just do it because I'm bored, Yoon Bo Hyun grumbled. Dad, I heard from Mom that we might have to move. She said that I might not have my own room when we move. Is that true? Yoon Dae-sung stared into his son's eyes. You don't want to move? Yoon Dae-sung asked. No. Did Mom say anything else? She said that if we move, I might have to move schools. Dad might have to go to a different company, too. Why? Yoon Bo Hyun asked. People don't know how important Dad's company is right now. Why? I don't know either. Yoon Dae-sung thought that his company would grow successfully after he finished studying abroad, became an elite scientist, and honed his research skills. The world is only interested in what's proven. They don't invest in potential. Yoon Dae-sung hugged his son tightly, and they only look at the money in front of them instead of what is really needed. Yoon Bo Hyun stared like he didn't understand. Yoon Dae-sung chuckled. Bo Hyun, no matter what you do, always show people how good you are so that people don't dare to doubt you or argue with you. Don't let people who are more foolish than you judge you and dictate your life. If anyone tries to take what's yours, fight them off and defend it with everything you have. Okay. And we're not moving, Yoon Dae-sung said with a bitter smile. Asterisk. Yoon Dae-sung took a sip of his tea. I saw your data that the WHO published. The information about the anthracis in Africa is all on there. That's right. And it's different from the one Director Kim and I developed. Yes. Did you know that Bo Hyun went to Director Kim's hospital room? I do. He dropped a needle there, and I heard that the National Forensic Service is going to investigate it. But there isn't going to be any anthracis DNA there. It's all been destroyed. Do you think they will ask you to investigate it if they can't find out what it is? Maybe. And you can use new methods to detect anthracis there, right? Yes. Yoon Dae-sung smiled. I see. He took a sip of tea. Everything is my fault, he said. Bo Hyun ended up like that because I wasn't good enough. But I think it's all thanks to you that the stuff we made didn't hurt anyone. That's because you sterilized it well. Because it could have been blamed as the real terrorist weapon. And you saved Bo Hyun from the hospital. I feel like we're always indebted to you. When I was butting heads with Jamie Anderson at the conference in the US, you and Nicholas came and supported me, Youngjun said. I'm grateful for that. And I don't resent or hate you or Yoon Bo Hyun, but, Youngjun said, research ethics is a different matter. Forgiveness and friendship aside, the development of that biological weapon is something that needs to be revealed. If the US military is responsible, they should also be held accountable. Like always, you are airtight. Yoon Dae-sung smiled. I think the goodwill you have extended to me has reached its limit. You've waited so long, Yoon Dae-sung said. We owe you a lot, Yoon Dae-sung said. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I will put my faith in you and leave Ajen Bohyun and I will receive our punishments. Thank you for your hard work. Yoon Dae-sung bid farewell to Youngjun and stood up. His footsteps seemed to have regained some energy as he left. Let's go, said Nicholas, who arrived at the front entrance a little after Yoon Dae-sung and was waiting for him. He patted Yoon Dae-sung on the shoulder. Kim Hyun-taek and Ji Kwang-man had disappeared, and his one and only son had collapsed after taking a huge blow to his body and heart. Yoon Dae-sung, who was getting into the limousine with Nicholas, was relaxed as he had made up his mind, but he also looked lonely. One Gamaku is where each player takes turns to put their pieces on a board to form 5 in a row. After a company merger was approved by a shareholder meeting, there was a grace period. During this time, shareholders who opposed the merger could sell their shares to their respective companies. If there were too many shareholders who rejected the merger, or if the company had problems buying the shares, the merger was cancelled. Of course, there was no reason for shareholders to oppose the merger between Ajen and Abio. The shareholders of Ajen expected the combination of Abio and Youngjun to boost the stock price and improve the company. Yoon Dae-sung, Nicholas, and the 6 directors were good, but the shareholders were happy just thinking about what would happen if they put Youngjun at the top. The shareholders of Abio felt the same way. Considering what Youngjun had done at Abio, which was worth 20 billion won, imagine what he could do if he directed all the research at a huge company like Ajen. There were barely any shareholders who tried to sell their shares, and Yoon Dae-sung did everything he had to do. The merger was finalized, and it was time to appoint a new CEO. Yoon Dae-sung suddenly withdrew as a candidate and went to the police with Yoon Bo-hyun. Shocking confession from Yoon Dae-sung, former Ajen CEO, development of the anthrax bioweapon. The criminal who tried to use the anthrax weapon was not Ryu Youngjun, but Yoon Bo-hyun, the person who condemned him. The public's horrified reaction was directed at them. That bastard orchestrated the anthrax attack, but he accused Ryu Youngjun of developing it? What an asshole. It's a relief that all the samples for development were destroyed. We don't know what would have happened. Nothing will happen. Our savior Ryu Youngjun would have stopped that, too. Even if it was a long time ago, the United States military also knew about this, right? What happens now? This could turn into a diplomatic issue. The Korean government launched an investigation, and the US government expressed their regret. The development of the anthrax weapon was part of the Jupiter program that the United States Forces Korea began 31 years ago. The weapon was developed as a part of the development of a strategic plan to counter biological warfare on the Korean peninsula. The Korean government will investigate the officials who were present at the U.S. military base in Osan, Gyeonggi-do at the time about whether the anthrax weapon research process was illegal. The situation had already come to an end, but this issue evoked a strong reaction from the public. However, this was soon drowned out by another news item. This afternoon, the merger between Ajen and Abio was finalized. Ryu Youngjun, who was appointed as the CEO, changed the company name to Ajenbio. Ajenbio will integrate the management of the merged companies and reorganize existing roles and personnel. So this is it. David, the head of Conson and Colson, was slightly nervous as he read the industry news. It's as expected, said David's secretary. There won't be a company that can compete with them for the next 100 years. I don't think so, either. Conson and Colson was a little bit bigger than Ajen and Abio, but not anymore. Now, they're the top predators in the pharmaceutical industry. Abio has done all kinds of adventurous research while supporting Ryu Youngjun's ingenuity. You can't ignore the skills and experience of those researchers. On top of that, if Abio got all the power of Ajen, and Ryu Youngjun is the one who's running it, yeah, Conson and Colson will always be in second place. What are you going to do? What can we do? Maybe there will be an opportunity to reclaim first place someday. Let's just go with it for now. Besides all that, David said, send a gift to Dr. Ryu to congratulate him on the merger. I'll write the letter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the Abio CEO's office, Park Joo-hyuk, who came to see Ryu Youngjun, gasped at the sight of the office. Wow, what is all this? An astonishing amount of flowers and presents filled the room. Things people sent me to congratulate me. Man, people are trying so hard to get on your good side. Park Joo-hyuk looked through the mountain of envelopes on Youngjun's desk. Congressman Shim Sung-yeol. He sent something, too? What does it say? Youngjun asked with a frown. Park Joo-hyuk opened the envelope. Talking about the weather. Blah blah blah. And, Dr. Ryu, thank you for your hard work. This is a travel voucher so that you can relax while you're so busy. This is a small token of my appreciation as a politician and as a citizen of South Korea, Park Joo-hyuk said. He never stops, does he? Youngjun replied. It's still a ticket to Hawaii, said Park Joo-hyuk as he read the voucher inside. You can have it. Really? I'm going to give these presents out to the employees. It's not like I can keep all of them. Then can I have the laptop? Park Joo-hyuk asked, pointing at the laptop box beside him. Dr. Chen already called dibs on that one. He's taking it with him to the U.S. Why is he going? Some business to do. You're going to do something weird again. Park Joo-hyuk put the travel voucher that was in Shim Sung-yeol's envelope in his pocket. Anyway, you're going to have a hard time organizing management for a while, Park Joo-hyuk said. Yeah, I'll be really busy reorganizing the 6 labs and integrating Ajen into Abio's management system, so I need you to take care of the legal stuff. What would you do without me? I'm really glad you're my friend. Anyway, once the company is stabilized, I'm going to hire someone to run it, and I'm going to stay on as the CTO and just do research since Nicholas is leaving as well. It should be fine, right? Youngjun said as he leaned back in his chair. Of course. You're the owner, so you can do whatever you want, Park Ju-hyuk said. I don't know about ABio, but I don't think I can run a company as big as Agen while doing research. You have someone in mind. No, you want to do it. Are you crazy? I'm kidding. The two looked at each other and smiled. Park Ju-hyuk was a really good friend. Park Ju-hyuk's occasional pranks and jokes were a great comfort as Youngjun busily ran the company and did research. Youngjun, you now have Agen, ABio, Agen Life, and the ABio Cancer Laboratory all lined up under you. Yeah, and if you leave the management of Agen to someone else, does that mean you're now the president of a business group? Eek, Youngjun groaned like he disliked that title. That's horrible. President? That's so old-fashioned. But you are the head of a group called Agenbio. To be honest, I'm most comfortable with Dr. Ryu, Youngjun said. You're going to move management and finance to Agen, right? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Yeah, and we're going to be moving a lot of research teams to each of the 6 labs because Agen has better infrastructure than ABio. We've been using Lab 1 or the Research Support Department, but now we'll be able to go there and do our experiments without having to go back and forth. So what are you going to do with all the empty space in this building? We're going to reform it as Agenbio's 7th laboratory, where we're going to do different kinds of research. Different kinds of research. 2 kinds. One research is about rare diseases to give back to society, Youngjun said. These diseases only affect a few thousand patients in the world, so it's economically unprofitable for pharmaceutical companies to develop a cure. And you're going to just target those. Yeah. And another one is, Youngjun said, environmental energy research. Park Ju-hyuk tilted his head like he was puzzled. Sounds a little far off from the pharmaceutical industry. Dealing with Ebola and anthrax has made me a little more concerned about environmental issues, Youngjun said. If it's about environmental energy, is it like microorganisms that break down plastic? Park Ju-hyuk asked. We can also develop that. Or, we can develop technology to capture microdust from China or ways to kill mosquitoes. We can also create bacteria that produce oil, or find new ways to maintain a cold chain. What's a cold chain? Some medical products need to be stored and transported at around 4 degrees. And if you go deep into Africa, half of those products get destroyed in transit. Because they can't stay at 4 degrees. Yeah. There's no way to get electricity to lower the temperature, and the roads are a mess. Completing the transit route while keeping the temperature low is called a cold chain. The Gates Foundation once held a contest for a solution to this. Park Ju-hyuk tapped his chin. I actually entered the contest when I was in university, but I failed. What was your idea? To generate electricity from solar energy and maintain a cold chain. They said it won't work. I didn't win because they said it wasn't realistic. And frankly, it lacked strategy. Now, Youngjun was able to fill in the gaps to his strategy, but he didn't say anything. If you're expanding the business like that, we need a lot of manpower after we reorganize. You should post a job listing, Park Ju-hyuk advised. Yeah, I need to post a job listing and do some headhunting n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. *****. 2 men and 1 woman were having a meal together at a restaurant near Yongsan. It was Youngjun, Song Ji-hyun and Song Jong-ho. They had come here because Song Jong-ho wanted to treat Youngjun to a meal because he had basically saved his life. Song Jong-ho, who Youngjun hadn't seen in 3 months, was almost a completely different person. He gained a jawline after losing a lot of weight, and he had clear skin. Most of all, his eyes were clear like Song Ji-hyun's. Song Jong-ho, who met Youngjun, jumped up and down with excitement. I feel like I'm living a new life thanks to you. I don't have any hallucinations anymore, Song Jong-ho shouted excitedly. It's all thanks to you, Dr. Ryu. Thank you so much. You're the best. Song Jong-ho kept bowing to Youngjun with a smile on his face. He feels so good nowadays that he studies and works out, too, Song Ji-hyun said. That's nice. He's become so bright that I'm worried he's in a state of mania. Ha ha ha. Soon, the server came out with their meal. They put a huge steak on the table. Do you eat meat now, Dr. Song? Youngjun asked. No, but this is cultured meat. Song Ji-hyun grinned and cut the steak. Dr. Ryu, I'm going to go to university, Song Jong-ho said. Really? Youngjun replied. Yes. It's a little late, but my goal is biological engineering at Yungyun University. I don't want to flatter myself, but it's a prestigious university. It might be difficult to get in with just a year of studying for the entrance exam. And their cutoff drastically increased because of Dr. Ryu. Did you know that? No, it's the first I'm hearing of it. It's an engineering major, but their cutoff is higher than medicine, Song Jong-ho said. But I'm still going to do it. Then, I'm going to graduate and go to Agenbio. You can't ask me for a job though. Of course, I'm going to join through the recruitment period. Song Jong-ho laughed. But depending on the person, I may be able to give a special offer. Someone like Dr. Song. Youngjun looked at Song Ji-hyun. She tilted her head in confusion. Dr. Song, ABio is starting a lot of new projects as we merge with Agen, and we need a lot of people. Are you interested? Youngjun asked. I'm not asking because we just need someone, but I'm asking because you're a skilled scientist who is capable of developing an outstanding anti-cancer drug like Chelicure. I'm scouting you because I want to work with you. Me. Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. Yes. We worked together for Chelicure, right? From what I can tell, you're almost as good as scientists who received Nobel Prizes or have GSC membership, Youngjun said. You were the one who developed Chelicure, and you proposed a lot of important ideas to upgrade it, right? On top of that, you were the one who thought of how to promote immune cells that bypass dendritic cells. Wait. There are some things I did, but... Song Ji-hyun blushed. Most of it was only possible because you helped me through it, Dr. Ryu. I'm not that great. The dendritic cell technology was like a delusion at the time, but you realized it. I think the most important quality in scientists is creativity, and you have that, Dr. Song. There are some famous scientists who don't have that. If you come to our company, I'll give you twice your salary and a stock option. Youngjun was serious. Song Ji-hyun put down her fork and calmly replied as respectfully and humbly as possible. I'm so grateful, but I'll have to decline. That's insane. Song Jong-ho shouted. Are you insane? Do you know how competitive it will be when Agenbio starts their recruitment? Song Ji-hyun covered her mouth and chuckled. Really? I thought you liked working with me, Dr. Song, Youngjun said. Of course I do. And it will definitely be a powerful company if you and Abio join a company as big as Agen. It's a flattering offer, and I'm grateful, but, Song Ji-hyun said. I like my company now. You're crazy, seriously. Why do you want to stay at that small company? Song Jong-ho said grumpily. Our company is a nice company. Although my salary and benefits aren't as good as a big company, we're all very passionate. I joined the company because I liked that, and that's why I'm still here, Song Ji-hyun said. It seems like you're pretty attached to Chelie Jenner 1, Youngjun said. Of course. And the executives are all good people. They were very accommodating when I took a lot of time off last year. Then there's nothing I can do. Youngjun chuckled lightly. What kind of research is Chelie Jenner doing nowadays? You'll be shocked if I tell you, Song Ji-hyun said. Surprise me, Youngjun said. Youngjun didn't expect much and was just curious about what they were doing, but it was actually shocking. We're doing research on getting rid of microdust. Microdust. Collecting and recycling microdust to be exact. Our CEO has had a change of mind after working with Abio a few times. How? Dr. Ryu, you went outside of the traditional research methods in the pharmaceutical industry. That's what other scientists are saying about you, Song Ji-hyun said. In the past, most drug development was chemical, but most of what you did was biological. That's true. Things like curing cancer through the dendritic cell bypass method, or curing glaucoma with stem cells. They both came from thinking outside the box and fusing new technologies together. Our CEO's mindset is to now do trend-setting science. But I feel like microdust is way too far off from the pharmaceutical industry. Isn't that a little different from the purpose of your company? It's not for Chelie Jenner, Song Ji-hyun said firmly. Chelie Jenner was named after Edward Jenner, the scientist who developed inoculation. Inoculation was the first ever vaccine, and it was an invention that was critical to the eradication of smallpox. However, Edward Jenner didn't patent it. Even when the Royal Society of Medicine pressured him to receive royalties, he refused. He did this so that smallpox could be eradicated sooner and people could stay healthy. Other people might laugh if I tell them this, but we're serious. Sure, Chelie Jenner's goal is to make money, but it's actually to keep humanity healthy, that's all. And the easiest way to do that was pharmaceuticals, Song Ji-hyun said. But now, we changed our minds after you, Dr. Ryu. Did you know that respiratory disease recently entered the top 10 causes of death? Really? Respiratory diseases used to be far down the list, but it suddenly entered the top 10, Song Ji-hyun said. Because of India and China. The development of industries in these two countries, which account for a third of the world's population, has produced a huge amount of microdust, which has caused serious adverse effects on the health of the people in these countries. But the microdust from China hurts us too. That's right. Song Ji-hyun exclaimed. That's why we set that as our goal and began thinking about it like you. If microdust is the problem, we should stop wasting our energy on developing new drugs and just get rid of microdust itself. Song Ji-hyun went on. Like how the best-case scenario was to capture airborne anthracis with thermoplasma and kill it, although you developed an anthrax cure for emergency use. Youngjun smiled. So, is it going well? To be honest, it's not going very well. The start of this idea was that microdust is mostly made up of sulfate, nitrate, and carbon, which are all great agricultural fertilizers, Song Ji-hyun said. So just capturing and collecting the microdust in the air can create an item that can be used right away as a fertilizer. It sounds plausible. There have been a lot of ideas for collecting it, and we're working on it with a lot of engineers, but, well, it's not that easy. Song scratched her head. Still, it's good to discover the solution to the problem. Recycling it as fertilize. Youngjun flinched. What is it? Song Ji-hyun asked. No, it's nothing. It was because Rosaline popped out and jumped up onto the table. What Dr. Song is interesting. Come down from the table. You shouldn't step on places where people eat. I'm an invisible cell anyway, but I can see you. You're stepping on my steak right now. Rosaline hopped down from the table. Is there a way to collect microdust? Of course there is. The fact that carbons can be used as fertilizer means that there are organisms that can feed off of it. Rosaline said. Naturally, it's a matter that can be easily solved by coding for a few genes related to enzymes involved in the breakdown of those substances. But the question is, which organisms? N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Let's think about it. But if we do it, aren't we taking away Seligener's job? Dr. Song won't like that. What are you thinking? Song Ji-hyun asked Youngjun, who suddenly became quiet. Nothing, I was just thinking about something else. You're not planning a microdust project right now, right? Song Ji-hyun asked, squinting her eyes. It won't be good if you become our competitor. Youngjun grinned. I told you we needed a lot of people. The reason for that was because we're reforming ABIO's building into Lab 7, which will deal with environment and energy problems. Environmental problems. Song Ji-hyun froze a little. She seemed worried that she would have to compete with Youngjun in this field, too. Microdust is in our plan, but we haven't fleshed out any projects in detail. We haven't even organized a team yet. And since I'm not in a position to direct the research myself, it's difficult for us to do it at our company right now, Youngjun said. Besides, if we, a pharmaceutical company, say we're going to start combating environmental problems, some shareholders might be worried that we're not doing what we do best. Maybe we will be able to collaborate with Seligener. Are you saying you will support us? Song Ji-hyun asked in surprise, like she didn't expect this at all. It's more of a win-win deal than support. I would like to invest in Seligener's microdust removal project. In return, I would like to participate in the meeting. Realistically, it was difficult to begin this project in Agen's labs, which were hectic with the launch of Agen Bio. But with Seligener's help, things could be different. Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. I didn't come see you to talk about work, but I guess it's come to this. She played with her hair like she was a little embarrassed. It's not up to me to decide, so I'll ask the CEO. Oh, and, Song Ji-hyun said. You said you needed a lot of people, right? There are pharmacists who are studying bio and trying to join the pharmaceutical industry. Pharmacists. Yes. For example, stem cell therapy is a therapy done at the hospital, not dispensed by a pharmacy like traditional medicine. Ever since you came along, traditional medicine has been shrinking, so pharmacists are trying to adapt to the new world. And I'm pretty famous among them. It made sense that Song Ji-hyun was famous as she was a licensed pharmacist herself. The first time they met was in a pharmacy. She had also tried to use the power of the Pharmacists Association back when Agen was trying to steal Seligener, meaning that she also knew how the pharmacist community worked. Also, she was a successful biopharmaceutical scientist, as she was the most famous young scientist in Korea after Youngjun. I have a group of people who are studying biopharmaceuticals with me, and they're all pretty talented. I don't think they want to leave their companies because they're all currently working at large military shops, but I can try to convince them, Song Ji-hyun said. I would be grateful if you did that. Even on a big project, having a couple of good scientists can make a big difference in the progress speed. You never stop, do you? Park Ju-hyuk, who heard the news, clicked his tongue. You're going to pay another company to do more research in this situation? Are you some kind of worker bee from hell? I'm just funding them and participating in the occasional meetings. Youngjun shook his hand in front of him like he was tired of Park Ju-hyuk's nagging. The occasional meeting? Do you know that the new rich who are willing to spend millions of won are contacting the company to have lunch with you? And you're turning them down, right? Of course I am. But you're donating all that expensive time to a small business? Are you a charity organization? Well, I'm not doing environmental research to make money in the first place. If I can help a small business grow while doing the research I want, that's great. And after it works out, I can use it for marketing, right? It's not like it's a loss or anything. Park Ju-hyuk didn't seem to like it, but he agreed. Around that time, someone came to visit Youngjun in his office. It was someone very unexpected. Dr. Hee Jiangkui. Youngjun tilted his head in puzzlement as he received the call from his secretary, Yu Song-mi. Should I tell him to make an appointment and come back? Yu Song-mi asked over the phone. No, I'm free right now, so please send him to my room, Youngjun said. Park Ju-hyuk left and Hee Jiangkui came up to the office. He saw Youngjun and smiled brightly. Nice to see you, Dr. Ryu, he said. I thought you returned to China after the GSC conference. I was going to, but something came up. What is it? To be honest, the genetically engineered baby was illegally funded by Yoon Bo-hyun. Really? The investigation into Yoon Bo-hyun showed a record of him sending funds to a paper company in China, and it seems like they requested the Chinese government to investigate it. Simply put, I'm sort of in trouble. Hee Jiangkui chuckled. Haha, but hey, I'm the GSC of China, so what does the Chinese government do? Punish me? And Dr. Ryu, what's wrong with a scientist's curiosity, right? Isn't this the kind of thing that advances civilization? You should know since you're also a scientist, Hee Jiangkui said jokingly. Youngjun put his hand on his forehead as if this was giving him a headache. You are wrong, Youngjun said. Let's make a deal. You said that the CCR5 edited baby might die early, so I want you to help me find a solution, Hee Jiangkui said. Youngjun glared at him in disappointment. I was going to do that myself, even if you didn't ask me to. I was planning on working on treatments for rare diseases here at ABio, and part of that was to clean up this mess you made. Wow, you are a true scientist. You said something about a deal. What are you going to give me if I do that? You're probably not interested in money because you already have more than enough, right? He Jiankui said. I will convince the Chinese government to stop the Chinese microdust from reaching Korea. One, it was previously called Seligener, but it has been changed to Cheligener from this chapter onwards. The reason for this change will be later on the chapter. How? Youngjun asked. How are you going to catch microdust? The dust collectors used in factories like thermal power plants used centrifugal force. If you spin the cylindrical filter quickly, the dust inside the collector separates out of the cylinder because of the centrifugal force. So it's like a centrifuge. Yes, it's similar to that machine in biology because they both centrifuge. In mechanical engineering, they call it a cyclone, He Jiankui said. The reason why factories in China don't use this cyclone dust collector is because too much energy is lost. And the Chinese government doesn't really regulate it because they need those factories to do well for tax revenue. Probably. But the large amount of microdust generated is not only damaging to Korea, but it's also heavily damaging mainland China from a public health perspective. And it's a big headache for the Chinese government authorities, He Jiankui said. So when China gets a red alert, which is equivalent to an unhealthy level in Korea, the government immediately issues emergency reduction measures, forcing civilians to use an alternate no-driving system 1 and restricting the operation of diesel trucks. Then, the Chinese government is already working to decrease it. What do you mean you're going to convince them? The things that the Chinese government is doing don't really have much effect on reducing microdust emissions. For example, the government is advertising that Beijing's microdust concentration has decreased by 40%, but does that mean that emissions have decreased? He Jiankui waved his hand in denial. Absolutely not. Simply raising the stacks will reduce the microdust in the city where the factories are located. It's obvious. If microdust occurs higher up in the sky, wouldn't it be more likely for it to be blown away by the wind before it reaches people? Actually, England and Sweden have had conflict because of microdust in the past. London advertised that they reduced a lot of their microdust emissions, but Swedish scientists were successful in scientifically proving that the level of microdust coming from England hadn't changed, He Jiankui said. Dr. Ryu, I believe the scientists of Korea are lacking compared to Swedish scientists. They are lacking patriotism, responsibility for conflicts in the international community, and aggressiveness. If Korean scientists had found all the evidence, they would have already filed an international lawsuit against the Chinese government. He Jiankui was not wrong, but it wasn't solely their fault either. The scientific community was usually uninterested in social issues, but why would they be indifferent to microdust, which caused inflammation in their respiratory systems? The reason for the lack of evidence for an international lawsuit or a complaint was a much simpler one. It was because most scientists weren't that rich, and research was expensive. They needed funding from somewhere, and for these kinds of problems, the government had to start a national program to provide the funding. It meant that instead of opening contests for ideas to reduce microdust, they should be funding brilliant scientists and asking them to create models, experiments, and data that could prove the effects of Chinese microdust. What scientist in the world would use their own money to prove all that and then hand over the data to the government so that they could complain to China? It's not just the scientists' fault, Youngjun said. There are scientist-based companies who are passionate about solving the microdust problem, even though they don't have money. They are great people, He Jiankui complimented. Youngjun agreed with him. Kelly Jenner was extremely talented but also had a good mindset. Anyways, go on, Dr. He Jiankui. How are you going to convince the Chinese government? Youngjun asked. To be honest, regardless of complaints and whatnot, the microdust problem in China remains unsolved. Even if the microdust levels are reduced by 40%, it still means that 60% remains. The current policy is ineffective, He Jiankui said. Eventually, we're going to have to put dust collectors on the smokestacks. We're going to have to attach cyclones to catch the dust. That's the surest way to do it. So you're going to convince the Chinese government to do that. Exactly, He Jiankui said as he snapped his fingers. If we can prove that the graph of microdust damage in China exceeds the graph of energy loss from cyclone dust collectors, the Chinese government will mandate the installation of dust collectors. But it won't be easy to quantify the damage to people's health caused by microdust. There are a lot of factors other than microdust that can affect respiratory diseases. We're the GSC for a reason, aren't we? He Jiankui said proudly. What do you think, Dr. Ryu? If I push for this, can you save the CCR5 engineered baby? As I said before, I was already planning to protect the baby's health, Youngjun said. But I have no intention of defending you in this matter, Dr. He Jiankui. It's true that you received illegal funding, ignored the regulations of the ethics committee, and recklessly conducted human experiments while infringing on my patent rights as the developer of Ca9. I will only protect the babies. Beyond that, you are on your own. Haha, you're just like what I heard. Alright, Dr. Ryu. That is all I need, He Jiankui said. I have no way to survive if those babies' health is at risk, but if they are healthy, I can defend against other problems to some extent. HIV could be transmitted to the fetus, which meant that it was risky to have a baby if the mother had HIV. This was where He Jiankui could defend himself. The mother of the CCR5 engineered baby had HIV. That's what He Jiankui was going to say. The modification of CCR5 was not just out of curiosity. This fulfilled a woman's wish to have a child. Who could infringe on her right to happiness? When everyone was cowering in fear of condemnation, I bravely sacrificed myself and saved her. If He Jiankui targeted that well, the most severe punishment he would get would be probation as long as the baby was healthy. And since He Jiankui had GSC membership and was a valuable asset, the Chinese government wasn't going to punish him too harshly. But there's a new drug called a CCR5 blocker. Youngjun thought for a while. This drug allowed mothers with HIV to give birth to healthy babies. This meant that genetic engineering was not necessary, though it was controversial because there have been reports of the drug failing. Let's try it, Youngjun said. Kim Soo-chul, a scientist at Chelie Jenner, was tense. He used to always cut it close, coming into the office 2 minutes before his start time, but he showed up at 8:30 today. He couldn't sleep the day before, and his eyes just opened this morning. Good morning. As Kim Soo-chul went into the office with a greeting, he saw that most people were already at work. Dr. Song. Kim Soo-chul was surprised when he saw Song Ji-hyun. You usually wear sweats to work, but you have makeup on today. We have a guest today, right? Song Ji-hyun replied, slightly embarrassed. Huh. Kim Soo-chul exclaimed as he walked past her. Wow, Dr. Song has perfume on today, too. I've never seen you put perfume on. I had perfume on when we had a booth at the IUB, too, Song Ji-hyun said. Oh, ICN/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Soo-chul, you're more overdressed than her, said principal scientist Lee Hyung-min, who was tapping away at his laptop near the window. Why are you wearing a suit? Are you a salesperson? Are you going to run experiments in a suit? Because he's a big name in our business. And I'm meeting him for the first time, so I have to make a good first impression. You never know, maybe he'll hire me at Agenbio. Are you going to go if they ask? Asked lead scientist Kong Jute. Well, I don't know. I'm not a big corporate guy, and I really like our company. What if they offer you 10 times your salary right now? 10 times my salary is a bit tempting. But who's going to offer a mere scientist 10 times their salary? Even if you get 10 times more, the National Tax Service is going to take half of it, Lee Hyung-min said. Really? Of course. It doesn't matter how much you make. If you make 10 times, you'll probably actually only get 5. If it's 5 times, I'm not going. I have a lot of shares in our company, Kim Soo-chul said, shaking his head. Choi Yeon-ho, the CEO of Chelie Jenner, popped out from management's office. I'm hearing something strange. Are you going to go to Agenbio? It's just wishful thinking. We were just talking about Soo-chul going to Agenbio and getting 10 times his salary, Kong Jute said. The scientist slightly chuckled. Even I'm tempted by that, Choi Yeon-ho said jokingly. How can you be tempted, Mr. CEO? I'm kidding. We're not going to be tempted by money. People who are doing research to make money have already been sold out to Conson and Colson and military shops. All that's left here is the weirdos, said Lee Hyung-min. Yeah, we're not going to go just because of some salary negotiation. Maybe if Mr. Ryu gives us an offer himself, right, Dr. Song? Kim Soo-chul asked as he faced Song Ji-hyun. Song Ji-hyun, who had rejected the offer that Mr. Ryu gave her, laughed awkwardly. It's already past 9 o'clock while you guys have been chatting and joking around, so why don't we start working? Choi Yeon-ho said as he patted Kim Soo-chul on the shoulder. Oh, I'll get started right now. Even if Soo-chul comes early, he still starts at the same time, Kong Jute jokingly said. That's because I'm consistent, Kim Soo-chul said, shrugging it off like it was nothing, and turned on his computer. All 40 scientists in the lab were tapping away at their computers. This was quite strange, since most of a scientist's work was done in the lab, weaning lab coats and gloves and touching pipettes. It was because what they were working on right now was the data that Youngjun was going to see. There couldn't be a single typo. Everyone was reading and rereading their data. Dr. Ryu isn't that picky. They don't have to do that. Song Ji-hyun went to the lab. It had been a while since she had worked alone in a lab this big. They had weathered a lot of hard times, from when they were a small venture company to the commercialization of Chelicure. And now, everyone who had stayed were oddballs who had dedicated their lives to science. People like Kim Soo-chul came to work on a weekend afternoon, saying that his house was too hot because the air conditioning unit was broken. Seeing the lab, which was home to people like this, so empty, Song Ji-hyun realized how big an event Youngjun's visit was for them. Of course, it wasn't for her. She took the DNA she extracted yesterday, loaded it onto agarose gel to check the band size, then subcultured the cells. And when it was almost 10 o'clock, Youngjun's car had arrived at the underground parking lot. Choi Yeon-ho, who had gone to escort him in, calmed his nerves and shook his hand. He led Youngjun to the conference room. Nice to meet you, said Youngjun. After exchanging greetings with the researchers, Youngjun sat down in the chair that had been prepared in advance. There are millions of tons of microdust in Korea each year. As 80% of it can be used as fertilizer, it is a very good resource. Lee Hyung-min began his presentation. We are planning to capture that microdust and recycle it as fertilizer, thus improving the environment and generating revenue. The scientists listened to the presentation while secretly glancing at Youngjun. Lee Hyung-min's voice was a little shakier than usual. This is the diagram of our idea. We want to attach a microdust collection filter to cars and develop a running microdust reduction device, he said as he went to the next slide. We will distribute the filters to the public for free, and we're going to buy back the filters from the vehicles that have driven a certain distance. The public will take the filters because it can help with their gas money. And you're going to separate the microdust from those filters and recycle it as fertilizer, Youngjun asked. That's right. We are going to generate revenue, the environment will improve, and car owners will also make money. If a lot of cars in the city drive around with our filters, it can become a marketing tool for the company. It's a win-win strategy in a number of ways, Lee Hyungmin said, concluding his presentation. But is it difficult to develop the running microdust reduction device? Youngjun asked. That's right. It costs about 1 million won to scrape the microdust from 1,000 filters, and the value of the fertilizer from the removed microdust is about 2,000 won. When you add in the cost of paying the driver for the filters, we have to adjust the unit price a lot more. I see. They were much further along than Youngjun thought. It wasn't hard to find a way where there was a clear goal. You're going to turn on synchronization mode, right? Rosaline asked. Want a system where odd and even license plates drive on different days. It is implemented when microdust levels are high. Youngjun's mind was sinking into deep darkness. Rosaline's site was diving deep underground, about 350 meters deep. In this underground world, there were not only minerals, but also oil, natural gas, methane, and other biomass. It was a harsh environment that seemed inhabitable, but the fascinating power of life evolved microorganisms even in this environment. They lived here by eating or producing various biomass. There was nitrate-reducing bacteria from the genus Pseudomonas and fermenters that descended from Flavobacterium. These were amazing organisms that broke down aromatic hydrocarbons and produced energy by utilizing nitric acid, chloric acid, and sulfate ions as electron acceptors. They were now clearly visible to Youngjun. These organisms had a small storage space in their cells called a vesicle. They regulated the pH of this region to preserve nitrate or sulfate. Found it. Youngjun began to quickly scribble in his notebook. The scientists of Chelly Jenner, who were listening to Lee Hyungmin's presentation, stared at him. Scribble. There was no sound in the room other than the scribbling of Youngjun's pen. This time with synchronization mode, he didn't just look at a few genes, he looked through all the organelles of microorganisms. He had to quickly organize and write down the insight before the images in his head disappeared. What the hell is he writing? Kim Soo-chul, who was sitting beside Youngjun, glanced at his notebook out of curiosity. Pseudomonas nitrolis, Flavobacterium sulficis, 4000 rpm centrifuge, cell lysis with codon plus real buffer, 7000 rpm centrifuge subcollect, FPLC, apply the vesicle to porous carbon paper. 37, c 50 minutes invert. Whoa, what is this? It was a lab protocol. The two names written above the protocol seemed to be the names of some microorganisms. However, the research was still in its planning phase, it wasn't the time to be planning specific experiments. What is this? You can develop a filter like this, Youngjun said. We can apply a microorganism-based vesicle on ordinary engineering porous carbon paper. Then, the vesicle will capture nitrate and sulfate without any other treatment. You'll be able to collect nitric acid and sulfuric acid by dipping it in water once. He gave the note to Song Ji-hyun, who was sitting across from him. Song Ji-hyun read the note in surprise, then gave it to Choi Yeon-ho. There's probably about 3 million sedans in Seoul, and one car will probably be able to have at least 10 filters. Each filter will collect about 1 kilogram of nitrate and sulfate, Youngjun said. The filter should collect about 2 kilograms if the car drives about 100 kilometers. Then, one car driving 1,000 kilometers should yield about 20 kilograms. The problem is that 20 kilograms of fertilizer isn't worth much. No driver is going to come to Chelly Jenner to sell that, Youngjun said. So, let's do this, let's send these filters to gas stations. Gas stations? Choi Yeon-ho asked. All cars are bound to go to gas stations, so we distribute these filters to gas stations around the country. We make the gas stations our middleman. So the gas station employees will put the filters on the customers' cars as they get gas, and then they will buy the used filters and sell them to us. Song Ji-hyun asked. That's right. All we have to do is dip those filters in water once to get the nitric and sulfuric acid, and then send them back to the gas station, Youngjun said. Carbon paper is thin and you can adjust the color, so it won't be very noticeable. It won't be a burden to the driver, and it will be a business that will make the air quality better and make a lot of money for the driver, the gas station, and Chelly Jenner. Let's briefly model the revenue. The gas station buys 20 kilograms of filters at 10,000 won from the driver, Youngjun said. Since 50 liters of gas costs about 80,000 won, getting a discount for 10,000 won is pretty big. Most people who are drowning in gas money will be happy to do it. Youngjun scribbled something in his notebook again and began calculating the revenue model. And let's say Chelly Jenner buys that for 11,000 won. Assuming that a gas station gets around 1,000 cars a day, that's an extra 30 million won in profit for the gas station each month. 3 million. Even for a gas station that doesn't get that many cars, they will still make a few 100,000 won in profit at least. If we do this, it's likely that gas stations will take the initiative to promote it and offer discounts on gas for drivers who put the filter on. Then, we'll get a lot of publicity that will attract drivers without spending a dime, Youngjun said. Kylie Jenner can collect those filters, soak them in water to remove the nitrate and sulfate, and do a secondary purification and turn it into fertilizer. 20 kilograms of fertilizer sells for about 20,000 won on the market. Youngjun pulled out some data he had prepared in advance from his bag, and the estimated amount of microdust in Korea ranges from a few million tons to more than 10 million tons per year, right? How much fertilizer do you think the entire domestic agriculture industry uses annually? Youngjun said. It's only 500,000 tons. It wasn't that the agricultural industry was using too little, it was that there was too much microdust. Microdust was so fine that it couldn't be seen, but it added up to an unimaginable amount when it was combined. The number of registered vehicles in Korea is about 23 million, and even if less than half of them are actually driven, Kylie Jenner alone will produce 500,000 tons, and you'll have to sell the rest overseas, Youngjun said. If anything, we might have to watch out for a collapse in the fertilizer market in agriculture or this business destroying itself because there's not enough microdust. We will have to consider the danger and curb the supply of the technology or the number of vehicles that benefit from the filter. The revenue model I've just laid out for you is a simple calculation, so you will have to consider this and take a safer approach. Youngjun finished talking and looked at the scientists. All the people from Kylie Jenner were frozen in shock. Kim Soo-chul was ecstatic. In his mind, Youngjun had just created something from nothing. The driver would save more than 10% on gas stations would make tens of millions of won a year in additional revenue, and Kylie Jenner would have an output that exceeded the existing market for agricultural fertilizer. When Choi Yeon-ho first talked about the idea to collect microdust and make it into fertilizer, Kim Soo-chul thought he was crazy. But we met someone who realized it, and the result is just something straight out of a fantasy novel. Kim Soo-chul was not the only one who was shocked. Song Ji-hyun, who had worked with Youngjun for a long time, was shocked, and so was Choi Yeon-ho, the one who first proposed the idea. With a gulp, Choi Yeon-ho asked Youngjun, what are these two microorganisms here? They are bacteria that use nitrate and sulfate. We're not using the bacteria, but just isolating the organelle called the vesicle. The process of doing that is written on that note, Youngjun said. If you soak it in water and then dry it, the carbon vesicle paper will go back to normal. It can be used almost semi-permanently, so it's not going to cost you a lot of money after the initial investment. We haven't finalized the distribution of profits with Agenbio yet, said Choi Yeon-ho. Is it okay for you to give us such an important item before signing a contract? Well, it's not that much money for me since it's just fertilizer, and it's not like I did that much work here, Youngjun said. You don't have to share the profits with Kylie Jenner should do this on their own. You're not taking any profits. Choi Yeon-ho was shocked. The other scientists gasped as well. Think of it as my gift to a partner company that we've worked with for so long. I've gotten a lot of help from Kylie Jenner. Well, Dr. Song to be exact, and I will continue to do so. But let me add one thing, Youngjun said. I want you to put the logo of Agenbio's Lab 7 on the filter. Lab 7? Does Agen have a 7th lab? No, we're going to make one. We don't even have a logo yet, but we'll make one soon and send it to you. You can use Celigener's logo as well, Youngjun said. I'm going to use this business to promote the launch of Lab 7. We're going to make a lot of world-changing items there. The production for a running microdust filter was not very complicated. It was a protocol that could be easily accomplished by a skilled scientist with experience. The process of building the filter at Kylie Jenner quickly came along. The prototype was ready in just a few days, and it was installed on a vehicle and tested on the road. In the meantime, Youngjun was running a simple experiment in the lab of Abio's old building. Our CEO is seriously a workaholic. The scientists all shook their heads. It was a chaotic time due to the merger and the reorganization, as well as moving labs. Youngjun had told scientists that it was okay if they didn't publish any experimental progress for 2 weeks. This was to prevent problems such as missing data and loss of important experimental samples while moving to new labs and positions. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But Youngjun, who was the CEO of a company that was going through a merger, still found time in his busy day to do experiments. Don't mind me, it's a personal project. Youngjun told everyone he met in the lab just in case they felt pressure to work. But everyone knew that his actions were not to pressure them to work. Youngjun was the type of person who just directly told people what to do, as he would be too lazy to beat around the bush and silently pressure them. But this company was full of oddballs like Youngjun. Oh, Jacob, you don't have to do any experiments this week, Youngjun said to Jacob, who was purifying DNA, while he was running the centrifuge. This is a personal project as well. There's an idea I want to try out. As Youngjun squinted in doubt, Jacob added, really? You don't have to pay me for this. I did this last weekend, too. Really? And I'm not the only one. Since it's low stakes, even if something goes wrong, other people are taking this opportunity to test out things they've been curious about and things like that. I see. Please forgive us for wasting some materials. But we're moving anyway, and we'll buy a lot of new supplies. You and your employees are exactly the same. They say that birds of a feather flock together. Rosaline said. Youngjun scratched his head and patted Jacob's shoulder. Then, he went back to his work. It was to find the solution to the genetic engineering of CCR5. BZZZ. His phone buzzed. It was Park Ju-hyuk. This is the data you asked me for. It's an attached file. Litigation material for the clinical failure of the CCR5 blocker drug. There were two conditions under which He Jiankui's human experiment could be excused. One was that he didn't know the side effects of modifying CCR5 in an embryo, which was almost certain. CCR5 became famous for its role as the infection route of HIV, and there were already people who had natural mutations in CCR5. He Jiankui probably thought it was a relatively safe target as there were so many people born with that mutation. Plus, ABIO was already treating AIDS through CCR5 manipulation, though it wasn't in developing embryos. The other condition was that the CCR5 blockers on the market didn't work, meaning the other option for these genetically engineered babies was difficult. I didn't really know this either. Youngjun opened the documents that Park Joo-hyuk sent him in his office. There were a total of 33 documents related to the lawsuit. This case was about the clinical trials of a treatment called Glaxoviroc, which was once sold by a Taiwanese pharmaceutical company called Atmix. It was believed that the HIV would not be transmitted from the mother to the fetus when this treatment was administered to the mother. The success rate was reported to be 100%, but there were recent cases of failure. Youngjun slowly read through the documents, then called Park Joo-hyuk as even Rosaline's powers couldn't interpret law terminology. This case is still in the Supreme Court. In the first trial, the court found Atmix negligent and ordered them to provide compensation for damages, but it was overturned in the Court of Appeals, Park Joo-hyuk explained. The concentration and the number of administrations of Glaxoviroc were different for this clinical trial, right? Youngjun asked. Park Joo-hyuk nodded. Originally, it's supposed to be administered once a week starting from the 5th week of the pregnancy, Park Joo-hyuk said. But in that clinical case trial, Atmix developed a new way of administering Glaxoviroc, and they tested it on patients at a hospital owned by Atmix. Atmix claims that the patient's consent was fully obtained and they understood everything. It's supposed to be given once every week, but they got consent and didn't use it at all. Instead, they administered a 10-fold dose once every week for the last 3 weeks. Well, Atmix is claiming that it was a properly conducted clinical trial. They predicted it would be successful, but it just happened to fail. Atmix was trying to change a drug that was traditionally administered continuously throughout the pregnancy to one that would only be administered near the delivery date. Youngjun could understand this direction of research. The less number of administrations was always good for the patient as it meant fewer trips to the hospital and less chance of side effects. And a new drug always had a chance of failure. It was tragic that the new administration method of Glaxoviroc failed, but that wasn't something that the pharmaceutical company should be blamed for. The question is whether the patient was aware of the old and safer administration method of Glaxoviroc, Youngjun said. Yeah, and that's where the victims and Atmix's statements differ. The victim says she wasn't told anything, saying what kind of crazy mother would intentionally take a chance when her child's life depended on it. Of course, Atmix says it was all explained. Wasn't there an informed consent form? The consent form was signed by the patient, but it was filled with all kinds of medical jargon that she couldn't understand. She says that when they explained it to her verbally, they didn't mention that there were other ways to administer it. A clinical trial that the subjects don't understand is illegal, Youngjun said. In principle, yes, but their opponent is a pretty big pharmaceutical company and they are powerless citizens. Just making the case go on to the Supreme Court is going to make every day a living hell for the victim. Youngjun turned on his computer. He typed P into the search bar. Then, the web address of a website he visited often popped up. https://www.inspi.nlm.nih.gov/m/pubmed/. It was a website called PubMed. It was run by the National Institute of Health. This website was a search engine for academic articles, and it had papers published from any journal around the world. Youngjun searched for Glaxoviroc on PubMed. If there was a new administration method, there must have been a paper published about it. He wanted to find out how much preclinical research they based this clinical trial on. Oh. Youngjun's hand came to a halt as he scrolled down to find the article. He found a paper published in a journal he had never seen before. A new method of administration of the CCR5 blocker Glaxoviroc may reduce the dose and the number of doses. Corresponding author, He Jiankui. Youngjun pondered for a moment as he opened the paper. He Jiankui. It could be a coincidence. He Jiankui was a scientist, not a businessman, and Youngjun had never heard of him working for Atmix. But this paper was the result of research funded by Atmix. It didn't quite seem like a coincidence that the people involved in the HIV and the CCR5 blocker scandal were the same people. Youngjun, who was tapping his chin, said to Park Joo-hyuk, I need you to check one more thing. What is it? How Dr. He Jiankui and Atmix are related. He Jiankui, who returned to Beijing, was being interrogated by the Chinese authorities. The government is in a tough position because of you, Dr. He Jiankui, said the Deputy Minister of the Public Security Bureau. Haha, I'm sorry, but this is what science is like, Mr. Deputy Minister. For a car to run, fuel must inevitably be burned and sacrificed, right? I heard that the baby is in poor health. If it dies, you will be criticized by the international community. And in that case, the Chinese government won't be able to protect you. I know that. If you say we authorized an experiment like that, China becomes a place for inhumane human experiments that use our own people. We will deny any involvement, and the whole matter will be chalked up as your personal aberration and illegal research. But the Bureau does far worse things than me, right? Nov. L. B //JNN. Tap. The deputy minister pressed on He Jiankui's chin with his baton. Be careful of what you say. Sir, it's not something that will go away if I keep my mouth shut, He Jiankui said. I'll tell you a story that happened recently. My friend wanted to publish a paper in Nature, but there was a problem. What was it? That paper was a collection of medical information on the postoperative status and recovery of patients who underwent organ transplant surgery in China. The editors of Nature are wondering if they should publish it even though the data is amazing. The reason is, He Jiankui said, because they were unauthorized transplants from executed prisoners in China. There are a few people who are suspicious of that. Why don't you just tell me? Execution dates for death row inmates, including political prisoners and democracy activists, always seem to coincide with organ transplant surgeries for important people in China. Nonsense. You do a demand survey and study the possibility of organ rejection in advance, and then you reserve an operating room in a hospital close to the execution site. Then, you cut open their stomachs as soon as you execute them, take their organs, and then deliver it fresh to the operating room? That's the issue preventing the editors from publishing the paper. Of course, it's because the editors at Nature are idiots. What's the crime in the data itself? My friend has nothing to do with that organ transplant, either. He was just tracking the health of the patients. We'll be advancing medicine if we share that with academia, and the executed inmates will probably be glad since they were going to die anyway. Who else knows about that? Only a few people. They are hiding it well at Nature because a new paper is supposed to be secure. Of course, I heard about it because I am personally close with the author. But sooner or later, even the scientists at Science will hear about it, too. This industry is smaller than you think. Although, they will just be unconfirmed rumors, He Jiankui said with a sly smile. But I don't care about ethics or anything like that. I'm satisfied with being able to do research and finding out new things. At your rank, you should know. So, is it true or not? I was so curious. If it is, what I did is child's play. If it's true, can you give me some organs for research purposes? What? The deputy minister was shocked. I'm sure there are patients who aren't a match, right? I'm sure there are spare organs from the inmates that aren't in demand. I have some research I want to do. Are you crazy? The deputy minister shouted. We're being really accommodating because you're in the GSC. Don't be arrogant. You're here to be investigated for illegal funding and research. I promise you that the baby will be healthy since it's in the hands of a crazy smart scientist. If anyone criticizes the engineering, I can just say that it was the only way to stop HIV from being inherited. Glaxoviroc failed recently, too. Glaxoviroc. It's a drug that stops HIV from being inherited. Well, some say it's because of the difference in dosage, but who is going to dig into that? He Jiankui said. The organ thing is a personal request, so please take your time with it. I won't let you down with the compensation. But can I go now? I have a meeting with the National Health Commission and the State Administration for Market Regulation, He Jiankui said. About microdust. Microdust. It's for the respiratory health of our people. With a smile, He Jiankui stood up. This is how hard I work to improve the health of my people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This doesn't make any sense. Youngjun was in shock as he read the paper. This data wasn't good enough to be considered as preclinical data. Not enough animals were used, and the pharmacological mechanism, toxicity test, and the excretion test were all unclear. Someone like He Jiankui is doing experiments like this. This was the kind of academic junk that scammers used in order to be able to claim something as a scientific paper. It was impossible for the public to know which journal it was published, or whether it was actually peer-reviewed. As such, once that magic phrase was added, the credibility of all sorts of pseudoscience skyrocketed. Ms. Yu, Youngjun called his secretary. Please arrange a visit to West China Hospital. And please arrange a Chinese interpreter. Okay, we are going to visit Mimi, the CCR5 engineered baby, and her guardian. Please give this message to the hospital and make plans with the guardian. At West China Hospital, there was a newborn baby lying in the incubator. It was Mimi, the genetically engineered baby. Her nickname was the Ka9 baby. Using a pseudonym for the baby's name was in consideration of protecting the subjects' identities, but it didn't do much good. It was because He Jiankui, the principal investigator, wasn't too keen on protecting the identity of his study subjects. Mimi became the most famous baby in the world, thanks to He Jiankui talking about her everywhere he went. She was the first genetically engineered human being. The image that title gave was like something from a sci-fi dystopian movie, like Gattaca. But to her mother, Ji Xian, Mimi was just a normal baby. She was just worried about Mimi, who was weak. She stayed by the incubator all day, not even being able to care for her postpartum symptoms. Mimi, who was curled up and sleeping all day, scrunched her nose and smiled as if she was dreaming. Her angelic smile was the only relief in Ji Xian's life. Click. Zhang Hao, Mimi's doctor, basically showered in the disinfectant, entered the sterile room and checked her vitals. Doctor, Ji Xian said to Zhang Hao, doesn't she look better? Do you think she's getting better now? We don't know yet. She's gotten a little better, but we still have to see. Also, you have a guest from Korea. A guest. I mentioned it before, right? A doctor named Ryu Youngjun is coming from Korea. He's the developer of Ka9, the base technology for genetic engineering. He is the most knowledgeable about this in the world. Zhang Hao glanced at the door. Youngjun was here with Alice, the interpreter who had accompanied him to the United States before. Alice was fluent in Chinese, but of course she didn't know anything about putting on sterile suits in the clean room and disinfecting herself. While Zhang Hao was checking the baby's vitals and condition, Youngjun helped Alice and came into the room together. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. Ni hao, we jiao Ryu Youngjun, Alice translated fluently. After greeting them, Youngjun turned to Mimi. Rosaline was already standing beside the incubator. Let's go into simulation mode for this. I'll replay the events from when this baby was a zygote. Thanks. Simulation mode activated. With a message window, Youngjun's sight became one with Rosaline's. The keen insight that was diving into the micro-world looked through nearly 20 trillion cells that made up Mimi's body. All of these cells, which had differentiated from a single zygote, were missing CCR5, a mutation called Delta 32 had been artificially introduced. The mother had HIV, and she unfortunately did not benefit from the WHO's collaboration with ABIO in the fight against HIV. The human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, that caused AIDS could move from the mother's blood vessels to the fetus. The implanted zygote would be attacked by the virus and divide in an infected state. This baby, however, was an embryo that He Jiankui cut the CCR5 gene out of. The Delta 32 mutation that resulted from it broke down the structure of CCR5, which was the pathway that HIV had to go through to infiltrate the zygote. As such, the virus was unable to enter the fetus body, and the baby was born uninfected. However, CCR5 didn't just act as a pathway for the virus. Youngjun began to see the actual role that the proteins made from the CCR5 gene played. It was part of a coenzyme involved in telomerase activity. If telomerase didn't function properly, telomeres, which were repetitive DNA sequences that protect DNA degradation, wouldn't form correctly. This would result in a shorter lifespan and faster aging than the average person. However, this naturally differed between individuals, so it could be tolerated if it was taken care of. There was a bigger issue, and that was the reason why this baby was sick. That's what Youngjun was observing. It's not just Delta 32. His fingers trembled. This was a different mutant. He Jiankui made a mistake when he used the Ka9 scissors. There was another structural change containing Delta 32, and it was causing mutations in the immune system. This baby had a very poor immune system. It was like she had AIDS. Could I get a sample of the baby's oral epithelial cells or something? Blood is fine as well, Youngjun said. We have some blood samples, so we'll give you that, Zhang Hao said. As Youngjun left Mimi's room, Ji Xian quickly followed him out. Doctor. She stopped Youngjun. Doctor. Will our baby be okay? She looked desperate. It seemed like Ji Xian thought that a genius scientist like Youngjun would be able to take a quick look at Mimi and figure out the problem. We don't know yet, Youngjun said. We won't know until we do a blood test. Ji Xian looked disappointed. Doctor, the media is making our baby look like a monster, she said. They're saying that a horrible future where genetic engineering is practiced will come through my child. The news also mentioned that my baby was sick, and some people said that they want my baby to die so that they wouldn't do more genetic engineering. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Don't pay attention to that. Your baby will become healthy soon, Ji Xian said. It's because I got HIV. She sighed. I'm from Jiayang, Guangdong province. I was born in a small village in the mountains of that region, and we made blood money. Blood money. 1. Youngjun frowned when he heard that, as it was an unfamiliar concept. Then, he looked at Alice, who also looked puzzled. Why yes, she said blood money, Alice said, stammering, when Youngjun looked at her. You mean selling blood? Youngjun asked. Yes. There aren't any jobs there, and everyone is poor and unemployed, including me and my mom. I also sold blood there, Ji Xian said. What? What are you talking about? There has to be some sort of blood donation regulation in China, right? Like you can't take more than 400 units from one person, and it has to be 6 months apart. The blood banks only check as a formality. A professional blood money organization makes you a fake ID and lobbies the blood banks so that they can distribute the blood. One time, I sold my blood 16 times in a month. Oh my. Alice and Youngjun froze in shock. Ji Xian's eyes filled with tears. That's when I got HIV. It was because the organization didn't sterilize the needles properly, she said. Sterilization wasn't the problem. Needles that went into blood vessels were disposable and had to be thrown away after one use. Ji Xian said. I found out about it after I left the village and got married. My husband said it didn't matter because he was stronger than HIV, but my in-laws said they would kick me out if I didn't have a son. In this situation, the problem shouldn't be that she couldn't have children, it should be that she could give her husband HIV. Kicking her out if she couldn't give birth to a son. All of this was just ridiculous to Youngjun. This was the only option I had, said Ji Xian to Youngjun and Alice, who were both speechless. And then I found out that Professor He Jiankui at the University of Science and Technology of China was recruiting women with HIV who wanted to have children. And then you volunteered for genetic engineering. What? No. Ji Xian shook her head. I didn't even know it was genetic engineering. I just heard that the child won't have HIV if I do in vitro fertilization and then they treat it with some chemical. As Youngjun stared at her, speechless, Ji Xian bit her lower lip and swallowed her tears. It's because I'm an uneducated woman. Because I'm a dirty bitch who never went to school and lived off of selling blood. There was a moment of silence. In that silence, Alice looked at Youngjun with a worried gaze. It was because he had a strange aura. You didn't know that it was genetic manipulation? Youngjun asked Ji Xian in a low voice. Yes. You didn't write some sort of consent form? I did sign because they told me to sign it. I have a copy here. Ji Xian quickly pulled out a piece of paper that was dirty around the edges. Alice, who took the paper from her, read through it and frowned. She whispered to Youngjun, the information is about genetic engineering, but the signature that the patient wrote isn't Chinese. What do you mean? It's neither traditional nor simplified Chinese. Characters like this don't exist. Maybe she wrote whatever she wanted. No. Youngjun's hand trembled. Then, Alice confirmed it with Ji Xian. Actually, I don't even know how to write my name. I couldn't read it because I don't know how to read, Ji Xian said, blushing out of embarrassment. I said I would do it after asking my husband, but he said I wouldn't have a chance unless I sign it on the spot. I got scared, so you. Alice, who was going to say something, flinched as she sensed the flames of anger beside her. The air was so tense that it could cut her. Sir. Alice glanced at Youngjun. The use of Ca9 without the consent of the patent holder, and the deliberate misuse of it that caused a negative impact on the image of ABio, Youngjun said. Our company will file a lawsuit against He Jiankui for these charges. I will help you from now on, so please testify for us. Atmix and He Jiankui do have a relationship. Park Ju-hyuk said over an international phone call. Hey, what time is it there? Are you able to call? It's fine. Why do you sound like that? Are you sick? No. Dude, you sound like you're going to kill someone. What's the relationship between He Jiankui and Atmix? The founder and now CEO of Atmix is an alumnus of He Jiankui. They seem very close. Park Ju-hyuk said. And it seems like Atmix asked He Jiankui to test the new administration method of the CCR5 blocker. Why? I don't know, man. But you know what's funny? What? He Jiankui said that he got funding from Yoon Bo-hyun when he did the genetic engineering, right? That's probably how he paid for the research. Atmix funded that, too. One blood money has a different meaning, but it's being used this way to fit the context of the novel. Atmix funded He Jiankui's genetic engineering research. Youngjun asked. If you look at what Yoon Bo-hyun said while being investigated, he transferred 500 million won to Atmix as funding for He Jiankui. Park Ju-hyuk said. And Atmix gave He Jiankui 2 billion won as funding. What? Why? Just because the CEO is friends with He Jiankui. So it's a bit complicated, and I don't have a clear picture of it yet. I'm just saying that's what it looks like. Park Ju-hyuk said. Agen had a small company in China in the past, and it was a paper company. They separated the ownership to make it look like an unrelated company and didn't even run it. I think it was used to launder money that they got from the US military for the anthracis research. So, that company is basically Atmix. What? I thought it was a ghost company. Youngjun asked, surprised. It was at first, but they couldn't keep it. After they got some money from developing the anthrax weapon, they probably wanted to get rid of the ghost company and cut ties to it because it's a weakness. So, Yoon Daesung sold the whole ghost company to some rich Chinese guy for dirt cheap. Someone named Wang Wei. Park Ju-hyuk said. It was a ghost company, but they had records of doing research with Agen on paper, so it was probably better than starting from scratch in terms of getting investments and stuff. I don't know the details. Anyway, that ghost company is what became Atmix. Then, Atmix began growing as an independent pharmaceutical company and became a promising small business after developing Glaxoviroc, a CCR5 blocker. But why did they fund He Jiankui's research all of a sudden? Atmix had something to gain from that research, you know that? He Jiankui didn't start his CCR5 research after discovering that Glaxoviroc could fail. Mimi and the HIV-infected baby, the result of Glaxoviroc's failure, were only born 2 months apart from each other. Then, wait, Youngjun paused. Everything was making sense in his head. All the events, which seemed like individual happenings, were all falling into place. He Jiankui wanted to do genetic engineering, but it was clear that he would be internationally condemned. As such, he needed to choose a gene target that was safe and justified. The safest was CCR5, which was already reported to have natural mutations and was being used by Youngjun in stem cell treatment. There was enough evidence to claim that it was safe. However, He Jiankui still needed an excuse to do the genetic engineering. He needed the justification to create a fetus by modification instead of curing HIV in the patient. The failing of Glaxoviroc, the fact that HIV could be inherited from the mother to the child, and the clinical failure of the drug that was known to stop that provided enough justification. The mother would have to wait too long to be cured of HIV because it was expensive and there were too many people waiting. Glaxoviroc also failed, so the only thing left to do was to modify the fetus genes. To have this justification, He Jiankui needed Glaxoviroc to clinically fail. But why would Atmix, who owns Glaxoviroc, fund that research? They are funding He Jiankui while destroying their own livelihood. No, chills ran down Youngjun's spine. It's not what I think it is, right? What are you thinking? Is Glaxoviroc Atmix's only source of revenue? Yeah. Atmix is one of the companies in danger of closing down because of your research. Park Ju-hyuk said. You drastically reduced the unit price of the HIV treatment, developed an HIV vaccine, and created a stem cell treatment that cures AIDS. You're also doing a project to eradicate HIV, which is pretty successful. Atmix, a small business that lives off of Glaxoviroc, probably felt threatened. Park Ju-hyuk said. We don't even have to go as far as eradicating the virus, since Ca9 alone can get rid of Glaxoviroc. Even prior to Ca9, it was established that transplanting hematopoietic cells with inactivated CCR5 could cure AIDS. So Atmix already predicted Glaxoviroc's demise from the moment Ca9 appeared. Of course, Atmix's quarterly revenue has been plummeting after the HIV eradication project started. Their revenue is 1/5 of what it was last year. They're drowning right now, and Glaxoviroc will disappear in a few years. Park Ju-hyuk said. Atmix decided to risk their company to find their next source of revenue, and that happened to be genetic engineering. It's something that everyone knows about, and it's clear that this will have huge added value, but people are too scared to jump into it yet. And they're working with CCR5, so they will still have something to gain even if the genetically modified baby fails. Yeah, they could say that they modified CCR5 and the baby ended up in bad shape. They could stir the pot, saying CCR5 modification is dangerous and ABIO should stop administering the AIDS cure. But that's the lesser of two evils. A huge pharmaceutical company like Schematics almost got destroyed with the glaucoma treatment, right? A small business like Atmix probably doesn't want to take you head-on. Park Ju-hyuk said. That's why they are putting He Jiankui, a GSC scientist, as their fighter. They're making this into an academic battle instead of a corporate battle. And the best scenario is for that genetically modified baby to grow healthily and thrive. This will usher in the era of embryonic genetic engineering, at which He Jiankui will join Atmix. Then, Atmix will receive tons of funding from the government and wealthy Chinese people. If they do a good job, this company that's on the verge of shutting down can be revived and become one of China's most promising ventures. And that's why they purposely changed the dosage of Glaxoviroc. Youngjun asked. And the reason the preclinical study is bullshit is because it was just a formality. Atmix has something to gain whether it succeeds or fails. If it fails, they'll have an excuse to mess with CCR5 in He Jiankui's research, and if they succeed, they'll be able to use Glaxoviroc in a different way that's much less burdensome on patients. They'll be able to live off it for a little longer before HIV is fully eradicated. Okay, Ju-hyuk. I have something to ask you. Can you sue Atmix and He Jiankui? Hey, I still have to tie up the loose ends from the AGen and ABIO merger. Do you know how behind I am on paperwork? Park Ju-hyuk complained. You can do it, right? Ugh, fine. Send me an email. He Jiankui was having a meeting with the ministers of the National Health Commission and the State Administration for Market Regulation 1. He Jiankui, who was sipping his coffee, rhythmically tapped his finger on the table. The Public Security Bureau is scary. I almost got my head bashed in, said He Jiankui. Stop making trouble, said the Minister of the SAMR. I didn't cause trouble, sir. This is a major opportunity for China to seize the next phase of biology. The Anglo-Saxon region may have been the dominant force in medicine and biology, but that may not be the case in the future. Gentlemen, there is one thing I am certain of, and it's that Northeast Asia will become the hub of life science and medicine in the future. I am sure of this. It will happen even if we don't do anything. Because of Ryu Youngjun. That's right. I met him in person this time, and he stopped a bioterrorist attack. Can you believe that? He stopped an anthrax gas attack by releasing a hot spring bacteria called thermoplasma or something. He's on another level, it's ridiculous, He Jiankui said. We need to get along with Ryu Youngjun and South Korea from now on. And we can't let Ryu Youngjun dominate South Korea alone. What do you mean by that? China can give Ryu Youngjun a resource that the United States can't n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He Jiankui took out his notebook. Quickly scribbling on it, he said, look. America has huge organizations called the National Cancer Institute and the National Center for Biotechnology Information. You could say that the biological resources they have is all the knowledge that humanity has accumulated in the modern age, and they can offer that to Ryu Youngjun. But China? What can we offer them? We are the only superpower in the world that doesn't have to be scared of ruffling America's feathers, and along with our massive population. He Jiankui pointed at the minister of the SAMR. We have a dictatorship. The minister frowned, but He Jiankui smiled. Don't be offended because I'm saying that it's a strength. Imagine if the government in a country like the United States announced that they were going to do something like genetically engineer embryos. What do you think will happen? Christian organizations and all sorts of civic organizations would come out and protest, cause riots and throw Molotov cocktails. The opposing party would immediately condemn the government and criticize them. There will be a change in power, and the project will go up in smoke, He Jiankui said. But China can push for that. No matter how radical the project is, we can see it through. We can offer Dr. Ryu Youngjun the experiment itself. Dr. Ryu is very interested in developing artificial organs. Let's help him with that in a way no one else can, He Jiankui said. Let's do an experiment with the organs of death row inmates. Let's let Dr. Ryu know that China is the only place in the world where he can do experiments with human organs. All experiments need a comparison group, and the best comparison group to contrast the artificial organ's effectiveness and performance would be none other than an actual human organ. A trivial country like South Korea monopolizing a genius like him is a ridiculous luxury. It's casting pearls before swine. China must have him. He is the stepping stone for humanity to advance to the next step, He Jiankui said. This is an opportunity for humanity, do you understand? Depending on how much current humanity supports Dr. Ryu, the lives of the next generation will change. He is that important, so of course China should use all its resources to nurture him. Science in China will progress immensely during that process as well. He Jiankui clenched his fists. The language of science will change from English to Chinese in the next 20 years. I just need you to have a little courage. Let's be accomplices in the development of science together, he said. Because the advancement of science is always righteous. I heard you had a proposal when you asked to see us today, the health minister asked. Right. I didn't mention that. We need to implement a policy to reduce microdust emissions, He Jiankui said. Microdust. One of the things that Korea hates most about China is the microdust that we produce. Those trivial people think we are being a nuisance. Let us, the Chinese race, be kind and reduce it, and then we can work with Dr. Ryu. This is what I promised him. The minister of the SAMR scratched his head like this was a difficult request. You are definitely one of the best intellectuals in China, and quite a lot of the policies we've implemented with your advice have been successful, the minister said. But this proposal is a bit hard. A lot of new factories are being built in the eastern region right now. In the eastern region. Did you know that they have huge aluminum reserves? We're implementing a lot of regulations to reduce microdust emissions, but this is bound to increase microdust. You can't. He Jiankui shook his hand, rejecting the idea. We can't abandon Dr. Ryu to run a few factories, he said. Sir, think about this on a country level. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the conference room door. It was one of the entourage of the SAMR minister. Sir, they said. Dr. Ryu Youngjun is in China right now, and he wants to have a meeting. We did it. He Jiankui shouted happily. He caught on, too. He figured out what we can offer him. What does he want to see us for? The minister asked. He said he wants to discuss the Asian tiger mosquito eradication project that's going to take place in the eastern region of China, they said. Asian tiger mosquito. He Jiankui frowned. And he wants to discuss the punishment of Dr. He Jiankui. He Jiankui froze. One abbreviated as SAMR. What are you talking about? My punishment. He Jiankui asked like he couldn't believe it. Are you sure you heard him correctly? Why would Dr. Ryu talk about that with the minister? I'm just delivering what I heard. I don't know the details, said the entourage. Oh, He Jiankui raised his finger like he had figured it out. I see. He's going to ask you to not punish me. Haha. Frowning, the minister asked the entourage, when does he want to see me? Anytime within his visa period, but he would like to see you as soon as possible n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. The minister glanced at his watch. It's 11:30. What's my next schedule? You are scheduled to have a luncheon with the president, they replied. Contact Dr. Ryu right now and set up a time. If he says yes, please tell the president that I have an emergency and won't be able to make the luncheon today as politely as possible. But it's the president's luncheon. He Jiankui asked, shocked. I've served him for 30 years. He'll understand. And it's not that important either, the minister said. Besides, isn't it actually urgent that I meet Dr. Ryu right now? It sounds like that ingenious scientist who is on another level is pointing a knife at you. Don't worry, I am on your side. You're one of the great human resources amongst 1.3 billion people, right, said the minister. Anyways, I am trying to protect you, so stay put. Xian Mao, the Minister of the State Administration for Market Regulation, was one of the most influential men in the State Council, and he was in-laws with the president. His responsibility in the administration right now was making laws and overseeing policies regarding industrial and commercial management. He practically had control over the domestic economy and was currently working on constructing a huge industrial zone along China's eastern coastline. He was also a supporter of He Jiankui. Hello. Xian Mao greeted Youngjun with a greasy smile. Nice to meet you, Youngjun replied. He shook his hand and sat down. I came here without an interpreter because it was such a last-minute request. Well, it's not like we're going to sign a contract or anything, right? It's just a simple discussion. Xian Mao said. Yes. Don't worry because I have prepared an interpreter. But are you uncomfortable? You don't look very well. I'm fine. Youngjun had seen and heard so many disgusting things since coming to China that he couldn't keep a straight face. He was struggling to control the anger that was bubbling up inside him. I heard there were 2 issues you wanted to discuss with me, is that right? Xian Mao asked. That's right. Very well. Let's begin with the issue regarding mosquitoes. You said you were going to eradicate the Asian tiger mosquito. It was on the agenda at the last GSC conference, and we've already done quite a bit of research. Originally, we had promised to start this project in Shizai Island and Dadaosha Island in Guangdong Province as a pilot experiment, Youngjun said, until it was cancelled recently with a unilateral notice from the Chinese government. Well, there was talk about how the anthracis fence you set up in Africa caused biological problems. I know, and I understand. But you also know that the truth has now come out. So are you asking me to reopen that project? I'm not asking you to do that, Youngjun said. Pardon. Mr. Minister, the Asian tiger mosquito exists around the world. Things are very different now after the anthracis fence was proven to work and we stopped the anthrax attack with the thermoplasma spray. Even the greatest GSC scientists were shocked and astonished by the prevention of the anthrax attack by spraying thermoplasma. He Jiankui commented that Youngjun was staggering and on another level. Governments around the world, who were plagued by various acts of terrorism and worried about biot error, also studied this case very carefully. And they came to one conclusion, which all the scientists already knew. Ryu Youngjun has mastered ecology. Youngjun wasn't a scientist who was good at developing new drugs. Contributing to the advancement of medicine was only part of his talents. How many people would pay attention to the fact that bacteria living in hot springs were found in two faraway regions? Even if thermoplasma could fly in the air, it wasn't something huge, it was just a fascinating story about the kinds of creatures that existed in nature. But Youngjun came up with the crazy idea to kill anthracis by attaching antibodies to the surface of the bacteria's cell wall. And in the midst of the chaos, he boldly put it into action. He actually prevented an anthrax attack by spraying it into the air. He used the fact that thermoplasma, a microorganism that existed in hot springs, quickly died at room temperature, that the bacteria had no toxicity, that it would attach itself to anthracis and render it ineffective, and that it would swarm anthracis with its flying ability and hunt them. All the biological characteristics of both microorganisms and the ecological impact it would have were taken into account. Youngjun came up with the idea, executed it, and successfully pulled it off in just a few weeks. As such, things were very different now. To Youngjun, the eradication of mosquitoes was basically child's play, as it was something that had already been done in the past by countless scientists funded by the Gates Foundation. Right now, instead of avoiding being used as the testing ground, governments are asking to do it, Youngjun said. They are asking to conduct it. The average number of deaths in a year is 475,000. This includes everything from manslaughter in small homes to international terrorism, civil wars, coups, and more, Youngjun said. The number of deaths caused by mosquitoes in the same period is more than double that, about 1 million. Mosquitoes cause infectious diseases in 700 million people every year, and 1 million of them die. That's comparable to deaths caused by cancer, so eliminating a problem of this magnitude is a huge merit to public health. The sooner we can get rid of it, the better. And one more thing, Youngjun said. The scientists of those countries gain the experience of conducting an experiment like that, which becomes a national asset. For example, scientists who conducted this project in China will be able to help a lot as advisors when they work on it in other countries. You're saying that groups who lead this project have a lot to gain since this will be a global project, not one that will be limited to a small region. That's right. As such, I'm not asking you to restart the project, but I'm giving you an opportunity, Youngjun said. Even though the Chinese government unilaterally cancelled it, I'm giving you a chance to reap the benefits. Xian Mao and Youngjun stared at each other in silence. Alice wanted to go home. Xian Mao was one of the most influential people in a dictatorship that even the United States found difficult to deal with. Sir, don't you think you're pushing it? Alice nudged Youngjun. An opportunity. Xian Mao contemplated, stroking his chin. Youngjun said, and because China is so big, the weather varies greatly by region, which changes the ecology of mosquitoes. As such, it would be difficult for Chinese scientists to do this project on their own without my help. I understand what you mean, as well as the importance, Xian Mao said. There were countries fighting over something as useless as landing on the moon. With something like eliminating a species that kills 1 million people a year, it's understandable that governments want to lead it. It would be great if we could do that, like you said. That's right. So what is it that you want in return, Dr. Ryu? The Chinese scientific community will grow if they lead it. But I'm someone who believes that ethics should be the foundation of technology in science, Youngjun said. I'm going to announce an international moratorium on biomedical research ethics with the top biologists in the world. Please get the president to sign it and pass it as criminal law. Acknowledge. Xian Mao looked bewildered. Youngjun said, I will show you the items in the moratorium first. As a scientist, I cannot stand by and watch the unethical research that is happening in China right now. What items are you going to put in? The first will be about gene modification. I will put an ethics committee for gene editing research at ABio, which has full rights to Ca9. Anyone who wants to edit genes in human germ cells will have to be judged by the committee. If they fail, we will not give them the rights to use Ca9. But the moratorium is only a recommendation. If someone like Dr. He Jiankui does research without permission to use Ca9, all we can do is file a civil lawsuit for copyright infringement. But I want a criminal penalty. Not just damages for copyright infringement, but I want that scientist to go to jail, Youngjun said. So I'm asking the Chinese government to legislate that, so that we can give a strong sentence to someone like Dr. He Jiankui. It needs to have the name of the president so that no one can challenge it. Xian Mao wiped the sweat on the back of his neck. Wait. Dr. Ryu, let's calm down for a moment. It seems like you're a little angry at Dr. He Jiankui. Not just a little, Youngjun said as he stared at Xian Mao. And to be honest, I think the Chinese government, the university director, and his fellow scientists are also to blame for allowing this kind of research to go on. Dr. Ryu, Xian Mao said in a soft voice to calm him down. Dr. He Jiankui is quite friendly towards you. Do you know what he said to me? He wanted me to reconsider the factories being built on the eastern coast, saying that we need to stop the microdust that's going to Korea. Thank you, but you don't need to worry about that. Develop as much aluminum as you want. You can make more factories if you want, Youngjun said. Send all your microdust to Korea. I don't care. Xin Mao was flustered again at Youngjun's unexpected response. And Dr. Ryu, Dr. He Jiankui told the Chinese government to support you a lot from now on. In fact, we can do things for you that you can't do in America. I don't need that either, Youngjun said firmly. I have an idea of what that support is. It's obvious what a lunatic who treats his people like lab mice for his research would come up with, especially if it's something the U.S. can't offer me. Please don't be specific about it because the only thing I am outraged about right now is He Jiankui. Alice stopped interpreting. He's only angry at He Jiankui right now. Youngjun was telling Xin Mao to be careful of what he says because he could include the Chinese government as his target. Alice stared at Youngjun like she was asking if it was okay to interpret this. Even if Youngjun was the head of a major pharmaceutical company and a genius scientist, he was just a civilian. On the other hand, Xin Mao was one of the policymakers in a superpower as powerful as the United States. If I interpret this, will we be able to go back alive? Alice gulped. Please interpret it. It's okay, it won't be a problem, Youngjun said. Then, Alice interpreted it nervously. Phew. Xin Mao let out a deep sigh. Dr. Ryu, don't become enemies with Dr. He Jiankui. China has to protect our best scientist. If I were you, I'd abandon him right away, Youngjun said. Soon, his reputation will be shattered, and the international community will condemn China. Before that happens, China should publish him first. Then, adopt and legislate the moratorium I'm going to announce. That's the only way to save the Chinese government from international humiliation. Xin Mao stroked his forehead like he had a headache. Why do you say that? Is it because he did gene modification? Do you know what happened before that? It's not just a research ethics violation. Youngjun pulled out a file from his bag. This is what I've found so far. It's the whole story, starting with Atmix and Glaxoviroc, Youngjun said. It's also what will soon be reported by the world's major foreign news outlets. The minister read the document slowly. Atmix, alarmed by the plummeting sales of Glaxoviroc, came to an agreement with He Jiankui. After using his GSC membership to receive approval for a clinical trial regarding a dosage change for Glaxoviroc, He Jiankui conducted it shoddily at a small hospital. Now, it was very likely that HIV would be passed down from mother to child, who would die in a few months. People didn't care about specific changes in dosage, all they needed was the information and fear that Glaxoviroc could fail, as a genetically engineered baby would not be a paper to show scientists, but an event that would capture the attention of the world. He Jiankui needed to make the public his ally to win the tedious ethics debate that would follow. The public's lack of understanding of science would naturally link the clinical failure of Glaxoviroc and the modification of CCR5. Impatient to see the results, He Jiankui proceeded to conduct another clinical trial. He recruited HIV-infected mothers to give birth to genetically engineered babies. However, the mothers were not given any explanation and were not even aware that it was genetic modification. Additionally, although He Jiankui didn't know it, CCR5 manipulation could lead to the decrease of telomeres in developing fetuses, resulting in a relatively short lifespan. Sigh. Xin Mao let out a deep sigh. He Jiankui, if you were going to do something this bad, you should have done it perfectly. Dr. Ryu, do you want Dr. He Jiankui to be punished? Xin Mao asked. Let's say that there was no law against genetic modification, but failure to explain the trial to experimental subjects and conducting a clinical trial on the dosage change of Glaxoviroc based on inadequate preclinical data are clearly illegal, Youngjun replied. Soon, the world's major foreign media will be reporting on this. I have already secured the blood of the genetically modified baby and sent it to AgenBio, and we have genetic analysis data. I'm sure you know how important this issue of genetically engineered babies is in the world right now and how many people are interested in it. I'm sure you also know that the secrecy behind the research and the fact that a baby's life is in danger because a scientist of He Jiankui's caliber failed will draw a lot of attention, Youngjun said. Conservative organizations and religious groups who are against genetic modification will happily condemn it, and the image of Chinese science will be seriously damaged. Xin Mao chewed his lower lip. As if this wasn't bad enough, the issue of organ transplants from executed prisoners was about to rise to the surface, which He Jiankui and the Minister of the National Health Commission warned him about. If an accident like this were to happen. All right, said Xin Mao. Dr. He Jiankui will be punished according to the laws of China's regulatory authorities n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I look forward to your just enforcement of the law. Everyone will be watching. Dr. Ryu, Xin Mao said. Yes. Do you have any intention of coming to China? To China. We think you're too important to stay in a small country like Korea. How can a whale live in a pond? I'm sorry, but all my research bases are in Korea. We can build you a new facility with cutting-edge technology, Xin Mao said. Youngjun shook his head. Even if you did that for me, realistically, it would be difficult to bring everyone at AgenBio right now, and many of them are American. Even if they can put up with Instagram and Facebook not working, they will die of frustration if Google doesn't work and go home. And from what I hear from the Chinese scientists at my company, they tell me they have to use proxy programs to redirect their IP address to read a paper because of the internet regulations in China, especially among the younger and broke scientists. Reading papers is the most basic part of being a scientist. This is my personal advice, but you should lift those regulations, Youngjun said. Science is about communication. Just reading other scientists' work for 30 minutes can cut out years of research. The unique power of China is the reason why you were able to make it so far on the international stage with such a huge penalty, but who knows what will happen in the future. I don't know what you think, but science has borders. You can say that so naively because you're a scientist. It's a different story when you're in charge of a country's business. Before the merger with Agen, 80% of the scientists at ABio were foreigners. Not the ownership structure, but the human resource pool was that of a multinational corporation, Youngjun said. The rapid growth of ABio wasn't a one-man show, it was possible because individuals from all over the world supported me. Mr. Minister, science has no borders. Xian Mao looked even more worried. Youngjun said, I don't know about someone like He Jiankui, who researches for personal enlightenment, but I think everyone who purely searches for the truth in a chaotic world and fights for a better future will agree with me. Youngjun stood up. I gave you the data and said everything I wanted to, so I think I'd better get going. Dr. Ryu, Xian Mao said, stopping him. He Jiankui has given the Chinese government quite a bit of research policy advice over the years. There are a lot of people in politics and business who have connections with him. I thought so, and I'm sure that's why all those ridiculous clinical trials were approved. You should also punish those people as well. You might be turning a lot of people in the Chinese government against you. I'm only saying this out of concern, Dr. Ryu. Thank you, but I will be fine, Youngjun declined firmly but softly. *****. He did what? He Jiankui shouted, shocked. It's exactly what I said. Dr. Ryu is going to announce an international moratorium on research ethics, and he wants us to sign it. He also wants us to punish you. This crazy bastard. He Jiankui shouted. There are only a few people who can touch me in China, but how dare a scientist from such a trivial country? He's too big to be underestimated like that. You said so yourself that he's a scientist on another level. He's smart, but is he also strong? He's still in China, right? He Jiankui asked. I'll take care of him quietly. Don't do anything crazy. Xian Mao said in fear. Dr. Ryu has a whole security team, and they're all under the protection of the Public Security Bureau. Why is the Bureau protecting Korean civilians? Dr. Ryu requested protection from the Bureau himself, and so did the Korean government through the embassy. He would be treated as a state guest in any country, so it's not out of the ordinary. If something happens to Dr. Ryu right now, it'll become a diplomatic issue, and the Bureau will get destroyed. And you know that the Deputy Minister of the Bureau doesn't like you, right? Ugh. Didn't I tell you to stop lobbying everywhere and overstepping the law? The Deputy Minister has been keeping a close eye on you, so he might make this into a big issue. Damn it. He Jiankui kicked the table. Build those smokesticks high? Build more aluminum production factories near the coastline? This bastard. I was going to continue with the aluminum factories no matter what you said. Anyways, I'll take care of that, but you need to mentally prepare. You knew about it too, sir. He Jiankui shouted. Didn't you also know that I was doing that research? I didn't know. Liar. I wrote it in the clinical trial registry. At the University of Science and Technology, we're supposed to report all research expenditures. I'm sure the SAMR got it, too. There was nothing approved by me. You're going to abandon me. Relax, Dr. He. I'll do everything I can, Xian Mao. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle for you, but we'll prosecute you for now and get you out when things calm down. You'll have to hold out until then. *****. However, Xian Mao was so shocked when he saw the newspaper the next morning that he was speechless. What is? Agenbio, major pharmaceutical company, sues GSC member scientist He Jiankui and Atmux for damages. Agenbio's legal team, led by Park Ju-hyuk, filed a lawsuit for damages against Atmux and He Jiankui. It was only a week ago that Agen and ABio merged to become the world's top pharmaceutical company. It was now owned by Youngjun, one of the most influential people in the world. People all over the world were watching with interest to see what would happen next as he directed the research. But their first step was a lawsuit, and the amount was staggering. The company is suing for $10 billion. 10 billion. Xian Mao read the article over and over again. This astronomical amount takes into account the brakes that would be put on future research using Ca9 and the damage to the company's image. Shocked, Xian Mao flipped through the newspaper. On the next page, the moratorium was announced. Ryu Youngjun, CEO of Agenbio, holds a symposium to declare an international biology moratorium at the St. Regis Hotel in Beijing, China. Some reporters were so eager to interview Youngjun that they immediately got a visa to travel to China. However, he declined any interview requests as he was too busy writing a statement for the moratorium and preparing for the symposium. Now, all the interview requests were directed at Agenbio's legal and public relations team. We're so busy here, geez. Park Ju-hyuk complained, but he somewhat enjoyed the situation. Now, it was time for someone to step up and offer an explanation about what was going on. Mr. Ryu instructed us about this when he left for China. Our legal team has gathered all the evidence related to this case. Park Ju-hyuk agreed to be interviewed on behalf of the company. He was the head of the legal company at ABio, but now he worked in the legal team at Agen. Although he was not the leader, he agreed to an interview as the person who received Youngjun's request directly. I think everyone knows Dr. He Jiankui as the scientist who performed genetic modification, but many people are unfamiliar with the company Atmx. Could you tell us a little more about Atmx? The reporters asked. Atmx is a small pharmaceutical company headquartered in Taiwan. Agen set up, then sold a small company in China when developing the anthrax weapon that was recently an issue, which became the predecessor. They moved to Taiwan when they started Atmx, Park Ju-hyuk said. And that company funded Dr. He Jiankui's research. I see. Now, I understand why you sued Atmx and Dr. He Jiankui for damages. How likely is it that you will win? To sue for damages, you first have to prove that the other party is at fault. You have to prove that the damages were caused by the other party's intentional or negligent behavior. I think this can be easily understood without any legal interpretation since the intention is clear, Park Ju-hyuk said. You can't genetically engineer an embryo by mistake, can you? On top of that, Dr. He Jiankui even explained the result of the experiment at the GSC International Conference, so there clearly was intentionality. Also, the damage caused to AgenBio by this is clear, so the case can definitely be won. The question would be the amount. Now that you mention it, the damages claim is staggering. I mean, it's almost as much as some medium-sized companies are worth. That's right. When SG Electronics and Infal in the United States were in a patent war, the damages claim was only about $2 billion. Could you tell us how you came to this amount? In these claims, the scope of damages is divided into 3 categories: active losses, passive losses, and compensatory damages. Active losses refer to the diminution of actual property or unnecessary expenses. If you get in a car accident and have to pay for medical bills and repairs, that's an active loss, Park Ju-hyuk said. We intend to sue them for active losses as well, but most of the $10 billion are for passive losses and some compensatory damages. I see. Could you please explain passive losses first? Well, as you can imagine, if someone gets in a car accident and becomes hospitalized, making them unable to work, that person's wage is considered a passive loss. Did it become $10 billion because it's Mr. Ryu's wage? In a way, yes. Our CEO was relatively positive about the genetic modification of embryos. In fact, there were actually several projects in the works at ABio. Mr. Ryu held a press conference and talked about gene modification before the anthrax terror, and he said that it is, to an extent, necessary for the advancement of medicine. That's right. It could be the only way for parents with genetic disease genes, such as hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, to have healthy babies. Are you saying that all that research could be stopped? If they all stopped and we filed a claim for that, there is no way it would only be $10 billion. Park Ju-hyuk chuckled. AgenBio's research will continue. But Ca9 is a technology that can correct almost any genetic diseases, and there are a lot of genetic diseases in the world. This meant that a lot of other universities and companies besides AgenBio were going to join the fight against genetic diseases, Park Ju-hyuk said. But now, they won't be able to do this research for a while, either because their funding is going to be cut off, or because they're going to be frowned upon. Mr. Ryu's moratorium statement is actually about making some regulations on their research, which could freeze Ca9 research as a whole and lead it into the Ice Age. This would then obviously reduce the amount of patent royalties that AgenBio would receive from them. Now I understand. The estimated loss is $10 billion? AgenBio was working on a huge project to collect genomic data from 100 million people. We have already secured a lot of data thanks to the cooperation of hospitals and universities from all over the world, and the increased voluntary participation of citizens as Mr. Ryu rose to stardom, Park Ju-hyuk said. Although the resolution is low, we're now at a point where we can see the map and the big picture. I'm not too knowledgeable since I'm not a biologist, but according to Mr. Ryu and his team, they've found about 1,300 disease-related DNA locations. 1,300? Yes. And from those, we've picked out 82 diseases that have a heritability score of 90 or higher, and from those, we've picked out 51 diseases that don't have a way to stop it from being inherited. In other words, Park Ju-hyuk said, we are able to create a way to deliver a healthy baby for those 51 genetic diseases that we previously couldn't do anything about. I see. But are you allowed to reveal information like this? The reporter asked with a chuckle. Don't worry, Mr. Ryu gave us permission to talk about this, Park Ju-hyuk said. And I mentioned earlier that the scope of damages also includes compensatory damages in addition to active and passive losses. Corporations can also be victims of defamation and seek compensation. Many people think that corporations can only claim damages to property and assets because they do not suffer emotional distress. Yes, but there are a number of precedents that have already recognized the damage to a company's brand value in these cases and awarded damages for intangible losses other than property. I see. Yes. Especially in the case of AgenBio, our brand value is extremely high as the merger made us the largest company in the world. Still, we were modest and wrote a pretty low amount for compensatory damages. How much did you claim? We claimed $100 million. Is that lower? It still seems like a huge amount. It's nothing when you consider the brand value of AgenBio. That makes sense. Do you think you will be awarded the compensation damages as well? Dr. He Jiankui probably knew how much ethical trouble the birth of a genetically modified baby would cause. Anyone can predict that, Park Ju-hyuk said. He also would have predicted the damage to AgenBio's brand image that would result from his experiment. I think it will be possible to be awarded compensation because it is relatively within the other party's foreseeability, and it is reasonable. Wang Wei, the CEO of Atmos, was in incredible shock. $10 billion? Who has $10 billion? In response to the astronomical amount, Wang Wei immediately hired the best law firm in Taiwan to fight back, but it wasn't easy. We might be able to negotiate the amount of the claim to some extent, but $10 billion is not that outrageous. The only way we would be able to negotiate is to use foreseeability, which is included in the scope of damages, and say that we didn't know the damages would be that big. But it's unlikely to work because AgenBio's growth, their project to decode the genomic data of 100 million people, and the capability of Ca9 to modify genes have already been reported and known for a long time. Atmos are biology experts, not ordinary citizens who don't know the field, said the lawyers advising Wang Wei. It might be better to drag out the fight into a tedious battle. If it goes on, a company like AgenBio will lose more than they gain, so there's a higher chance that they will stop fighting and just focus on their work. But this will only happen when AgenBio is letting Atmos go easy. If they try to keep fighting while draining resources, we'll get tired and collapse first because they're so much bigger. Wang Wei called He Jiankui countless times, but he couldn't reach him. The Chinese media was turned upside down, and the country's heroic scientist was condemned. The small consolation for He Jiankui and Atmos was that there were some Chinese people rallying around He Jiankui and attacking Youngjun. Let's drive out Ryu Youngjun with the power of our Chinese people. Chinese science belongs to Chinese scientists. Genetic modification was necessary research. Conscious of the international community, the Deputy Minister of the Public Security Bureau decided to detain He Jiankui first. But as they were about to hit him, He Jiankui moved faster. He Jiankui went to the St. Regis Hotel in Beijing, where Youngjun was preparing to invite internationally renowned biologists and hold a symposium. He held a press conference here. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I will participate in the symposium being held for the declaration of the moratorium, He Jiankui said. I will refute what is going on right now in front of the world's top biologists because science is all about the facts. Let's put aside the bothersome stuff about the 10 billion lawsuit and a breach of research ethics. Let's just look at the scientific problem and only discuss that because that will clear up all the doubts. The point of this situation is that the modification of CCR5 is not harmful to humans and was necessary to prevent the spread of HIV. He Jiankui shouted into the camera. I heard the genetically modified baby is in very bad condition, one of the reporters exclaimed. It's just a temporary problem. It's a normal illness that any baby can have, and the CCR5 modification itself is not a problem. The Delta 32 mutation introduced already exists in the natural world, and a lot of people already have it, He Jiankui replied. How can you prove that this mutation negatively impacted the baby's health? The burden of proof is on Dr. Ryu. If he fails to do so, I want him to drop all charges. As He Jiankui continued to speak, he noticed something and stopped. All the reporters turned in unison. It was because Youngjun was walking out of the conference room where the symposium was going to be held. It's Ryu Youngjun, the reporters shouted. Youngjun walked up next to He Jiankui. He Jiankui stepped back. I just stopped by because my name was called. I don't intend to interrupt, Youngjun said as he picked up the microphone. I will do as Dr. He said right now. If I fail to prove it, I'll drop the lawsuit. At the symposium, we'll be presenting the interim results of the Genome Project, where we are decoding the genome of 100 million people, which is the genome sequencing data of about 31 million people. Among them, there were roughly 106,000 people with Delta 32, a mutation in CCR5. We synthesized their disease and health data, and then compared them to controls of the same race, age, and gender that didn't have Delta 32 using a technique called GWAS. This allows us to track whether there are adverse effects highly correlated with those with a congenital defect, and we will present the results. Everyone at the press conference froze. Because like Dr. He Jiankui said, science is all about the facts, Youngjun said. The symposium is open to non-scientists, so everyone is welcome to participate. After the press conference, He Jiankui chased after Youngjun. He grabbed Youngjun and went to the emergency staircase behind the conference room. Dr. Ryu, why are you doing this to me? He Jiankui said to Youngjun. Do what? Didn't we make a deal? I do the microdust reduction plan, and in exchange, you will save me by keeping the CCR5 modified baby alive. I said I would protect that baby, but I made no decisions about you. And the decision I made now is that you should be punished. Damn it. He Jiankui turned around. Damn it. He swung his fists in the air out of frustration. Listen to me, Dr. Ryu. I thought you and I could be good friends. Genius scientists are who changed the world, people like us. To be honest, small sacrifices are inevitable. He Jiankui shouted. But in turn, people like you and me make a better future. I thought you were like me, Dr. Ryu. I thought you were a progressive who believed that the advancement of science was always good. That's right, Youngjun said. Dr. He Jiankui, I believe the advancement of science is always good, like you said. But in my case, the method and the results must be good as well. Sigh. There's no getting through to you. He Jiankui let out a sigh. Dr. He, do you know about eugenics? Are you trying to lecture me with some old story from undergraduate textbooks? Dr. Galton, the cousin of Darwin, who wrote the theory of evolution, came up with the idea of breeding humans based on Darwin's theory, like breeding cows or pigs. If you keep breeding individuals that produce more milk, you'll eventually get a breed of cows that produce more milk because they will get all those genes. Galton thought he could improve the quality of humans by allowing only the best people to have offspring and limiting the reproduction of inferior people. And there was a man who was so impressed with his book that he personally wrote a letter to Dr. Galton, saying that he would make this book his second Bible. Do you know who that is? Youngjun asked. It was Adolf Hitler. The Nazis committed the Holocaust under the insanity of eugenics. They weren't just killing for strategic purposes to maintain their military regime. Hitler was an actual believer in eugenics. The first people they killed were the disabled people in Germany because in their minds, they were evolving the human race by exterminating inferior genes. Stop it. What are you comparing me to? Science has to be as delicate as it is radical, otherwise you're going to get another monster like the Nazis. I'm in favor of the genetic modification of embryos, but biology that shakes us to the core has to be handled very carefully. No, it doesn't, Dr. Ryu. Scientists just do what scientists can do. Philosophers are the ones who think about what humans should do, He Jiankui said. Dr. Ryu, the only thing a scientist should worry about is what can be done, not what should be done. I don't think so. I think a scientist like Linus Pauling, who was at the forefront of the anti-war movement even though it disrupted his research and cost him the Nobel Prize, is someone who fulfilled the duties of a true intellectual n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. He Jiankui gritted his teeth. Dr. Ryu, there are large deposits of aluminum along the eastern coast of China, and the minister of the SAMR is promoting its development as an important national project, He Jiankui said. A massive industrial complex will be built there, and given the magnitude and location, the amount of microdust that will blow into Korea will be incomparable to before. Is that so? Yes. When the westerlies blow into Korea, the amount of microdust is about 100 micrograms per cubic meter, right? The government sends out an alert to refrain from long periods of outdoor activities with just that, right? He Jiankui said. After that industrial complex is built, the amount of microdust will surpass 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter. There's a possibility it will be as bad as old Beijing or New Delhi in India. I was going to stop that. But you burnt this bridge. The only scientist in China who could persuade the state administration and market regulation was me, and you missed the opportunity. Youngjun shrugged. I guess we'll wear masks. Remember when I told you that Korean scientists lack the ability to track down the source of microdust and use it as evidence to build a case like the Swedish scientists did? You can talk about Pauling and lecture me about eugenics because you have the skills, but most scientists in Korea don't. And it's not just Korea. I won't yield to all these lowly, greenhorn scientists talking about ethics and hindering the progress of science, He Jiankui said. Dr. Ryu, I'm giving you one last chance to take back your deal with me. The factories that are being built in the aluminum zone are already raising their smokestacks, and Korea isn't capable of dealing with the consequences. Are you really going to stand by and let this happen, which could pose the greatest risk to public health in Korea? There's nothing I can do. Damn it. Dr. Ryu, aren't you the national hero of Korea? Are you going to hold your people's lives hostage because of your company's damages? You seem to be repeating the same thing over and over again, and frankly, I'm getting a little tired of it. Is there anything else you want to say? Youngjun asked. You said you would participate in the moratorium, so I'll be expecting you there. Then, I'll be on my way. *****. Most of the scientists who intended to participate in the moratorium were people who had made significant contributions to embryology, embryonic research, or the use of genetic scissors. Due to their high standing in the academic community, most of them had extremely busy lives, and their schedules were always full. Additionally, Youngjun's symposium was scheduled on such short notice. This made it difficult for participants to adjust their schedule. They didn't have a choice but to attend given the circumstances and Youngjun's personal invitation. However, in order to go, they had to remove some activities or reschedule them. Youngjun understood that, so he gave them about 2 weeks until the symposium started. It was the best and the least he could do. During those 2 weeks, the aluminum industrial zone along China's eastern coast was developing at a rapid pace. This was because He Jiankui had actually encouraged the SAMR to accelerate the dredging. Build the stacks higher, He Jiankui said to Xian Mao with a hint of madness in his eyes. Well, I was planning to do it no matter what you said because it was already being dredged, and it was a big capital investment, Xian Mao replied with a dissatisfied look on his face. You were about to be arrested by the bureau, but they're temporarily reprieving you because of the moratorium. You know that? I've assured them that you won't be a flight risk, so why don't you behave yourself for a while instead of poking around? But He Jiankui didn't stop. He even encouraged ATMEX to invest more. Will this really work? Wang Wei asked He Jiankui nervously. If ATMEX decided to go head-on against AgenBio, it was obvious they were going to be absolutely destroyed. However, He Jiankui said he came up with a new way to beat them, and that was why he was encouraging Wang Wei to invest more money on the factories. For Wang Wei, who was already a well-known tycoon in China, establishing a factory zone was not a difficult task. Anyone would go bankrupt if they got hit with a $10 billion bomb, but if I can stop it by raising the smokestacks of some factories. Wang Wei poured more money into the eastern coastline. As time went on, the date of the symposium became just around the corner. Done. 3 scientists were doing an experiment in a small biology lab at West China Hospital. 2 of them were American, and 1 of them was Chinese. They were scientists who came from AgenBio for emergency assistance. They were masters of embryology and predicting protein folding. They were helping Youngjun in developing a treatment for Mimi, the CCR5 modified baby. I can't believe I'm doing research somewhere else again, Jacob said in pain. But it's nice to travel to China. And besides, Dr. Ryu paid for all our travel expenses, said Clay. Yeah, but it's no good because it's Sichuan, it's so dusty here. I went to Korea because of this, said Wang Zubing, a new doctor at AgenBio from Sichuan. Speaking of dust, Clay said, Mimi is in a sterile room, right? But can a Delta 32 mutation in CCR5 make someone like that? It's a mutation that exists in nature, like He Jiankui said. True, Wang Zubing agreed. And I heard it's not even because she has a major disease. But they're keeping her in a sterile room because she's very susceptible to various pathogens, Jacob said. They stared at him with wide eyes. What do you mean? She's a newborn baby, Wang Zubing asked. That's right. Newborn babies are born with antibodies from their mothers, so they have almost the same immunity as their mothers until those antibodies are depleted, Clay pointed out. That's right. It's one of the basics of immunology, Jacob said, nodding. But having to go into a sterile room means either the mother's immunity was that low, or there's something wrong with the genes involved in the baby's immunity. Wang Zubing paused. All 3 of them realized the same thing. What they've developed now was a type of genetic modification using Ca9. They were going to correct the target DNA in hematopoietic stem cells. It was similar to the gene surgery that bypassed dendritic cells. The target DNA was Delta 32, the mutated site in the CCR5 gene. Youngjun had the 3 of them prepare the surgical procedure, which involved cutting the target location in the patient's sample DNA using Ca9 and inserting normal CCR5. Clay glanced down at the plastic container he was holding. Though it wasn't visible, the 50 microliter aqueous solution contained a fragment of the normal CCR5 gene. They were going to insert Ca9 and this DNA fragment into the baby's lymph nodes. This would spontaneously cause a break in the mutated DNA site in the cell, and then it would be repaired using the normal DNA fragment as a template. It was like patching a torn-up pair of jeans. There's something other than Delta 32 at that site, Jacob said. He Jiankui made a mistake while using Ca9, and another mutation exists near Delta 32. That's what destroyed the baby's immunity. God. Dr. Ryu probably already knows, right? Wang Zubing asked. Of course. He already saw the baby's data from the DNA analysis machine at AgenBio, Jacob said. Our responsibility stays the same, which is to finish this treatment. Dr. Ryu will take care of the rest. On the morning of the symposium, news outlets that were preparing an article about the attending participants were in a temporary state of shock after receiving some shocking news. It was that massive factories were being built on the eastern coastline of China, and that a huge amount of microdust from them was going to fly to Korea. Surprisingly, the source of this information was He Jiankui. He reported this to Korea news outlets himself along with an audio recording. It was a recording of him and Youngjun's conversation that had been deceitfully manipulated. Damn it, Dr. Ryu, aren't you the national hero of Korea? Are you going to hold your people's lives hostage because of your company's damages? There's nothing I can do. The audio recording basically sounded like He Jiankui warning Youngjun about microdust and Youngjun completely ignoring that. It is estimated that the amount of microdust in Korea after the construction of the factory zone will reach 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter area. This is the same value as New Delhi, India. The leading cause of death in India is air pollution, which causes respiratory and vascular diseases from microdust. In India's population of 1.35 billion, 76% of people are exposed to severe air pollution, and 12.5% of total deaths in India are from complications resulting from air pollution. This means that 1 in 8 people die from air pollution. This seems like Korea's future. According to Epic's analysis, the average lifespan of people living in India would have increased by 10 years if New Delhi's atmosphere satisfied the WHO safety standards. Korea will have to come up with a solution about the air quality CEO Ryu Youngjun abandoned because of his obsession over the lawsuit. The reporters sighed with worried looks on their faces as they read He Jiankui's email. Everyone knew that AgenBio was suing Atmux and He Jiankui as the symposium was coming up. What should we do about this, sir? The reporters of Jushin Ilbo 1 asked the director. It seems like the article itself is going to be very controversial, but we're hesitant to write it because we're targeting Dr. Ryu. Try to be as positive as you can be about Dr. Ryu. Even if we don't write this right now, other news outlets will. It'll blow up eventually. The St. Regis Hotel in Beijing, where the symposium was held, was filled with people from the Public Security Bureau to prevent any accidents. The best scientists in the world, who were considered experts in their fields, rushed into the conference room. They felt a serious responsibility to the moratorium, but at the same time, they were curious about how Youngjun and He Jiankui's conflict would play out. Even Jamie Anderson, a GSC member and one of the greatest experts in biology, was hit hard after going up against Youngjun. They wondered how He Jiankui would end up. It made it even more interesting that it was happening in China, He Jiankui's home ground. The reporters, who had already entered the hotel after a strict bag inspection by the Public Security Bureau, crowded the hotel lobby and the conference room to take pictures of the attending scientists. "It's He Jiankui," someone shouted. He Jiankui walked in with a stern face. He glared at Youngjun, who was sitting at the back of the conference room. After some time, all the scientists took their seats. Youngjun went up to the podium and grabbed the microphone as he was the presenter. Ca9, the genetic scissors developed by Agenbio, is the most advanced technology among all existing genetic scissors. Ca9 can easily cut DNA unlike talons, which is more difficult, Youngjun said. This allowed numerous scientists to easily jump into experiments using genetic scissors. In fact, several scientists around the world are using Ca9 in lots of DNA work, including cloning. Furthermore, as we all know, we discovered that the genetic modification of embryos using Ca9 was possible through Mimi, the very first genetically modified baby who was first reported at the GSC International Conference. The scientists nodded. Youngjun held the microphone and stared at He Jiankui. However, the genetic modification of embryos is too early for us, and it must be limited to only be used for the elimination of genes that are inevitably linked to disease development, Youngjun said. Following this, we are going to set up an ethics committee regarding the use of Ca9 and hire bioethics experts from all over the world. If anyone in the world tries to start embryonic research using Ca9, they must be evaluated by the ethics committee. If Ca9 is used in embryonic research without permission, Agenbio will take legal action. Youngjun was basically saying that they would file a $10 billion lawsuit. But I don't think this is enough. Regulations are just supportive programs, and the most important thing is for scientists to take serious responsibility for embryonic research. As such, I am here today, along with some of the best scientists in the world, to announce a moratorium to restrict ourselves from research on genetically modified embryos n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The hotel employees at the symposium handed out a signature sheet for the moratorium declaration. I will explain the information in the document that was just handed out, Youngjun said. The scientists slowly read the document while listening to Youngjun explain it. First, the genetic modification of human embryos using Ca9 is prohibited in principle. For the next 10 years, the research on the genetic modification of embryos must only be done with organisms except humans. Second, this research is permitted on a limited basis if the genetic modification of a human embryo is the only way to stop the development of a specific genetic disease. Third, if Ca9 is being used on human embryos, the scientist must be able to precisely pinpoint the disease-related gene among 3 billion base pairs, and they must be able to ensure Ca9 can cut the desired target without causing side effects at other locations. Lastly, there must be sufficient cellular-level experiments that demonstrate that the genetic modification works as expected, and they must prove that no side effects will exist after the modification with preclinical experiments. They were pretty tight regulations. The scientists read the document carefully, and some took out a pen and began signing it. It wasn't common for scientists to impose restrictions on their own research that could hinder their progress, but in biology, this happened from time to time. This time, it was Youngjun who was enforcing the moratorium. What a waste, someone said. It was He Jiankui. He leaned back in his chair in an arrogant posture and crossed his legs. Why would you do something like this? He stood up. Look, people, are you really going to voluntarily sign these papers and put limitations on yourself? Said He Jiankui. We were given the responsibility of advancing human civilization. Do you know how much society pays to train a single PhD-level scientist? And what about GSC or professor-level scientists, gifted people like us? You're being stupid again. He Jiankui, this is all because of you. Max Dekanai shouted. Because of me? No, it's because of Dr. Ryu, He Jiankui said as he pointed at Youngjun. My research was necessary, and it worked perfectly. The problem is that he made this into a problem. It wasn't necessary. You could have stopped HIV from being inherited if you used Glaxoviroc. Glaxoviroc can fail. That's because of the dosage change. It wouldn't have failed if you stuck to the original dosage at the original concentration. It has a lot of clinical data. That is also a hypothesis. Conversely, the fact that the conventional use of Glaxoviroc doesn't cause any side effects is also an assumption, but that doesn't mean it's safe since the drug doesn't have decades of clinical data. Well, it's safer than genetic modification. Safer than modification? Stop talking nonsense. Delta 32 already exists in nature, so are all people with that mutation at risk. The atmosphere was tense between them. That's not the point, Youngjun interrupted. I think you can consider CCR5 modification as an alternative to Glaxoviroc. I partly agree with Dr. He Jiankui. The scientists looked shocked at Youngjun's unexpected reason. But, Youngjun went on. For that to happen, the details written in the paper I distributed right now had to have been kept. First, CCR5 manipulation cannot cause any side effects, and no other mutations must arise other than correcting the target location in the DNA. Dr. He Jiankui conducted this research without enough base research, so you violated both. What are you talking about? He Jiankui asked. At the last press conference, I said I would talk about the DNA information of 31 million people and the Delta 32 variant. This was the result of our GWAS analysis. Take a look. Youngjun presented the data on the monitor. It was DNA data of 31 million people. They were divided into 15 factors, including gender, age, obesity, ethnicity, and more. These would all combine to affect lifespan, disease incidence, and more. However, if there was enough of this data from tens of millions of people, they would be able to normalize and remove most of these complex factors. This left only one variable: the effect that Delta 32 had on CCR5. The presentation was similar to Rosaline's simulation mode. This was the power of tens of millions of very large databases, statistics, and artificial intelligence programs. It's somewhat close to the answer. Rosaline thought nothing of it, but the scientists were absolutely astounded. No way, they exclaimed. Life expectancy. CCR5_WT, 88 years. CCR5_Delta 32, 61 years. Compared to wild-type CCR5, the life expectancy of a person with the Delta 32 mutation is reduced by 27 years. Even He Jiankui was speechless. What did AgenBio make? Everyone was shocked at the astonishing data analysis. Understanding the effects of the Delta 32 mutation in CCR5 on humans would require an enormous amount of experimentation and research. However, they could find certain differences by gathering hundreds of thousands of people with and without the mutation and comparing these large populations. This allowed them to find a correlation between the mutation and health without having to do complicated experiments. This large difference in life expectancy has yet to be interpreted biologically, but based on the results of several animal experiments conducted at AgenBio, the CCR5 gene seems to be involved in telomere formation and immunity, Youngjun said. This means that if this gene is not working properly during embryogenesis, people with this mutation may be more susceptible to common colds and other illnesses, which leads to a shorter lifespan. Youngjun glanced at He Jiankui. Simply put, Dr. He Jiankui inserted a life expectancy-reducing gene. The conference room froze in silence. Originally, I was going to genetically engineer embryos using Ca9 based on these GWAS and animal experimental data, Youngjun said. In that case, I would have been removing Delta 32 in the embryo rather than inserting it because no parent would want to pass on a life-shortening gene to their baby. Thud. He Jiankui collapsed into his chair. He had heard that Youngjun was going to present GWAS at the symposium, but he didn't realize it was this bad. It was airtight, it was statistically perfect data. However, his nightmare wasn't over. And in the case of Mimi, the genetically engineered baby, there's a bigger problem. I said that Dr. He violated 2 points in the moratorium, right? Youngjun went to the next slide. Another mutation was introduced into Mimi besides Delta 32, Youngjun said. This happened because someone who was inexperienced in working with Ca9 conducted this experiment without enough verification at the cellular level. One Ilbo is Korea for Daily News. The first test car was Choi Yeon-ho's old Mercedes-Benz. He installed the microdust filter on the grille, side skirt, and the bumper. Next, the filters were installed on employees' cars and 3 company cars. For several weeks, all employees took turns driving the car during work hours, as Choi Yeon-ho made driving along the Han River a part of their job. I had no idea I would be getting paid to drive, Kim Soo-chul said from the passenger seat. Yeah. Oh, but Soo-chul, please don't smoke before you get in my car. I hate the smell of cigarettes, Song Ji-hyun said as she pressed on the accelerator. Do I smell like cigarettes? No, but just in case n/o/val/b/in.c//om. Alright. But Dr. Song, you have a nice car. I guess you're the next best scientist after Dr. Ryu. How much did you make with Chelicure? You had a lot of stock in our company, so you probably made a lot. You bought this then, right? She didn't actually buy this car. She got it as a sponsorship when her picture with Youngjun was all over the media. Youngjun was already too famous, so it was probably a strategy to capitalize on Song Ji-hyun's fame as she was starting to rise as the next big thing. However, Song Ji-hyun didn't say that out of embarrassment. How much dust do you think our filter caught? Kim Soo-chul asked. Mr. Choi changed the filter after driving for a week, so it'll need to be changed soon, Song Ji-hyun said. Oh, Dr. Song, Mr. Choi is having a meeting with the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy today, right? Yeah, Song Ji-hyun nodded. The data is pretty successful now, so it's going to be a national project along with the renewable energy policy that the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy is implementing. I think it'll happen, since this is such a good item. Yeah, I wonder how much our stocks will skyrocket this time. Hehe, Kim Soo-chul chuckled. Next. The news was on the radio. They didn't pay attention to any of it because they were chatting, but they froze the next moment. In the silence, the news anchor announced. In the midst of AgenBio's legal battle with Atmex, Dr. He Jiankui has revealed shocking news about Mr. Ryu Youngjun. A large industrial area is being built along the eastern coastline of China, and it could potentially blow a large amount of microdust into Korea when complete. Dr. He Jiankui warned Mr. Ryu Youngjun about this, but he allegedly disregarded the public's health as he was focused on the legal battle. The documents Dr. He Jiankui sent revealed a detailed description about the scale of the facilities and factories being built. Experts warned that the amount of microdust in Seoul could exceed 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter once the industrial zone is completed. Next, an interview from Dr. Lee Yoon-song, a professor of environmental engineering at Yungyun University. Hello. The smokestacks in the industrial zone are all very high. They are also quite large and mostly composed of power plants for aluminum mining and processing. It seems like it will mostly use thermal power as there are a lot of coal reserves nearby and China has a well-established route to transport coal to the eastern coastline. If so, there's a high chance that the Seoul metropolitan area is going to be covered in smog worse than the 70s. Thank you. Dr. Hee Jiankui warned South Korea citizens about this. At the same time, he accused and condemned Mr. Ryu Youngjun for neglecting his responsibility to protect the health of his people as a member of the GSC. Citizens are showing mixed reactions. On one side, citizens do not believe that Mr. Ryu Youngjun should not be held responsible for this as this should have been taken care of by the government, while others believe he should have at least warned the government considering his position in society. Some have argued that the microdust will become a national diplomatic issue and affect the lawsuit against Chinese GSC member Dr. Hee Jiankui. Furthermore, there are also conspiracy theories that Mr. Ryu Youngjun deliberately did not inform the government and rushed the lawsuit. Can you call Mr. Choi? Song Ji-hyun asked. His meeting should be over. Let's hold a press conference with the ministry. Okay. Kim Soo-chul picked up his phone. He's taking care of a merger between two companies, a moratorium in China, and an international lawsuit, so let's take care of this ourselves, Song Ji-hyun said. *****. There's a different mutation other than Delta 32. The conference room was filled with shock. Youngjun explained the genomic data of Mimi that was on the screen. This is where the Delta 32 mutation occurred in the CCR5 gene. Youngjun pointed to a part of the DNA sequence. But the DNA sequence after this should be TTTGG, and the DNA sequence we're seeing in this baby's blood begins with TGG, with the preceding TT missing. That's an error or two base pairs, Youngjun said. This is a defect in the process of recombining the DNA template after cutting the target with gene scissors. The deletion of two base pairs resulted in this. And as you all know, Mimi is in very poor condition, she is very susceptible to infections and is living in a sterile room. Youngjun slowly walked across the stage. Why is that? He asked. As you all know, a newborn baby is born with the mother's antibodies. Then, they get additional antibodies that the baby's body doesn't yet produce as they feed on the mother's milk. This means that they have the same immunity as the mother, but why does Mimi have to live in a sterile room when her mother is completely healthy? CCR5 is involved in immunity. It's something that the scientific community didn't know about until now. When someone has Delta 32, they have to be careful of infections at old age since it can reduce their lifespan if they don't. But this is what happens if the gene doesn't work at all, Youngjun said. This baby has a congenital immune deficiency, a condition similar to AIDS, which is what Dr. Hee Jiankui wanted to prevent by introducing Delta 32. Actually, you could even say it's worse than that, since HIV has a lot of treatments, but not genetic mutations. Youngjun stared at Hee Jiankui after putting the microphone down. Hee Jiankui could feel Youngjun's emotions even though he wasn't screaming in rage or berating him, it was a calm, but vast anger. For the first time in his life, Hee Jiankui was in fear. Hee Jiankui, who was born into a good family with a brilliant mind and received a good education, thought everyone in the world was at his feet. He was a superior human being. He thought there were only a few scientists in the world who could match him as a superior, more advanced human being. He put Youngjun above him when he saw him stop the anthrax attack at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, but his ego was still strong. He thought their intellectual difference between him and Youngjun was negligible, and he thought he was the only one who could be Youngjun's friend and colleague. But not anymore. Youngjun, this person was unrivaled. In front of his knowledge and genius, all other human beings were nothing but trivial animals, like ants. Everyone, Youngjun said. Before we have a second victim, please. Youngjun picked up the moratorium. Please sign this. After a moment, the scratching of pens filled the room. Hee Jiankui couldn't say anything. Agenbio developed a treatment for her, Youngjun said. It's a tricky preclinical situation because it's a disease that doesn't exist, and there aren't even any similar animal models. He went on to the next slide. A schematic of the treatment using Ca9 appeared. We have to do a difficult experimental treatment, which involves putting Ca9 and normal CCR5 into all her bone marrow and lymph nodes. Ca9 would enter every cell in the baby's bone marrow and lymph nodes, and it would cut the DNA where the mutation was ensured. Because a cut in the DNA would be lethal to the cell, it would automatically trigger a cellular system to repair it. If it had a normal piece of DNA nearby, there was a chance that the cell would repair the cut using the normal DNA fragment as a template. This would remove the mutation and replace it with the normal gene. Making an excision, putting in some plates, and sewing it back up, they had to perform this molecular mechanism similar to surgery in all the baby's hematopoietic cells and lymph nodes. It's called homology-directed repair, and this is how we will treat the patient in this clinical trial. If the DNA in all the hematopoietic cells and lymph nodes is replaced with the normal gene, the immune cells produced from it will work normally, and the baby will be able to recover her immunity. The scientists, who had finished signing, stared at Youngjun. How are you going to introduce Ca9 and the normal DNA into the cell? The CCR5 fragment will quickly disappear since it's small, but it may survive in the cell if you use a viral protein for Ca9. We don't know what kind of side effects that might cause, asked Dr. Craig. Dr. Ryu, you've used dendritic cells to deliver Ca9 before, but that won't work this time, since hematopoietic cells are different from immune cells. Do you have another way? That's why we're putting the Ca9 as a purified polypeptide wrapped in a superfect exosome instead of in DNA form. Does it have good efficiency? We just have to control the purity and the amount of the polypeptide. The drug delivery part has already been proved experimentally. The reporters struggled to take notes on the medical jargon that was flying around so quickly, but the scientists here understood what was being said as they were all prominent in their field. The scientists all nodded. It was possible, but it was too big of a task. It would be great if we could do a preclinical study, someone said. He Jiankui felt like the back of his head was burning. The reason they couldn't do a preclinical experiment was because He Jiankui was the one who created this new disease. There wasn't even an animal model because it didn't exist before. Some of the scientists clicked their tongue and glared at He Jiankui. However, the solution to this worst-case scenario also came from the power of science. We're making a new animal model with Ka9, Youngjun said. We genetically modified a few mice during the embryonic stage and put the same mutation that Dr. He Jiankui made, which creates an animal model similar to Mimi. We plan to do a preclinical experiment to correct it, but I don't know if we have time. Youngjun presented the current progress on the screen. If Mimi cannot make it this far and her health is at risk, we're prepared to skip the preclinical trial as well. We already have the mother's consent, and we just need the approval of the Ministry of Health. At Seoul Central District Court, today was the first day of arguments in an important case, the $10 billion lawsuit between Agenbio and Atmex. Agenbio's defense team, including Park Joo-hyuk, rushed inside. Only 3 defense lawyers were actually participating in the hearing, with most of them listening from the audience. Atmex's CEO came, but he was also listening from the audience. The trial itself was being carried out by 3 lawyers. Lee Chun-myung, the judge, had just reread the opening statements from Agenbio, the plaintiff, and Atmex, the defendant, before coming into court. It was a very intimidating case as everyone in the world was focused on this case. On top of that, it was also a very difficult trial. Based on the lawsuit itself, it's a no-brainer that Atmex should provide compensation, but Lee Chun-myung thought as he reviewed the preparatory documents. It's difficult to determine the amount of compensation. The plaintiffs were asking for a whopping $10 billion. 12 trillion won. It was enough to buy you a medium-sized company. Lee Chun-myung wondered whether it would be this much if he added up all the claims he'd seen in the civil lawsuits he had handled. He thought Agenbio was crazy when he first heard the amount of the claim, but it was a different story when he read the complaint and preparation documents in detail. It was just that Agenbio was a company that was experiencing abnormal growth and explosive sales, and it was just that Ka9 was too powerful. This case is brought by defendants Atmex, a corporation, and Mr. He Jiankui, an individual. It is divided into 2. Based on the representative selection system, I would like to inform you that Atmex was chosen as the representative. Mr. Wang Wei, the CEO of Atmex, will be representing the defendants, said Lee Chun-myung. The citizens and reporters, who filled the courtroom, were listening carefully to the judge or taking notes without missing anything. Lee Chun-myung began the trial. Counsel for the plaintiff, please briefly explain your claim. Yes, I will state the complaint we submitted in advance. Park Joo-hyuk stood up. The defendant utilized the patented invention Ka9, for which Agenbio has the exclusive right to use, without authorization, resulting in the birth of a genetically engineered baby. As a result, the plaintiff has suffered a significant setback in its subsequent research using Ka9, and claims compensation for the amount of damages. Thank you. Defendant's counsel, please respond to the plaintiff's claim, Lee Chun-myung said. Yes, Your Honor. The details are in the response we submitted, Atmex's lawyer spoke. To summarize, the defendants admit to the infringement of property rights by using Ka9, a patented invention, but the plaintiff's claim is absurdly large. The scope of the damages should be limited to the loss of property or reduction in the company's revenue caused by the defendant's actions n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, thank you, Lee Chun-myung said. The defendants have admitted to infringing on patent rights by using a patented invention without a license. Then, the issue of this case is going to be deciding the scope of damages. Plaintiff, please submit evidence to support your claim for damages. Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit A, the patent specification for Ka9, Park Joo-hyuk said. As a product and use patent, this specification explains how to use Ka9. The Claim 22 discusses the genetic modification of a living cell with Ka9. Park Joo-hyuk picked up the specification. This means that genetic modification of cells using Ka9 is the property of Agenbio that is protected by registered patent laws. But Atmex and He Jiankui have improperly commercialized it and profited from it, which constitutes an unjustified first-mover advantage to the market. This is an illegal act that has hindered the follow-up research that Agenbio was preparing. Park Joo-hyuk submitted a second piece of evidence. Furthermore, Agenbio is discovering the entire SNPs of genes involved in embryogenesis from the Genome Project. Lee Chun-myung read the preparatory documents again. This was the second reason why the case was difficult. Scientific jargon was being thrown around. As Lee Chun-myung had already studied the preparation documents closely, he just had to read his notes that he wrote on the documents. SNP, single nucleotide polymorphism variation of a single base position in the DNA. These SNP data are strongly associated with disease development, and as the sample size grows, we can use statistical techniques like GWAS to demonstrate correlation with diseases. Through this data, Agenbio wanted to identify target disease locations in embryonic genes and eliminate them to stop genetic diseases. There have already been significant preclinical results, Park Ju-hyuk said. For example, Delta 32, a mutation in the CCR5 gene that is in question right now, is associated with a risk of reduced lifespan. If AgenBio conducted genetic modification on this gene at the embryonic stage, we could have eliminated Delta 32 and helped improve human health. Lee Chunmyong gulped as he saw Park Ju-hyuk speak. I just heard he was Ryu Youngjun's close friend who had worked with him when he was back at ABio, but he's basically a biology expert. Park Ju-hyuk's explanation went on. However, Atmix skipped all scientific approaches and performed genetic modification to insert Delta 32 into the CCR5 gene of an embryo, causing severe adverse effects on future research. Please take a look at the documents submitted as Exhibit C. It contains the media's reaction when Mimi, the genetically modified baby, was presented at the GSC International Conference, and the change in funding for Ca9 research, Park Ju-hyun said. Numerous international journals and media outlets condemned the research and expressed concern about the future of human genetic modification. Religious organizations held rallies in several countries. In 52 countries, including the United States, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and Canada, funding for Ca9 research dropped by as much as 70%. The resulting loss of revenue from royalties on AgenBio's Ca9 patient is estimated at $1.3 billion annually. Park Ju-hyuk went on to explain the documents. Moreover, Mr. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of AgenBio, personally declared a moratorium on the academic research regarding Ca9 to take responsibility for the situation. This tense atmosphere will be difficult to ease for a while, and the embryonic gene modification that AgenBio was planning will also be restricted. It is clear that this will inevitably hinder the commercialization of treatments for inherited genetic diseases. The hearing went on for 3 hours, and it was adjourned to resume the next morning. The first hearing was basically Park Ju-hyuk's one-man show. Working alongside Youngjun, Park Ju-hyuk had gained considerable knowledge about Agen's research. He also knew the law from studying for the bar exam, and he also knew patent law as well as he worked with patent attorney Lee Ha-won on the patent for the flu treatment. He was nervous, but he completely crushed his opponent. Phew. Wang Wei, Atmix's CEO, sighed as he left the court. The trial went terribly. His lawyers argued that the patent laws did not grant the right to first-mover advantage and that although Atmix and He Jiankui's creation of a genetically modified baby was an infringement of patented property, their right to jump into the market was separate. However, this logic was quickly broken in the face of research ethics. We call Ms. Ji Xian, the mother of the genetically modified baby, as a witness, said Park Ju-hyuk. Atmix's lawyers froze as soon as they saw her as she was a powerful witness. Ji Xian's story, which was barely told through an interpreter, was so shocking that it left everyone in the courtroom, citizens and reporters alike, gasping in shock. I didn't know that the procedure was genetic modification. None of the mothers there were given a detailed explanation. Objection? The witness signed the consent form herself, shouted Atmix's attorney. We submitted that consent form as evidence, Park Ju-hyuk argued back. Ms. Ji Xian didn't even graduate from elementary school and doesn't know how to read or write. The name she printed on the consent form isn't even in Chinese. Under these circumstances, we cannot assume that the witness understood the situation and signed the consent form. Yes. Dr. He Jiankui said that I wouldn't have a chance later on, and he told me to write something. So, I scribbled anything with the pen, said Ji Xian. Park Ju-hyuk approached Ji Xian with a piece of paper. This is a record of entrances from Atmix's labs that we received from the Public Security Bureau. According to this, the witness signed and left the lab in just 15 minutes. Is that correct? Yes. I waited for a while, and I left right after signing, Ji Xian said in a scared voice. Then, Park Ju-hyuk turned to the audience and asked, suppose she didn't wait and had the experiment explained to her for the entire 15 minutes. Would an illiterate, uneducated woman in her 20s have understood enough during that time to make a reasonable judgment about the logic behind the genetic modification of embryos using Ca9, how it blocks the inheritance of HIV, and what the possible side effects might be? Has the witness received any additional graduate-level biology or medical training besides elementary education? No. This entire study is a violation of clinical trial regulations. Atmix did not legitimately take the first-mover advantage in the market of genetically modified embryos as it was not a fair competition. Atmix was torn to shreds at the first hearing. Wang Wei went on his phone in the car, trying to calm his mind. It's fine. AgenBio was a huge company with a very high revenue. His lawyers expected that they would let Atmix go if they stalled for time, as it would be more profitable for them to focus on their main business. And He Jiankui had shown him how to stall them. He Jiankui had already informed the Korean media that China was building a large industrial zone on the eastern coast, which would blow microdust to Korea. And he also exposed Dr. Ryu Youngjun for not caring about the health of the Korean people. Wang Wei took a deep breath. If they could tarnish Youngjun's image, AgenBio would care less about the trial, and if they stalled for time, it could all go up in smokes. What is this? Wang Wei froze while scrolling on his phone. A news article from China's Beijing Daily popped up on his screen. South Korea company Chery Jenner develops a running microdust reduction device based on joint research with AgenBio. Surprised, Wang Wei read the article closely. South Korean company Chery Jenner has collaborated with AgenBio to develop a filter that catches microdust. Based on carbon paper, the filter can absorb up to 2 kilograms of fine dust per sheet. It can be easily removed by soaking it in water, meaning that it can be reused semi-permanently. China has made great strides in reducing microdust in many ways, but the air quality is still far from good. Many people still die from respiratory diseases triggered by air pollution. China should import these filters from South Korea and implement policies to reduce microdust emissions. In addition, Korea is promoting a new project to collect microdust captured by these filters and recycle it as fertilizer, which is estimated to have a positive economic impact of hundreds of billions of won in Korea alone. Wang Wei wiped his face with both hands. It was wet with cold sweat. He quickly picked up his phone and called He Jiankui, but he didn't answer. ******. Breathing in microdust for a few days didn't immediately cause serious illnesses, so it was often taken relatively lightly or dismissed as an inconvenience. However, according to the State of Global Air report from the Health Effects Institute, a U.S. nonprofit organization, microdust was the sixth leading risk factor for death among air pollutants. It ranked alongside powerful risk factors like smoking, high blood sugar, and obesity. More than 95% of the world was exposed to microdust above the World Health Organization's threshold. In a sense, it could be the most dangerous disease factor to exist because it wasn't something that individuals could control, like smoking or obesity. This porous filter absorbs microdust and stores them in the vesicles embedded inside, Song Ji-hyun said. While Agenbio and Atmix were in trial, Kelly Jenner and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy held a briefing session together. It was a presentation on the running microdust reduction device. Choi Yeon-ho, the CEO of Kelly Jenner, and the minister assigned the presentation to Song Ji-hyun because she was the scientist most familiar with the study. They were also relying on her fame, as she had already achieved stardom as a promising young scientist in Korea alongside Youngjun. This microdust capture device absorbs dust when left in the air, but its effectiveness increases tenfold when it is installed in a car and driven at high speed, Song Ji-hyun said. The main idea was provided by Mr. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of Agenbio, and we developed it into a project and completed a pilot test. A sedan with 10 filters can collect about 20 kilograms of microdust after driving 1,000 kilometers. Song Ji-hyun presented the data. According to Statistics Korea, cars in Korea traveled a total of 327.1 billion kilometers. If we put filters on every car in Korea, we can remove 6.54 million tons of microdust every year just in terms of mileage, Song Ji-hyun said. The total amount of microdust in Korea is estimated to range from 1 million to 10 million tons a year, meaning that in theory, almost all the microdust in the atmosphere could be removed by commercializing the running microdust reduction device. After Song Ji-hyun explained the technical part, the minister and Choi Yeon-ho, the CEO of Kelly Jenner, began explaining the business aspect. We don't have a concrete policy plan in place yet, but the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy will fully support Kelly Jenner in commercializing this item. In the process, we will also prepare and implement various complementary policies to ensure the survival rights of domestic fertilizer producers. As the briefing came to an end, the reporters' questions began. You said that Mr. Ryu provided the main idea. What was it specifically? He provided us with the development strategy of the filter paper, Song Ji-hyun replied. And at Kelly Jenner, we followed that strategy to optimize the process of producing the filter paper, and we gathered data on how to attach it to the car along with how much microdust is captured during driving. I have a question. It's been estimated that China is going to build a large industrial zone near their eastern coast this year, which will significantly increase the amount of microdust coming to Korea. Do you think your product will be able to handle it? It can be done by simply increasing the filter paper. It is estimated that a subcompact car can carry up to 10 sheets of filter paper, and depending on the size of the vehicle, a large car like an SUV can carry up to 30 sheets, Song Ji-hyun answered again. As she was finishing up her response, the minister interrupted. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Additionally, the mileage values from Statistics Korea we mentioned earlier only include private vehicles. At the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, we are planning to install this microdust filter paper on public transportation, and that includes not only buses and taxis, but also trains, subways, and airplanes. Wow, someone among the reporters exclaimed. The minister smiled. We are expecting trains like KTC to hold thousands of the filter paper. One of the reporters asked, when this product is launched to the public, how are you splitting the profits with Agenbio? Song Ji-hyun quickly jumped in. Kelly Jenner is keeping all the profits, she said. Mr. Ryu Youngjun provided us with all the methodology that was key to developing this technology during our research meetings, but he refused to take any of the profits. Whoa, this was very unexpected. You're not splitting the profits at all. When the reporters sounded puzzled, Song Ji-hyun clarified. That's right. Mr. Ryu told us that this was because none of Agenbio's scientists or facilities were used, and because he helped the development of the filter paper alone. In other words, it was his personal project, not the company's, and he said he has no intention of receiving profits from it. I think it was part of his social contribution as the representative of a large company to foster small and medium-sized businesses. The only thing Agenbio is receiving is a logo on the filter paper, said Choi Yeon-ho. What logo is it? The reporters asked. It's the logo for Lab 7, which Agenbio is planning to create. Lab 7. The reporters murmured amongst themselves. If I may, I'd like to say, Song Ji-hyun said. I would like to clarify that the conspiracy theories and rumors going around right now about the Chinese microdust at Mr. Ryu Youngjun are false. He has been working with us on the microdust reduction project long before he left for China, and at that point, he had already promised to give us all the profits. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He Jiangkui, say that again. Ryu Youngjun's obsession with the lawsuit has compromised air quality. The Korean government must take action in place of a GSC member who is not fulfilling his responsibilities, sacrificing his people's health for money, said no one ever. Lul. It's actually so funny looking back. And on the third day, he said, let the skies be clear. Then, microdust disappeared. Weird. Microdust will be worth so much if they recycle it as fertilizer, but why are they putting all of that on the Westerlies and donating it to us? But his skills are crazy. How could he just develop something like that and give it away to a small company? Small business, take the fertilizer market and grow. Lul. This is the attitude of a true CEO of a megacorporation. This is what noblesse oblige is. It's not about tricking small businesses, slashing unit prices, and stealing manpower, but about giving back to society by providing ideas, technology, capital to projects from small companies. Hey he Jiangkui, this is what you call a GSC member, alright? Chelly Jenner developed Chellicure when they were a startup and grew fast, but now it looks like they're going to get really big. It's going to be huge if they export the filter paper overseas. Amazing. The domestic fertilizer market itself may not be that big, but selling the filter paper alone would have been pretty profitable, too. Even if Agenbio didn't participate in the development and Dr. Ryu provided the idea alone, the profits would have been tempting. It's amazing that he gave up on that completely. He's already proven to be smart and ethical, but this is crazy. He's helping a small business grow. The more I look at him, the more I can't believe he's from Korea, this hellhole. Ring? Youngjun's phone rang as he was looking through the Agenbio community page. Hey, you're crazy. Park Ju-hyuk shouted as soon as Youngjun picked up the phone. What? I came out of the trial with Atmex and saw the news that you made some microdust reduction device. Yeah, I heard. Chelly Jenner is working with the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Technology to make it a national policy and commercialize it. People are going crazy over here, it's insane. I think it's more than when you came up with the diagnostic kit. You're not a national hero anymore, you're a whole religion. Park Ju-hyuk said. It's more impactful because it happened after He Jiangkui slandered you about microdust. On top of that, you didn't want the profits and gave it all away to a small business. People are saying there's no one like you in the world. Everything I've done up until now has been about eliminating or diagnosing diseases, but this is about eliminating an everyday inconvenience. When you get back, you might literally get carried from Incheon Airport to Agenbio. Shut up and tell me about how the trial went. Well, we crushed them. We had irrefutable evidence, so how could we have lost? Good job. When are you coming back? In 2 weeks. All right. I guess our times won't work. I'm going to Taiwan at the end of this month. Taiwan? Why? Our case is based on patent rights, and patent rights are essentially applicable in one region. Even if we win in Korea, it might not be valid in Taiwan, things like that. It's complicated. That's why SG Electronics and Inpal did trials everywhere the US, Germany, Seoul during their patent war. Park Ju-hyuk said. Anyway, this trial in Seoul is like a beta test, and now we're going to hold a series of trials in all the countries where Atmex is present. It's basically like a conquest. We're holding a trial in Taiwan at the end of this month, and next will be the United States. If we win all of them, the damages will be insane. They won't have that kind of money, and they have no choice other than bankruptcy. Were you always this scary? Anyway, I was going to go visit you after Taiwan, but I guess I can't if you're returning before then. Yeah, how are things there? The moratorium going well? It went smoothly, Youngjun said. What happened to He Jiangkui? The Public Security Bureau took him. He had to be taken into custody anyways, but it was held off until the moratorium declaration. But he's the representative scientist of China, so he won't be punished severely, right? Youngjun hesitated a little. To be honest, there's even talk of him being executed. Executed? Park Ju-hyuk shouted in astonishment. They want to execute him? I don't think that's actually going to happen, but the things that were announced during the moratorium were really serious, and the research ethics violations are almost all out in the open now, Youngjun said. The international community has their eye on China's research ethics right now, so I guess they can't go easy on the punishment. My god. But execution. It's just that they're discussing the possibility of giving him the maximum sentence. They're just conscious of the international community, so I don't think they're going to give him the death sentence. But his sentence is going to be pretty bad. Most likely, Youngjun said. Well, alright. Chelly Jenner defended the attack from them, and you destroyed He Jiangkui. All I have to do is crush Atmex, and we're done. You should come back soon. I can't. You can't? It seems like everything is going well for us, but I'm not satisfied. The victim is still there, Youngjun said. I'll go home after curing Mimi, the genetically modified baby. I told you to lay low, didn't I? Said Xian Mao, the Minister of the State Administration for Market Regulation. He was visiting the Public Security Bureau to see He Jiangkui, who had been detained. What's going to happen to me now? He Jiangkui asked. It's worse than you think. It's all your fault, so who can you blame? Genetic modification alone is enough to get you in trouble, but you also blatantly disregarded clinical trial regulations, and you didn't give the victims an explanation. Plus, the baby you created is about to die. Xian Mao clicked his tongue. The issue is genetically modified babies. You said it yourself at the GSC conference that it's the dawn of a new era, didn't you? What can you do when there's a background like this behind a case that the entire world is watching? I heard there was talk of the death penalty. Is it true? He Jiangkui asked in horror. It's true. Nature is investigating and reviewing the case of organ transplants from executed prisoners. What do you think will happen if that blows up? Xian Mao said. Do you know what people are going to say? Their country sells the organs of executed prisoners, and who knows what other unimaginably unethical things are going on? They are going to say that's why a GSC scientist can violate clinical trial regulations and conduct a genetic modification study on their own citizens without any real preclinical data. Look at our country, look at our dictator government that treats their people like lab rats. That's why. Xian Mao clenched his jaw out of frustration. That's why they won't even punish He Jiangkui properly. That's what people are going to say. I'm saying we will be internationally condemned. Now do you understand why your punishment has to be severe? It still won't be the death penalty, is it? I'm trying to prevent that, but the deputy minister has disliked you for a long time because you act like you're above the law and do any research you want. Science shouldn't be so tangled up in the law. All I did was take a bold risk for the betterment of humanity. Dr. Ryu developed a filter that captures microdust from the air. They created a technology to put filters on cars and recycle it as fertilizer. What? I guess you haven't heard. Well, you won't get newspapers in here, so. Anyway, apparently Dr. Ryu just gave that away to a small company called Kylie Jenner. At least what's a challenge to you is routine or child's play to him. That's because we tried to recruit Dr. Ryu once, but it didn't work. It was partly because his research base is all in Korea, but it was partly because of the closed-off research environment in China, Xian Mao said. Maybe that restrictiveness was the real problem. And that's where monsters like you are born. All these years I've been cleaning up after you, thinking it was my patriotic duty, for the betterment of this country, but now I feel differently. Mr. Minister, I've approved your crazy research plans without asking, but that undisciplined system and the lack of transparency in the process is what ultimately prevented us from recruiting Dr. Ryu, Xian Mao said. And it's also what allowed an arrogant genius like you to rise. It's probably going to be more than a life sentence, so be prepared. There's nothing I can do anymore. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir, Jacob said to Youngjun. Did you hear about the microdust thing? Korea is going crazy right now. Attorney Park let me know yesterday, Youngjun replied bluntly. There's talk about executing He Jiangkui after the moratorium. I heard. And it looks like we won the first trial. The Wall Street Journal said that Atmix was already in a groggy state after the first round. Everyone is also talking about how you gave away all of the microdust reduction devices to Kylie Jenner. Not people in science, but people in economics, political science, and sociology. I see. They're saying that it's the greatest move by the owner of a mega company. They're putting it on the headlines of every newspaper, and they are going to use it as a case study for a co-prosperity model between big and small businesses. But why are you doing an experiment here? Jacob asked, frustrated and not understanding. Shouldn't you be doing business up on stage where all these crazy spotlights are on you? You haven't been sleeping because of the moratorium, so you should get some rest, too. We can do a protocol like this ourselves, so don't push yourself and go home. Jacob, please be quiet for a moment, Youngjun said. Youngjun had amplified some DNA from the blood of a mouse with a genetically modified CCR5 gene and was doing an experiment called gel electrophoresis with it. A second-year student can do this as well. Just let us do it. You're the CEO of the best pharmaceutical company in the world. I trust you and the other scientists, but we're working against the clock, and it's a unique treatment, Youngjun said. In drug development, in vivo 1, experiments were different from preclinical experiments. They both involved animals, but they had different purposes. The goal of in vivo experiments was to see if a drug candidate would work in an animal. This could be done relatively quickly with fewer samples and a smaller experimental group. All they had to do was prepare a disease model and normal mice, inject them with the drug or a placebo, and watch for changes in disease progression. However, preclinical studies were a little different. At this point, it was also important whether the drug was produced in a GMP facility, as the production method could have negative repercussions in the clinical trial. Additionally, the researchers had to decide on the concentration of the drug and how many times to administer the drug at what intervals. This process was similar to in vivo experiments, but preclinical studies were more rigorous, whereas animal testing was relatively casual. It was because the goal of preclinical studies was not to prove the efficacy of the drug, but rather to determine a safe concentration for the patient. In other words, if a concentration of 100 worked the best in killing tumors in animal studies, that was it. They could get good data with that concentration, show efficacy, and publish a paper with that. However, in preclinical studies, toxicity was more of an issue than the efficacy at a concentration of 100. If a concentration of 100 did some damage to the liver, it couldn't be used even if it killed all the tumors. If they did the experiment again and found that a concentration of 50 was less effective but significantly less toxic, the concentration would be set at 50. Furthermore, they also had to determine how long the drug stayed in the animal's system and how long it took to be eliminated. The biggest difference between in vivo and preclinical studies in this aspect was the size of the animal. In vivo studies usually only used rats because they were the cheapest, had the most developed disease models, and could provide quick results. In preclinical studies, however, it wasn't uncommon to see larger animals, such as rabbits or beagles, in addition to mice. In general, the optimal dose of a drug was proportional to the subject's body weight, so results from larger animals were naturally more accurate in determining the physiology of a drug in humans. But we're only doing rat experiments. This shouldn't really be called a preclinical study, Youngjun said. The preparation of the drug was also done here, not the GMP facility at AgenBio. We actually shouldn't be able to use this. That's what I'm saying, Jacob said in a dejected voice. The public doesn't know anything about this, sir. They won't be understanding of the fact that there's nothing we can do even if it fails. The public won't understand why we used rats, or the fact that it would be impossible to do the experiment with beagles or rabbits because it takes so long for them to be born with genetic modifications. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I want you to be a scientist who doesn't fail, sir. So give the experiment to us. I won't fail, Youngjun said. The results from the gel electrophoresis are out. I tried cutting the CCR5 target location with an enzyme. The enzyme cut the gene in the control group, but not the experimental. Youngjun pointed at the picture on the monitor. Jacob's eyes widened. Jacob, the CCR5 gene in the experimental group wasn't cut because we repaired all the broken parts of the gene in cells of the mouse's lymph nodes and bone marrow, leading to a change in the DNA structure. The experiment was a success, at least in vivo. This is definitely promising, Jacob said. But it's not a preclinical. It will work. How are you going to determine the number, duration, and the concentration of doses, let alone validate the efficacy of the drug itself? 3 times a week. Rosaline intervened. The amount of Ca9 and the RNA complex is equal to 3.2 times the baby's weight. The units are milligrams, and it should be dissolved in 500 microliters of distilled water for injection. The following solutions should be dissolved in order to match the conditions in the blood and to prevent structural modification of Ca9. Procaine hydrochloride 10 mg. Sodium citrate 2 mg. Sodium hydroxide 3 mg. As he read the messages in front of him, Youngjun said, in a situation where we can't do a proper preclinical study, we have to go with our gut feeling and rely on in silico data and calculations. In silico referred to virtual experiments that combined biology and computer simulations. How is the baby doing? Jacob asked. The hospital said she has a week at most. We really don't have much more time now. Let's check the purity for all the drugs we made today, and we'll administer them tomorrow. I communicated this to the medical staff as well, Youngjun said. Who's doing the administration? Professor Dong Wyman is doing it. Dong Wyman. This treatment is done via injection. It's a very difficult procedure that involves piercing the lymph nodes and bone marrow. It was very difficult to recruit him. Youngjun was also a little uneasy about the lack of preclinical data. He was a scientist as well, and he naturally felt more confident in the experimental data in front of him than what Rosaline had taught him. Mimi's treatment was administered while her mother, Ji Xian, Youngjun, Jacob, and other scientists watched from outside the sterile operating room. Zhang Hao, Mimi's doctor, assisted Dong Wyman, one of China's most respected doctors, in administering the treatment. He was one of the leading experts on lymph node injection treatments. It was a technology called a sentinel node biopsy, which was usually used to treat breast cancer that had metastasized. But it was also Dong Wyman's first time piercing a needle into such a tiny lymph node on a newborn baby. I might fail. At first, he had declined because of the pressure, but he had eventually agreed after the persistent arguments of Youngjun and the Minister of the State Administration for Market Regulations. Dong Wyman was determined. The patient was so small, there were more lymph nodes than normal, and they were in different positions. Although he was extremely concentrated on this, he was still nervous. The nape of his neck was damp with cold sweat. His fingertips trembled slightly. At that moment, "Sir, it's a little bit above where your needle is right now." Dong Wyman heard Youngjun's voice from the speaker attached to his surgical gown. I see. He had almost made a mistake. Dong Wyman gulped. As he adjusted the position of the needle, he was confused about how Youngjun could know something like that. However, they had no idea that there was a shiny young girl in the operating room, besides the medical staff, guiding the needle of the old professor. Youngjun was in synchronization mode, trying to match Rosaline's position with Dong Wyman's procedure. One in vivo is a term for procedures performed on whole living organisms.